Chapter 321 Some Simple Wishes. In the evening, Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu talked about what happened today. Li Fu fanned her and smiled. You are right. Zhang Zuzu, what is right? Li Fu, you are kind-hearted and compassionate. That's exactly what I said about you. Isn't this a true portrayal of his wife? Zhang Zuzu leaned in Li Fu's arms and laughed. Okay. I feel my face burning when I say this. She said this just to make Su give up her idea of spending money. Zhang Zuzu saw how speechless Su was at that time. Li Fu, don't be so angry. Just say it next time. Zhang Zuzu laughed non-stop and talked about the gossip of the Song family. Li Fu said, the origins of the Song family's wives are almost the same. It is false that General Song wants to remarry. Before Mrs. Song passed away, she made General Song promise in public that he could take concubines, but could not marry again. General Song was also miserable. The court could not afford to support the army, so he was forced to sell his children and daughters. Only then did he have peace in the past few years. The court should thank him. Now some people use these things to say that the Song family has joined forces with wealthy merchants and has a rebellious heart. But the emperor does not take it too seriously, considering the last years of the previous emperor until now. The court should let this bow land safely when the bird is dead and the bow is hidden. Zhang Zuzu said, can this promise be counted? It is said that Mrs. Song said this while holding a knife and pointing it at General Song's neck. Li Fu said, how can you say that? There is no truth in it. Zhang Zuzu. Li Fu, this is the Song family's family affair. How can I know? Li Fu put down the fan and whispered, do you know how General Song's eldest son died? Zhang Zuzu. It is said that he was poisoned by his wife, and his wife also committed suicide. Li Fu shook his head. General Song also killed the couple. He was a general of the 3 armies, with so many guards around him. If he didn't have the closest people to help him, how could he be trapped? Zhou returned to the south, bringing with him the results of a series of investigations. General Song had no ambition to compete, but his lack of ambition did not mean that his son did not have it, especially the eldest son, who was regarded as the legitimate heir. He had been praised by others over the years, and with the instigation of people with ulterior motives, the eldest son became disloyal and even planned to kill his father. General Song killed his eldest son with his own hands, and was trapped himself. This led to the prince's southward journey, and the border was ignited for half a year. General Song hesitated and did not take action against the 2 grandsons. But when he saw the prince, he made up his mind for the sake of the whole family, and killed them as well. This is really a helpless move. Zhang Zuzu heard the truth and sighed. It turned out that his eldest son wanted to rebel. Li Fu, yes. This is a crime punishable by the death of 9 generations of the family. Your Majesty and the prince will keep this matter sealed forever, and will not let the outside world know. The emperor and the prince did not intend to pursue this matter. The war had already cost too many lives, so it was better to have fewer deaths. If the Song family really rebelled, it would probably be a disaster. Zhang Zuzu said. If General Song died, and the eldest son of the Song family was supported by those people, it is unknown what the situation would be. Li Fu said yes. Fortunately it didn't happen. In this case, General Song is also a respectable person. It is not easy for him to restrain his ambitions with such military power in his hands. Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu, yes. Tell my second sister-in-law later that I will prepare a generous gift for her. I will also trouble you to interact more with the women of the Song family. Zhang Zuzu is close to the queen and the imperial concubine. She is on good terms with the Song family, and everyone will know what it means. Zhang Zuzu said, don't worry about this. I'm just afraid that Su will not want to see me again. A family full of rich women. How can I let her go? Today was so embarrassing that Zhang Zuzu wanted to laugh when she thought about it. Li Fu laughed and said, that's too outrageous. She first misjudged you for money? How could she misjudge our Hongdo? She has a child. Zhang Zuzu, yes. How can you treat a 2 or 3-year-old child the same as a 9-month-old child? What kind of eyes do you have? The couple complained for a while before they rested. 2 days later, it was the day for the Song family to post the invitation. The night before, Li Fu looked at Zhang Zuzu. Zhang Zuzu said, if you have something to say, please talk. Li Fu, I don't want to talk about annoying things. Zhang Zuzu said, go ahead. I dislike you, but I don't dislike others. Li Fu then said, Zhou Yi asked you to take Miss Chen to the Song family, saying that he planned to ask Miss Chen's opinion. Zhang Zhuzhu was indeed dissatisfied and said, "Didn't I say that Chen Jiao would refuse?" Li Fu, he doesn't believe it. Believe it or not, I won't agree, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu naturally declined and said, he said that if we don't agree, he will have to climb over the wall of the Chen family. Zhou Yi was also anxious. A few days ago, Li Fu brought Hongdo to the East Palace. The daughter of Pan Jingping and Heian County Lord was also pink and tender. Zhou Yi's passion to be a father was rolling in his chest. But unfortunately, he couldn't meet the mother of the child he had chosen. Zhang Zhuzhu was very determined and said, I don't agree. He should overcome the practical difficulties first. When he convinces His Majesty, the Queen, and the Imperial concubine, then we can talk about the rest. It's useless to meet now. You ask him to distinguish the priorities. Chen Jiao is a living person. Can he run away? He shouldn't drag Chen Jiao into a situation he can't handle. This is hatred, not love. Li Fu, I'll listen to him tomorrow. Li Fu didn't want to get involved in this matter. He told Zhang Zhuzhu that it was Zhou Yi who put down his pride and said soft words. Zhang Zhuzhu's refusal was expected. Zhou Yi had no choice. Chen Jiao didn't like to go out. She usually only attended banquets with Zhang Zhuzhu and Yang Ruifang. However, Yang Ruifang was preparing to get married, and Zhang Zhuzhu didn't invite Chen Jiao to play. Zhou Yi wanted to see her, so the only option was to climb over the wall. The next day, Zhou Yi went to the Song family and learned that the matter didn't work out. He was very depressed. You really want me to climb over the wall? Li Fu, you go. If you go today, the father and daughter of the Chen family will be at home tomorrow. Zhou Yi, don't say that. My mother is not that bad. Li Fu, do you believe this? Zhou Yi, I've been thinking about it. But I don't know how to tell my mother, my father, and my mother. It seemed that no matter what, he would involve Chen Jiao and let her be misunderstood. Zhou Yi was very depressed, and it was obvious that he knew that his ideas were too different. Li Fu could do nothing to help. Zhang Zhuzhu took her son to see Su Xiu, and everyone seemed to have forgotten the embarrassment at that time. Su Xiu praised Zhang Zhuzhu's son, and then learned his full name. The maiden name of a woman is usually only known to those close to her. Su Xiu said his maiden name and smiled. This is a lucky beast that attracts wealth and treasure. Zhang Zhuzhu said, my name is similar. Although the gap between the rich and the poor does exist, it can be seen that their fathers have simple and true wishes. Chapter 322 You can't. You really can't. The Song family is full of guests today, and the prince is here in person. So if there is anything, it will be covered up. After today, the Song family will be able to stand firm in the capital. It was afternoon when they left the Song family. Li Fu asked someone to take his sleeping son home, and prepared to play with Zhang Zhuzhu for a while. It is not easy for people with children to leave their children and go out, especially when the child is older. He was raised by Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu himself, and he can't leave without them. He can only be sent away when he is asleep. Otherwise he will cry miserably. Unfortunately, the couple still didn't leave well. Zhou Yi caught up with him. As soon as he met her, he said, I am alone. I have no brothers or sisters. You two are like my relatives. Now I have something to do. You must help me. Zhou Yi showed weakness, and he was quite good at it. Zhang Zhuzhu said, didn't you threaten me and say you would climb over the wall? Zhou Yi, I am definitely not such a person. I can't do such a thing. Sister-in-law, please help me. I really have no other choice. Seeing that they couldn't leave, the three of them found a place to sit down. Zhang Zhuzhu, then let me say first, I think you may have made some mistakes. Zhou Yi, I don't think so. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her. Zhou Yi, maybe. Maybe? Li Fu poured a cup of tea for Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu drank the tea and then said, if you think that the daughter of the Chen family is weak and will obey you, you are wrong. Although she is weak, she is a person with backbone. People with backbone will not easily obey. You can't think like that. Weakness and obedience are two different things. Many women are weak, but they also have a tough heart and will not easily yield. Zhou Yi didn't seem to understand what she was saying. Zhang Zhuzhu saw his confused face and knew that he didn't understand. A full and complete person seems thin to those who don't understand him. Zhou Yi didn't think he had the time to understand a woman's heart. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't plan to say anything more, The Qin family plans to find a simpler marriage for Qin Xiao, so that he can live a comfortable life in the future. Your Highness is of noble birth, and there are many troubles in the palace, which she can't handle. Zhou Yi, I don't need her to deal with troubles. I will handle them all. Zhou Yi is so confident. Zhang Zuzu, you can't do it. Li Fu can't help me deal with trivial matters at home, let alone the palace. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Fu and thought to himself, it should be Li Fu who can't do it. He must be able to do it. Zhang Zuzu admires men's confidence. Li Fu said, Your Highness, don't be too arrogant. The trivial matters in the inner chamber are not simpler than those in the court. Zhang Zuzu decided to teach the prince a lesson and said, if one day, your biological mother, the imperial concubine, and your wife fall into the water at the same time, and you can only save one person, who will you save? Zhou Yi had never heard such a question before and said, this can't happen to me. Zhang Ouzhu, suppose it is true. What will you do then? Zhou Yi was silent, emotionally and rationally. He should save his mother at this time. But now that he answered like this, Zhang Zhuzhu will definitely advise him not to think about Qin Xiao. This question is unreasonable. Zhou Yi said, Zhang Zhuzhu, do you think that life is reasonable? You like Qin Xiao, but the queen will not like her. Emotionally, as a son, you have no way to disobey your mother. At that time, Qin Xiao will be the one who sinks in the water. She will not struggle for too long in the palace and will drown. At that time, you can like a more beautiful woman, but Qin Xiao will never be saved. You will never be able to solve this problem. Your Highness likes Qin Xiao. It's nothing more than her beauty. Please show mercy and let her live comfortably. Zhou Yi fell silent. After a long time, he said, I can solve these problems. He is the prince, who just won a victory and is in the limelight. Can he get the woman he likes? How can he be willing to accept this? Zhang Zhuzu, then Your Highness, please solve it first. Li Fu has to wait for 3 years to marry me. Your Highness might as well let Qin Xiao see your sincerity. Li Fu said, I have made achievements and can make my own decisions. Only then can I dare to tell my parents and elders that I want to marry the person I like. Your Highness can't make the decision now. Li Fu has the ability to challenge his parents. And Zhou Yi can't say he doesn't. But who made his parents' elders the emperor? Empress? An imperial concubine? If he doesn't obey, it's not unfilial. That's called treason. Zhou Yi was very dissatisfied. How can you say that? I can still make the decision. You can't. This is your illusion. Li Fu recalled what Zhang Zhuzhu said to him, and continued, everything Your Highness has now was given by Your Majesty and the 2 ladies. You can't but obey them. Zhou Yi was silent, as if this did make some sense. Zhou Yi was about to be confused by what the couple said. Now I want to know how to get along with Qin Xiao. She doesn't like me yet. This is what Zhou Yi is worried about now. He is in love for the first time and wants people to like him. He thinks the key to the problem is falling in love. Zhang Zhuzu, Your Highness, you are going too far. If she likes you, and you can't convince the elders, what will she do? Will she be your concubine or your mistress? Feelings are feelings, and practical problems cannot be ignored. Right? And Zhou Yi's practical problem is so serious that it must be solved. Fortunately, he didn't fall in love. If he really fell in love, he would die without knowing how. Li Fu, first, find a way to convince the elders, and then make people like you. Don't think about getting rich overnight. Zhou Yi, I see that it's easy for others to get married. Why is it so difficult for me? This is a waste of time. Before he returned to Beijing, he thought it was a simple matter. Now he can't handle either side, and no one is helping him. Throughout history, has there been a prince more miserable than him? Zhang Zhuzhu, your 3rd brother is right. We can't let you marry Qin Xiao and watch her suffer in the palace and die. Can you bear it? Zhou Yi emphasized again, I will protect her. Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu, you can't do it. Zhou Yi, I can. Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu, you can't. The scene was deadlocked. Finally Zhou Yi said, then I will convince the elders first. Zhang Zhuzhu was very satisfied. She felt that the elders would kill Zhou Yi's idea. That's right. Marriage is a big deal. Parents decided. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Zhou Yi looked at her and Li Fu. They were the only 2 who decided to get married privately. They still decided it was their parents' decision. It's outrageous. Li Fu, we also decided it was our parents' decision in the end. Zhou Yi, you can do it. But I can't. Zhang Juju thought to herself that they were not comparable. If Li Fu had a mother like Xiao Pan and the queen, she would run away very fast. Those two sisters would really kill people. They are not ordinary women. Zhou Yi thought about it, and decided to get past the elders first. He would go and tell them. Chapter 323. Are there people like you? 2 days later, Zhang Zuzu was summoned to the palace. Little Pan's face was so ugly that Zhang Zuzu knew it was bad. But she still stood there calmly. Little Pan suddenly spoke up and said, Men want to have children. If you have one child, it's really too little. I think I can pick a few beautiful women from the palace to be your sisters. Zhang Juju thought to herself. Damn. You can't control your son. What's the point of you squeezing me? It's not me who made your son disobedient. It's really unreasonable. Zhang Zuzu, what a joke. Madam. Li Fu is busy with government affairs, and goes out early, and comes back late to be with His Majesty. Let alone me. My son is the only one who is most favored by him in the family. I am nothing. When Mrs. Pan thought of what her son had said to her, veins on her forehead jumped. Her good son suddenly ran to her, and told her that he wanted to marry only one wife to avoid future troubles. But how could a man marry only one? He had to love her so much to marry only one. Mrs. Pan immediately thought of Zhang Juju and Li Fu. She first thought that they were not setting a good example. And then she thought that Zhou Yi might have fallen in love with someone. They must have known the inside story. Mrs. Pan was really angry. She was very protective of Zhang Zuzu, loving her more than her juniors. Why didn't she tell her about the prince's affairs? How could she treat her elders like this? Little Pan gnashed her teeth in anger and said, Who on earth has deceived my son and made him marry only one woman? This woman must be familiar with you. I don't know what she has learned from you. She dared to persuade my son to marry only her. Is she a fairy who has descended to the earth? My son is the crown prince. Zhang Juju knew that this day would come. She said, Your Majesty, you are our elder. Sanlang and I are also good friends of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. We know about his affairs. If we tell you, wouldn't it be considered betrayal? We won't be friends anymore in the future. Little Pan snorted. Then what about us? Me, the Queen, Your Majesty, and us elders? We love you so much on weekdays. But you treat us like this. Are you decent? Huh? What kind of elders are they? They are simply being taken advantage of. Zhang Zuzu walked forward a few steps, poured her a cup of tea and handed it to her. Your Majesty, calm down. My husband and I also think that the Crown Prince's behavior is outrageous. We tried our best to persuade him for an entire afternoon 2 days ago. But we all know the Crown Prince's temper. He is unwavering. We have worn out our lips. But there is still nothing we can do. We can only persuade him to come and tell your Queen and His Majesty about this matter. The elders can at least persuade him. Xiao Pan certainly understands her son. When he was a child, he had to get what he wanted. And it was the same when he grew up. But Xiao Pan didn't want to blame her son. She drank the tea and said, It's because of you and your husband. You are always in front of him. And, tell me honestly, who does he like? And who can have such a great ability? Zhang Juju knows many girls and often interacts with them. Xiao Pan couldn't think of which one it was. Zhang Zuzu, Madam. It doesn't matter who it is. You, the Queen, and His Majesty should try to make His Royal Highness the Crown Prince give up such thoughts. The cure must be to remove the root. And the root is in His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Pan, I will find a way to deal with that woman. Which will definitely work. Zhang Juju, just because your family is noble. Her life is not a life. Madam, let's not say angry words. That's a human life. Zhang Zuzu said. Xiao Pan looked at her. You really don't want to tell me? Zhang Juzu, I can't say it. If I tell you, it will be fatal. Xiao Pan sighed, sent all the maids away, and said, You are also a mother. If your son is disobedient in the future, what are you going to do? Zhang Luju said, People are adults after the age of 18. My son, let alone marrying only one wife. Even if he doesn't marry anyone, I won't worry about it. As long as he is happy, it's fine. Xiao Pan, I will remember what you said. Zhang Juju said the truth. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. It's enough to live. Xiao Pan couldn't say anything to her. And she was so angry that she drank 2 more cups of tea. I don't know what Sanling saw in you. He said that he didn't even have enough silver in his pocket. He had never seen such a man. Can you two last long? Xiao Pan always felt that one day Li Fu would have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Isn't that the case with all men? Zhang Zhu, it should last. It doesn't matter if it doesn't last. It's possible that they are inseparable today and disgusted with each other tomorrow. Xiao Pan, what will you do then? Zhang Zhu said, live on your own. Xiao Pan looked at her, you have been abandoned. And you can still live. Zhang Zhu, my queen. As long as I eat, drink water and breathe, I can live. I haven't heard that a man can't live without him. Some women remarry after being widowed because of livelihood issues. Zhang Zhu doesn't have this worry. Xiao Pan was speechless this time. She was angry. But she would not really do anything to Zhang Zhu. After a while, someone came from the imperial concubine's palace. The emperor and the empress came. The crown prince came. And Li Fu's wife was here. So he came too. Seeing that Zhang Zhu was fine, Li Fu was relieved. He was afraid that Zhang Zhu would be embarrassed by the imperial concubine, who was not a good-tempered person. Li Fu held Zhang Zhu's hand, and then he felt relieved. Zhang Zhu held his hand back, indicating that she was fine, so that he could rest assured. When Xiao Pan saw that everyone else had come, tears fell down. She threw herself into the empress's arms and said, Sister, a grown-up son is no longer under the control of his mother. I now understand this truth. The queen said, if he doesn't let you do what you want, you can just cry, make a scene, or even hang yourself. After this, how dare he not let you do what you want? Little Pan's crying stopped abruptly, and she dared not say anything more. The emperor now knew the whole story and found it funny. There has never been such a thing in the Zhou family for nearly 100 years. Prince, what do you think? Zhou Yi bowed and said, Father, I am not doing this for personal reasons, but for the country. Zhou Yi thought that he was not as love-minded as Li Fu, and he had thought about it carefully. Once there are more princes who inherit the throne in the palace, their mothers' families will form gangs and factions, forming various forces, and then when they fight for the throne, they will cause various disputes, so that the country is unstable. After I left Beijing, some court officials tried to imitate the previous dynasty and create a rift between my father and me, so that they could support my father's other sons and continue to fight for power. If it weren't for my father's love and trust in me, I'm afraid it would have led to bitter consequences. I want to fundamentally prevent such things. Zhou Yi's words were very reasonable. Little Pan wiped her tears and said, Aren't you deceived? Zhou Yi raised his neck, glanced at Li Fu and Zhang Zhu, and said, In my heart, the country is more important than personal feelings. I only married one wife to restrain my selfish desires. Zhang Zhu, damn you. Chapter 324, Admit your own consequences. Li Fu said expressionlessly, Yes. Your Highness is different from us. My wife Zhang and I indulged in private love and desire. Zhang Zhu thought that the prince was obviously attracted to the girl because she was beautiful. He was so anxious that he wanted to climb over the wall, and said that he gave up private love for the sake of justice. You can say that. It's time to publish a book. Zhang Zhu, yes. My husbandly and I are privately engaged. I am unfilial and unrighteous. I dare not compare with your Highness the Prince. They are really a family. I still want to see Qinjiao. It's better to dream about seeing him. Zhou Yi really didn't mean to squeeze them, and said, You two misunderstood. That's not what I meant. He really couldn't understand why Li Fu was so obedient to Zhang Zhu. Zhou Yi admitted that he had a crush on Qinjiao, and because Qinjiao was not a very smart woman, Zhou Yi planned to make concessions for her. At the same time, Zhou Yi also promised that he would take the dominant position in their relationship. He was the prince, and would not be as undignified as Li Fu. Li Fu, your Highness, you don't need to explain to us. His Majesty and the two ladies are still waiting. Li Fu knew Zhou Yi's thoughts, but Li Fu didn't care. He was happy to be controlled by Zhang Zhu. Li Fu didn't need Zhang Zhu to obey him. He just admired Zhang Zhu's unique personality. Zhou Yi explained to the three again, and used examples from ancient and modern times, saying that he didn't want to marry a wife who was too smart and had a good family background. This was to ensure the stability of the court in the future. This idea makes sense. Zhang Zhu thought that Zhou Yi was really interesting. You say he is not decent, but he did not force Qinjiao with his status, but wanted to marry her in a formal way, and use this method to persuade the elders. so that Xinjiao's identity has not been exposed so far. You say he is good, but he is a straight man, and his words and deeds are obviously contemptuous of women. In his eyes, he is the one who makes the decision, and Xinjiao is weak and useless, and can only be dominated and tamed by him. It is not right for women to be scheming in his eyes. It is a very typical thought of a male chauvinist in feudal society, and he doesn't seem to care what Xinjiao thinks. Xinjiao is beautiful, kind, gentle, and not very smart, which is why she was chosen. The most important thing is beauty. She seems to be the best candidate to become a man's accessory. Zhang Zhuzhu really hates this idea. The emperor listened for a while and said, Prince, I am only responsible for handing the country to you safely. I don't care about your wife and children. You can figure it out yourself. The emperor's attitude has always been like this. He has never cared about who the prince wants to marry, or how many he wants to marry. He only cares about how you do things in the court, and whether you can win when you go to fight outside. The emperor himself has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, but he doesn't care about his son's affairs in these aspects. He thinks these are trivial matters. Xiao Pan heard the emperor say this, and was a little anxious. Your Majesty, you can't just ignore it. You married 2 sisters back then. At that time, there were only a few people left in the Pan family, but their reputation was still there. The emperor asked to marry the eldest Pan, whose fiancé had died, which won him great support and became the beginning of the emperor's victory. The emperor said, I married your sister because I really admired and respected her, not just for fame. Little Pan thought to herself, come on. Your harem is full of concubines, and I have never seen such admiration. In the emperor's view, admiring a woman does not mean that he can't continue to look at other women. People's hearts and eyes are very broad, and it is impossible for one person to occupy them. Take the Pan sisters for example. They all occupy an important position in the emperor's heart. Queen Pan coughed and said, Your Majesty, let's not talk about the past. Let's listen to the children first. Emperor, okay. Listen to the queen. Queen Pan asked the prince, think it over. The people your mother and I have chosen for you can make you stand firm in the court. In a few years, you can even compete with your father. If you don't marry them, your road will be very difficult. The emperor was helpless after listening to Queen Pan's straightforward words. Don't make it seem like we are about to turn against each other. The relationship between father and son is very good. The emperor believed that it was impossible for him to do anything with his own son. Queen Pan looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, what I said is true. You are getting older, but your power has not yet reached its peak. In 2 years, the prince will be in his prime, and the court officials will also shift their attention to the prince. You will probably feel uncomfortable looking at him at that time. We are all family members today. Let's speak frankly. No one of us can afford to be so discordant a second time. This is absolutely true. It is very likely that the father and son will turn against each other. Little Pan's forehead was sweating when she heard this. She didn't expect her sister to bring this up to her face. Can this really be said openly? Zhang Zhuzhu also looked at Li Fu in shock. Is this something she can listen to? Is this really something she can listen to? Li Fu said yes. The emperor has lived with Queen Pan for so many years, and knows her temper. He was not anxious after hearing this and said, Yes, I also hope that Daolang and I can live in harmony, and the remaining Xiaolang can live to the end of their lives. It is common for fathers and sons to kill each other and brothers to fight each other in the royal family. Queen Pan, I think so too. I have lost many family members, and can no longer bear such pain. The emperor was deeply moved when he heard this. Little Pan felt uncomfortable thinking about it, and said, Your Majesty, I will be in a dilemma between you and the prince at that time. Emperor, why are you in a dilemma? You are so focused on the prince. The wives you have found for him are all from capable families. They will all help the prince in the future. Little Pan felt very aggrieved and said, Your Majesty, you are not trying to kill me. I just think that such women are worthy of our son. The emperor did not blame her. The ones chosen by Little Pan were indeed very good. You picked someone your son doesn't like, and you worked in vain, the emperor said. Little Pan was angry. Your Majesty, please don't laugh at me. Now our son has chosen someone without the permission of his parents, and we don't know who he has chosen. Only the 3 of them know. But they don't say anything. He is so disobedient. Isn't your Majesty angry? The emperor, it's common for boys to be disobedient. I was like this at my age. If boys are obedient, then it's over. Disobedient people are the ones who can achieve great things. Queen Pan interrupted them and said, De Lang is old and has his own ideas. We, as elders, can't make decisions for him all his life. Now we explain the pros and cons to him and let him decide for himself. Whether it is bitter or sweet in the future, he will bear it himself. Queen Pan wanted to teach her son a lesson. Little Pan and the Emperor looked at each other. And then everyone looked at Joey. Joey didn't expect to talk about these situations. And his expression became serious again. Chapter 325, He is our only child. Queen Pan first said to Li Fu, at that time, You brought the secret decree of the late Emperor to the northwest. And I thought of making you the son-in-law of the Pan family. Queen Pan had seen Li Fu when he was about 10 years old. At that time, he won over everyone and won the prize at the banquet in the palace. So when she saw Li Fu again and knew about the Li family, she wanted Li Fu to be the son-in-law of the Pan family. If Li Fu agreed to marry the daughter of the Pan family, he would get everything he has now more easily. Little Pan also remembered the past and said to Zhang Zhuzhu, You are so lucky. Sanlang refused to agree, and finally said that he had a sweetheart. Do you know what he paid for this? A young scholar, who had joined the army, had gone through hardships that Zhang Zhuzhu could not imagine. Zhang Zhuzhu said, My queen, it's all worth it. She acknowledged Li Fu's efforts, and Zhang Zhuzhu was moved by it. But she did not belittle herself. As Li Fu's wife, she brought him joy, gave birth to his children, and was recognized by the Pan sisters. She dared to say that everything she gave to Li Fu was worthy of Li Fu's efforts. Little Pan, you dare to say that? Li Fu said firmly, That's right. I have never regretted it. What Zhang Zhuzhu brought him was enough. And he should pay blood and tears for his future, which was not something Zhuzhu should bear. The Emperor's family looked at the couple and had nothing to say. Little Pan thought, maybe the two of them are really different, and they will grow old together. She took back what she said before. Queen Pan said the story of Li Fu to the prince. Sanlang was close to you at that time, and you know his hard work best. Prince, do you really want to go against me and mother, and make your own decision? Little Pan shook her head. Good boy. We will never harm you. You have to think it over carefully. Once Joey made such a decision, he would lose the shortcut to contact court officials. Court officials are people first, and then ministers. If their daughters enter the East Palace, the royal bloodline will be added with their blood. They all want to pass on this blood. And first of all, it will be used by the prince. People have desires, and the blood that binds them together is the hope that keeps them going forward. Joey understood this truth, and he said, I am the prince, and the court officials should be used by me. The court officials should take the people of the world as their responsibility, rather than fighting for power and profit. They have taken the wrong path, and if they cannot get back on the right path, then replace them. There are so many people in the world, and there are still many people like Li Fu who do serious things. They were oppressed by power in the past, and could not stand out. Zhou Yi is willing to pave the way for them. Zhou Yi does not want to be a mediocre emperor who is controlled by court officials. He wants to be the master of the world. Zhou Yi then asked, Then I should only marry one woman to cut off their hope of fighting for power and profit. Finally, the topic turned back to the beginning. The prince's marriage. The emperor still had the same attitude. He was very free and easy. As long as he died, the country was still stable. Whether Zhou Yi could stabilize the court and the people's hearts at that time was his business. The emperor didn't care. It's not that they didn't show Zhou Yi the way. It was that Zhou Yi didn't listen. Queen Pan said, Just think it through. Your mother and I, the Pan family, your future wife's family, Sanlang and his wife who treat you like a brother and sister-in-law. All of us have to bear the lives of you. Little Pan frowned and didn't want to talk. There was a way down the mountain, but the son didn't listen and insisted on going up the mountain. A grown-up son is no longer under the control of his mother. Joey said, Mother, I can do it. He could handle it. He had read a lot of books and listened to the scholars talk about the emperors of past dynasties. Zhou Yi now planned to follow a different path from them. A wise ruler and wise ministers. He wanted the ministers who followed him to be less selfish and more concerned about their country and the world. Zhou Yi knew what he was doing. Queen Pan said to the emperor, Your Majesty, the prince has grown up. Let him do whatever he wants. The emperor said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Little Pan sobbed. Zhang Zhuzhu turned her head and looked at Li Fu. It turned out that she had been worrying about this and that these days. But it was all in vain. Queen Pan actually agreed to Joey. She was not tolerant. She was indulgent. And the Emperor. What's wrong with this family? Shouldn't the Emperor's family have rules above all else? Whatever the prince wants to do, let him do it. Is it so casual? Is it really so arbitrary? Li Fu spread her hands, indicating that she was helpless. Little Pan said, Your Majesty is relieved now. Dalan will definitely marry an obedient and docile woman. Her family doesn't have much family background. There is no need to worry about the discord between father and son. The Emperor was squeezed by Little Pan for a few words. But he was not angry. He said, What should we do? Otherwise, while you are still in good health, give birth to another child. If I live another 20 years, you will have time to teach another obedient child. Little Pan was even more angry when she heard this, and said to Queen Pan, Sister, is your Majesty talking like a human being? I was injured when I gave birth to Dalong, and I can't have another child. Your Majesty is still making sarcastic remarks in front of the younger generation. The Emperor also felt guilty. And before Queen Pan could speak, he said, I made a mistake. Don't be angry. Queen Pan hugged her sister and glared at the Emperor. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that such a complicated relationship could actually maintain balance and harmony, which was unique. At this time, Joey said to Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu and his wife, Okay, the first thing has been solved. The second thing is to get Qin Jiao to agree. In this regard, Zhang Zhuzhu just wanted to say that Qin Jiao doesn't like straight men either. Then, Your Highness, please find a way yourself. There is nothing to say between us. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Joey, third sister-in-law, must have said something. But she just didn't tell me. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. It's good that Your Highness knows. Joey, I am the prince after all. Li Fu said, Your Highness is the prince. And also my brother. There is no need to be so formal between us. What he meant was that Zhang Zhuzhu was rude because she treated him as a family member. Joey really didn't know what to say. The couple stayed in the palace for lunch and then left. Little Pan was in a bad mood and said to the Queen, Sister, what you said today was too straightforward. The Queen said, Some thorns are left in the heart. You can't feel them now, but they will only hurt more and more in the future. It's good for the prince to marry a woman of lower status. Little Pan understood this truth. The Emperor was a very complicated person. No one could figure out his mind. It was better to be cautious. Today, Queen Pan wanted to pick out this thorn and make things clear, so that the Emperor could see that their prince did not want to use the power of court officials to compete with his father. He even wanted to alienate court officials, and did not intend to give them the opportunity to share the royal power. He fought in the south and the north outside, and had great ambitions in the court. He was the pride of his parents. He was still a silly child who could do stupid things for his beloved woman. He was not worthy of his father's defense. There was no parent who did not love such a child. She just wanted the Emperor to feel this way. Queen Pan continued, Besides, he is our only child. He is very tired. Let him be happy. As a mother, who doesn't do everything for her children? Little Pan gritted her teeth and cried in her sister's arms. Chapter 326, My Humble Appearance. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu walked out, passing by the rockery, and Li Fu pulled Zhang Zhuzhu over. Zhang Zhuzhu stared at him with wide eyes. Li Fu put his index finger on Zhang Zhuzhu's lips, signaling her not to make a sound. Then Zhang Zhuzhu heard a commotion behind her, and Joey asked the eunuch, Where are the people? The eunuch was also confused, saying, They walk this way, and these two people have good legs and feet, but there is no trace of them just now. Joey, I think you saw it wrong. How can people walk so fast? He stayed and said a few more words to the elders. The couple ran fast. Is there such a brother and sister-in-law? Just now, she was so arrogant that she wanted to ask them for help. But now she is gone. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't dare to breathe. Li Fu held her tightly in his arms. Zhang Zhuzhu pressed against Li Fu's chest, and both of them were sweating. But how to say it? It was also a different experience. Joey didn't see anyone, and didn't think much about it, and walked straight away. Zhang Zhuzhu pressed against Li Fu's arms, with a layer of sweat on her forehead, and whispered, My lord, hold me tight. If I am caught, my life will be in danger today. Li Fu was stunned for a moment. Then he let go of Zhang Zhuzhu, gently pinched her chin, asked her to raise her face, and then leaned over slightly, lowered his head and looked at her. and slowly said, "You want me to save you with empty words?" Zhang Zhuzhu would never call herself concubine. Once she did, she would either be in bed or playing with Li Fu. Zhang Zhuzhu was forced to look up at him. Her eyes slowly turned red. Tears fell. She put Li Fu's other hand on her chest and said as if she accepted her fate, "I am just a weakling. If you are willing, you can do whatever you want." Li Fu, "Oh, if that's the case, why do you show such a reluctant attitude? It seems that you are not willing." "Well, I never make things difficult for others." He let go of her hand and turned to leave. Zhang Zhuzhu rushed over and hugged Li Fu from behind, swallowing her reluctance, and choked, "No, I am not unwilling. I will let you do whatever you want." Zhang Zhuzhu was about to say something, but the next moment she was suddenly picked up by the waist. She was wondering why the play was not going on when she heard a maid in front of her ask, "Third madam is not feeling well. Do you want to invite the imperial physician?" Zhang Zhuzhu hurriedly closed her eyes and pretended to be dizzy, and stopped talking. Li Fu walked out with Zhang Zhuzhu in her arms, and said calmly, "The weather is too hot. I feel a little dizzy. Just go back and rest." The maid confirmed that Zhang Zhuzhu was fine, and asked enthusiastically, "Do you want someone to bring a sedan chair over?" Li Fu, "Thank you. No need. We will leave the palace now. It won't take too long." The maid bowed and asked them to be careful, and then left. Zhang Zhuzhu opened her eyes and whispered, "Put me down." It's still hot to hold her like this. Li Fu didn't let go, just held her and walked forward, saying, "You can do whatever I want. Don't move." Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's over. Don't get too deep into the play. Acting is acting. Life is life. They can't be mixed up." Li Fu, "You start when you say it starts, and you end when you say it ends. Now I have the final say." Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him. "You don't know what's good for you. I'm afraid you'll get tired. Just hold her if you want." Li Fu is indeed not afraid of getting tired. He is still so young, and although the road out of the palace is longer, it's not so bad that he can't hold her. Although it's hot to be close to each other, it's good not to walk. Zhang Zhuzhu simply closed her eyes when someone saw it along the way. Li Fu said that the weather was too hot and Zhang Zhuzhu felt dizzy, which attracted the attention of a group of palace maids and eunuchs, especially the young palace maids. They all envied Zhang Zhuzhu, who was held by Li Fu. After getting on the carriage, Zhang Zhuzhu handed him a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and said, "You have shown off enough this time, and everyone in the palace should know about it." Li Fu looked calm and in a good mood. He said, "The relationship between you and me will be made into a story in the future for future generations to admire. Now, of course, we have to make some big scenes to make it look good." Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless. Shut up. She could even say such words. Li Fu thought that when he was older, he must write this story, from Zongjia village to the capital, and if they went to other places in the future, they would also have to write it. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's her fault. She was dragged behind the rockery, and knew it was a good place to act. She was addicted. As a result, her husband's lover was immediately attracted. Forget it. I forgive you. Zhang Zhuzhu took out a mirror and fixed her makeup. Li Fu took a round fan and fanned her. Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly sighed, and Li Fu asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? Look at how you pinch me. My chin has 2 layers." Zhang Zhuzhu did not hesitate to put the blame on Li Fu for gaining weight. Li Fu did not hesitate to say, "It's my fault." Zhang Zhuzhu was generous. "I forgive you." After that day, the little palace maids gathered together to gossip about another thing. About how Li Fu walked all the way out of the palace in the hot weather, holding his fainted wife Zhang. The little girls were extremely envious of Zhang. Apart from anything else, it would be great if the men they would marry in the future were willing to hug them. This matter spread from the palace to outside the palace. When everyone saw Zhang Zhuzhu, they all wanted to ask how she made Li Fu become like this. The rumor of being a witch almost spread. When this matter spread, it also caused dissatisfaction among some court officials, saying that the two of them were messing around in the palace. Li Fu refuted the other party, saying that you welcomed the second wife into the house with lights and decorations less than a month after your wife died of illness. Is it glorious? The second wife was prepared by his family long ago, waiting for the death of the main wife, and then immediately welcomed her into the house. This is really ugly. Zhou Yi was also impressed by the couple. He had been looking for them everywhere, but couldn't find them. But they became famous again. Zhou Yi, if you continue like this, I'm afraid you will become the enemy of all men in the world. Li Fu obeyed Zhang Zhuzhu in everything. Other women would inevitably ask more of their men after hearing this. Wouldn't this cause conflicts between other women and their husbands? Li Fu said, what does it have to do with me? Zhou Yi thought that he had something to ask of others. So he said, it doesn't matter. Even if all men in the world are your enemies, I will stand on your side. Li Fu pretended not to understand what he was saying, got up and walked out. Zhou Yi quickly chased after her. Zhang Zhuzhu was entertaining guests at home at the moment. The guest was not someone else, but Zhou Siyuan. He went south with her and returned to Beijing to recuperate for some time. He was promoted according to his merits and finally got a satisfactory marriage. Today, he wanted to ask Zhang Zhuzhu to let him see what his unmarried wife looks like in advance. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Mrs. Ren's niece, your marriage is indeed a good one. Who found it for you? The Ren family is also the emperor's favorite. Although she is not the daughter of the Ren family, she is a legitimate relative of the Ren family, which is beneficial to Zhou Siyuan. Zhou Siyuan said, Ren's eldest son. Ren Hao's eldest brother. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, okay. I will invite him for you. It's hard to say whether he will come or not. Zhou Siyuan, if you invite them, they will give face. Zhang Zhuzhu is different now. As he was talking, Hongdo crawled in from outside and looked at Zhou Siyuan curiously. Zhou Siyuan walked up and picked up the child. Chapter 327, If There Is No Li Family. Hongdo stood upright in Zhou Siyuan's arms, frowning at this stranger. Zhou Siyuan said, just let your son crawl all over the floor. Zhang Zhuzhu, that's right. We were like this when we were young. And you have forgotten your roots now. Zhou Siyuan was speechless. Li Fu will agree to you. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, have you not heard about what happened outside recently? Zhou Siyuan really heard about it. And now he said with conviction, you are more capable than me. Li Fu is such a powerful person. And he is so humble in front of Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhou Siyuan is really convinced. He admits that he can't do it. And it is really the right choice not to marry Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu, I accept the compliment. I feel the same way. Zhou Siyuan frowned. You still have to give Li Fu some respect. He is different now. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you don't need to teach me this. I just want to ask you. Where are your family members? Are you going to invite them all to your wedding? Zhou Siyuan immediately stood up after hearing this. I am no longer the same as I was before. I have responsibilities. I can't return home in glory. Naturally, I have to bring all my family members here. This is Zhou Siyuan's simplest wish. Zhang Zhuzhu thought of the Zhou family. The most profound impression was the day when she sent Li Fu away. The Zhou family scolded her as a vixen, said their son would be so and so in the future, and told her to stay away. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you have a large family. When they come, where will they live? What about food and drink? Have you made any arrangements? Zhou Siyuan said, I have a house where they can live, and my salary can support them. This is not nonsense. He can really support them. Zhang Zhuzhu knew that he had no plan when he heard it. He expected his daughter-in-law to honor the elders and take care of the family after she got married. He wanted to be a hands-off manager. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know how to say it directly. Zhou Siyuan might not listen to her. He would talk about it after meeting the niece of the Ren family. The girl of a military general should not be weak. With the help of the Ren family, she would not suffer too much. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it's good that you have a plan. If you have any problems, just come to me. Hongdo struggled in Zhou Siyuan's arms and wanted to get off the ground. Zhou Siyuan had to put the child down first and said, okay. Thank you. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said you're welcome. Friends still have friendship. Zhou Siyuan squatted down again, pinched Hongdo's little face, and said, this child looks more like you. Really? People say she looks like Li Fu. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Zhou Siyuan, more like you. They are all trying to curry favor with Li Fu. This child looks more like you. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Zhou Siyuan saw her laughing happily, and he couldn't help laughing too. Zhang Zhuzhu's smile seemed to have not changed in these many years. Some of his aunts and sisters in the family, after getting married, were more like tears and helpless bitter smiles, including his mother. There are many of them who are well fed and married well, but they are still miserable. But Zhang Zhuzhu is not like that. She still smiles happily, like Hongdo. without any worries or depression. Li Fu is really good to her. Very good. Which is not something that ordinary people can do. Hongdo crawled over and wanted Zhang Juju to hold her. Zhang Juju refused. I won't hold you. You are too heavy. Wait for your father to come back and hold you. Hongdo was really unhappy. Zhang Juju touched his head, stood up and said to Zhou Yi, wait a minute. I'll see if the wine has been brought over. You can take some back and send it to Ren's family. Zhou Xiyuan did not refuse. Took the things Zhang Juju sent, and then left. Zhou Xiyuan thought that human destiny was really unpredictable. When he was young, he never thought that he could gain a foothold in the capital. Nor did he think that Zhang Juju would marry into such an official family and live such a proud life. Zhou Xiyuan sometimes wondered what their fate would be if the Li family had not suddenly returned that time. He and Zhang Juju might have a destiny and give birth to several children. Zhang Juju took care of the children and did housework at home, while he was busy outside. Maybe he didn't care as much about Zhang Juju as Li Fu, but they should also be a good couple. Unfortunately, this only existed in his imagination. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu were the couple, and I am about to get married. Zhou Xiyuan's mind is extremely entangled and complicated. Zhang Juju said to Xiaowan, when your family arranges a marriage for you, you must not find someone like Zhou Xiyuan, who expects to marry a wife who honors her parents and takes care of the family. And you can be a hands-off boss. You should find someone who is reasonable and can understand you. Otherwise your life will be hard. Xiaowan nodded and said, I will listen to Grandma. You must help me look after it when the time comes. Zhou Xiyuan's feelings and memories of the past belong only to him. Zhang Zuzu has her own ideas. Although Zhou Xiyuan is no longer young and energetic, he still has the most common problems of men, which Zhang Zuzu cannot accept. If it weren't for Li Fu, Zhang Juju would have become a nun. Zhang Juju agreed to this, and the next day, she thought of a way to send an invitation to the Ren family. The Ren family really gave face, and Zhang Zuzu invited people out. For this matter, Zhang Juju also invited other people. The weather was still hot, so she invited everyone to take a boat together, as it would be cooler on the boat. The most difficult person here was not the Ren family, but Chen Jiao. She didn't dare to go out recently. In the past, she couldn't go out, but she could just endure it. But for more than half a year, Chen Jiao had to go out to play every few days. Now she is locked up at home every day and is going crazy. Chen Jiao thought that she couldn't stay at home for the rest of her life. So she came. Whatever the prince wants to do, she has no choice but to leave it to fate. Zhang Juju has already found out about Mrs. Ren's niece, whose surname is Han. Her biological mother is Mrs. Ren's younger sister. It's not a very nice thing to say. Her biological mother was dissatisfied with the family's arrangement and insisted on marrying a scholar. The couple lived a simple and harmonious life and loved their daughter very much. Unfortunately, she died a few years ago due to her miserable fate. After the Ren family returned to Beijing and established themselves, Mrs. Ren thought about her niece and took her over at the beginning of the year, thinking about whether she could marry Ren Hao. Unfortunately, Jinghao Prefecture advocated not to marry relatives, so the matter was dropped. Later, Mrs. Ren arranged a marriage for her. But those with a little bit of family background thought that it was unlucky for this girl to have no parents. Mrs. Ren was unhappy and decided not to look for these families, but to find a promising man from her own family. Those who have a promising future in the army are all old, and most of them have married and had children. At this time, the eldest son of the Ren family thought of Zhou Xiyuan, who was young, alone in the capital, had a relationship with the Li family, was close to Ren Hao, had no bad habits, and looked okay. Mrs. Ren asked her youngest son to bring Zhou Xiyuan home, looked at him calmly for a few times, and thought he was not bad. So Zhou Xiyuan got the marriage. Zhang Juju saw this Han girl, with regular features, not smiling, looking very serious, tall. Zhang Wuzu was tall. She was taller than Zhang Juju, and a little thin. The eldest grandmother of the Ren family said, the family is strict, so we can't go out. Today, thanks to the third grandmother, we can go out to the lake. Zhang Juju joked with him and said, next time you want to go somewhere, ask someone to tell me quietly, and I will post a message again. Chapter 328 Seeking Kindness. You get kindness. Yang Ruifang said to Qin Jiao, look, Sister Juju has a new sister. Qin Jiao, I can't help it. Sister is just like this. Yang Ruifang looked at her. Are you jealous? Qin Jiao, I'm not. You are jealous. You just stared at her. Yang Ruifang said with a smile. Don't worry. You are the most beautiful. Sister likes you the most. Those who know understand that they are talking about Zhang Luozhu. And those who don't know think that girls are jealous of a man here. Qin Jiao said, besides being beautiful, I have other advantages. Just talk about this. Yang Ruifang, you naturally have it. If I were a man, it wouldn't matter if you didn't have any other advantages. You are so beautiful. I would definitely favor you, and I wouldn't even look at others. Qin Jiao patted her arm lightly. Humph. If you were a man, you would be a pervert. I wouldn't marry you. I want to marry someone like my sister. Yang Ruifang, I want to marry you all. Qin Jiao, think about this in your next life. How is your dowry embroidered? Yang Ruifang's wedding is coming soon. If someone else invites her today, the Yang family won't let her go out. Don't mention this on such a good day. My family has hired someone to embroider for me. I can't do it anyway. Whoever wants to make clothes for Zhou Ling, I won't do it for him. Yang Ruifang said. Marrying is fine, but serving is impossible. She was begged to marry by the Changsha County Prince's mansion, and it is impossible for her to work. The Changsha County Princess said a few things to Yang Ruifang because of this matter, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law almost quarreled before the wedding. Qin Jiao wanted to ask if she needed help, but after seeing the situation, she knew that she didn't need it. Zhang Zhuzhu talked to the eldest grandmother of the Ren family, and talked about Zhou Ziyuan's matter in a few words. Zhou Ziyuan is a good person who is determined to make progress. The Zhou family is thousands of miles away, so it is difficult to understand them for a while. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't have a good impression of the Zhou family. She said, when the young couple gets married, the elders of the Zhou family will come. Grandma Ren was almost 30 years old, and she understood what this meant. As soon as Zhang Zhuzhu left, she said to her sister, Cousin, the whole family is coming. I'm afraid it will be hard for you. Miss Han said, It doesn't matter. It's just some troubles between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law. I'm not afraid of this. I think highly of Zhou Ling. Grandma Ren said, You are young. You don't know how much trouble this is. If you don't handle it well, you and your wife will be separated. Miss Han was very confident. I know. When the time comes, it depends on whether he thinks the future is more important or the family is more important. He will know how to treat me. It is obvious that Zhou Ziyuan attaches great importance to his future. At this age, he doesn't want to get married and doesn't want to mess around. He is waiting for a good marriage. Seeing her open-minded and clear-minded, Grandma Ren felt both distressed and fond of her. Don't worry. You are our daughter. And your brothers, sisters, and sisters-in-law all love you. Han Yi also showed a sincere smile. Zhang Zhuzhu went to Li Fu to see her son and said, God is also blind. Zhou Ziyuan can marry such a girl. Li Fu was also very concerned about Zhou Ziyuan's marriage, hoping that he would get married soon, so that he would not think about it when he was free, saying, You promised him something, but you still talked about him behind his back. Of course, Li Fu felt that Zhang Zhuzhu was right. Zhou Ziyuan was very utilitarian, so much so that he could give up some more important things. Such a person must have a bright future. That's two different things. Zhang Zhuzhu said. We've known each other since childhood, and we have feelings for each other. But I don't agree with his idea. People are always so complicated. Zhou Ziyuan is definitely not a bad person. But if he were to be a husband, he wouldn't be much better. People are so complicated. Li Fu, you are just soft-hearted. Zhang Zhuzhu, what? Li Fu, you are worried that the woman will be wronged if she marries Zhou Ziyuan. Isn't that soft-hearted? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, Okay, don't praise me in different ways. The two talked for a while, and then each invited someone to call Zhou Ziyuan and Han Yi over. Han Yi had seen many people of Zhou Ziyuan, and she knew everything about him. It was the first time Zhou Ziyuan saw her. Zhou Ziyuan's mood was indeed very complicated. He knew what the other party would bring to him. The two were not far apart. Zhou Ziyuan saw Han Yi's appearance clearly. She was not beautiful, but the benefits she brought were enough to make up for it. Zhou Ziyuan thought that he got what he wanted. Zhou Ziyuan sent the gift he prepared over, and Han Yi also embroidered a purse by hand. The two sides exchanged it. In order to avoid suspicion, they did not stay for too long. This was considered a meeting. After sending Han Yi away, Zhang Zhuzhu asked Zhou Siyuan. Are you unhappy? Why are you picking it? Zhou Siyuan. No. But he was indeed not very happy. Zhang Zhuzhu, don't be picky. I talk to people. I have read books. I am better than you. Zhou Siyuan. I haven't fallen behind in these years. He is very hardworking. But he is not born in a good family. Otherwise, he would not be worse than those with a good family background. Zhang Zhuzhu. Then what's wrong with you? Do you think she is not good looking? Zhou Siyuan didn't say anything. As if he agreed. Li Fu held his son in one hand and took out a mirror with the other hand, silently facing Zhou Siyuan. Zhou Siyuan was in a trance at first. Then suddenly realized. What do you mean? Li Fu, nothing. I asked you to look in the mirror and calm down. Zhou Siyuan was so angry that he wanted to roll his eyes. This couple is really enough. He just picked a little bit and didn't plan to do anything. Do they have to squeeze in together? Holding a mirror. How immoral. Li Fu continued, as your friends. We are all thinking about you. Zhou Siyuan. Then I have to thank you. Li Fu, you're welcome. I'll give you more gifts when my son's first birthday party comes. Hongdo didn't understand the adults' quarrel, and jumped in Zhang Zhuzhu's arms, wanting to play on the ground. But he couldn't be asked to crawl around today, so Zhang Zhuzhu could only hold him to play and distract him. Zhou Siyuan saw his fiancée as he wished, and was squeezed by the couple again. So he went to drink. Li Fu took his son again. Let me do it. You can't hold him anymore. Hongdo was still unwilling, and was forcibly taken away by Li Fu. With a reluctant look on her face, she reached out to Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't take care of her son today, and went to talk to someone again. Qin Jiao knew she was deceived this time. She looked up and saw Zhou Yi. So she bowed and called him His Highness. Zhou Yi had actually not seen Qin Jiao many times. Qin Jiao always wore plain clothes and didn't put on makeup. But Zhou Yi was impressed by her. He was even afraid of scaring Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao was still afraid when she saw the prince. She was a little disappointed. Qin Jiao remembered what Zhang Zhuzhu said. That men like the prince like women who are weak, submissive, and even timid. Qin Jiao raised his head, took a deep breath, and said loudly, Your Highness, the prince has fought in many battles, and should be an admirable hero. I didn't expect you to be a lecher. I'm really disappointed. Qin Jiao also deliberately showed a fierce look, thinking of the ant at the door quarreling. With his hands on his waist, chest puffed, turned his head, and spat on the ground with a poo sound. Zhou Yi, Chapter 329 I can't do this. Things in the world are always not as good as expected. But Zhou Yi didn't expect it to be so unsatisfactory. It has been said before that Zhou Yi and Qin Jiao have met only a few times. Qin Jiao is beautiful and timid in front of him. People's brains will beautify some memories. Qin Jiao's beauty is unforgettable. Then her weakness will be highly exaggerated, automatically combined with some good qualities that women should have, forming a complete person. Of course, it is the beauty that Zhou Yi, a man, thinks. What are the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Humility and weakness, and supporting husbands and raising children are all qualities that are beneficial to men. Zhou Yi wanted to marry Qin Jiao, who was beautiful and gentle in his imagination. And now, this living Qin Jiao. She spit on the ground. She was here to curse loudly. How to describe it? The moon is high in the sky, gentle and beautiful. But the real moon is a cold giant. She is still beautiful, but she is no longer timid and weak. She raised her slender neck, and her beautiful lips uttered no soft words, which completely broke the previous impression. Zhou Yi didn't even know how to refute the statement that he was a lustful person. He was completely shocked by this scene. The shy little white rabbit in the memory suddenly turned into a tiger. This contrast is really hard to accept. After Qin Jiao finished scolding, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart. She felt that all her troubles in recent days were vomited out. She waited for the scolding and insults from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. At worst, he would beat her up again. She was not afraid of being beaten or scolded. It was enough to be alive. And Sister Zhuzhu would help her. She would repay her sister in the future. Zhou Yi wanted to run away at one point, but looking at Qin Jiao's face, Zhou Yi stopped again. Although scolding people is not nice and spitting is also vulgar. Qin Jiao's face. Hey, it's really beautiful. Looking at her face, no matter how shocked and angry he was, he swallowed it. So Zhou Yi didn't leave, and calmed down. He thought to himself that the girl must be good in nature. It was not surprising that she had changed after knowing Zhang Zhuzhu for a few months. Zhou Yi knew how powerful Zhang Zhuzhu was. The friends she associated with were all more unruly than each other. People say that if you keep company with a red person, you will be red. If you keep company with a black person, you will be black. Now look at Chen Jiao, and you will understand that this saying is true. She just went astray. It's not too late to turn back. Moreover, it's impossible for a person to change so much. This scene today was probably a performance to deceive him. It's really strange. He is the prince of the dynasty after all. If she marries him, she will enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. What is this girl thinking? Chen Jiao saw that he didn't say anything and became a little scared. It's not strange to punish her. But what is he going to do by not talking? Zhou Yi gradually recovered and asked, I wanted to ask you something before I left Beijing. Chen Jiao widened his eyes and tried to stay calm. Zhou Yi said, Why are you afraid of me? He had wanted to ask for a long time. He had such a good reputation and no bad habits. Zhou Yi rarely saw people who were so afraid of him. Chen Jiao was a little nervous and said subconsciously, You killed people. Zhou Yi was silent again. Killing people? He started killing people when he was in his teens. At that time, he was still the prince of the palace, and everyone had high hopes for him. If he didn't kill people, how could he gain a foothold in such a place? This is Zhou Yi's fate. Zhou Yi, there is no one in our family who has not killed people. My mother and my mother have also killed people. Their family is all born like this. When he has children in the future, they will also have to experience killing people. What is there to be afraid of? They are not killing innocent people indiscriminately. They are defending their country. Chen Jiao couldn't help but get more scared when he heard this. Recently, Yang Ruifang and her future mother-in-law have been fighting each other even before they live under the same roof. Rumor has it that the princess of Changsha County fell ill because of anger, saying that she must teach her daughter-in-law well after she gets married. The princess of Changsha County at least won't kill people. But the prince has two mothers who have killed people. Chen Jiao was still young and timid at that time. The servants at home were also frightened by rumors, and absurd rumors, that the streets were covered with blood. She knew that the prince did not kill good people. Killing people on the battlefield was to protect the country. So she was not afraid. Zhou Yi looked at her for a while and said, It happened a few months ago. You are brave now. I think you are no longer afraid. Chen Jiao was stunned. If she said she was afraid, she would appear timid, which is what the prince likes. Or it would be better to say that she was not afraid. Chen Jiao said, Your Highness, I am no longer afraid. Zhou Yi, that's good. You have to be braver. It is common for women to be weak, but being too timid is not a good thing. Chen Jiao was confused. Is it better to be bold or timid? She didn't want to talk to the prince anymore. It was annoying. Zhou Yi said, You offended me like this today? Aren't you afraid that I will dismiss your father from his official position and make him have no future? Chen Jiao discussed this issue with her father. She was very worried that her family would be affected by her. Chen's father said that if the court wanted to treat such a loyal official like him in this way, it would be okay for him to leave the capital. This might have happened in the court before, but it would not happen in the court now. In fact, Chen's father wanted to take his daughter away. He could understand that the prince liked his daughter, but his daughter could only be a concubine for the prince. Chen's father didn't want his daughter to be a concubine. Not even the prince's concubine. She couldn't live like that. Chen Jiao didn't want her father to waste her future. She thought the prince liked her looks and character, and she could change. Chen Jiao said, No. It's very simple to get her. The East Palace can go to the Chen family to take her away, and no one will say anything. With her looks, this would be considered a reward. Just like Su Mingzhou treated her as a beautiful container that could be manipulated. Most people thought so. Even the prince in front of him was the same. Chen Jiao understood. Zhou Yi really wouldn't. The court had a very strict process for appointing and dismissing officials. It was not that the emperor could do whatever he wanted. It was just that this process was destroyed in the previous dynasty and is now being restored. If Zhou Yi wanted to do this, the emperor would be the first one who would not let him go. And the court officials would also have to submit memorials. Even if there was no such process, Zhou Yi would not be able to do such a thing. He knew that he could use his status to bully others. He had done so when he was 5 or 6 years old, and was severely beaten by Little Pan and taught a lesson by Queen Pan. He would never do that again. Zhou Yi asked again, Do you really not want to marry me? After being asked so bluntly, Qin Jiao immediately shook her head. I don't want to. Why? Joey asked. Qin Jiao, I don't like you. Her fear of the prince was not as strong as before. But she did not like him much either. Joey, then how can you like me? Qin Jiao felt a little painful when she heard this question. Frowning and not speaking. Joey thought. Frowning doesn't hinder her beauty. Qin Jiao said, I'm like this. She even spit everywhere. Is this not okay? Joey saw that she was in trouble. And he couldn't bear it. So he said, go back and think about it. And tell me when you have thought it through. Qin Jiao looked at Joey twice. And ran away. Joey looked at her back. Feeling quite helpless. Chapter 330 What about me? Qin Jiao was upset, and was ready to talk to Zhang Zuzhu after getting on the boat. She passed by a group of girls. And someone recognized Qin Jiao, and stopped her immediately. In the past, Qin Jiao would definitely avoid them. But now she is not afraid. Why are you running around again? A girl directly squeezed Qin Jiao. This girl has a brother who happened to meet Qin Jiao. When he went home, he wanted to ask the elders to propose marriage. The elders of that family thought that Qin Jiao seduced their son. Qin Jiao said, this is the Li family's banquet. I received the invitation and came if I wanted to. But you? Who did you borrow to come? Do you have an invitation? Zhang Zuzhu is quite willful. She won't invite people she doesn't like. This person must not have an invitation. As expected, the other party was embarrassed and blushed. She thought of Qin Jiao's unimpeded access to the Li family these days, and that she could use the power of the Li family to marry into a wealthy family. She couldn't help her jealousy and said casually, Humph. You must have seduced the young man of the Li family to get the invitation. What are you proud of? She was talking about Li Fu. Qin Jiao was already very upset. And now he heard the other party making up rumors. And he was even more angry. What did you say? Qin Jiao said angrily. You are so angry. Did I get it right? She said proudly. That's right. It must be like this. Qin Jiao took 2 steps forward, pushed the man to the ground, then pressed on him and slapped him twice in the face. She hated such people the most. Qin Jiao was indeed beautiful. But she had never relied on her looks to get anything. She always got rumors and abuse. They said she was a vixen, that she would seduce people, and even dared to spread rumors and slander in public. There was a strange silence around, and the sound of the 2 slaps echoed. Qin Jiao played polo and learned archery with Zhang Zuzhu, and his strength was much greater than before. The girl who was beaten was dumbfounded. Qin Jiao grabbed her collar and shook her a few times, saying, What basis do you have to say that I seduce people? Do you know that you will be arrested and flogged by Jingzhou Prefecture for spreading rumors? Last month, an old woman spread rumors that her neighbor's daughter-in-law had committed adultery. After being reported to Jingzhou Prefecture, she was flogged and is still in prison. Do you want to try it too? After she finished speaking, the others behind her reacted. Qin Jiao turned around and glared at them. He was just pretending to be fierce in front of Zhou Yi. But now, he was the real murderer. Let me go! What are you doing? Hurry up and pull this lunatic away. The girl who was beaten was frightened and her voice trembled. Miss Qin, let her go first. We are all women. Fighting in public like this may affect our reputation. Yes, she was just talking. How can you do it? Qin Jiao, she just said it casually. But she can ruin my reputation. Why didn't you stop her just now? Everyone was speechless. Some people thought this about Qin Jiao. And some people were timid and didn't dare to stand up. So they followed the crowd. Qin Jiao stood up, not wanting to get entangled with them, and was about to leave. The girl who was beaten stood up. And when she saw Qin Jiao turn around, she suddenly stepped forward and pushed Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao staggered, turned around and rushed up again. And the 2 of them immediately fought. Qin Jiao was strong, and he slapped him several times in a blink of an eye. Some people came up to persuade them to stop fighting. But there were fewer people helping Qin Jiao, and it seemed that they were taking sides. Qin Jiao was furious, pushing and hitting, and many people were hit by her fists at once. When Zhang Zuzhu came over, she saw Qin Jiao push down 3 or 4 people, and even though she was surrounded, she was not at a disadvantage. Zhang Zuzhu was stunned for a moment, and quickly shouted, Let go. What are you doing? The maids also came up and separated the girls who were fighting. Qin Jiao stood still. Zhang Zuzhu waved to her to come over. Qin Jiao hesitated because she was afraid that people would say that Zhang Zuzhu was unfair. Zhang Zuzhu, come here. Qin Jiao then moved and walked to Zhang Zuzhu's side. Zhang Zuzhu saw that her hair and clothes were messed up, and there were 2 more blood marks on her face. She said, "Let me see if there are any other injuries." "Does it hurt?" Qin Jiao shook her head and whispered, "No other injuries." "It doesn't hurt." Zhang Zuzhu said, "Okay. Go change your clothes and apply some medicine on the wound on your face." Qin Jiao looked back at the person she beat up. "Zhang Zuzhu, I'll take care of it." Qin Jiao's eyes immediately turned red. And she stammered, "Sister." And then she left with the maid. Third grandma. She was the first to attack. "How can you let her go? You acted like this. Aren't you afraid of being talked about?" Qin Jiao only had a few injuries. But she was slapped at the beginning. And then she was pushed to the ground. And now her whole body is in pain. "I see you are full of energy when you speak. It doesn't look like you are injured." Zhang Zuzhu said. "Also, who are you? Coming to my place and attacking the guests I invited. Where do you get the courage to do it?" This time everyone was quiet. Although it was Qin Jiao who attacked first. Someone first spread rumors about Qin Jiao, saying that she came here by seducing Li Fu. And they were also in the wrong when they said this. Zhang Zuzhu said to the maid, "I can't accept the uninvited guests. Send them all away." The maid took the order and left immediately. Zhang Zuzhu turned around and left. She still had to go back to see Qin Jiao. Don't say she is unreasonable. Qin Jiao is the person she takes care of. These people clearly know it. But they still dare to talk about it in front of Qin Jiao. This is not bullying Qin Jiao. This is bullying her. When Zhang Zuzhu went over, Yang Ruifang was applying medicine to Qin Jiao. And Su Mingzhou was also here. Zhang Zuzhu was talking to Su Mingzhou at that time. Yang Ruifang said, "You are a fool. How can you fight alone? You come to me. I will fight with you. So you will get less hits." Qin Jiao said, "I won't look for you. If you fight now, the princess will be angry to death." Yang Ruifang, "What about Yi Qianyan?" "She's fine." Qin Jiao was a little at a loss when he saw Zhang Zuzhu coming in. Zhang Zuzhu said, "How is your injury?" "Let me see." "It's okay. Just a little hurt." Qin Jiao whispered. "I was a little upset. And I heard their nonsense. So I beat them up in a rage." "Calm down and think about it. If you want to fight, you shouldn't fight today. If it gets out, it will definitely affect Zhang Zuzhu." Zhang Zuzhu, "Now I know I'm afraid." Qin Jiao nodded. Su Mingzhou said, "Miss Chen has many ways to vent her anger. Fighting is really not smart. Chen Juqing is indeed not smart." Yang Ruifang was dissatisfied. "Who is as smart as you? Using others as ladders? We don't have this ability." Su Mingzhou was speechless. They were obviously not of the same kind. And there was nothing to say. Qin Jiao pulled Yang Ruifang's sleeve, signaling her not to quarrel with others. "Yang Ruifang, it's okay to fight. I have also fought with others. They just deserve to be beaten. Next time you meet such a mean-mouthed person, you have to beat him hard, so that they dare not provoke you. There is only one thing. Next time you have to find a few more people to fight together." Zhang Zuzhu hurriedly said, "Okay. Okay. No one teaches people to fight in groups like you." It seems that the princess is still angry. Chapter 331, If She Only Obeys Me. Zhou Yi heard that Qin Jiao had a fight with someone. His mood suddenly became more complicated. No matter how complicated it was, Zhou Yi first sent some medicine over, and then asked someone to investigate to see what happened. Qin Jiao only pretended to be fierce in front of him. She was still a person with a soft temper. What did she do to make her so angry that she actually fought with others? To force such a weak person to fight? He must have done something cruel. I don't know how badly Qin Jiao was injured. Li Fu was carrying her son to play. Seeing Zhou Yi like this, she said, "Maybe you are wrong." Zhou Yi said, "I didn't. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious." Li Fu said, "No one is born weak. You have seen that she will not be weak forever. If she gets more power in the future, she will change more. People are always changing. As people get older and their environment changes, their temperaments will definitely change." Zhou Yi was silent for a while. He also saw that Qin Jiao's changes were visible to the naked eye after not seeing her for a few months. She even fought with others. Zhou Yi asked Li Fu, "Has the third sister-in-law changed a lot?" Li Fu said, "My changes are greater." He didn't want to tell Zhou Yi about Zhang Zhuzhu's affairs. so it would be better to talk about himself. Zhou Yi thought about it, and felt that the affairs between Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu could not be copied to them. At this time, the attendant came over and said that Chen Jiao was fine, and that he had been given medicine and would be well in 2 days. Zhou Yi was relieved, and then he became worried again. Li Fu said, "If your highness always likes weak women, I don't think Chen's daughter is suitable. You can give up her and find someone else." Zhou Yi didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't want to give up. He ignored Li Fu and got up and left. Zhou Yi was quite distressed. The wife he favored not only changed her temperament, but also still didn't like him. What kind of thing was this? He was a prince after all. It was just a small matter of marrying a wife. Why couldn't he be satisfied? Zhou Yi was really distressed. But he couldn't bear to let Chen Jiao go. Thinking about it carefully, the change in temperament shouldn't matter. She used to be gossiped about and didn't like to go out. It was normal for her to be weak. Now that she has met Zhang Zhuzhu and has other friends to keep her company, her temperament has naturally become stronger. She dares to fight with others because she has the confidence. If he were her husband and had to protect her, she would definitely be spoiled and bold. In this situation now, it should be that he came a step too late and didn't see Chen Jiao's change with his own eyes. If Chen Jiao changed because of his protection, Zhou Yi would rather see it. After thinking about this clearly, Zhou Yi felt a little better. Temperament can change, but being kind-hearted and not calculating will never change. Zhou Yi has hundreds of ways to make those who bully him pay the price. But Chen Jiao didn't. She just took out her fist to hit people. There are so many ways to fight openly and secretly. But she only knows how to fight. Or one person beats many people. Not smart. A little stupid. Thinking of all this, Zhou Yi's heart was filled with love again. The water on the lake was rippling, just like his heart at the moment. Women. Being weak and obedient is good. A fierce woman only obeys him. Hey. This is not bad either. Zhang Zhuzhu listened to Chen Jiao's story about what she had done. And Chen Jiao said seriously, "I think the prince will not like me after thinking it through. I just beat someone. I am not a weak and submissive woman." Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't stop laughing after hearing this. Yang Ruifang beside her was shocked and said, "You spit on the ground. You are so brave." Chen Jiao raised his head proudly. "I want to do this. Anyway, the prince would not kill her. It would be best if he could hate her. Chen Jiao, I have seen the 2 ants next door quarreling. They spit, tear hair and clothes. It's so fierce. Chen Jiao has seen it several times. Today, he has learned all the styles." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Look at you being beaten. But you are still so happy." Chen Jiao's sister. "Do you remember when we first met in the palace? Someone said that I looked seductive. At that time, I knew to hide my head and wanted to cry. You said that if I heard it again, I would go up and tear their mouths. I went to tear them today. It was really refreshing. These people, they only say shameless words to humiliate her." Chen Jiao didn't know how to resist before. She was always trapped in the dilemma of proving her innocence. Now she doesn't. She just needs to go up and tear their faces apart, so that they will avoid her next time they see her. Zhang Zhuzhu was quite happy to see that she was not injured. So she was relieved. Chen Jiao said, "Sister, what if they want to trouble us later?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "No. Don't worry." Chen Jiao said, "I am very happy to fight. But it is really bad to cause trouble to my sister." Zhang Zhuzhu, "This time it is not my trouble." According to Chen Jiao, Zhou Yi was probably unwilling to give up. Today's matter had to be settled by Zhou Yi, not Zhang Zhuzhu. Chen Jiao thought she was saying that Li Fu should solve it, so he didn't think much about it. Zhang Zhuzhu went out to talk to someone, and someone asked about what happened just now. A few girls had a quarrel and pushed each other a few times. But it wasn't a fight. Zhang Zhuzhu told someone. "Why did I hear that third grandma was biased and only protected the prettiest girl?" Someone brought it up deliberately, obviously with bad intentions. Grandma Ren pulled Han Yi to the front and said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "This child is introverted. There are people of the same age at third grandma's place. It's better to ask her to go over and play." Zhang Zhuzhu asked the maid to take Han Yi away, and ignored the ill-intentioned woman. Unfortunately, the other party refused to let it go, saying, "Third grandma, my daughter from my mother's family was just over there. You have to explain what happened." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "I should have made it clear who I invited in the post. Next time, don't dare to bring so many relatives here. It's okay on flat ground. But there are too many people on the boat. It should sink. Bringing so many people here is fine. And the people brought here are not honest. I will never invite such people again in the future. When the other party heard this, his face suddenly became ugly, and when no one spoke up to defend him, he left quickly. Zhang Zhuzhu greeted everyone, and Li Fu sent someone to say that the child was crying and wanted to see her. So Zhang Zhuzhu went over. Hongdo was sitting obediently, and Li Fu asked someone to catch a few small goldfish. Hongdo was looking at the goldfish, and when she saw her mother coming, she didn't want to hold it. She pointed at the goldfish and smiled happily. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Where did I get a crying child?" Hongdo was very well behaved and was very attached to Li Fu. When the couple was together, the child would not cry. Li Fu, it's just the child's wonderful use. He hadn't seen Zhang Zhuzhu for a long time, and wanted to talk to her. But there was nothing else to say. Li Fu picked up Hongdo and asked the maid to hold her, send it to Miss Chen, and say that she was frightened and asked Hongdo to accompany her for a while. Zhang Zhuzhu, another wonderful use of the child? Qin Jiao was also good at taking care of children. Hongdo liked her very much and asked her to take care of the child so that she would not cry and look for her parents. So the child's parents went free hand in hand. Qin Jiao, who had just had a fight, took great pains to take care of the child for them. Chapter 332, A Filial Son. Zhou Yi met Su Mingzhou for the second time. Su Mingzhou bowed and said, "I haven't congratulated your highness on your triumphant return yet." Zhou Yi got straight to the point. "I think you understand what I mean." Su Mingzhou's expression was a bit complicated. After a while, she said, "Your highness, I don't quite understand." She couldn't understand what the prince was crazy about. There was news from the palace that he didn't want to marry a girl from a family. Su Mingzhou really couldn't understand this. Zhou Yi would not mention his own selfishness. Once his selfishness was exposed, Qin Jiao would be stigmatized, and he would be considered confused and useless. This was really not a good thing. He put his hands behind his back. His eyes fell into the distance. His face was helpless. He slowly said, "You don't understand that the emperor is too powerful." Su Mingzhou was stunned. The phrase "the emperor is too powerful" is common, and the next step is to hide the bow after the bird is killed. But it is not appropriate to put it on Zhou Yi. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that the former assistant did something against the prince and Queen Pan some time ago. It can be seen that the emperor trusts them very much and has no doubts. The emperor now has only Zhou Yi as an adult son, and he can't wait to love and protect him. The emperor is too powerful. That's 20 years later. So the Su family didn't care about it at the time. Watched it happen, and even secretly promoted it. A group of political enemies lost their lives and positions, and they got this benefit for nothing. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. No one can understand my current situation. Zhou Yi saw the two fish entangled in the water, playing and fighting, and quietly threw the grapes in his hand into the water to separate them. Su Mingzhou thought that the emperor seen by the court officials and the emperor seen by the prince should be different. Perhaps the prince really has difficulties that they can't imagine. Zhou Yi scared the two fish away and turned back and said, "Okay, I know my situation. And you should also know who is in charge now, and how to protect yourself." Su Mingzhou's brows were getting tighter and tighter. She really couldn't figure it out. Of course she couldn't figure it out. If she figured it out, she would see a ghost. Zhou Yi is really a filial son. His father loves him so much. In order to shirk responsibility, he is now making up stories here, saying that his father is afraid that his achievements will be too great, so he cannot get too involved with powerful officials and must marry someone lower than him. If the emperor heard this, he would not even give him a beating, but at least 10 beatings. What a son. He is a living injustice. But Zhou Yi said it really, and Su Mingzhou believed it. Su Mingzhou hesitated for a moment, and seriously gave advice to the prince, saying, "If this is the case, your highness should try to find a reliable marriage. I have a way, and am willing to share the burden with your highness." Zhou Yi thought that after he said this, the Su family girl should also find another way out. So why was she still planning for him here? The Eastern Palace has enough counselors, so there is no need for a woman like her to give him advice. Zhou Yi refused. "No need. Your highness, don't look down on women," Su Mingzhou said. "Now in this situation, the Su family also thinks that I should not enter the Eastern Palace. But I am willing to break with the Su family. If I can't be the wife of the main wife, I can be a concubine. I will not give birth to your child. Your Highness can choose a princess from a small family. But I am a daughter of the Su family. If your Highness really encounters difficulties that cannot be overcome, the Su family will help you find a solution. Su Mingzhou regarded herself as a pawn to win over people for the prince. And she was really willing to go all out. Zhou Yi was puzzled and said, "Why do you have to join the game in such a predicament?" He couldn't understand what Su Mingzhou was thinking. Su Mingzhou said, "Your Highness, although I am a woman, there is no brother in my family who is smarter than me. I always feel that my talent should not be buried among the women in the backyard. I am willing to be your companion and minister. Please appreciate me. Zhou Yi is the prince of the dynasty, and the most outstanding man in the capital. Marrying anyone else is just a boring life for women in the inner house. But with Zhou Yi, her value can be reflected. Su Mingzhou wants to fight for his own future. She doesn't want to be buried silently. That is not the fate Su Mingzhou wants." Zhou Yi heard her say this and appreciated this woman a little. But Zhou Yi still refused. He said, "I want a wife to accompany me, not a minister." Su Mingzhou didn't understand. Zhou Yi didn't explain, but just said to Su Mingzhou, "The sky is high and the sea is vast. The capital is just a small place." Su Mingzhou understood that he was rejected. She walked to the railing and said, "Your Highness, if I jump down now, will your Highness save me?" Zhou Yi, "No." Su Mingzhou meant that if she fell into the water and Zhou Yi saved her, she should enter the East Palace. But Zhou Yi was not a soft-hearted person. He was only tolerant of a few people. And Su Mingzhou was not one of them. If Su Mingzhou fell into the water, it would mean that she wanted to commit suicide. And Zhou Yi would not do anything. Su Mingzhou asked again, "Then how does your Highness plan to deal with the situation in the future?" Zhou Yi thought, "This girl is also very persistent." He actually didn't have that situation. Of course, it might happen in 10 or 20 years. If Su Mingzhou was a man, he would be a good official in the court. And he should have a bright future. Zhou Yi didn't want to make up a story for her, and just said, "The relationship between the emperor and the minister, the father and the son. How can it be explained clearly?" Su Mingzhou thought about the relationship between the emperors and the princes of all dynasties. There were few peaceful coexistences, and many life and death struggles. It was really hard to say what the situation was. Su Mingzhou didn't worry about Zhou Yi's life or death. She only regretted that she couldn't participate in such a fight. Su Mingzhou saluted the prince and turned to leave. Zhou Yi sent Su Mingzhou away, and thought to himself that marrying into the Su family would indeed bring benefits. But now Fan Xiu's faction has lost power. There are more military generals, and fewer civil officials among those who came back from the northwest. The faction of the aristocratic family has now gained the upper hand in the government. If he marries Su's daughter, he can even surpass his father in a few years. But Zhou Yi doesn't want to do that. Why did Fan Xiu still sit firmly in the position of the prime minister after going through so many things? Su Mingzhou is very smart, but she still doesn't think enough. She thinks that the Su family will become the supporters of the prince. But Zhou Yi thinks that their ambitions will one day fall on their own descendants. These things are not far away. Zhou Yi never only looks at the benefits in front of him. Of course, Su Mingzhou's statement was based on the premise that the prince was already feared. And she was not wrong. According to traditional concepts, if the prince is feared, he should form cliques. Zhou Yi just threw the blame on his father. After Su Mingzhou left, he still felt that the court's education of Zhou Yi was not very successful. At this time, the fire was urgent. And he said he wanted a wife to accompany him. It's over. It's really over. Su Mingzhou thought. It must be that these people who came back from the north can only teach fighting, not reading. She had to find another way out, and persuade the Su family not to hang on to this tree. Because one day this tree might be over. Chapter 333 Soft-Hearted. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu left the child, and found a place to eat melon. When Zhou Yi came over, he asked, "Where is the child?" Li Fu, Miss Chen's place. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, "Yes." She was just frightened. We asked the child to comfort her. Zhou Yi's eyes were about to roll to the sky. Who is comforting whom? How did he say this? Zhou Yi, is this melon delicious? Li Fu glanced at him and said calmly, "Iced. Sweet." Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to eat another piece. Li Fu held her hand. "Eat 4 pieces. Don't eat today. Eat tomorrow." Zhang Zhuzhu took her hand back, and Li Fu wiped her hand with a handkerchief, wiping one finger at a time. Zhou Yi couldn't bear to watch it anymore. So he picked up the remaining melon and walked away. They were eating melons, and asked Qin Jiao to take care of the children. How could such a thing be done? Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu looked at each other and said, young people really have no vision. Back then, the two of us took care of most of the children in the village. Li Fu smiled and said, at that time, I took care of the children with you. Li Fu was also very annoyed at that time. But he felt much better when Zhang Zuzhu was beside him. Zhang Zuzhu said, that can't be blamed on us. At that time, they were more free in the village. Unlike here, Zhou Yi had to follow the rules. There were many things he couldn't do, and he had to work hard to do what he wanted to do. Yang Ruifang had already run away. Hongdo was chewing a melon, grabbing a piece of melon with his small mouth with a few teeth, chewing hard, and eating all over his face. Qin Jiao fed him, but he refused. He just liked to eat like this. Zhou Yi brought the melon over. The maid was a little surprised, and still asked, Your Highness, our husband is not here. The maid knew the plate with the melon. It was from Li Fu and his wife. He must have seen people since he brought the plate. Why did he come here? Zhou Yi, where is Hongdo? His parents don't care about him. And I, as an uncle, feel sorry for the child. The maid thought that you don't need to feel sorry for him. Miss Chen is very popular with Hongdo. The maid said, there are female relatives to take care of him. Zhou Yi, I'm worried. I have to go check. The maid could only say, it's Miss Chen. Your Highness, I'll carry the young man out. The maid didn't know the inside story. She only knew that Qin Jiao was afraid of the prince. And there was a difference between men and women. So it was not good for the prince to meet Qin Jiao. Zhou Yi was originally ulterior motives. And now he said seriously, it doesn't matter. She is a good friend of the third sister-in-law. And that means Hongdo's elder. We are the same. It's all for the child. Hongdo, thank you. You are all here to develop my usefulness today. Qin Jiao naturally heard the noise outside. And since there was no outsider here, she took Hongdo and went outside. Zhou Yi saw it and said, this child is getting heavier. I'll hold him. Qin Jiao took 2 steps back and said, Your Highness, it was just a joke. Hongdo is so small. She doesn't weigh much. I can hold her. The benefits of practicing martial arts were reflected at this time. Zhou Yi's mood became more and more complicated. Not only did his temperament change, but his physique also became stronger. Hongdo also put her 2 little hands around Qin Jiao's neck. Her face pressed against Qin Jiao's face, and babbled. When Zhou Yi stretched out his hand, he hid. Qin Jiao was proud and held Hongdo tighter. Zhou Yi thought, this silly girl. The couple left the child and went free. But she, who was unmarried, took care of someone else's child. Zhou Yi was quick-witted and quickly picked up Hongdo. Hongdo and Qin Jiao were stunned and didn't react. Hongdo was whimpering and about to cry. And Qin Jiao was also anxious. What are you doing? Why are you snatching a child? Zhou Yi lifted Hongdo up high and gently threw her up twice. Hongdo didn't cry, but laughed. But Qin Jiao's face turned pale. Zhou Yi was tall, and he threw the child up. From Qin Jiao's height, it was too high. No. No. You can't throw it like this, Qin Jiao said anxiously, and stretched out his hand to protect the child, fearing that Zhou Yi would lose his grip and the child would fall. Seeing her anxious, Zhou Yi lifted the child higher, and saw Qin Jiao was so anxious that he wanted to jump up. It won't fall, Zhou Yi said. Qin Jiao said angrily, you don't act like an uncle like this. Zhou Yi, I will act like a father like this in the future. Qin Jiao was speechless. If she wanted to leave, the little hostage was in Zhou Yi's hands. If she didn't leave, she would have to listen to people's nonsense here. None of my business, Qin Jiao whispered. Zhou Yi didn't say anything, and didn't throw Hongdo up again, holding her steadily. Hongdo wanted to continue playing, but Qin Jiao brought the melon over. When Hongdo saw the melon, she forgot about playing, reached out to take it, and buried her head in eating. Your Highness, let me hold you. Your clothes will get dirty soon. Qin Jiao came up with a reason. Zhou Yi, it's okay. This kid peed on me when he was 2 months old. I'm not afraid of dirt. How could Zhou Yi be afraid of dirt? How did he get through it? He had many days covered in blood, sweat and dirt. Qin Jiao had nothing to say and stood by. Hongdo was still chewing the melon carefully, and was not in a hurry for Qin Jiao to hold him. Zhou Yi looked at her helpless expression and felt very happy. There is no doubt that Su Mingzhou is smart and scheming. She is shrewd and powerful. But Zhou Yi only wants a wife like Qinjiao. Everyone has his own preferences and desires. Zhou Yi was not at the point where he could abandon his emotions and humanity for the sake of the overall situation. He still wanted to satisfy his own selfish desires and wanted a harmonious family. When he had a child in the future, Zhou Yi was willing to be a good father. Qinjiao had no choice but to watch from the side. Zhou Yi said, "You hugged him today. Your arm will hurt tomorrow." "Qinjiao, it doesn't hurt me. I learned to play polo and archery, which are all hard work." "Zhou Yi, girls, learning is good for their health." Qinjiao said, "Your Highness must be thinking that it is useless for girls to learn these things." Zhou Yi really didn't say anything. He could only think with regret that he really missed the weak Qinjiao. And now she is different. Zhou Yi had persuaded her to accept it before, and she felt awkward. But now she didn't feel awkward anymore. Qinjiao continued, "I just had a fight with someone. Your Highness, look at the wounds on my face and neck. I'm going to have scars and disfigurement." Zhou Yi looked at this silly girl like this. "Let's not talk about the distant past. Some time ago, I was in the south, and someone cut my shoulder with a knife. Do you want to see it? Can Qinjiao's wound be called an injury? Zhou Yi's wound is a real injury." Qinjiao quickly took 2 steps back. This was too much. How could he say such a thing? Qinjiao wanted to leave. When Hongdo saw Qinjiao was going to leave, she immediately hummed and stretched out her hand to stop her from leaving. Qinjiao had to stop. Zhou Yi took the melon away and threw Hongdo twice. Hongdo was obedient again and didn't cry. Qinjiao sighed. "It's really a waste of love for this kid. Isn't it just to lift up a few times?" Zhou Yi held the hostage in his hand and praised the little hostage many times. And then intentionally or unintentionally told Qinjiao about the battlefield. How he went through life and death. How cruel the enemy generals were. And how their victory was hard-won. Qinjiao listened and couldn't help but soften his heart. Chapter 334. The visitor has bad intentions. After a lively day, it finally dispersed, leaving only the family. Zhang Zhuzi yawned on Li Fu's shoulder, and Li Fu motioned her to turn back. The couple saw Zhou Yi walking over with Hongdo in his arms. He walked slower than usual, and Qinjiao walked beside him. At first glance, they looked like a family. Zhou Yi was tall, and he seemed to be taller and stronger than before leaving Beijing. Qinjiao stood beside him, beautiful and petite. At this moment, there was a height difference and a body shape difference. Zhou Yi was also holding a child. Fortunately, Zhang Zuzhu quickly stopped teasing them, and Zhou Yi was holding her son. Li Fu brought her son over, tidied the child's clothes, and said to Zhou Yi, "You can't hold him like this. The child likes to move. You can't hold him like this." Zhou Yi was in a good mood and listened very seriously, just as he was preparing to be a father. Qinjiao ran to Zhang Zuzhu and said, "Sister, the crown prince took Hongdo away. I can't take it away from him." Zhang Zuzhu laughed and said, "Silly. Taking care of a child is the hardest thing. You let him take it away. You can take a rest or find someone to play with. If you waste time with him, you will be fooled." Qinjiao frowned and said, "He threw Hongdo so high that I dared not walk." Qinjiao felt sorry for Hongdo and said, "My father used to take care of me and drop me into a water tank. Most men are clumsy when taking care of children." As a victim, Qinjiao really couldn't bear to see the child suffer. Zhou Yi said loudly, "I am very careful. I will go back and practice with my little brothers and sisters. Li Fu, you are not allowed to hold my son in the future. Can you practice with my son?" Zhou Yi said hurriedly, "You didn't practice with Hongdo. I can hold him." Li Fu, "Yes. You didn't practice with my son. You used my son to fish." Zhou Yi laughed and pinched Hongdo's little face. "You have worked hard today. Send us a few ponies later. The best ones should be raised from childhood. When Hongdo grows up, he can ride." Today, it was indeed all thanks to Hongdo. Otherwise Qinjiao would have run away long ago. Li Fu said bluntly, "Don't want anything else. When your Fergana horse is born, send one over." Zhou Yi stared at Li Fu for a while. If that was the case, don't blame him for using Xiao Hongdo to fish next time. If you want to blame someone, blame Hongdo's father for selling his son for a good price. After a whole day of fatigue, Zhang Zuzhu took 3 days to recover. It rained heavily, and the weather quickly turned cold again, almost like winter was coming. The climate this year is really not right. After the rain, Yang Ruifang married into the Changsha County Prince's mansion. It is said that Zhou Ling cried when he woke up the next day, and everyone said that he was beaten by Yang Ruifang. Yang Ruifang had something to say about this. She didn't beat Zhou Ling at all. When Zhou Ling got up in the morning and got out of bed to drink water, he stepped on a walnut rolling on the ground and slipped. He fell so hard that he cried in pain. The princess was very angry and asked Yang Ruifang why she didn't get up to serve her husband tea and water, causing her husband to fall. Before Yang Ruifang said anything, Zhou Ling felt that this was inappropriate. They were newly married and had a wedding night. But the daughter-in-law couldn't get up, which showed that he was capable. Zhou Ling defended her. The Changsha prince also said that the princess had never served him tea or water. So why treat his daughter-in-law like this? The princess burst into tears and said that her son had forgotten his mother after getting a wife, and that her husband humiliated her in front of her son and daughter-in-law, which was not very nice. Fortunately, Yang Ruifang was not a thin-skinned woman. She just thought she was laughing at her mother-in-law. Zhang Zhuzhu had no good way to deal with this. The princess of Heong said, "You can laugh at your mother-in-law's jokes, but you still have to win over your husband. Don't just focus on the fun. Mother and son may be close, but wife and husband can be closer. You can't make yourself isolated and helpless. At least you have to win the support of one side." Yang Ruifang said, "I know. I won over Zhou Ling." Zhang Zhuzhu asked curiously, "How did you win him over?" Yang Ruifang said, "There are many ways. I have 2 boxes of storybooks. All kinds of them. All of which my mother-in-law doesn't let him read." Zhang Zuzu and Zhou Lanshu looked at each other, which can be regarded as giving in to their preferences. Yang Ruifang, "I can also raise crickets and make cricket cages. And he likes it too." Zhou Lanshu, "Are you marrying a husband or finding a playmate?" Now, the two of them are playing together. Yang Ruifang didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Alas, his surname is Zhou, and he is a member of the royal family. My mother-in-law hopes that he will be successful. But what can he do if he is successful? He can't be outstanding. So it's good for us to play together. The royal family has always been fighting for power. When the previous emperor got into trouble, didn't the royal family participate? It's just that they didn't deal with the 2 foreign relatives in Fanxiu. The royal family is the most guarded. They are suitable to be rich and idle for a lifetime. And there is no need to dream about anything else. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's rare that you are so open-minded." Yang Ruifang combed her hair in a woman's bun, still smiling lively and cheerful, and said, "I am very open-minded." Fortunately, Zhou Ling was also very open-minded, and the couple hit it off immediately. "I will sort out the farms in the prince's mansion, and then invite you to play together." Yang Ruifang was very happy thinking about it. Before, she was an unmarried woman, and it was not easy for her to go out. Now she is the prince's consort of the prince's mansion. So she invites people to play every now and then. And others can't say anything. It doesn't matter if the mother-in-law is unhappy. Yang Ruifang waved her hand. "Wait until I give birth to a child for her to play, and she will be content." Zhang Zhuzhu thought, with such a temperament, her good days will really last a long time. Li Fu came back that day, looking quite serious. Zhang Zhuzhu asked the maid to take her son out, and asked him what happened. Li Fu held his hand and said, "After I left Jingzhou Prefecture, there was a case where several literati made mistakes in compiling books and offended the name of the founding emperor. Jingzhou Prefecture did not give a heavy sentence. But now it has been dug up. It is taboo to write the emperor's name. The characters in the emperor's name conflict with gods and Buddhas. So gods and Buddhas have to change their names." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "This should not be a big deal. The court is so busy. Who has time to dig up these trivial matters?" Li Fu, "It's not difficult to guess who it is. But I don't know what they are up to. The prince has just returned to Beijing and is very busy everywhere. And he still has the mind to make trouble. It's very indecent." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Is the Yao family okay? Sister Song is pregnant. Don't be frightened by this. Li Fu, send someone to ask. With the Song family around, nothing will happen." Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a moment. "We have to ask Su Fuyin here. And I'll send someone to talk to Mrs. Su." Jingzhou Prefecture is now in harmony. But it's a harmony between the 2 factions. If something goes wrong, their alliance will be easily shaken. The one who comes is not kind. So we have to be on guard. This case, if you say it's big, it can implicate 9 clans, because it offends the founding emperor. And it's possible to use this matter to carry out a literary inquisition. If you say it's small, it's really not worth mentioning. It's just a mistake in the name of a dead person. It depends on the other party's intentions. Chapter 335. Know the etiquette. The disturbance in Jingzhou Prefecture was like a fire, and it was soon moved to the court and discussed. When Su Fuin's wife, Liang, saw Zhang Zhuzhu, she was very worried and said, "Last time it was Jingzhou Prefecture, and this time it is still Jingzhou Prefecture. I think there is something wrong with the feng shui of this place. I have to go to Daxiangguo Temple to invite a monk to chant sutras." Zhang Zhuzhu naturally disagreed. This is the government office, and it is really outrageous to ask a monk to come. She didn't say anything, but persuaded Liang a few words. It doesn't matter if it's just a few words. Su Fuin and my husband have been here together. You have to keep calm at this time. If others take advantage of the opportunity, it will be bad, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Last time Li Fu was still here. If there was anything, it was Li Fu who took care of it. This time it was Su Fuin who took care of it. Liang understood what Zhang Zhuzhu meant. She was reminding herself not to let others take advantage of their alliance. Liang had been following her husband for many years, and was aware of the current situation. Jingzhou Prefecture is a good place, and many things can be managed a little bit. Who doesn't want to get involved here and share some benefits? Liang said, "We are upright and have nothing to fear from our shadows. But we are afraid of someone who is not willing to give up. My wife is not a person who beats around the bush. If there is anything, third madam must tell me." Zhang Zhuzhu immediately agreed and said, "With Li Fu here, you can rest assured." Liang smiled, but still felt uneasy. Fan Xiu was not as good as before, and Liang was afraid that something would happen and her husband would be pushed out to suffer this punishment. Zhang Zhuzhu said again, "Last time, we said we would invite Mrs. Fan to come out, but it was delayed for many days. The weather has cooled down recently, so it's good to go out and have some fun." Liang was completely relieved this time. They were nothing and could be pushed out. But Fan Xiu was not. It was true that he was not as good as before, but the emperor had no intention of changing the prime minister of the cabinet, and Fan Xiu always held on and did not give in. Zhang Zhuzhu did not send an invitation this time, fearing that the intention of winning him over was too obvious. Mrs. Fan, who had not entertained guests for a long time, took the initiative to invite many people to her house, including the Li family. Mrs. Fan was still not used to the scene, but she had to support her husband. Fan Xiu could not be supported as before. In many things, Mrs. Fan needed to rely on her own ability to inquire and exchange some information for her husband. She did not need to bear this responsibility before, but now she could not escape it. Mrs. Fan once wanted Fan Xiu to take a concubine to manage the family affairs, and she would go back to her hometown to stay. Fan Xiu firmly disagreed, so the matter was dropped. Mrs. Fan met Zhang Zhuzhu last time, thinking about her background. She could do those things, and she should be able to do it if she tried her best to learn. So this time Mrs. Fan invited these people to come to her house. Fortunately, nothing happened. Zhang Zhuzhu stayed at Fan's house for most of the day and went back in the afternoon. She met Li Fu in the evening and said, "I think Prime Minister Fan still has a solid foundation. Many people came to Fan's house today. Li Fu, no matter how many noble families there are, they can't support the world. So Fan Xiu must be in the court and can't be moved for a while." Zhang Zhuzhu, who is this incident targeting? Have you found out? Li Fu said, "We discussed it at the Grand Court meeting today. The situation is not so clear this time. Some people think this matter is not a big deal, while others think this matter is very serious and needs to be investigated. All parties are mixed together, and it is not clear for a while." Zhang Zhuzhu poured him a cup of tea and said that maybe this is not a big deal. Li Fu also hoped so. He always focused his energy on fighting for power and profit, which made people dislike him. Zhang Zhuzhu was right. This was really a big deal. As the crown prince, Zhou Yi expressed his position on this matter. He wrote a letter saying that it was not a big deal, and the court officials should focus on other things. This was understandable, but it suddenly caused an uproar. Some court officials believed that the crown prince Zhou Yi was disrespectful to his ancestors. This was a serious crime, and the crown prince should not be like this. Zhou Yi thought to himself, "Is this crown prince so hated? Why are they always targeting him? His father only has this one adult son. Can't he wait until his brothers grow up before making trouble?" However, things were not what Zhou Yi thought. A group of civil officials discussed the matter, And finally several knowledgeable officials hoped to re-educate Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was dissatisfied with this. He did not put down his studies. He read mainly from Mr. Song and 6 or 7 other teachers. Mr. Song was undoubtedly a very good teacher. Zhou Yi actually did not like those boring courses. But he could learn with Mr. Song's teaching. Zhou Yi did not want to change. But several great scholars jointly submitted a petition, believing that the prince's education was lacking the important course of filial piety. So that the prince thought that not avoiding the name of the emperor was a forgivable thing. The prince's current teachers and tutors must be replaced with more reliable ones. This cannot go on. As the prince, Zhou Yi must know etiquette. The current teachers, either from humble backgrounds or with their own faults, are not in accordance with etiquette and can no longer teach the prince. Zhou Yi naturally disagreed. He was used to the current progress and did not want to learn useless things from these people. Zhou Yi firmly opposed it. But several great scholars were very persistent and even knelt outside the emperor's study. In the end, the emperor agreed to discuss it with his son. They were all famous scholars, and it was not good to neglect them too much. Later, gossip spread that Mr. Song's eldest son was incompetent. His daughter Song Zhang was rebellious. And his granddaughter even ignored her parents and wanted to divorce and remarry. This family had no rules. It can be seen that Mr. Song also lacked etiquette here. He should not be allowed to continue teaching His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, which would harm the country. After this incident, everyone gathered at the Song family to discuss the matter. Zhou Yi, I don't understand. After all this trouble, they want to say that I am not polite. If I don't support this matter, what are they going to do? Song Lingyan said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will definitely support Jingzhou Prefecture. Zhou Yi must support Li Fu's previous decision. Li Fu, that's right. If the incident gets out of hand, Li Fu, Yao Qingxin, and Fan Xiu will definitely be implicated. There is no need to say Fan Xiu here. Zhou Yi will definitely support Li Fu. Zhou Yi, I'm not a child. If I change the teacher to teach me, I'm afraid it will be too late. It's still in time, Li Fu said. A teacher teaches and answers questions. If you change the teacher, Your Highness's ideas will definitely change. Now they will start to influence them subtly. After a long time, they will get a qualified prince. Don't underestimate the ability of scholars. Zhou Yi said, They want to control me. Huh? It's a fool's dream. Will he, Zhou Yi, be easily controlled by others? Absolutely not. Song Lingyan hesitated for a while and said, Your Highness, don't you worry about the influence of your grandfather on you? Maybe you should listen to their lectures. Academics are fair. And when people speak out, they have selfish intentions. Zhou Yi said, I have my own judgment in my heart. Chapter 336, I will not be controlled by others. Song Zhang was sober today and not drunk. She held Hongdo's little hand and let him scribble on the paper. Hongdo was obviously very happy. And so was Song Zhang. Zhang Zhuzhu whispered to Song Lingxin, It's a pity for the paper. Song Lingxin smiled and said, And is happy. Hongdo is happy too. So the paper is worth it. Zhang Zhuzhu, you two are very generous. Song Lingxin, you are stingy. It's just a matter of a few pieces of paper. Isn't it enough when the floor of Ant's study is full of papers? Song Zhang ignored what they said. Just let Hongdo scribble. She was in a good mood indeed. After she had children, she also wanted to take them to play like this. But the Su family didn't allow it. They had a lot of rules. Zhang Zhuzhu and Song Lingxin chatted for a while, and then talked about recent events. Song Zhang heard it and said, What's there to say about this matter? The noble families have always been unscrupulous in order to seize benefits. My niece, Su Ming'o, has no hope of marrying into the East Palace. The prince does not intend to marry a woman from a noble family. Since the marriage is not going to happen, it is not impossible for her to become a teacher to teach the prince. Song Zhang knows these people's thoughts too well. Zhang Guzu, just that. The whole city is in turmoil. Just to change the prince's teacher. Song Zhang, isn't this enough? Song Zhang is not on good terms with his father. But to be honest, Mr. Song's knowledge is almost unmatched. Moreover, he is a person who is always thinking about this. Unlike some people who, after entering the government, pursue benefits and make arrangements for their children and grandchildren. The eldest son of the Song family did not pass the imperial examination, and Mr. Song did not seek an official position for him. The second son is capable, but he has been away for many years. When the Song family was about to fall into chaos, Mr. Song brought the second son back. He has relatively few selfish intentions. Song Jiang continued, nowadays, there are many schools in the capital. Students from poor families form one school, and those from aristocratic families form another school. Both sides despise each other. My father does not belong to any of them. The people he found to teach the prince are all fools who could only read. In this way, the prince will not say which side he favors in the future. He will have his own judgment. After listening to this, Zhang Zhuzhu completely understood. Hongdo had played enough and threw the pen aside with a snap. Zhang Zhuzhu scolded, Hongdo, don't throw things on the ground. Hongdo was scolded, and her face immediately fell. She was about to cry, which was very distressing. Song Jiang, go outside. It's just a pen thrown. How old is the child? Do you want to learn from those pedantic people and make him follow some rules? It will be boring when he grows up. Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to say something, but Song Jiang had already driven them both out. Seeing Zhang Zhuzhu's helpless look, Song Lingxin said, you have met cousin Su Mei, and you should know that aunt dislikes this thing the most. The Su family has many and strict rules. Song Jiang watched his two sons grow up like this at that time, and there was nothing he could do. Now, he is a little spoiled to his children. Zhang Zhuzhu, let him throw things around. This is too spoiled. Sure enough, she will encounter obstacles on the way to teach her son. Song Lingxin, then you have to avoid the elders to teach. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed, thinking that this son should not grow up to be a little playboy. Li Fu and the others also discussed a result. Zhou Yi is very confident. Since they want to teach, Zhou Yi will not refuse anyone. He is not afraid. Zhou Yi said, I have to ask my father to issue an order to make Mr. Feng the Taifu. I can't just let them do what they want. Mr. Song did not care much about this, and he did not stop the prince from doing it. He said, Your Highness, I can teach you, but I cannot take your place. You should think more in the future. No matter what etiquette and rules there are, the most important thing is the people. Any problem should be simplified. As the heir to the throne, the prince only needs to remember this one thing. What is good for the people, and what is harmful to the people. With this as the standard, the problem is easy to solve. If etiquette and rules become a means of grabbing benefits, can you see whether it is good or bad? Zhou Yi stood up and bowed in a proper manner. Mr. Song said to Li Fu, Sanlang is the same. Li Fu nodded, don't worry. Sir. Mr. Song waved his hand and said, okay. You are making a lot of noise. Go out and talk. And bring Hongdo in to me. Several people looked at each other. They were noisy. They were just children. And the teacher was really unreasonable. So Song Jiang personally took Hongdo over. And the father and daughter played with the child. A group of people stayed outside and didn't go in to disturb them. Zhou Yi said, I don't want their daughter. But they want to be my teacher. And this is not over yet. Song Lingyan said, the atmosphere in the court is not right. They all want to have a combination of interests with your highness to give more benefits. This is actually understandable. Just like the last time Liu Xi Fubbing took a risky move, slandered the prince, and secretly supported the gambling of other princes. The faction of the noble families also needs to have a relationship of interest with the Eastern Palace. Unlike the faction of the Northwest, they have a natural relationship of interest with the prince. They come from the same place. In the long run, the faction of the Northwest will occupy the high ground in the court. Originally, it was thought that through marriage, the faction of the noble families could marry their daughters to the Eastern Palace to establish a relationship. And in the future, when they have children, the relationship will gradually surpass the Northwest faction. But the prince does not want to marry them now, and they can't share the cake of the Eastern Palace. Of course, they are very anxious. And now they have to be the prince's teacher. The teacher-student relationship is also very close. Zhang Zhuzhu, your highness should be on guard. I think they may do it in two ways. Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment. What are you on guard against? Zhang Zhuzhu explained, maybe when you open your eyes, there will be another person on the bed. Zhou Yi was very calm and said, it's more. It's more. I'll cut her neck. Who cares who she is? Zhou Yi is not a weak scholar. He knows how to cut people's necks. And after all these years, it's no problem to cut them neatly and beautifully. Zhang Zhuzhu, who has always been eloquent, was silent for the first time. It's you who cut people's necks as soon as you enter the city. She looked at Li Fu, who held Zhang Zhuzhu's hand. Your Highness, Don't mention such bloody and cruel things in front of the women. Joey was speechless. He didn't see that Zhang Zuzhu was afraid. Besides, Li Fu didn't know how to cut, and he learned it very quickly, because the prince agreed to have a few more teachers. The other party didn't insist on the name of the founding emperor. They wanted to win over the prince, not to make enemies. Now the goal has been achieved. After returning home, Zhang Zuzhu said to Li Fu, "Do you think the prince will be brainwashed if the teacher is changed?" When Li Fu heard the word brainwashing, he picked up a pen and wrote it down on the paper. Very straightforward. Li Fu said, "No. Zhou Yi is a person who will not be controlled by others." Zhang Zuzhu, maybe he was influenced, and he didn't know it himself. Li Fu held her hand. "Believe me." Zhang Zuzhu, "Okay. I believe you." Chapter 337, Difficult to Escape. The prince began a new life of studying. It was really painful. These people taught things that were far away from the sufferings of the world. Arrogance would separate people from those without a family background. And Joey, although he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he actually worked in the army. He dared not say that he fully understood the sufferings of the people, but he guaranteed that he knew more than them. Joey forced himself to listen to their reasoning. First, how to be a good emperor. Joey smiled. Now his father was the emperor, and he would be the emperor in the future. How to be the emperor was still up to the emperor. Expecting to teach an obedient emperor, that was just a dream. Then Joey was taught what kind of wife he should marry, and what kind of concubine he should take in order to make his country last forever. Joey thought, "Damn it. I just like silly girls with pretty faces and curvy bodies. I am superficial and look down on the kind of virtuous wives and good mothers you are talking about." Joey really doesn't want a virtuous wife and good mother like Su Mingzhou. He is very straightforward about his preferences for women. Before, Joey also found excuses for himself, saying that he did not want to let his relatives become powerful, did not want his father to be suspicious, and other high-sounding reasons. Now Joey doesn't want to pretend anymore. He just likes Chen Jiao's beautiful appearance, soft and cute, and looks very suitable to sleep in the same bed with him and be his wife. Li Fu had been in the army for 3 years and had learned a lot of messy things. Joey, let alone, had been among a bunch of rough men for a long time. And he just liked beautiful women and had a deep desire for her. What a good wife and a good mother. If Su Mingzhou had Chen Jiao's appearance, he would probably like her. What family background suspicion? It's all nonsense. He desperately wanted Chen Jiao to sleep with him. This was Joey's wish. Simple and plain. Seeing that Chen Jiao was not getting wise, Joey was forced to learn these useless things. And he was so anxious in his heart. He couldn't waste time like this. If he continued to waste time, when would he be able to get married? Joey was going crazy in pain. Finally free that day, Joey called Li Fu and Zhang Zuzhu over to discuss his plan to marry a wife. Zhang Zuzhu didn't want to get involved, but it was related to Chen Jiao, so she had to know what Joey was going to do. Li Fu said, "Your Highness is in trouble, so there is no rush for marriage. It is precisely because I am in trouble that I want to seize the opportunity and get married quickly." Joey walked around with his hands behind his back. "If we don't get married, our Hongdou will be almost 1 year old." Zhang Zuzhu, what does it have to do with Hongdou? Joey immediately said, 4 men and women to marry. The age difference should not be too big. What if I give birth to sons one after another and my daughters are born late? Wouldn't it be difficult for you to get married? Otherwise, you can give birth to a girl and marry my son later. There was a silence in the room. Zhang Zuzhu, Your Highness, you are in class at this time. Do you still have time to think about these things? What time is it? And you still have this mood? Joey, yes. There are a lot of them. They all talk about useless things, asking me to distinguish what kind of woman is a good wife and a good mother, suitable to be a daughter-in-law. Zhang Zuzhu was speechless. It seems that they really want to brainwash the prince. Joey continued, I won't listen to them. I will do the opposite of them. Our prince, Your Highness, is full of rebellious bones. Li Fu, who was beside him, had a clear face. If Joey could listen to others preaching, it would be really a ghost. Zhang Zuzhu, then you have to ask the person you want to marry if he is willing. But Joey had lost his patience and dreamed of marrying a beautiful wife and sleeping in the same bed with her. Time will tell. I will treat her well. Marry her first and talk about it later. Zhang Zuzhu strongly disagreed. Li Fu signaled her not to speak and said, "Then your highness should think of a perfect plan and not involve others." He was talking about Qinjiao. Zhou Yi's attitude was very calm, and he said, "How could it be? I was forced. Young people, if they are forced too hard, will always do some stupid things. This is understandable." Zhang Zhuzu thought, Qinjiao really can't escape this disaster. Even in this situation, Zhou Yi still thinks about it every day. With his personality, how can he not get it? Seeing Zhang Zhuzu silent, Zhou Yi said, "Third sister-in-law, Qin Jiaoxing is beautiful. If she marries me, she will be considered a hero and a beauty. Why do you have to do this? Really? He is the prince after all. How can he be so shameful?" Zhang Zhuzu looked at him, sighed deeply, and said, "Your highness certainly does not understand the difficulties of women. Qin Jiao's difficulties will only be more. Zhou Yi, if I become her husband, I will protect her. I am definitely better than 99% of men in the world." Zhou Yi's concept of wife is also very simple. A wife is someone who needs the protection of her husband. Zhou Yi will do it. This is true. Zhou Yi's ability is definitely not a problem. Zhang Zhuzu didn't say anything. She couldn't judge this. Li Fu was the same, "Your highness. It's useless to tell us this." They were both ministers. They couldn't stop Zhou Yi from doing what he wanted. Zhou Yi sighed, "You just don't believe me." "Yes. I was attracted by her beauty. But I'm not attracted to everything I see. I'm attracted to her alone." Zhou Yi felt wrong. He liked her face. That was a serious liking. Li Fu said, "Appearance can't last forever." Zhou Yi was right. I'm attracted by her beauty now. But after we become husband and wife and have children, we will have other feelings, which others can't compare to. He became Qinjiao's husband, and he would really protect her forever. This is the responsibility of a husband. Zhou Yi will never abandon her. This is actually a notice. Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu left the East Palace and said, "I was also confused, thinking that the prince would consider the overall situation. She really thought that Zhou Yi would abide by the rules. Marry a wife and concubine, just like the former prince, living within the rules and regulations, fighting for power and profit, and getting the throne was his only goal. But Zhou Yi didn't. Weird. Absolutely a weird. Li Fu, this family cannot be speculated by common sense. Zhang Zhuzu, if Qinjiao didn't know me, it might be better. Zhou Yi is indeed of noble status. There is no one in the world. But Qinjiao is not suitable for living in the palace. She was simply a living target." Zhang Zhuzu was angry. "How can you still rob and rob? Expecting the superior to be reasonable is indeed a foolish dream." Li Fu hugged Zhang Zhuzu to comfort her. Qinjiao was not in a good mood either. Her father was looking for a match for him, and had set his eyes on the son of a colleague in the Ministry of Industry. He had met him several times. He was a modest gentleman, gentle as jade, and seemed to have a good appearance and good character. There were no messy people in the house. Chen's father told Qinjiao in a good mood. As a result, there were a few more pages of paper on Chen's father's desk that night, which detailed the reasons why the colleague's son was not interested in women. The other party admired men. Chen's father almost vomited blood on the spot. First, he had seen the wrong person. And second, the Eastern Palace just regarded his daughter as something in its pocket, which was unbearable for a father. Qinjiao was also worried and couldn't sleep. She felt vaguely that she couldn't escape. Late at night, Qinjiao lit the lamp and packed up the dowry left by her mother. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a tall figure holding a lantern walked in. Chapter 338. You are really strange. If it were in the past, Qinjiao would be so scared that he would not know what to do. But she was particularly calm today. At this point, it is useless to be calm. She stood up, saluted to the visitor, and said, "I am just about to pack up the dowry my mother left for me." Listening carefully, this sentence seems to be a sign of weakness. Zhou Yi may not hear anything at ordinary times. He is not a careful person. But the situation is different recently. This person dreams of getting married, and he is very sensitive when he hears the word dowry. However, his sensitivity is used in the wrong place. And he said, "The person your father told you about has arranged 2 concubines outside. Both men. Do you still want to marry him? They can prepare dowries for such a woman. Are women so tolerant?" There was a silence in the room. Qinjiao lowered her head and looked at her newly painted nails under the lamp. She counted again and found that there were indeed 10 fingers. She took a deep breath and recalled various ways to deal with men in her mind. Then she said coldly and somewhat forcefully, I know. But being a concubine is not what I want. It doesn't matter who she marries. Qin Jiao insists that she must not be a concubine. With her appearance, no one can tolerate her. No matter how beautiful and favored she is now. She and her future children will have a dead end. Zhou Yi put down the lantern. There was a curtain between the two of them. He said, Who asked you to be a concubine? It's His Highness. Qin Jiao said. You came late at night. Alone and without a woman. Without telling your parents or elders. Without any etiquette. Isn't this the way to treat a concubine? Zhou Yi, who told you that? Qin Jiao snorted. Do I need someone to tell me? Who can be treated like this when married? Zhou Yi couldn't bear her like this. And immediately said, Yes. The two you often see are like this. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu. Aren't these two people the precedent? Qin Jiao has known Zhang Zhuzhu for a long time and knows about their affairs. She said, That's because my sister is capable. And Hongdo's father is willing to obey. Do I have that ability? Li Fu was also anxious to report to her parents and finalize the matter at that time. It was because Zhang Zhuzhu was unwilling that Li Fu waited. Qin Jiao is now a little bald man with a tiger holding his neck. She doesn't have that ability. Zhou Yi said, That's true. Qin Jiao couldn't help it. Rolled his eyes. And looked down at his nails. Zhou Yi didn't notice it through the curtain. And continued, It doesn't matter. I will report to my parents tomorrow. 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals are all available. Is that okay? Qin Jiao, then you go. Zhou Yi, you have to agree to me before you can go. Didn't he come here specifically to ask? Qin Jiao, I agree. Zhou Yi was stunned first. He didn't expect Qin Jiao to agree so quickly. He thought a lot when he came here and planned to persuade the girl. But she figured it out herself. Zhou Yi, you are willing. She couldn't figure it out before. But now she has figured it out. Zhou Yi was still a little uncomfortable with his wish coming true. He stood there and didn't know what to say. Qin Jiao thought, Is it useful if I am unwilling? That's useless. Zhou Yi is not just anyone. He is the prince of the dynasty. No one can control him except the emperor, empress and concubine. Qin Jiao thought of recent events and said seriously, Your Highness. Let me make it clear first. I have always been spoiled. I don't know anything. I only care about eating and drinking. If you expect me to be a good wife and a good talker, I can't do it. If you dislike me one day, don't blame me for not making it clear in advance. Zhou Yi came to his senses and immediately said, No. You don't need to help me. Just warm his bed. Be obedient. And have 2 more children. Zhou Yi doesn't expect anything else. He is not the kind of man who needs a woman's help. Qin Jiao, okay. Then the 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals. None of them can be missing. She rummaged through the things left by her mother, found a jade hairpin carved with a lotus, and walked towards Zhou Yi. She handed the jade hairpin over and said, If one is missing, I will hang myself in this room? Being a concubine is absolutely not allowed. Even if I die. Zhou Yi took the hairpin with both hands. And his voice became gentle. Don't say such things. How could the little girl know anything about life and death? And she said such a thing casually. Qin Jiao looked up at Zhou Yi for a while. And murmured, I don't know what benefits I have. Although he said so. Qin Jiao also understood that the prince just liked her beauty. And there was no other benefit. Your Highness, you are really weird. Qin Jiao said. Zhou Yi, why am I weird? Isn't he pretty good? Qin Jiao said, with your status. Why compromise with me like this? You can just quietly bring me into the palace and play with me at will. And the status of the crown princess can be given to a more suitable person. Anyway, I can't resist. Qin Jiao even thought that she would have to face such a fate before. After all, she had no family background, no ability, and only this pleasing appearance. Zhou Yi, that's how you see me. Qin Jiao, this is more ordinary. Zhou Yi was quite dissatisfied when he heard the word ordinary. He said, No, I have never been an ordinary person. What's the point of doing what others have done? I just want to be different. They say that the prince should abide by the rules, and the princess should be virtuous, so as to ensure the stability of the country. But is it really like this? If so, why did the Zhou dynasty step by step reach a shaky point? What's the point of living in such a submissive way? Qin Jiao said, The prince should consider the overall situation and abide by the rules. Zhou Yi looked at his beautiful fiancée and said, What are the rules? Qinjiao, rules are rules. That's what they learned since childhood. Zhou Yi said, rules are just a lie. You have lived a law-abiding life since childhood. But those people with evil intentions still bully you. Right? Qinjiao pursed his lips and said nothing. Zhou Yi continued, you scolded me and fought with others that day. It should be the first time that you broke the rules you followed. Are you happy? Qinjiao thought to himself. I am really happy. She regretted that it was too late to fight. Zhang Zuzu was right. If anyone dared to talk nonsense, she would tear his mouth. Tolerance was useless. Fighting was useful and very satisfying. Although this would be called a shrew. So what? People cannot live by listening to the gossip of outsiders. Zhou Yi said, you don't have to follow those rules when you marry me. I will make you happy. Happier than now. And happy for the rest of your life. I won't let anyone bully you. Qinjiao even felt that he was persuaded. I don't want to be a prince who takes the overall situation into consideration. And you don't have to be a princess who follows the rules. Okay. Zhou Yi never intended to follow the path designated by others. Qinjiao asked, can I also play polo? Can I learn horse riding and archery? Sure. I will teach you myself. Zhou Yi made a promise. Completely forgetting his original intention of wanting Qinjiao to obey him. Qinjiao nodded vigorously. I am stupid. If you say so, I will believe it. She looked at Zhou Yi, her eyes sparkling, as if she wanted to give all her trust. Zhou Yi got what he wanted at this moment. Chapter 339. What should I do if the feng shui of my imperial mausoleum is not good? The next day was still a day of getting up early to attend classes. But today was different. Zhou Yi overturned the table halfway through listening and went straight to see the emperor. The emperor was discussing matters with the court officials at that time. Seeing his son coming like a gust of wind, he couldn't help but have a headache. What's wrong with this? He only has this one capable son. It's normal for him to be pushed around. As a young man, what's the big deal about suffering a little? When Zhou Yi came in, he first glanced at everyone, and then said, Father, I want to get married. The emperor, go and discuss it with your mother. He said he didn't care. Since he became the emperor, he was exhausted every day. He really couldn't take care of his son's affairs. Zhou Yi said, Father, recently several gentlemen have hinted to me that they hope I can marry a virtuous wife. Emperor, who do you think is virtuous? Zhou Yi, no. I have already given in by agreeing to let them be my husband. If I listen to them again, I will not be honored as a prince. I will never obey them. I want to marry the most beautiful woman in the capital. It doesn't matter if she is not virtuous or not. The most important thing is that I can't have anything to do with them. The gentleman who chased after him heard this, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Could it be that they were pushing too hard? Your Majesty, please persuade the prince. Marriage is a big deal. It's the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. How can you make the decision yourself? Zhou Yi sneered. I tolerate your meddling in the court. But don't think of pushing my marriage any further. I will never let you do whatever you want. He had been obedient these days just for today. If you want to influence him, you can. But you can take the blame for him first. The emperor looked at his son for a while, and his attitude remained calm, saying, You go find the queen. I don't care about this matter. Your Majesty, a beautiful woman will inevitably become a disaster. The matter of the imperial concubine in the previous dynasty is still before us, the official said anxiously, and then said to Li Fu, Your Li family is also a victim. Li Fu also looked at the prince a few times, and said slowly, Your Highness is like this. Isn't it you who forced him to do so? Zhou Yi was satisfied. He was waiting for this sentence. What virtuous woman! I think you just want to marry your daughter to me. When your daughter gives birth to a son, you don't have to manipulate me. You can manipulate your own grandson. Zhou Yi said, I see through you now. You can send your virtuous women to the East Palace to see if they can have children. What are you saying? Your Highness? Are you trying to force us old guys to death? Who are we waiting for? We are sincere in teaching your Highness and loyal to the country. Is it only the surname Song who is serious about being the prince's teacher? Is their hard work worthless? The crown prince of the dynasty actually can't tell good from bad. This child is really incorrigible. Zhou Yi is willing to recognize and respect their knowledge. But there must be fate between teachers and students. This fate was obtained by them digging up the old case and forcing Zhou Yi to admit that he was not thorough in etiquette. Zhou Yi thought that he could not be blamed for being unfaithful. After all, They wanted to promote their own academic knowledge and be the prince's teacher. Some people also wanted to tame Zhou and the crown prince of the dynasty so that they could pass their policies in the future. Li Fu said, "Your Excellency is threatening to die like this, which seems to be relying on your seniority, and is really indecent." The other party pointed at Li Fu and said with shaking hands, "Yusong students are unruly. All of them are unruly." Li Fu was about to argue with them. "Rules are just conservative. Your rules are useful. Why would the relatives of the emperor mess up the government?" "Nonsense. Relatives of the emperor mess up the government. It's the work of a witch." "Li Fu, it's ridiculous. Academic issues cannot be ignored or compromised." Seeing that they were about to quarrel, the emperor said, "Enough. Enough. You quarreling gives me a headache. The prince, go find the queen and talk about your marriage. You scholars, don't quarrel in front of me. Find a tea house and quarrel among yourselves." The emperor's head was about to explode, and his brain was buzzing. He had just listened to people quarreling all morning, and now he couldn't stand it anymore. The prince bowed to the emperor and said goodbye, and went to find the queen. The old man hurriedly followed him. After the people left, the emperor asked, "Who is Dalan going to marry?" The emperor said that he didn't care, but he knew that his son had a crush on someone. Li Fu did not hide it and said, "Your Majesty, it's the eldest daughter of the newly promoted Minister of Works, whose surname is Qin." The emperor thought about it and said, "She is the one who will build the imperial mausoleum for me, right?" Li Fu nodded, "Yes. I submitted the drawings some time ago." Although the court had no money, the new official had 3 fires after taking office, and Minister Qin still drew a blueprint for the imperial mausoleum, indicating that he also worked while in office. The emperor wiped his face, put his hands behind his back and said, "This is the end. If I marry him, what if Dalan treats his daughter badly, and he gets upset and changes the feng shui of my imperial mausoleum, so that I can't be reborn after I die? What should I do?" Li Fu's expression did not change at all, and he said, "The Ministry of Works cannot be decided by a minister. There are so many officials in the Ministry of Works." The emperor was worried and said, "After we marry, he will be able to decide. With my current hardship, I am afraid I can't live longer than him. What should I do about the feng shui? If I can't be buried on the dragon vein, the Zhou family will be finished early." The emperor was really worried here. What a rotten son. A debt collector. Why did he find such a relative? Li Fu wondered if Zhu had cooked anything for her son today. If she had, he could have a bite when he got home to make up for the suffering he had endured during the day. After hearing what Zhou said, the queen and the imperial concubine looked at each other and knew that this boy really fell in love with that beautiful girl. He also wanted to throw dirty water on the people who had wronged him before, saying that he was forced to do so as to avoid gossiping about the woman because of her beauty. The imperial concubine snorted, "Prince, you are very thoughtful. I have never seen you treat me like this before." Little Pan thought to herself, "What does it mean to forget your mother after having a son? Isn't this real?" The queen was calmer and said, "You are going to marry the legitimate daughter of Chen Fangting, the Minister of Works." Zhou nodded. The queen sighed deeply, "Blame me. Blame me for this." Little Pan, "Sister, how can you blame me for this?" Queen Pan said, "Men, when they are 10 years old, they become interested in women. At that time, our Dalan was sent to the army. I am afraid that he was crooked at that time. Those soldiers have been in the army for a long time, and they are also very rough when talking about women. Beauty, gentleness, and fertility are what most of them expect from women. Queen Pan has been there, and she understands these things. Now think about it. My son's love for such women is probably a problem left over from that time." Zhou didn't quite understand what they were saying, so he just asked, "Hongdo is about to turn 1 year old. Mother! Mother! We can't delay any longer." He was anxious. Chapter 340 The Art of Witchcraft has a successor. Xiao Pan rolled her eyes at her son and asked him, "You just want a beautiful life? Nothing else?" Zhou thought about it and shook his head and said no. "Xiao Pan, then let her be your concubine." "Okay." Zhou, "No. He just agreed to be the main wife through 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals. He is a man. How can he break his promise? He has paved the way." Xiao Pan, "No future." Zhou, "I have to tell them that the prince, cannot be controlled by them. I can marry whoever I want. I hope that after this incident, the court officials can be more sober." Stop thinking about how to control him. And think about serious things, such as when his father can build the imperial mausoleum. This is good? Qin Jiao's father, his future father-in-law, is in charge of this matter. The family can definitely spend little money to do a big thing and build a beautiful imperial tomb for his father. It can be seen that the prince still has little experience. This is a scam, usually starting with relatives. This is the same as not asking relatives for decoration. Queen Pan still has the same attitude. You have made your own decision now. As long as you can afford it. Don't blame her family for not helping you in the future. Zhou Yi said, my child knows that I don't ask for so much. He is not greedy. Maybe he will pay the price for his choice one day. But Zhou Yi chooses to bear it. Xiao Pan's face was filled with sorrow. The queen didn't care. The emperor didn't care. And Xiao Pan couldn't care about her son. She couldn't really force her son to do it by crying, making a scene, or even hanging herself. She was worried in the morning. And in the afternoon, she called Zhang Zhuzhu into the palace. Zhang Zhuzhu was even more worried than she was. When they met, she said, Your Highness, it's our fault. You wanted to choose a daughter-in-law for your son, and you had to let all the suitable ones enter the palace. I have a good heart, and I think she is beautiful. So I want her to play with me. I think the prince is a person who takes the overall situation into consideration anyway, and he won't covet appearance. As a result, alas, Your Highness, after all, I am still wrong. Although Qin Jiao doesn't like the prince, he can't disobey him. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed and hit the sore spot of Xiao Pan accurately. Xiao Pan frowned and said, What do you mean by De Lang is greedy for beauty? You don't understand. You child. He is young and his majesty is in his prime. Marrying a woman from a high family seems like he is in a hurry to compete for something. He is not doing it for her beauty, no matter what her son thinks. Xiao Pan must protect his reputation. Zhang Zhuzhu was stunned and said, Your Majesty and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have a deep father-son relationship. Why is it like this? My dear mother. This is my dear mother. Xiao Pan said, You really don't understand. The deep father-son relationship cannot be unscrupulous. Isn't it the truth? Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while, and it seemed to be the truth. Xiao Pan asked again, What do you mean when you said Qin Jiao doesn't like De Lang? Zhang Zhuzhu said, He doesn't like him. He doesn't like him. There is no love between men and women. Is the queen confused? Xiao Pan was immediately very unhappy and said dissatisfiedly, She is blind. Xiao Pan dared to say that there is no better son in the world now. Needless to say, his status is above 10,000 people. He did not become a playboy because of his status. He fought in many battles and made many achievements. Apart from his status, he was tall and handsome. Even if he had nothing, he was still liked by women. Qin Jiao doesn't like her son? She is so bold. Zhang Zhuzhu persuaded, Your Highness. Everyone has their own preferences. Your Highness is better at martial arts than literature. And Qin Jiao likes scholars. In order to persuade Your Highness to quit, she even learned some bad habits. And even fought with others. She also said that she wanted to be Your Highness's principal wife. Who knew that Your Highness really agreed? When Xiao Pan heard this, she felt even more depressed. You too. You are a woman. Why do you like beautiful women? Xiao Pan blamed the heavens, the earth, and Zhang Zhuzhu. But she didn't blame her eldest son for being tempted by beauty. If it weren't for Zhang Zhuzhu, the daughter of Qin would have gone home and locked the door and never come out after being wronged. How could this happen? Zhang Zhuzhu also provoked her and said obediently, Yes. It's an old habit. I like good-looking men and women. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so close to Your Highness. Little Pan looked at her, but couldn't say anything unpleasant. She asked her to sit next to her and told her about her son's childhood. Until the evening, Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu left the palace together. The couple were very tired and fell on the bed when they got home. Li Fu hugged Zhang Zhuzhu and sighed, Why don't we go back to Zhangjia village? Zhang Zhuzhu, I think so too. What sins did I do in my previous life to have to deal with such a family in this life? The next day, there was a turmoil in the capital. It was said that the prince was forced to marry his own daughter. In order to resist, he now had to marry a princess without a family background. Otherwise, if he had children in the future, they would be pawns of the family, and the world could no longer be surnamed Zhou. There are more private rumors, saying that the prince is feared by the emperor, who thinks that his achievements are greater than his master. and the prince only dares to marry a wife without family background. This is not the most outrageous. The most outrageous is that some people say that Zhang Zhuzhu passed her witchcraft skills to the beautiful woman named Chen Jiao, and Chen Jiao bewitched the prince. She was originally only worthy of being a maid who warmed the bed, but now she can be the prince's consort. Zhang Zhuzhu heard this rumor and cursed at home. What does it have to do with me? Who spread this rumor? Is it outrageous? I have the ability to be the emperor myself. What the hell? If the East Palace doesn't give me mental damage compensation, I won't agree. Zhang Zhuzhu was so angry that she complained to Li Fu. Li Fu hugged his wife and comforted her. They are jealous of your good relationship with Chen's daughter. Now Chen's daughter is going to be the crown princess. They are jealous. Didn't you say that when you are famous, there will be more gossip? We are standing at the forefront of the storm. Don't be angry. There is no need to be angry about these gossips. Zhang Zhuzhu was comforted by Li Fu and felt a little better. The emperor was also very angry and said to the ministers, I only have this one son who can be relied on. I hope he can suppress me. I don't have the problem of the old Zhou family tossing their own sons. One by one. Don't make blind guesses in your heart. One by one. You are a black-hearted thing. Everyone was scolded badly. But everyone thought, why not find a daughter-in-law for your son who has a good family background, is virtuous and capable? This daughter of the Chen family, except for her beauty, she has nothing else. The emperor looked at him with a frown and said loudly, it's all because of you. Talking about this etiquette and that rule. My son has been disobedient since he was young, and he is rebellious. You forced him to establish a virtuous crown princess, which made him suspicious and think that you want to manipulate him. It's a miracle that he can be obedient. The implication is to blame the person who caused the incident before. They were not convinced after hearing this, and said, Your Majesty, marriage is a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. If you and the queen don't agree, then this matter will not be successful. The emperor, why? You have grandchildren, so I can't have any. Right? The prince forced you to marry only women with such a family background, and you are not satisfied. And you want me and the queen to force him together. He is not your own son, so you don't feel bad for forcing him. Right? The court was suddenly quiet. Okay. The emperor supports his own son, so they should stop talking nonsense. Chapter 341 Fight. The outside world is full of gossips. Chen Jiao is fine, but her father can't stand it and falls ill. The imperial hospital brought 3 doctors, saying that they were sent by the palace to treat him. When Chen's father saw them, he felt that his illness was getting worse. He said to his daughter, Your mother and I both have ordinary looks, but you are a person who can take advantage of your strengths and was born like this. Chen Jiao immediately burst into tears. It's all my fault. If she didn't look like this, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Qin Shilang hurriedly said, Don't blame you. It's not your fault. This marriage is also a good thing. Dad's future depends on you. Chen Jiao wiped her tears. Dad has his own ability, not relying on me. Minister Chen knew what was going on. He drank a sip of tea and said, Stop crying. You are my sweetheart. If you keep crying, I will be upset. Chen Jiao wiped her tears obediently. Her marriage should have been good news, but it turned out like this. It's all Zhou Yi's fault. It's all his fault. Chen Jiao thought angrily that he must have done something wrong in his previous life and dug up Zhou Yi's ancestral grave. Now he has chosen her in this life. She is still happy, but she can't be happy. Minister Chen couldn't bear to see his daughter sad. He took medicine very seriously. After 2 days, her health improved a lot. The 2 Pan sisters came to the emperor to discuss their son's marriage. The emperor felt very wronged and said, I am really too tolerant. It's okay for other reasons. They actually speculated about the relationship between me and the prince. It's really wrong. Xiao Pan said, That's right. Your Majesty has spoiled Daolong too much. He can marry whoever he wants. You might as well listen to the court officials this time and not let him marry Chen's daughter. Marry someone with a good family background. Xiao Pan herself didn't want to conflict with her son, so she instigated the emperor. The emperor saw her like this and said, Why don't you talk to Daolong yourself? Xiao Pan said embarrassedly, I told him, but he didn't listen. Emperor, then he listened to what I said. The 2 looked at each other, knowing that their son could not be persuaded. Xiao Pan looked at the emperor and said, Your Majesty, as a father, you do love Daolong. But are you really afraid of him? You also know that Daolang has feelings for Qin's daughter. So you said you don't care about this matter. Little Pan was testing the emperor here. After hearing this, the emperor smiled and looked at Queen Pan, saying, Queen, do you think I am afraid of Daolang? Queen Pan looked calm and said, You are the emperor. You should be afraid of the prince. Emperor, what do you mean? Is he really going to suppress his son? Queen Pan said, Daolang is the only son of your majesty and us sisters. We 2 sisters are doing our best to protect him as the prince. Seeing this, the court officials will definitely change their attitudes. There is no 2 suns in the sky. And there is no 2 kings in the country. Your majesty must let the court officials understand this morality. And you can't indulge Daolang too much. Little Pan broke out in sweat again. When the emperor heard this, he sighed. In this way, the relationship between father and son will become estranged. At this time, Queen Pan laughed and said, Outsiders see it this way. But we, our family, know the inside story. Daolang is just a foolish little thing without any sense of taste. The women raised by aristocratic families are so outstanding. Not to mention their family background. We have been calculating for him. But he is greedy for beauty. And he has calculated to such an extent with the court officials who want to support him. He thinks he is smart. Ask yourself, is the emperor really not afraid of his young and strong son? Perhaps he himself can't explain it clearly. The emperor smiled and said, Children, all make mistakes sometimes. Now we, as elders, can protect him and let him get what he wants. Which is also good. Queen Pan nodded, Your Majesty is right. Marrying a wife is not just one time. Little Pan's eyes lit up. That's right. Even if Qin's daughter becomes the crown princess, she may not be able to be the crown princess for life. The palace issued an order that day. Xinjiao, the legitimate daughter of Qin Fanting, the Minister of Works, would be married into the East Palace as the crown princess on an auspicious day. There are still many voices of opposition in the court. But the current situation is that Zhou Yi has put these people on the fire, making them all look like they are selling their daughters for fame. Of course, who would not want to get some benefits when marrying a daughter? It's just that they would not say it openly on weekdays. Now that it's said, it's embarrassing. This caused some people in the court to be dissatisfied with the crown prince. It seemed that they were all preparing to become relatives like Ming and Lu. It was really heartbreaking. Those with family backgrounds all backed away because of this. The court officials without family backgrounds were eager to try. Qin Fanting's daughter could do it. So could their daughters. The imperial edict had been issued. But the prince had to take concubines in addition to marrying a wife. So they had a chance. Li Fu was not in a good mood when he saw this situation, and said to Zhang Zhuzu, Is there no way to solve the division in the court? There have always been many court officials who formed cliques. And now this matter has become more and more serious. Zhang Zhuzu said, It has always been like this. When we said we would select from the aristocratic families, we still formed a clique. This is not something we can solve. Li Fu understood this truth, but he could do nothing about it. Many things can be accomplished with the power of the court. But the forces in the court cannot be united, and it is very difficult for them not to drag each other down. Once something happens, they have to poke each other's lungs. The more Li Fu is in the court, the more he knows the difficulties. Fighting for power and profit is the most important thing in the court. Only after the struggle is over can the world's affairs be dealt with. Li Fu sighed, I am caught in it, and I must fight with others. When the Li family left the capital, Li Fu felt that the throne needed a wise ruler. Today's emperor is a wise ruler in the court. But the open and secret struggles in the court and the lazy politics in the local areas require not only a wise ruler, but also thousands of capable officials. Li Fu sometimes feels powerless when he is in the situation. When he was young, he was full of vigor and thought he could change the world. But now, he doesn't think so anymore. Zhang Zhuzu looked at Li Fu and could even feel his powerlessness and fatigue. People are like this. The more you understand, the more powerless you feel. Zhang Zhuzu looked at him seriously for a while, then held his hand and said, Are you scared? Li Fu, well, a little. You may even want to retreat when you are powerless. It's already like this. Can I really change this situation? Just like the division in the court now. Li Fu has no way to solve this problem. Zhang Zhuzu held his hand tighter and said, It doesn't matter. If we have to fight, we will definitely win. We can wait for 10 or 20 years. Big changes must start from the present, and then be verified over a long period of time. Choosing this path, it is impossible to be relaxed and comfortable. Li Fu held Zhang Juju's hand and said, "It is better to fall into our own hands than into the hands of others. Maybe they can't be perfect, but they will try their best." Chapter 342 Hongdo's first birthday party. Zhou Yi was very happy to have a daughter-in-law, and he was very happy every day. He also urged people to ask Qin Qiao to go out. The Imperial Astronomical Observatory was still calculating the most suitable wedding date, and Zhou Yi was already thinking about how to secretly do it. Unfortunately, Qin Qiao seemed to have taken root and refused to go out, which made Zhou Yi so anxious that he wanted to climb over the wall again. It was not until September that Li Fu and his wife wanted to hold a first birthday party for their son. They sent invitations everywhere and finally invited Qin Qiao. Zhou Rui and Li Zhu's son had held a party at Li's house 2 months ago. This time, Zhang Zhu and Li Fu planned to hold it in the manor in Beijing, which would be more lively. Zhou Rui said, "If you hold it at home, I can still help you organize it, but I can't help you outside." Zhang Zhu understood what she meant. This 1-year-old party should be paid for by the public, on the same level as Sun Gur. But this is Zhang Zhu and Li Fu's first child, and the couple loves him especially. If it is put outside, it will not be managed by Zhou Rui, who is in charge of the Li family, but by the couple's private money. Zhang Zhu was not stingy at all and said, "Don't worry, second sister-in-law. Li Fu and I will take care of it." The couple has only Hongdo as their sweetheart, raising her like a pearl and a treasure. Now that she is 1 year old, they are naturally not stingy at all. The two of them want to give their son the best things. Zhou Rui said, "I feel relieved when you say that." Zhang Zhu insisted on doing so. So Zhou Rui was not afraid that someone outside would say she was unfair. Li Fu finished the things on hand, and specially set aside a few days to personally handle it. Zhou Rui saw it, and said to Li Zhu, "Look at you. You don't care about your son's affairs, but your brother." Li Zhu thought that since the beginning, such things in the family have always been the concern of women. That is, Li Fu, who has to take care of this and that. And women like to compare. He can't compare with this brother, Li Zhu, although they are all grandchildren of the Li family. Sanlang's family is a big celebrity in front of the emperor, and he has many friends. For such a scene, many people must be invited. The eldest son of the Li family had an idle job, and the remaining 3 men, Li Qi and Li Zhu, the father and the brother, could not get the emperor's trust as much as Li Fu. Zhou Rui also understood this truth and said, "Now the daughter of the Qin family, who is close to my third brother's wife, is the future crown princess. It is still my third brother's wife who brought them together. I don't know what their future will be." Li Zhu patted her arm. "What future? We are all Li family members. You wait. I will definitely earn you a royal lady." Zhou Rui was a little jealous at first, but she felt much better when she heard her husband say that. They were a good couple, but she and Li Zhu were not bad either. Besides, Li Zhu was right. Family members should not compare with each other. It hurts feelings. On this day, the garden was particularly lively. However, there were no strangers who came. Almost all of them were familiar relatives and friends. At noon, it was the time for the first birthday. Hongdo looked at the various things placed around him. Gold, silver, jade, writing brushes, inkstones, official seals, toys, banknotes and other objects. He was probably dazzled, and didn't know what to choose for a long time. Everyone teased him. Hongdo touched this and looked at that. Finally, he stood up, grabbed the red cloth where the things were placed, and pulled it into his arms. And the things on the table became messy. Li Qi drank 2 glasses of wine. At this moment, he couldn't help but say loudly, "Oh, my good grandson. He wants to take everything away." Zhang Dachuan also said, "This child is good." Good. Lin Weining smiled happily, and Wu Guiyang was already wiping her tears. Everyone was amused, and the happiest ones were Li Fu and Zhang Zhu. Li Fu said very confidently, "This child looks like you." Zhang Zhu smiled and said, "How can he look like me?" Li Fu said, "He has taken it away, and he will be able to do this, and that in the future. Of course, he will look like you." Zhang Zhu couldn't help laughing when he heard him say that. "Does he really look like me?" Li Fu said, "Whoever gave birth to him looks like him." Zhang Zhu was in a good mood immediately. And at this time, Hongdo actually pulled the red cloth and slowly stood up. Li Fu motioned Zhang Juju to look over. Then, they saw Hongdo stand up with his own strength. And then swayed forward like a little duck. The couple couldn't help but widen their eyes. Their baby could walk. On his first birthday, he could walk. Zhang Juju and Li Fu took care of the child themselves for many days. So it was always difficult for them to notice the child's growth. When the child's clothes and shoes didn't fit, they knew that the child had grown up a little. Now he stood up by himself, took his own steps, and walked forward. His world was no longer just in the arms of his parents and elders. He moved carefully. But the things on the red cloth were too heavy for him to pull. And he fell on his butt and sat on the ground. Li Fu clapped his hands at him. And Hongdo babbled, pointing at the pile of things, wanting Li Fu to help him get them all back. Li Fu walked over and helped him get the things. Zhang Juju looked at it for a while. And her eyes became wet. She also walked over and wrapped the things with Li Fu into a package with handles using red cloth. Seeing this, everyone said, I have never seen your family do the Zhuazhou ceremony for children like this. It's unreasonable. Zhang Juju turned around and said with a smile, Then you have learned a lot today. You should thank my children. Li Fu nodded in agreement, thinking that they had taken advantage today. Everyone laughed. Princess Haong gestured and said, If I had known this, I would have brought a gold brick this big to see if I could still lift it. Yao Yusen, who was standing next to her, heard this and said, What the princess said. I wish I could have a child right away, so that he would be 1 year old right away, and I could get this gold brick. Song Lingxin also joked, I'll be there soon. When Zhang Juju heard this, she immediately opened her son's bag and said, Princess, it's not too late now. Don't be polite. Everyone laughed. And Hongdo held on to her small bag and refused to let go, also laughing very happily. The excitement lasted a whole day before it ended. In the evening, Li Fu coaxed Hongdo to sleep, and the couple watched the child quietly. Li Fu suddenly said, Where's the mirror? Zhang Juju took out a small mirror and gave it to him. What's wrong? Li Fu, my son is 1 year older, and I always feel that I have aged 3 or 5 years. This year, he has indeed taken on a lot of things at home and outside. Zhang Juzu, what about me? Li Fu held up the mirror. You are no different from before. Zhang Juzu, how is it possible? Your eyesight is not good? It's not different yet. She must be older. Li Fu smiled. Yes. Your eyesight is not good. You look younger and younger. Zhang Juju patted him. Then you have to find a doctor to treat your eyes. Don't let them become useless at such a young age. Li Fu, Juju knows whether I am useful or not. Zhang Juzu, I have to try. Chapter 343 You are the best. Qin Jia was sitting in the carriage, feeling uncomfortable. This carriage was not spacious to begin with, and with a person who was much older than her, it naturally became more crowded. Zhou Yi asked directly, Did you miss me? Qin Jiao. Yes. I thought about what I did in my last life, and I owed him, so I had to pay him back in this life. Zhou Yi was in a good mood immediately, and said, I missed you too. But it's a pity that the people in the Imperial Observatory couldn't calculate a suitable day for so long. It's really useless. Qin Jiao's father worked in the Ministry of Works, especially when he was in charge of the construction and repair of the Royal Mausoleum, and he often dealt with people from the Imperial Observatory. So Qin Jiao knew the inside story. It's not that the Imperial Observatory didn't calculate a suitable date, but those auspicious days were all a few months after the new year. When he told Zhou Yi about it, Zhou Yi was about to jump up and ask how you calculated it. It's too far away. Closer. Closer. Officials from the Imperial Observatory came to Qin's house several times to complain. And Qin Jiao knew it all. Qin Jiao couldn't help but say, Your Highness, please don't make it too difficult for the Imperial Observatory. Zhou Yi heard this and said, You are just soft-hearted. Qin Jiao thought to himself that I was not soft-hearted. I just thought it was outrageous. Zhou Yi's eyes were on Qin Jiao, and his voice was lowered. It is the Imperial Observatory that is making it difficult for me. He was so anxious to get married. If it is done next month, in April or May next year, his child will be half a year old. But the Imperial Astronomical Bureau insists on delaying the marriage until next year. Is that reasonable? Qin Jiao said, You are the prince. Who dares to embarrass you? Zhou Yi, how dare they? Qin Jiao looked at him. Zhou Yi insisted on marrying Qin Jiao, a woman who was only good in appearance, and offended the court officials for this. Although the emperor protected his son verbally, he chose to indulge and pamper him in this matter. A father can treat his son like this, but it is very unusual for the empress to treat the prince like this. Now, Zhou Yi's enthusiasm for winning a great victory in the south has completely cooled down. This matter seems to have become a thing of the past, and few people mention it again. Zhou Yi also successfully retreated from the cusp of the storm, and turned back into the young and ignorant prince he was. The embarrassment and temptation of the court officials had just begun. Didn't he hint to the Imperial Observatory to advance the wedding date? He did. Didn't the Imperial Observatory understand? They understood, but they pretended not to understand. If he wanted to marry a woman with a rich family background, the marriage would have been settled early, and they were afraid that it would change if it was delayed. Zhou Yi saw that Chen Jiao didn't believe him, and he didn't intend to explain. It didn't matter if she didn't understand these twists and turns. Zhou Yi didn't need her to understand. She just needed to be his wife safely. No need to be too smart. Chen Jiao really didn't think about it that way. And she was not in a hurry to get married. She suddenly felt her hand getting hot, and then she found that her hand was being held. Zhou Yi was still sitting upright, and Chen Jiao looked at him and could not see anything unusual. She tried hard to pull her hand out, but found that she could not pull it out. She wanted to let go, but people outside would hear her, and she was embarrassed. Zhou Yi quickly intertwined his fingers with hers, and Chen Jiao blushed, unable to move. Chen Jiao struggled halfway, but could not struggle. Chen Jiao was anxious and kicked Zhou Yi. She was actually quite scared, but Zhou Yi was kicked. But he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "What's wrong?" "Chen Jiao, my hand hurts." Zhou Yi had to reluctantly let go of this soft little hand and asked, "Just tell me. Don't kick with your feet." Chen Jiao was about to apologize, but Zhou Yi said, "I'm tough. Be careful not to break your ankle." Chen Jiao shut up silently. Zhou Yi looked at her and laughed again. Zhang Zuzhu held her son, while Li Fu was busy in front of the stove. Although she hadn't cooked for a long time, she could still cook noodles. Li Fu's sleeves were rolled up, and she wore an embroidered apron tied around her waist. Zhang Zuzhu admired his cooking process, while Hongdo was the hungry young bird, and both mother and son got something. As soon as the noodles were served in the bowl, Hongdo struggled in Zhang Zuzhu's arms, opened her mouth and cried out. Children are anxious when they eat. Li Fu had no choice but to say to his son, "It's too hot. Let it cool for a while. Dad's cooking is so delicious." Hongdo stretched out his hand to pick it up, but couldn't get it, and shouted anxiously. Li Fu couldn't bear to see his son so anxious, so he took a small spoon, gestured in the bowl of noodles, and then fed it into Hongdo's mouth, and Hongdo started to eat. He didn't react to the first bite, and felt something was wrong with the second bite. He frowned and was about to shout. Li Fu fed Zhang Zuzhu a bite, and Zhang Zuzhu said, "It's delicious. Let me eat it." Hongdo immediately opened her little mouth, and Li Fu couldn't help laughing. Then Hongdo, "Eat another bite." Hongdo took another bite of air. As soon as he felt something was wrong, his parents who cheated their children played him. Poor Hongdo was young and stupid. She was deceived for a long time. Finally, she pouted and was about to cry. Li Fu finally changed the spoon to chopsticks, picked up the noodles, and fed them to Hongdo's mouth. Hongdo finally ate the real thing, and didn't care about being cheated. She ate happily. Zhang Zuzhu was still laughing at her son, but Hongdo suddenly stopped eating, turned her head to look at Zuzhu, and shouted again, "7. 7. Zhang Zuzhu was stunned, and Li Fu said, "Give it to mother." Hongdo, 7. Zhang Zuzhu hugged her son, and was very soft-hearted. Li Fu fed Zhang Zuzhu a mouthful. Hongdo giggled. Li Fu sighed. "Our little Hongdo has grown up." Zhang Zuzhu, "Yes. He has grown up. This is their child, who just turned 1 today and learned to walk. But his mouth is a little clumsy. He only cares about eating and drinking, and he can't call his parents yet." After feeding him a small bowl of noodles, Li Fu carried him over. It was already a little dark outside, but the weather was not completely cold yet. The couple took Hongdo for a walk in the yard. These days, things outside have been happening one after another, and there is no rest. The couple can't escape, and it's rare to have such free time as today. Hongdo walked unsteadily for a while, then turned around and hugged Li Fu's legs, refusing to walk anymore. Li Fu squatted down, lifted him up, lifted him high, and then held him in his arms. Little lazy guy, Zhang Zuzu said. Hongdo didn't understand, and he laughed foolishly when Zhang Zuzu spoke. Hongdo should have gained some weight. Li Fu said. I'll go weigh myself later. Zhang Zuzu said. I've had a good appetite recently, and I can eat whatever you cook. Li Fu was very dissatisfied. What do you mean I can eat it? I can't cook well. Zhang Zuzu. Then it must be not as good as mine. Li Fu had learned to cook before, but now it has been abandoned. And it is definitely not as good as Zhang Zuzu. Li Fu, you don't have the final say. Hongdo has the final say. And it's enough that I cook to his taste. Zhang Zuzu immediately affirmed, of course. You are also very good. Among all the men in the yard today, from Mr. Song to my brother, only you cook in person. Li Fu thought about it, and it was true. Zhang Zuzu praised, Sanlang is the best husband and the best father. Chapter 344 Parents, who are just about right are fine. Li Fu happily accepted Zuzu's praise, and resolutely reflected on himself. At night, after coaxing Hongdo to sleep, the couple chatted in bed. Thank you. But I haven't done enough. This is inevitable, but understandable. Li Fu is always busy. His future career requires his blood and sweat to build a path. Zhang Zuzu said, just about right is fine. Zhang Zuzu has always had low requirements for herself. She can't be a mother who devotes all her efforts to her children. And she won't ask her children to succeed in the future. She said, people are not saints. And they can't ask for perfection in raising children. Otherwise, not only will I have to work hard, but when the child grows up, he may blame the child for all the hard work. Which is not right. Li Fu thought about the tasteless porridge his son had just eaten. That's right. What can a child ask for? What he needs now is the protection and love of his parents. And they have done it. It's true. If you have any bad things on weekdays, I will close my eyes and think about other people. And it will be over. Zhang Zuzu said this casually. Zhang Zuzu also asked a lot of things. This and that. And Li Fu complied with them all. Not to mention now, even in the place where Zhang Zuzu came, Li Fu can be regarded as a 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Zhang Zuzu knew a man who could take care of children and cook meals. There was no other man who could do both of these things at the same time. She was completely praising Li Fu. Li Fu frowned and said, What's wrong with me? He was not questioning, but more suspicious. Zhang Zuzu was asked, and said, That's not what I want to say. What I want to ask is this. Li Fu said, What else is wrong with me? Thinking about it carefully, Li Fu couldn't think of it. Since he had received her best compliment, he had to ask in detail. What else was wrong? Zhang Zuzu looked at Li Fu, and then recalled, Since you asked this, then I really can't think of it for a while. Li Fu, then you have to think about it carefully. Zhang Zuzu, why bother to get to the bottom of it? Li Fu said seriously, This is related to my reputation. Zhang Zuzu complained, Your reputation? Does Li Fu still have a reputation? It's long gone. Li Fu is henpecked, and the whole capital knows it. Li Fu does not have the dignity of a father, and he will personally coax his children to sleep and eat. And many people also know this. Everyone said that Li Fu had no problems in politics, but he really had many problems in family affairs. Li Fu thought this was a big deal, so he sat up first and helped Zhang Zuzu up. I think reputation is divided into internal and external. Li Fu said, My reputation in state affairs is not worth judging now. My merits and demerits will be determined after my death. My reputation in family affairs is naturally for you to judge. This statement is fresh. Zhang Zuzu said, Are you afraid that I will die before you and won't hear it? Why do you say that? Li Fu pinched her face. You can only change now if you say it. And it will benefit you. No matter who dies first. It will be meaningless to say right or wrong at that time. Zhang Zuzu couldn't help laughing, and she fell into Li Fu's arms. What do you think? Zhang Zuzu asked back. Li Fu, if I felt it was wrong, I would have changed it long ago. For example, in the past, he thought he could support her and let her stay at home without doing anything. But Li Fu no longer had this idea. He admitted that Zhang Zuzu helped him a lot. A lot. Internally, she could take care of household affairs and children. And externally, she could handle various relationships. Just saying that she could win over the imperial concubine was a great thing. Xiao Pan was not an easy person to get along with. If Zhang Zuzu didn't have some ability, How could she win her favor? She was someone who would not lose to him. Zhang Zuzhu heard him say that and said, "You don't have to think too much. If it's a big deal, I will definitely tell you on the spot. If I don't tell you, it shouldn't matter. Or it doesn't need to be changed. Or it may even be my problem. Some words are too demanding. And there is no need to do so." "Your problem?" Li Fu said. "I can't think of any problem with you." Zhang Zuzhu thought. "This is a filter. The filter hasn't disappeared for so long." Zhang Zuzhu pushed him. "Then go to bed early. It's late at night." Li Fu knew that she was not a person who would hide things. So she went to bed. Then, in the middle of the night, Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu were anxiously awakened by the maid. And then they heard their sons crying. As soon as they heard the cry, they felt that something was wrong. Li Fu hurriedly put the child on the bed. The maid also cried anxiously, saying, "The little boy's arm seems to be broken." Zhang Zuzhu's tears came out immediately. As expected, she saw that Hongdo could only lift one hand, and her right hand could not move at all. Li Fu calmed down a little, rolled up his sleeves and took a look, and said, "It's not broken. It should be dislocated." Zhang Zuzhu coaxed her son and asked him again, "Can you catch it?" Hongdo's cry gradually subsided. Li Fu's hands were shaking. He could do it, but he was not skilled and couldn't do it. Zhang Zuzhu didn't make it difficult for him. She asked people to find everyone in the village to see if there was anyone who could catch it. Fortunately, they found an elderly woman who usually did some laundry and cleaning. She was brave and volunteered to come. "If you can trust me, I can do this," she said confidently. Others were still hesitant. Zhang Zuzhu said, "Take it." The old woman found a toy to tease Hongdo in Li Fu's arms to distract his attention, and soon took Hongdo's hand back. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu immediately thanked them. And the old woman smiled and said, "Don't dare. Don't dare. My grandfather on my mother's side was a doctor when he was alive, and he could cure minor ailments. Unfortunately, I am a woman and cannot learn his skills. I can only learn the basics." Zhang Zuzhu was quite moved when she heard this, and she personally sent the man out and took a lot of silver. When she came back, Hongdo was lying in Li Fu's arms, pulling Li Fu's hair. Seeing Zhang Zuzhu coming back, she reached out to him again. Li Fu was worried. He is not sleepy anymore. Zhang Zuzhu, he has to sleep even if he is not sleepy. You can't reverse your work and rest schedule. So Li Fu blew out the lights, and Zhang Zuzhu stuffed her son into the quilt, pressed him between the two of them, and suppressed him manually. At first, he pulled Li Fu's hair and Zhang Zuzhu's clothes. Both of them endured and ignored him. He was about to climb on Li Fu's head, but was held down by Li Fu. After a while, no one accompanied him, and gradually felt bored, and finally fell asleep. The next day, the couple woke up early again, because Hongdo was riding on Li Fu's chest, holding a few hairs that he had just pulled from his father's head. Li Fu woke up because of the pain. Zhang Zuzhu woke up because of the noise. The couple thought that it would be better if they didn't know how to walk, because they were so noisy. Zhang Zuzhu comforted her husband, "My dear child. My dear child. Bear with it." Chapter 345. You can call the shots for 20 years. As Hongdo's ability to climb the roof and tear down the tiles became stronger and stronger, Zhou Yi finally found out the reason why his wedding date had not been set. His father-in-law, the father of the future crown princess. Although he was not a high-ranking official and was lucky to be promoted, he had a lot of contacts with the people of the Imperial Observatory and had a close relationship with them. Zhou Yi sent people to the Imperial Observatory to ask questions every time, but the people of the Imperial Observatory always found reasons and made up nonsense to deal with the people of the Eastern Palace. Zhou Yi couldn't stand it, so he asked someone to investigate privately, and then he found out the truth. His father-in-law, Shen Fonting, Shen Shirlang, hinted to the people of the Imperial Observatory to postpone the wedding date as much as possible. There are many things to say about observing the stars, and if you talk nonsense a little, most people won't realize it. If Zhou Yi hadn't been anxious, he wouldn't have discovered this. Zhou Yi was very depressed about this. In the court, he was the king and his father-in-law was the minister. But in family affairs, his father-in-law was also his elder. The king could use coercion against his minister. But as a son-in-law, Zhou Yi couldn't do such a thing as being rude to his father-in-law. When he met Li Fu, he talked about this matter. "I'm not a man-eating jackal, tiger or leopard. Why do you treat me like this? Zhou Yi was really wronged. Li Fu said, what are you going to do? Your Highness? Zhou Yi, I remember that you got married not long after that. So your in-laws didn't make things difficult for you? Li Fu looked at him strangely, and was about to say something. But Zhou Yi said first, I know. My story is different from yours. Li Fu. It seems that your Highness knows. Of course they are different. They were both quite old at that time, and the elders of the two families had been neighbors for several years. They knew each other well, and the sooner the marriage was done, the better. And there were no obstacles. To be proud, the Zhang family was very satisfied with their son-in-law. Although Zhou Yi was the prince, Qin Shilang was not the kind of person who climbed up the dragon and attached himself to the phoenix. He just loved his own daughter, and was afraid that she would suffer in the East Palace. Maybe Zhou Yi was really good, but Qin Jiao would be controlled by two mothers-in-law after she married. And there might be people around her who coveted her position and wanted to murder her. How could Qin Shilang not worry about his daughter? Li Fu is also a father. If he puts himself in his shoes, he would not be able to eat if he had a daughter in the future, and she had to marry someone who might not be reliable. He patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder. Minister Chen loves his daughter dearly. If he knows that you will cherish the crown princess as much as he does, it might be helpful. Of course, if Zhou Yi forces him, it is not impossible. Zhou Yi thought about it for a long time. The next evening, Minister Chen left the government office and saw the crown prince. Minister Chen's face was stiff, and he saluted the crown prince. Zhou Yi personally helped him up and said, I just happened to pass by today. Why don't I give you a ride? Minister Chen looked at his carriage and thought for a while. The imperial edict had been issued, and he had to take the knife anyway. He gritted his teeth and went up. Then 2 days later, the prince's wedding date was set. Not next year, but in the 12th lunar month. Zhang Zhuzhu was very curious and asked Qin Jiao, I didn't expect that the prince had such a talent. Princess Haong heard from some fortune teller that her precious daughter had recently been in conflict, so she came to live in the temple. Pan Jingping couldn't see his wife and children, so he was anxious to find someone to help. Everyone came to see them today. Qin Jiao whispered, my father said that he swore there that he would protect me, and he roughly described all the troubles I might encounter in the palace. He was very sincere. Zhou Yi was born with a golden spoon, but he was not raised like an ancestor. When Li Fu mentioned it, he seriously investigated it and thought about the solution to the problem. To be honest, it is not easy to have this intention. Minister Chen may not have this intention to find a suitable match for his daughter. Qin Jiao said, my father said that he didn't think it through very well, but he thought it through 70% of the time. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. And Qin Jiao continued, my father also said that I have to find a way to deal with the remaining 30% by myself. He said he couldn't protect me, and I have to plan for myself in the future. Qin Jiao was still a little sad. I always feel that he has grown old recently. I used to think that he would protect me all my life. Qin Jiao's biological mother died early, and she grew up being loved by her father. She used to think that life was still long, and she could not see the end of it. Now, for the first time, she feels that she has grown up and has to get married. I feel like I'm dreaming lately, Qin Jiao said. She used to be laughed at by others, saying that she was only fit to be a concubine. But now she is going to be the crown princess. Zhang Zhuzhu, life is just a big dream, and it's enough to work hard to make it a beautiful dream. Qin Jiao heard this and thought, yes, he is the crown prince of the dynasty. So tall and handsome. And he is willing to say such things to my father for me. If I delay any longer, I will be immature. Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head. What do you mean by immature? Don't think so. You must not think that you are not worthy of him. We are all human beings. His origin is based on his parents. He will be reincarnated. Your appearance is also born, and there is no distinction between high and low. Qin Jiao blinked when he heard this. Zhang Zhuzhu pulled her aside and whispered, how did you scold him last time? You have to show that attitude next time. Qin Jiao's eyes widened. That, will it work? But doesn't he like people to be gentle and obedient? Qin Jiao said. I can't do that. Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes. Obedience. Uh-huh. Then Su Mingzhou is not obedient. Isn't he Shanning pleasing? Guess why he doesn't like it. Qin Jiao was silent. Zhang Zhuzhu, you can rest assured. With your appearance, you can at least call the shots in front of him for 20 years. Qin Jiao is a beautiful girl. There is absolutely no one better looking than her in Beijing. Qin Jiao couldn't help but touch his face. Call the wind and call the rain? Zhang Zuzhu gestured with her hand, turning the clouds and rain. Qin Jiao, really? Zhang Zuzhu confidently, believe me. If you keep your head down, it will be boring. You are boring. And he is boring. Just be a little arrogant. It doesn't matter. In a few years, you will rely on the child. Not him. Qin Jiao was thoughtful. Then I'll try, Qin Jiao said. Zhang Zuzhu continued to impart experience, of course. You can't be so arrogant. You have to give benefits when they are due. To put it bluntly, you know how to tame a puppy. Qin Jiao's heart was pounding. Taming a puppy? Can the prince really do it? Zhang Zuzhu, to make the puppy obedient. You need to beat it when it should be beaten. And pat it on the head when it should be patted. So that it will be obedient. Qin Jiao, if you don't discipline him, he will discipline you. You should judge for yourself. Zhang Zuzhu said. Qin Jiao thought for a long time, then I'll discipline him. Zhang Zuzhu said a lot more, and asked her to go back and think about it herself. Princess Heian was persuaded by Zhang Zuzhu and others. And the people from Daxiangguo Temple also said that she met a liar. So Zhou Lan she was willing to go home. She said, they said I had a disaster. I don't believe it. But they said my daughter had one. So I have to believe it. Qin Jiao heard it, and knew that Zhang Zuzhu's words about relying on children in the future were true. The next day Qin Jiao raised a puppy. Chapter 346, I am not as good as him. Zhou Yi was a little dissatisfied when he learned that Qin Jiao suddenly raised a puppy. He said that there were all kinds of puppies in the palace. If Qin Jiao wanted one, he would just send it to him. But Qin Jiao said that he would only raise this puppy and no other. So Zhou Yi generously sent 2 eunuchs, who were the best at training dogs, to him. Zhang Zuzhu laughed and fell on the bed when she heard this. And she almost couldn't breathe. Li Fu was afraid that she would laugh so hard that she choked. What are you doing? Is it so funny? Zhang Zuzhu, that's really funny. She said, training a dog. That was just an analogy. Qin Jiao really raised a dog. As for Zhou Yi, he personally picked 2 of the best dog trainers. Zhang Zuzhu thought to herself that this was too much. The prince must not know about this. If he knew, he would kill all his clans. Qin Jiao was a very studious girl. She observed and studied carefully at home. The 2 eunuchs were indeed experienced. Qin Jiao picked up the dog casually from the door. It looked small, but it was actually more than 2 years old. Adult wild dogs are not as obedient as puppies and have tempers. The 2 eunuchs were experienced, but their methods were not complicated. They used both soft and hard tactics. When the dog was obedient, they rewarded it, said nice words, gave it delicious food, and gave it toys. When the dog was disobedient, they beat and scolded it. Of course, they would not beat and scold it too hard, but within a reasonable range. After that, they would give it some comfort, and would not let the dog's mood go bad. In less than 2 months, Qin Jiao got an obedient and sensible dog. Zhang Zuzhu took her son to play there. Hongo was at the age where he liked cats and dogs. But Zhang Zuzhu was worried that he would be caught. There was no vaccine here, so she just let him watch his 2 winged brothers fluttering around. Qin Jiao hugged Hongo for a while and said, I understand how to train a dog, but what kind of rewards or punishments can I give? This was where Qin Jiao was confused. She couldn't really punch, kick, or pat his head, which was not right. Zhang Zuzhu said, whatever he likes is a reward for him. It's easy to say what a man likes. Being gentle and cute, or being coquettish, are all good. What people don't like depends on the person. Qin Jiao thought for a moment, afraid that I would cry. Zhang Zuzhu, looks like she wants to cry but doesn't. When a person likes another person, they will naturally be afraid of the other's tears, and worry about it. Qin Jiao nodded. She also knew that she was beautiful, and knew how to be lovable. Sister, I have started to plan now, she said, a little frustrated. Zhang Zuzhu asked the maid to take the child away, and said, being pure and kind has conditions. Uncle Chen loves and protects you. You have pure conditions. Although Zhou Yi is good, his husband is far inferior to his father. If he could really protect you, you would not change. There is a word called blackening. It means that after a person encounters certain things, he or she will completely change his or her heart, become cruel, or even vicious. In the hardships of life, people will gradually change their hearts, which is growth. Because people will lose the conditions for shelter and support as they age. Qin Jiao nodded, clapped his hands and called the dog over, letting it sit down, stand up, and turn around. Hongdo saw it, and was so happy that he wanted to jump out of Zhang Zhuzhu's arms. Zhang Zhuzhu put him on the ground, and Hongdo's laughter spread throughout the yard. Qin Jiao thought to himself, apart from anything else, based on her and the prince's looks, the child born must be beautiful. Song Lingxin gave birth to a daughter in November. This was the first child of the Yao family, regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl. The Yao family was so happy that they were almost crazy. Song Lingxin was so happy to marry this daughter for the second time. She didn't look tired after giving birth to a child, but looked more radiant. Yao Qingxin specially learned how to hold a child, and he didn't want to let go of it every day. Yao Yusen had someone make a set of solid gold locks and gave money to everyone in the shop. The family talked about this child all the time and were very happy. Zhou Siyuan's family also arrived in the capital smoothly before. There were really a lot of people in the family. His parents brought their family and all their belongings. Fortunately, the house was almost big enough and they could barely squeeze in. The Ren family loved the girl and wanted to give her a big house. But Han Yi stopped them. The wedding of the two was also very grand. Li Fu personally took the initiative to send a big gift to congratulate him. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, I heard that many people regret it now. At that time, you should have been asked to take their children with you. Li Fu said, it's fine to say it. But if you really take them, they may not come back alive. Under the circumstances at that time, Song Lingyan stayed there for a while, and then returned to the capital. It didn't matter if Li Fu asked someone to take care of Zhou Siyuan alone. But it wouldn't work if there were more. Zhou Siyuan was brave, smart, and most importantly, he could read. So he had the opportunity. Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. It's just talk. The person who made the decision at that time was Zhou Siyuan's grandfather. The old man was also courageous. If something went wrong, this grandson might lose his life. Zhou Siyuan is capable, said Zhang Zhuzhu. He knows what he wants. A few years ago, when Zhang Zhuzhu came to Beijing, Zhou Siyuan planned to marry a wife who could help him, and had long since abandoned the thoughts he had about Zhang Zhuzhu when he was in the village. Li Fu said, everyone in the world comes for profit. He is very smart, and I am not as good as him. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately understood the meaning of this. She smiled at Li Fu, leaned at his arms, and said, I know that Sanlang is the best. He has always loved me and never changed his mind. Li Fu was really happy to hear what he wanted. Yes, I am a person who has a beginning and an end, Li Fu said. The end of Zhuzu, and I is the moment I close my eyes. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, what about the next life? Next life? Li Fu hugged her. If I start to believe in gods and Buddhas from now on, will it be too late? Next life is a Buddhist concept. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned against his arms, her heart soft as she said, Sanlang stole my skills. Li Fu was puzzled. What skills? The skill of sweet talk. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu, such a good skill. Lend it to me occasionally. After that, the couple laughed together. Li Fu thought, Zhou Siyuan is not smart at all. He is not smart at all. Indeed, Zhuzhu got the opportunity to make friends with the rich and powerful by marrying him. But don't forget that she had already made a lot of money in Songyang County. If Zhou Siyuan and she were destined to be together, she would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the capital and pave the way for Zhou Siyuan. Fortunately, there is no if. There was no if at the beginning. She said, the indulgence of a man can still be escaped, but the indulgence of a woman cannot be said. She went to Shuiyu Temple to ask about the little nun's ordination. Li Fu was sure that Zhang Zhuzhu only liked herself, and was so good to herself in the world. Those who had no vision had no chance to see her good points. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't think so. In her opinion, Zhou Siyuan was just young and frivolous. And now it was all over. The two laughed for a while, and then talked about business. Li Fu said, there are two girls in the Pan family. One is promised to the eldest son of Prime Minister Fan, and the other is promised to the Su family. Both girls were granted the title of county princess, but they had salaries but no fiefdoms. Zhang Zhuzhu said, marriage is indeed a good method. Li Fu, yes. Marrying one to each side is impartial. This comforted the heart of Mrs. Pan Ho, so as not to hinder the prince's wedding. Chapter 347 True Friends. The prince's wedding was very lively in the capital. Originally, with the previous example of the imperial concubine, Qin Jiao's beauty would definitely be criticized. But now the situation is not bad. There are people who gossip, but the voices are not loud. What's more interesting is that there are rumors that the daughter of the Qin family was too beautiful and didn't plan to get married and wanted to become a nun. It was just that she met the prince in the Buddhist temple, and the prince fell in love with her at first sight. The master told her fortune and said that the daughter of the Qin family accidentally changed the Jiao in her name to Jiao, which was also her precious fate. Useful rumors were kept, and useless or even harmful rumors quietly disappeared in the capital. On the day of the wedding, Zhang Luzhu was at Qin's house. Not for any other reason, but Qin Jiao really treated her as a sister, even closer than other elders in the family. Qin Jiao said, "My sister is only 6 years old, and my brother is 8 years old. Now there are people coming to ask for marriage. How can this be possible?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "What's so strange about this? Hongdo is only 1 year old, and someone took advantage of my father-in-law drinking outside to coax him to arrange a marriage for Hongdo." Qin Jiao didn't know what to say. Sure enough, where there are benefits, the morality is not very noble. Zhang Zuzhu drank a sip of tea. Not only Hongdo, but also the younger generations of the Li family. The oldest Yuan Gur is already 10 years old, and there are many people who want to arrange marriages for him. It's just that Lin Weining and Li Qi are cautious and are not in a hurry to settle this matter. The Li family had to be cautious. The current prosperity was real, but it was not easy to maintain it for a long time. If you make a mistake in forming a clique, or if you form too many cliques, you will be in trouble. Be careful. Hongdo is so well behaved. I want to take him as my godson, Qin Jiao said. Zhang Zhuzhu held her hand. He is older now. You have to ask him if he is willing or not. Qin Jiao also held her hand tightly. Qin Jiao used to think that if he had a daughter, he might be able to become a relative of Zhang Zhuzhu. But now it is impossible. She became the crown princess. And if nothing unexpected happened, she would have a daughter, who would be a princess in the future. Marrying a daughter of the royal family would probably delay his career. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Hongdo is Hongdo. Although I am a mother, I am still Zhang Zhuzhu. It is the same for you as the crown princess. A woman has her own name before she becomes a wife or a mother. She can have her own friends and companions. These relationships are only related to themselves and do not need to rely on her husband or children to maintain them. That would not be a friend. Qin Jiao interacted with Zhang Zhuzhu a lot, and she could see that Zhang Zhuzhu had a boundary in her heart. She had different attitudes within and outside the boundary. Qin Jiao liked to be friends with Zhang Zhuzhu and did not want to be outside the boundary after becoming a member of the royal family. She did not want to. Qin Jiao was very happy to hear her say this. And she said openly, I am narrow-minded. Zhang Zhuzhu also smiled and said, It's okay. I forgive you. Qin Jiao, I have to tell our Hongdo, and he shouldn't use him as an excuse. Zhang Zhuzhu waved her hand. It's okay. He doesn't know. Qin Jiao laughed immediately. In just 3 or 2 months, Qin Jiao has experienced what the world is like. Fortunately, her friends are still the same as usual, and they are not different because of the change of status. Qin Jiao is really happy. When the time came, the wedding procession came. The prince did not have to come in person. In addition to being Qin Jiao's future husband, he is also the king. According to the rules, he did not have to come in person to welcome the bride. But Zhou Yi still came. First, he valued Qin Jiao. And second, he had seen many people marrying. So when it came to him, he had to come and try it himself. This was the only chance in his life, and he didn't want to miss it. Zhou Yi was also worried that the people blocking the door were too easy, so he sent someone to ask for more difficult questions. Qin Jiao was speechless and said, He doesn't want to marry me. He just wants to have fun. Zhang Zhuzhu, then let him have fun. The prince was blocked at the door at the moment. The questions were not set by Zhang Luzhu. After hearing the prince's request, Qin Shirlang personally set the questions overnight, and now people were watching at the door. The previous poems, songs, and even the martial arts competition were simple. But this time it was really difficult. Minister Qin is in charge of the construction of the Imperial Mausoleum. The construction problem must be related to arithmetic. This question is really not easy for ordinary people. Zhang Zhuzhu also went outside to watch the excitement. At the door, She saw some people who were good at literature and some who were good at martial arts. But no one was proficient in arithmetic. Li Fu saw Zhang Zuzhu and winked at her. Zhang Zuzhu did not respond. Li Fu smiled and squeezed over and said, I am not doing this for them. If we delay any further, we will delay the two of us from going back to play with the children. The people of the Qin family were also anxious. They stopped the prince for so long, which was too unreasonable. Zhang Zuzhu looked at the prince and said, Your Highness asked me to help. What is the benefit? Zhou Yi also knew that he regretted it, and hurriedly said, It's too late to say it now. Any benefit will be fine later. Zhang Zuzhu went out and took a look at the question. It was a question about calculating the height of the load-bearing column. She took a pen and paper and quickly calculated it. A group of people rushed in like a swarm of bees. Li Fu stepped forward to protect Zhang Zuzhu. The two of them stayed outside the courtyard and did not squeeze in. Li Fu, take a break. Zhang Zuzhu nodded and rested at the door with Li Fu. There was a commotion inside. Zhou Yi said goodbye to his father-in-law and wanted to go out with his new wife. The tears of Qin Jiao and Qin Shilong's father were about to drown the room. Someone persuaded him, Mr. Chen. You will be the father-in-law of the prince in the future. It's such a big happy event. Why are you crying so much? Minister Chen glared at the relative angrily. That was his beloved daughter. Not a ladder to heaven. He didn't need to rely on his daughter to make a future. The people around him were embarrassed and dared not speak. Qin Jiao cried sadly. And Zhou Yi slowed down his pace and whispered, Don't cry. Invite them to visit you in the East Palace often in the future. Qin Jiao muttered, I don't want to get married. Zhou Yi was so anxious that he wanted to jump up. You can't say that. Men should get married when they are old enough. And women should get married when they are old enough. This has always been the rule. Qin Jiao snorted, covered his face tightly with a fan, and didn't say anything. Zhou Yi was anxious. He had to coax her hard when he went back. Zhang Zuzhu leaned on Li Fu's shoulder to rest. Seeing someone coming, Li Fu helped her up, and the couple followed the wedding procession back again. They would not go back to the palace directly, but would go around the capital and take the longest route back to the palace. After going around a long way, they finally arrived. The process in the palace was even more complicated, and Zhang Zuzhu, a bystander, was exhausted. The emperor and the empress were very happy on the surface. But Xiao Pan said to Zhang Zuzhu with a stern face, This son has grown up and is always against his mother. Zhang Zuzhu thought, with her preference for her son, let alone Qin Jiao. Even if her daughter-in-law is really a fairy, she can still find faults with you. Zhang Zuzhu did not respond to her words. After all, he is your own son. Your Majesty, please be patient. You can't just put him back. Xiao Pan wanted to hear Zhang Zuzhu say something wrong about her daughter-in-law, not her son. So she snorted and really didn't say anything. Chapter 348. You should like me soon. Qin Jiao waited anxiously for the prince in the bridal chamber. She was not lying at that time. She was indeed a little scared, and even regretted not becoming a nun earlier. Zhou Yi hurried over, drank the wedding wine, and put his hair together, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was not easy for him to marry this wife. Are you afraid? He asked Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao nodded and shook her head, mustered up her courage, leaned on Zhou Yi's arms, and said, I am afraid. If your highness is willing to be my support, I will not be afraid. Qin Jiao has not only learned how to train puppies recently, but also worked hard to improve his language expression. Zhou Yi hugged her and said, Of course I am your support. If you listen to me, I will let you rely on me for the rest of your life. Qin Jiao looked up at her newlywed husband. You have to rely on him. But it's hard to say whether he will listen to you. It's not certain who will listen to whom. Qin Jiao said, Your Highness, I said that in anger at home today. I can't bear to leave my father. He is very good to me and loves me very much. I said that in a moment of desperation. Even if I don't marry your highness and marry someone else, I will be like this. She was born beautiful, and today's makeup further highlights her fragile characteristics. She spoke in such a soft voice, which was really touching. Zhou Yi saw this and said, I understand. I understand everything about my father-in-law's love for you. Before the selection of the crown princess was decided, the possible court officials were very polite to Zhou Yi. But Qin Shilong was different. He really loved his daughter, and didn't want to marry someone above him. Therefore, he didn't humble himself in front of the crown prince, which made Zhou Yi look at him with new eyes. seeing more entanglements of interests. Such touching and sincere emotions are more likable. Qin Jiao turned the page on that sentence and felt better about Zhou Yi. Your Highness treats me so well. I don't know how to repay you, she said. With Zhou Yi's status, he didn't need to do many things, but he did them. Zhou Yi said, you are my wife. You don't need to repay me. His purpose was simple. He wanted to sleep with the person he wanted and have children with him. But he had another request for Qin Jiao. Like me soon. You know? He could see that he liked Qin Jiao more than Qin Jiao liked him. This could be ignored at the beginning. But as time went on, Qin Jiao had to like him more. Otherwise, it couldn't be called mutual affection. Qin Jiao didn't know what to say for a moment. If she said how much she liked him now, the prince would definitely not believe it. Qin Jiao thought about it and said, I like whoever treats me well. My father treats me well. Sister Juju treats me well. As long as His Highness treats me well, I like His Highness. At this moment, she made a request to Zhou Yi. Her love has a premise. If Zhou Yi can't do it, it's not her fault. It's Zhou Yi's own fault. Zhou Yi didn't seem to realize the trap in this sentence. He pinched Qin Jiao's face. I'm not good enough for you. Qin Jiao didn't say anything this time. Just hugged Zhou Yi. Newlyweds. Wedding night? Don't need to say too much. Besides, our prince has been waiting for a long time. And now he is impatient. The topic ends at this moment. Which is a good opportunity. Good or bad. Qin Jiao has the final say. She remembered Zhang Juju's reminder firmly. If she doesn't make the decision, Zhou Yi will make the decision. Qin Jiao must work hard to be the one in charge. Zhang Juju and Li Fu finally left the palace. Zhang Juju didn't like the cold food in the palace, so she didn't eat much. The two went to the restaurant to eat. It seems to be snowing, Zhang Juju said while looking at the weather. Li Fu nodded, yes. When it snows, we will take Hongdo to play in this snow. Last year, Hongdo was still young. But this year, the child is already walking all over the ground. Zhang Juju laughed immediately. Well, I'm going to hit him with a snowball. Li Fu, I told you to go play. But you're still thinking about how to bully my son. Zhang Juju said, he's still young. If I don't bully him now, it will be too late later. I'm also going to dress him in little girl's clothes. Zhang Juju couldn't wait to arrange for Hongdo. Li Fu listened, thinking that her son was still young, and he would not remember to wear girls' clothes when he grew up. So it didn't matter. The couple stayed outside happily for a long time, and it was already late to go back. Hongdo saw them, turned her face away, and didn't say anything. The maid said, the young man has been waiting for a long time, and he is a little unhappy. Li Fu picked up her son. He is young, but he has a bad temper. Daddy will hold him. Zhang Juju also went to tease him. Hongdo, be good. Mother kiss you. Hongdo buried her little face in Li Fu's neck and refused the kiss. Zhang Juju took out a piece of snack she brought back, kissed Li Fu on the face, and then gave the snack to Li Fu. Li Fu, well, I took advantage of my son today. Hongdo immediately widened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and put his little face in front of Zhang Juju. Kiss. Dookie. Kiss him. Hongdo wants to eat too. He recently called himself dough. Every day he eats dough and drinks dough. Dough this and dough that. Zhang Juju kissed his little fleshy face hard and gave him half a piece of snack. Li Fu, I don't know what the snack tastes like, but the taste of the elbow is quite strong. Zhang Juju ate most of the braised elbow by herself. And this is the taste of a kiss. Zhang Juju took Hongdo away and went straight back to the house. Li Fu walked behind with a smile. Hongdo, kiss your mother, and Dad will give you another bite. Hongdo turned her head and kissed her mother on the face, then looked at Li Fu with sparkling eyes. 7. Zhang Juju threw the little boy on the bed. You are obedient. The little boy got up and sat up by himself, stretched out his hand to Li Fu, and ate every bite he deserved. Li Fu ate a small piece of snack, and Hongdo ran to Zhang Juju again, kissed Zhang Juju, and then looked at Li Fu. Li Fu spread his hands. No more. Hongdo opened his mouth wide and said, yes. Yes. Li Fu would not indulge his son to eat too many snacks. No more. No more today. He fell down on the bed, pouted his little mouth again, tears in his eyes. He didn't understand. He had kissed his mother, so he got some snacks. How come they were gone again? He looked at Li Fu bad, thinking of what he had eaten from his mother. He looked up again. Mom. Kiss. There are some. Zhang Zuzu said. Mom. There are none either. Eat tomorrow. Hearing this, Hongdo lay on the bed disappointedly, burying his head and not moving. Two stingy people. They didn't even let him eat more snacks. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu looked at each other, and the couple were quite helpless. Li Fu tried to coax his son. Dad. Hold him. Lift him up high. Hongdo was not moved. He just wanted to eat snacks. Zhang Zuzu. The good boy will sleep with Mom today. Who is the good boy? Hongdo got up and pointed at himself with bright eyes. Do Guai. Zhang Zuzu hugged him into her arms, and Hongdo finally laughed. Li Fu didn't stop him. He was tired today. It didn't matter if he asked the child to sleep with him. Chapter 349. Mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, and son. A man, caught between a daughter-in-law and a mother, always has some difficulties. Now, Zhang Zuzu has experienced this difficulty. She is caught between Xiao Pan and Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao has been in a bad mood recently. When he talked to Xiao Pan today, he showed fatigue and yawned. Zhang Zuzu came to the palace to do the year-end summary of the Charity Bureau and watched the scene on the spot. The reason for Qin Jiao's fatigue is very simple. She sleeps in the same bed with Zhou every night. For many days, she has not had a good sleep. Zhou has nothing to do, and he has to get up early to practice martial arts. Qin Jiao needs to make up for sleep every day. But today she has something to do. She has to listen to the year-end summary here together, so she can forget about going back to sleep. In front of this daughter-in-law, Xiao Pan would find fault with her even if she was unreasonable. Not to mention that she had something important to do at the moment. She said, the crown princess was spoiled at home. Now that she is a daughter-in-law, she must change some bad habits. If you don't know, you stay in my palace, and I will teach you personally. The original intention of this statement was to embarrass Qin Jiao, who knew that after hearing it, he immediately stood up and saluted, saying, Don't be angry. Mother, I know I was wrong. From today on, I will stay by your side to serve and receive your teachings. It would be great if she stayed, and she could be quieter if she stayed. Qin Jiao couldn't ask for more. Xiao Pan was caught off guard and glanced at this daughter-in-law. Qin Jiao smiled sweetly at her. I will stay and will definitely serve you and take care of you well. Zhang Zuzu almost laughed out loud. She tried to smooth things over, saying, Your Highness, Crown Princess, let's talk business first. Qin Jiao was silent, and Xiao Pan also said, Go ahead. There are precedents for the Charity Bureau, and the rules in the capital have been set. In addition, Zhang Zuzu and Dai Lao are keeping a close eye on it, so there will be no loopholes. Xiao Pan listened and thought about it. Zhang Zuzu said, Your Highness, such a favor should be given to all the homeless children in the world. It's a pity that it is only in the capital. Xiao Pan meant exactly this. It doesn't matter whether the Charity Bureau is good or not. What matters is that this place has won Xiao Pan's support and given them a good reputation. People are greedy. How can they be satisfied with only the capital? The more places like this, the better. It is true that Xiao Pan has this idea, but she cannot show it too obviously. She said, This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Zhang Zuzu understood. Don't worry, my lady. Discuss it with the Queen and His Majesty. Xiao Pan thought about it, and went directly to the Queen without taking her daughter-in-law and Zhang Zuzu. Zhang Zuzu stood up. Go back to the East Palace? Qin Jiao shook his head. No, I won't go back. I want to stay. First, she was tired. And second, what would happen if her mother-in-law went back to talk about this? Qin Jiao didn't want to offend her, so the two stayed in the side hall here to talk. The palace maids couldn't drive them away, so they entertained them with good food and drink. Sister, do you know what the Queen is thinking? Qin Jiao asked curiously. Zhang Zuzu, I know. You have known the Queen for a short time. You will understand after a long time. Qin Jiao yawned again. I am afraid I don't have the ability. Zhang Zuzu told her about the Charity Bureau. Don't think it has nothing to do with you. This is the only power of the concubines. You can't grasp it now, but you should understand it first. It will be good for you. Qin Jiao listened to the advice very much and listened attentively. Zhou was busy all morning. He went back to have lunch with his wife at noon, but his wife disappeared. She said she was still in the Imperial Concubine's palace and hadn't come back yet. Zhou was a little anxious. He knew his mother's temper very well. During the days when he and Qin Jiao were married, Qin Jiao was stupid and had nothing to do every day. He just kept following him around. He was criticized for this several times. Today, he stayed at his mother's place for so long. He might have knelt outside. It snowed a few days ago, and the snow melted in the past few days. It was freezing cold. How could such a delicate woman bear it? Zhou thought about these messy things and hurried to find someone. When he was about to arrive, Xiao Pan was just coming from the palace. Seeing her son's anxious appearance from a distance, Xiao Pan frowned and said, "The ground is slippery. Be careful and don't fall." Zhou, mother. I'm fine. Where's the crown princess? When Xiao Pan heard his anxious voice, she immediately understood everything. Her heart was broken and she said, "Are you questioning your mother?" For the sake of his daughter-in-law, who had just married into the family. His own son actually questioned his own mother like this. Zhou stood stiffly in the cold wind, and Xiao Pan burst into tears and beat her son several times. Zhou also realized his mistake and quickly said, "Mother, I just asked a question casually, not to question you." "Xiao Pan, you are questioning you." "Good boy. You said you married a wife? You and her are filial to me. But your wife yawned in front of me early in the morning, showing no respect at all. And you thought I bullied your wife at noon and came to question me. How could I have given birth to such a son?" Whoa! Zhou was hit several times and felt that his chest was about to split. His mother's hands were also strong. Zhou hurriedly supported her and said, "Mother! Mother! It's so cold. Please stop crying." "I'm going to cry," said Xiao Pan loudly. Zhou had no choice but to half drag and half hug his mother back to the palace. It was too ridiculous to be here. Zhang Zuzhu and Qin Jiao were also hurriedly called out by the palace maids and told the whole story. Qin Jiao's face turned pale when he heard her mother-in-law crying, and he hurried over. Zhou saw Qin Jiao's blushing face and knew that she was fine. He was immediately overwhelmed. Little Pan cried and said, "Go. All of you go. I am the only one who is superfluous." Zhou knelt down with a plop, and Qin Jiao hurried over to kneel together. Zhang Zuzhu stepped forward to help Little Pan go in, saying, "Madam, please take a moment." Little Pan drank a sip of tea and said, "Zhou, this kid thinks it is my fault that his wife did not go home at noon, and actually came to question me." Zhang Zuzhu said, "Madam, no matter what, let the prince and the princess get up first." Little Pan, I can't teach my son and daughter-in-law a lesson yet. Zhang Luzhu, of course. But you see Chen. She is exhausted and weak. And she almost fell asleep after talking to me for a few words. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is young and energetic. And you can't say that you already have a grandson. How can you ask them to kneel in such a cold weather? Xiao Pan wiped her tears and told the maid, "Quick, call them in. It doesn't matter if it's her son and daughter-in-law. But you can't joke with your grandson." The young couple came in together. Qin Jiao was speechless to the prince. Even if she was really embarrassed by her mother-in-law, what daughter-in-law would not suffer this? Besides, Xiao Pan was not a very excessive mother-in-law. Qin Jiao didn't expect Zhou to be like this. She felt very complicated. Chapter 350. Why is the newlywed wife like this? The scene was very awkward for a while, and Zhang Zuzhu was still an outsider. Qin Jiao didn't even have a mother at home, and the queen couldn't tell whether she was good or bad. She had the same attitude towards everyone. Xiao Pan's faults. But Qin Jiao endured them all. She was not afraid of being embarrassed. At this moment, the prince quarreled with his biological mother for her, and it was really unfilial to spread it out. Qin Jiao thought, should I admit this sin? The quarrel between the daughter-in-law and the mother-in-law should not be said too badly. Qin Jiao looked at Zhang Zuzhu and couldn't help showing her a helpless look. Zhang Zuzhu didn't say anything or move, just smiled to comfort her. Although Qin Jiao did not get help, she knew that Zhang Zuzhu had no intention of harming her. She must have done something to stop her from kneeling outside in the cold wind. Qin Jiao knew that her sister was smart and powerful, had excellent character and morals, and was very trustworthy. The two of them were flirting with each other, and Xiao Pan was busy wiping her tears and didn't notice. Zhou next to him felt very uncomfortable. What does this mean? What does this mean? Is he a dead man? Why did his wife flirt with another person in front of him? Why? Even if she wanted to ask for help, she should ask for help from her husband, who she could rely on. Why did she look at Zhang Zuzhu with such eyes? Zhou quietly held Qin Jiao's hand. Qin Jiao glanced at him, but didn't care. He still looked at Zhang Zhuzhu from time to time. Zhou Yi felt indescribable. He knew that despite his noble birth and handsome appearance, his wife, whom he had painstakingly married, was not very interested in these things, and she didn't like him very much. Zhou Yi thought he didn't need this thing. After all, his love for Qin Jiao also came from her beauty. He liked such a weak woman who could be controlled by him. But now, Zhou Yi felt uncomfortable, because Qin Jiao's trust in him as a husband was far less than that in Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhou Yi didn't understand why. Zhang Zhuzhu treated her very well. So was her husband not good and untrustworthy? Husband and wife are the closest. Did Qin Jiao think she could surpass Li Fu and Hongdou, the father and son? While Zhou Yi was thinking about it, Xiao Pan finally wiped away her tears. She was a person whose emotions came and went quickly. The main reason was that Xiao Pan was unhappy when she saw her own son, who was in her hands, circling around another woman all day long. It had accumulated until today, and it burst out all at once. Xiao Pan thought about her embarrassment today, and she was exposed in front of her daughter-in-law, and she felt ashamed. It would be fine if her own son saw it, but what would her daughter-in-law think of it? If the news spreads today, everyone in the palace will treat her as a joke. Xiao Pan is very sad. However, once she gets emotional, she can't control herself. Zhang Zhuzhu said at this time, "My queen. At this time, are you still going to have lunch with the prince and the princess?" Xiao Pan said, "What lunch? There is no food in the East Palace. Why do you have to eat my food?" Zhang Zhuzhu heard it and looked at the prince and his wife. "Then you two can go back to the East Palace." Qin Jiao and Zhou Yi looked at each other, and then looked at Zhang Zhuzhu together. Zhou Yi didn't want to leave yet. Today's incident was caused by him. It was his fault. His mother cried because of it. How could he leave without solving it? Qin Jiao was also afraid. Mother-in-law is so angry. How can she leave? But since Zhang Zhuzhu said so, Qin Jiao was willing to listen to her. So she pulled Zhou Yi. Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at Zhou Yi. "Didn't you see your mother was so embarrassed that she didn't want to talk? Why did you stay?" Zhou Yi calmed down. Yes, Zhang Zhuzhu and Qin Jiao were flirting with each other. But she was also his third sister-in-law. It was impossible for her to harm them. Zhou Yi then said, "It's okay for mother to beat me or scold me. But don't get angry and hurt yourself." Xiao Pan looked at her son and quickly retracted her eyes. And the couple left. Zhang Zhuzhu saw them leave, and said to Xiao Pan, "Your Majesty is really not calm today. And His Majesty and the Queen will laugh at you later." Xiao Pan took a sip of tea and said, "I am a joke." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "As a mother, it is not shameful to become a joke for the sake of your child." Zhang Zhuzhu is a woman and a mother. She understands Xiao Pan's distress, but does not agree with it. The queen has her own aspirations, and the emperor's ambition is to rule the world. The women in the harem only rely on their children, especially Xiao Pan. She is depressed and in pain. This is not her hypocrisy. The son she regarded as a sustenance became someone else's husband overnight. She does not know how to properly relieve her depressed emotions. People around her also say that she has become a mother-in-law after many years of being a daughter-in-law, and can set rules for her daughter-in-law and control her daughter-in-law. But Xiao Panshur had no mother-in-law. She went to the palace to be a concubine. But the wife of the main wife was her biological sister, who loved her very much. Her husband also pitied her young age, and always responded to her requests. After giving birth to Zhou Yi, she was even more rampant in the palace. Xiao Panshur had never been embarrassed, and she didn't really want to do anything to Qin Jiao. She knew that her son liked Qin Jiao, and if she was too rude to Qin Jiao, her son would be unhappy. But she couldn't treat Qin Jiao as her own daughter. She didn't like Qin Jiao as her daughter-in-law. So it was awkward when they got along. She felt that her sustenance seemed to be gone. At this moment, Xiao Panshur really felt that she was comforted. She said, "Isn't it really shameful?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It doesn't matter whether it's lost or not." Xiao Pan said, "Then people will definitely think I'm a wicked mother-in-law. Do you think I am?" Zhang Zhuzhu thought that you just want to embarrass me. She said, "I think that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have no blood relationship. How can there be family affection overnight? As long as we respect each other, it's enough." Xiao Pan, "She stole my son. In the final analysis, it's because of the pain and loneliness of not having the right sustenance. Zhang Zhuzhu, my queen. The child just borrowed our belly to come into this world. He doesn't belong to the mother. So there is no such thing as being snatched away. During the short period of childhood, the child's world only has his parents. But even in this short period, they will not be completely controlled, let alone when he grows up. Xiao Pan had never heard such a statement before. Her eyes almost popped out. What are you talking about? I am his biological mother. I can't be his master. Zhang Zuzhu nodded. Yes. You can't. My queen. You are such a smart person. Are you going to compete with your daughter-in-law for the control of your son, like those ordinary women in the inner house? You should be more sober. You still need to manage the harem. And you still need to worry about the affairs of the charity bureau. You also need to win over the heart of the emperor. What's the point of those mundane things? Although Xiao Pan didn't agree with Zhang Zhuzhu's previous words, she agreed with the latter part. Yes, she is not an ordinary woman. She is a concubine. The queen doesn't care about things. She is the master of the 6 palaces. And she has serious things to do. You are right. I can't go on like this. Xiao Pan thought that she hadn't seen the emperor many times recently, and she was a little anxious. Seeing this, Zhang Zhuzhu thought that this was enough. How good it is to do your own business. And the contradiction was smoothly transferred. Chapter 351. I will call her sister. Zhang Zhuzhu tried her best to persuade Xiao Pancher to stay, while Qin Jiao and Zhou Yi and his wife returned to the East Palace together. They didn't say much along the way. Zhou Yi couldn't help asking, why don't you entertain guests in the East Palace? At that time, Xiao Pancher was outside, and they couldn't go back to the East Palace to tell her what they had to say. Qin Jiao explained, I was too sleepy today, and my mother asked me to stay with her. And I agreed. It's all Zhou Yi's fault. He's always tossing around every day. Zhou Yi, you are too weak. Qin Jiao was silent, and couldn't speak for a long time. Zhou Yi, are you going to stay in my mother's palace and not come back? Qin Jiao remained silent. Zhou Yi felt that he was really stupid today. He admitted that he was too energetic. But Qin Jiao didn't have much to do on weekdays, unlike him. So he just needed to accompany him more and rest during the day. What could be bothering her in the palace? Zhou Yi's mood was really not good when he thought that she would rather be embarrassed by her mother than come back to accompany him. Qin Jiao was not Zhang Zhuzhu. She couldn't see that Zhou Yi was unhappy at all, and said, Your Highness, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Zhou Yi glanced at her and said stiffly, I'm not hungry. Qin Jiao realized that he seemed unhappy. The premise of coaxing people is to know where the problem is. But Qin Jiao didn't know. She said, I'm not hungry. Even if I'm not hungry, I have to eat something. Your Highness should take care of your body. Zhou Yi is not hungry. But she is hungry. Zhou Yi wanted to ask loudly, Why do you believe Zhang Zhuzhu and not me? But asking this question is just like a concubine competing for favor. He couldn't ask. He looked at Qin Jiao again. And Qin Jiao looked at him blankly, wondering if Zhou Yi was unhappy because Sister Zhuzhu sent them away. And Zhou Yi didn't know whether the mother was in a good mood. So he was unhappy. She could only think of this reason. So she said, Your Highness, Sister Zhuzhu is a very powerful person. And she is the most reasonable. The mother was unhappy to see me. And you also made her angry. Sister Zhuzhu persuaded her today. And we will go to see the mother tomorrow to apologize to her. When Zhou Yi heard this, he felt a fire rising to his forehead. But Qin Jiao was his weak wife. And Zhang Zhuzhu was like his sister-in-law. So he couldn't say either of them was good. He said, Why do you still call her sister? You should follow me and call her the third sister-in-law. Qin Jiao said, I don't want to call her that. Calling her sister makes me look younger. Zhang Zhuzhu loved to hear little girls calling her sister. Zhou Yi tried to reason with Qin Jiao, but you are married to me now. Qin Jiao, that's okay. I call her sister in private. And His Highness also calls her the third sister-in-law in private. It doesn't matter. Zhou Yi emphasized, we are husband and wife. And husband and wife should be the same. Qin Jiao didn't know why he was so particular about this. She thought it was not a big deal. So she turned to the maid and said, I'm hungry. Zhou Yi's head was buzzing. Qin Jiao didn't argue with him. But it was obvious that he didn't agree with his argument. Alas, she didn't listen. Forget it. Zhou Yi thought again. Let her eat first. Don't let her starve to death. After Qin Jiao had her meal, she was worried about Zhang Zhuzhu. So she asked the palace maid to inquire. She learned that Zhang Zhuzhu had left the palace and the imperial concubine had been called away by the emperor and empress. So she felt relieved and went to sleep. Zhou Yi didn't even eat. seeing that Qinjiao was going to sleep. He stood by the bed and said, "I haven't eaten yet." Qinjiao tried to open his eyes wide and asked the maid to make arrangements. Joey wanted to say something else, but Qinjiao had already fallen asleep. What else could he say? The imperial concubine was crying in the palace, and some people were gossiping in private, but no one dared to say anything in public. Xiao Pan did indeed move her mind to other things. Thinking about it carefully, Zhang Zuzu was right. This son was indeed born in her belly. He has grown up, and even as a mother, she can't fully understand him. If he is really obedient, the emperor will not like him. Xiao Pan simply went around the emperor again. The emperor was flattered. What's the matter? Don't you want a son? Xiao Pan, what little bastard? I don't want him. Your Majesty treats me best. The emperor thought that there was no one else with such a temper, and even his own son was disgusted. He said, "What did Sanlang's wife say to you that was so effective?" Xiao Pan said immediately, "Your Majesty, how do you know it was she who said it? She said nice things, but you didn't listen to the bad things." The emperor knew her very well. She said that the child didn't belong to me, the mother, and no one took him away. Xiao Pan said, "Think about it carefully. It wasn't her who persuaded me. It was your Majesty who persuaded me. Your Majesty loves Daolong, but he won't control everything. Your Majesty and Daolong have a very close relationship until now. I learned it from your Majesty." The emperor slapped the table. "You should have thought so a long time ago." Many people felt that the emperor let his son go his own way, especially in marriage. But at his son's age, the emperor had already considered his own future. He took on what he had done and hoped that his son could do the same. Now that the child's biological mother also thought so, the emperor was very happy. "Xiao Pan, your Majesty is so wise and powerful. I will listen to your Majesty in the future and have less contact with those who instigate me to mess with my son and daughter-in-law." She had other important things to do, and she was not like those women in the inner house who could only work hard on her son. The one next to her was the emperor. This matter was over. Qinjiao also had a good rest for a few days. Joey went out early and came back late. No one knew what he was doing. He was unhappy every day. Qinjiao didn't know what was wrong with him. That day, Li Fu didn't come home for a long time. He sent someone back and said he was drinking with someone outside. Zhang Zhuzhu, who asked him to drink. There are not many people willing to drink with Li Fu now. Those men always ask women to drink. Li Fu can't tolerate such a scene, so naturally no one asks him. He doesn't have money yet. He doesn't like to get drunk. The attendant replied, "It's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Hongdo climbed up Zhang Zhuzhu's legs. Zhang Zhuzhu lifted him up and said, "Oh, what's wrong?" He's newlyweds, and he wants to let his wife stay alone in the empty room after asking Li Fu to drink. The attendant lowered his voice and said, "We asked the people in the East Palace, and they said that the two of them had a quarrel in the past few days. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been going out early and coming back late. Unlike before, everyone is full of curiosity about gossip." Zhang Zhuzhu, why did they quarrel? I don't know. But there was a beautiful maid in the East Palace who talked back to the Crown Princess and made trouble. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent her away personally, the attendant said. Zhang Zhuzhu was not worried after hearing this. It was common for couples to quarrel. Besides, it was a new time, so it didn't matter if they quarreled a few times. That's not a big deal. The attendant nodded, and Zhang Zhuzhu gave a few more instructions and went back with the child. Li Fu came back quite late. He smelled of alcohol, but he was not drunk. He was holding a few boxes in his hands. When he saw Zhang Zhuzhu, he immediately said, "Don't go to sleep yet. I'll tell you something interesting." Chapter 352 Can't Stop. Zhang Zhuzhu was waiting for this moment, and asked someone to send the hangover soup to him, asking him to drink while talking. When Li Fu left the government office today, Zhou Yi was waiting for him there, looking very depressed. So Li Fu did not refuse, but said that Zhou Yi would pay for the wine. Zhou Yi wanted to roll his eyes after hearing this. "I am a prince. How can I not have this little wine money? Everyone is like you, with a cleaner pocket than your face." Li Fu never thought it was shameful. He was willing to do so, and took this opportunity to push away some people who could not be friends with. People with different ideologies cannot work together. So the two went to the restaurant. Zhou Yi didn't say anything, just drank silently, and it seemed that he wanted to get drunk. Li Fu asked politely, "Your Highness is newly married. And you should be in high spirits. Why did you come out to drink with me? Zhou Yi was waiting for him to ask. Put down the wine glass and said, there is nothing to be proud of. It's good to be newly married. And Qin Jiao is also good. But when they are together, Zhou Yi always feels a little uncomfortable. Especially when he found out that he was not trusted by his newlywed wife that day. He was very depressed. Zhou Yi said, why doesn't she believe me? She should believe me. She still doesn't listen to me. Li Fu, I see. There is no other problem. Zhou Yi is being pretentious here. Li Fu said, time will tell. It's too early for His Highness to ask for the trust of others now. As for disobedience? What's so strange about that? Zhou Yi didn't think about it. Qin Jiao was close to Zhang Zuzhu. She had a good impression of Zhang Zuzhu. So she would naturally develop in that direction. It was impossible to expect Qin Jiao to obey. Li Fu would not say this. It was a game between them. And it had just begun. Zhou Yi, but we are husband and wife. Husband and wife are each other's closest relatives. Zhou Yi really hopes to get the full trust of his new wife. Li Fu, what's the matter with husband and wife? If you don't understand, you don't understand. If you want others' trust, you have to find a way yourself. It's useless to ask me to drink. Zhou Yi knew it was useless. He asked Li Fu to come here just to find a solution. But he had no way. What solution? Zhou Yi asked immediately. Li Fu, I'm afraid you don't want to listen to what I say. Zhou Yi, you speak first. Li Fu, you listen to her. Zhou Yi really calmed down. Does he have to be like Li Fu to be trusted? Is there any other solution? Li Fu, I don't have any other solution. You can ask someone else. Any exchange is mutual. Now Zhou Yi wants Qin Jiao's trust. If he continues to hold his head high when he needs help, he will not get a good result. Qin Jiao was so calm. But he had already gained the upper hand. Zhou Yi was still dreaming, wanting others to listen to him. Don't you feel unfair? Zhou Yi asked again. Li Fu, I got what I wanted. So I naturally don't feel unfair. Zhou Yi was about to speak. Li Fu, don't forget what you want. You have got what you want now. And if you want more, it's just asking for more. Qin Jiao is beautiful and gentle. And it's hard for her to have relatives to make trouble with her family background. Li Fu continued, the complete obedience you want has never existed. It's impossible for one person to be completely obedient to another, even if their identities are worlds apart. Besides, Qin Jiao is not without support. You can threaten with power if this is the obedience you want. Li Fu said. Of course not. Zhou Yi never thought of using any force to make Qin Jiao surrender. He just hoped that Qin Jiao could treat him wholeheartedly. This cannot be obtained by force. But if he submits first, it will go against his original intention. Zhou Yi is in a dilemma. After drinking all night, Li Fu finally helped the man into the carriage, and said that he would send him to the crown princess to take care of him personally. After listening, Zhang Zuzhu said to Li Fu with satisfaction, you are right. Trust is mutual. He should ask himself first, and then ask Qin Jiao. Li Fu, this truth, many people will not understand. A woman's obedience to a man is not innate, but forced. Are women really born inferior to others? No. It's just that the social environment is like this. Men benefit from this environment, and really don't regard women as human beings. They think that they have no thoughts of their own and cannot live without men. In fact, Zhang Zhuzhu thinks it's just the opposite. It's because men can't live without women. So they turn relatively weak women into a resource that can be fought over, depriving them of the opportunity to receive education and survive independently, so that they must rely on their fathers, husbands and sons to survive. Zhou Yi's request to Qin Jiao is unreasonable. But he doesn't realize it. He doesn't respect Qin Jiao as a person like him. If he keeps doing this, he will never get Qin Jiao's trust. For example, among the wealthy families in Beijing, how many women really trust their husbands? Compared with a husband with 3 wives and 4 concubines, isn't it more trustworthy to trust his son? Zhang Zuzhu said, he will listen to you. Li Fu, not yet. The rest depends on Qin Jiao's tactics. Li Fu continued, if I heard correctly, he seems to be jealous. Zhang Zuzhu, jealous? Li Fu, the crown princess trusts you more. He said that when the imperial concubine was unhappy that day, the crown princess was always looking at you. Zhang Zuzhu thought to herself, what a guy. Is he jealous? She said, at that time. Of course she trusted me more. Which woman would think that she was more in her husband's heart than her husband's mother? Not to mention that this is a society where filial piety is more important than heaven. Besides, the crown princess trusts her biological father more. There is really no need to be jealous, Zhang Zuzu said. Zhou Yi was actually protecting Qin Jiao that day, and Zhang Zuzu saw it. But Qin Jiao chose Zhang Zuzu in panic. This was a subconscious choice. Zhou Yi was useless to be jealous. He should do more trustworthy things. No one can do his current attitude of trust and obedience. Complete obedience also means not daring to express all your feelings. So how can this be called trust? Contradictory. What's the use of drinking? Li Fu held Zhang Zuzu in his arms. Okay. Let's not talk about their affairs. Two young people. No one has bad intentions. Let them figure it out. Zhang Zuzu said, that's right. We should watch more and talk less about the affairs between husband and wife. She thought about it. And Li Fu, you are really not unhappy at all, being controlled by me like this. Li Fu, no. I like you. I like our family of 3 together. We don't need extra people. Except Hongdo's brother and sister. If Li Fu chooses to indulge, he will lose what he is now. He is a person who has passed by a dead end and knows what is the most important thing. He will never indulge himself and never take chances. Zhang Zuzu kissed him and said, well said. I will give you an extra tael of silver tomorrow. Li Fu laughed when he heard it. Zhang Zuzu could see that he was not embarrassed at all. Li Fu. It really made her unable to stop. Chapter 353. Disasters from the Sky. 2 days later. It snowed again. Zhang Zuzu wanted to take her son to the East Palace to play, and Qin Jiao was waiting for them early in the morning. Zhou Yi got drunk 2 days ago, and Qin Jiao took care of him all night. So some things were not mentioned again. Zhou Yi saw her busy preparing things and said, since you like it, let them come often. Qin Jiao didn't have many friends, and she had the closest relationship with Zhang Zuzu. But this was Zhang Zuzu's second visit to the East Palace since Qin Jiao got married. Qin Jiao threw the rattan ball in the puppy's mouth away, and then said to the prince, how can that be? I can't disturb her often. Zhou Yi, then you are usually alone. Qin Jiao turned around and smiled at him. I am the crown princess. You are my husband. I am not alone. When Qin Jiao said this, his words and expression revealed great sincerity. This time Zhou Yi was silent. He only needed this sentence, and all the boredom of the past few days disappeared. It seemed that he only needed this sentence. The puppy ran back again at this time, barking twice. Qin Jiao squatted down and touched his head, saying, okay. Okay. I won't throw it so far next time. Don't be angry. I will play with you. After hearing this, the puppy rolled on the ground, exposing its belly for Qin Jiao to touch, and made a comfortable snoring sound. Zhou Yi stood by, looked at the dog with disdain, picked up the Sepak takraw and said, I'll throw it. The dog stood up. Zhou Yi walked outside and threw the Sepak takraw out. Then, Qin Jiao and the dog watched the Sepak takraw fly out like the wind, even over a nearby palace wall. The dog barked miserably and ran towards his favorite Sepak takraw. Qin Jiao was speechless for a long time. She really didn't know what to say. Zhou Yi turned around and smiled at his beloved wife. You're a little stronger. Then the couple heard a sharp, high-pitched and familiar ouch. Qin Jiao lifted her skirt and ran out. Zhou Yi chased after her. Outside the palace wall, Zhang Zuzu and her son fell into the snow together, and several maids were trying to help them up. Hongdo was fine, and she thought she was playing with him, so she was carried to the side by the maid. Zhang Zuzu was in a worse situation. She felt her arm hit the ground first, and she felt pain after it was cushioned. Who is it? With such a strong hand? Zhang Zuzu said to the maid next to her. It's so strong. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been hurt. Really? She was walking with her son in her arms, and she saw something flying out from the top of the wall, which scared her so much that she hid with the child and accidentally fell to the ground. The puppy chased out at this time, and the maid said, it seems to be a rattan ball. The dog raised by the queen likes this rattan ball the most. He throws it to people every day to play. Zhang Zuzu, I saw your prince throwing it. The maids dared not say anything. Qin Jiao ran over in a hurry. Sister, did you fall? Zhang Zuzu saw that she was anxious, so she joked, what's the matter? You plan to let me go back sideways today. Qin Jiao was so anxious that he cursed the prince in his heart. Why did he throw the ball so far away? He was idle. Joey also regretted it in his heart. He could bully this puppy at any time. But he almost hurt someone at this time. Not to mention that the person was Zhang Zuzhu and Hongdo. He immediately bowed to Zhang Zuzhu and said, "It's really my fault. I've already asked the imperial physician. It's too cold outside. Sister-in-law, take Hongdo in to talk first. How could it be such a coincidence in such a cold day? How can I explain to Li Fu later?" Zhang Zuzhu covered her left arm, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "How can you be like this? Even if you don't hit anyone, you can't make the puppy tired. It's your wife's favorite pet. You bully it in front of her. Are you going to throw the rattan ball out of the palace behind her back?" This was just to make Chen Jiao look bad. Chen Jiao helped Zhang Zuzhu walk inside. After hearing this, she glared at Joey. She thought that the puppy's bowl was broken last time. And she thought the puppy was naughty, and gave it a lesson. The puppy was so aggrieved at that time that tears were about to come out. Now that she thought about it, Joey told her about this. So she couldn't believe it. Bah! What kind of prince is this? Are you bullying a dog that can't speak? Joey thought to himself. This person really doesn't want to suffer any loss. And he will take revenge on the spot. But he was in the wrong. So he could only turn around and carry Hongdo and follow them. It was not easy to hear a word that suited his heart today. And it was not long ago. Joey hugged Hongdo and said, "Good child. Come to your uncle more often. And have a temper like your uncle in the future. Not like your parents. Understand?" Hongdo didn't understand this long speech at all, and struggled to play in the snow. Joey saw that he was wearing thick clothes. So he put him down and played with the child in the yard. Chen Jiao was so angry that he said, "How can he be like this? I don't know what happened a few days ago. He ignored me, and he was pestering me after drinking. Today, he even bullied my dog." Zhang Zuzhu said, "You really don't know why he is unhappy?" Chen Jiao frowned. "How can I know? He doesn't say it. What can I do? I'm not your sister, so I can't guess." Zhang Zuzhu said, "He is jealous." Zhang Zuzhu saw that Joey was not only jealous of her, but also of the dog. Chen Jiao heard it and said, "I am in the East Palace. I don't go out of the door or the second door. He is jealous of himself?" Chen Jiao was a little unhappy. Zhang Zuzhu said, "He bullied your dog. Do you spend more time with the dog?" Chen Jiao was about to say that this was absurd. But Zhang Zuzhu continued, "No matter who you are jealous of, the reason for jealousy lies with you too. Don't ignore this problem, and don't have any misunderstandings. You can't let hurtful things happen. If you have a mouth, you have to explain." Zhang Zuzhu thought that Joey would say everything he should say after drinking. But he was very stubborn. Chen Jiao thought about it, and felt embarrassed. It happened that the imperial physician came at this time. And Chen Jiao didn't care about anything else and looked at her injuries first. Zhang Zuzhu couldn't lift her arm at this time. And there was a bruise where she fell. Chen Jiao saw it and tears fell, saying, "Sister, do you still feel pain?" Zhang Zuzhu said a little. Chen Jiao gritted his teeth. "I'm so angry." The doctor said, "It's not serious. Just apply some medicinal wine, and it will be fine in 2 days." Zhang Zuzhu nodded. And Chen Jiao said again, "You have to apply medicine, and let your sister suffer this for nothing." Alas, Zhang Zuzhu, okay. It's not intentional. I'm fine. Don't cry. After sending the doctor away, Joey also came to ask, and was relieved to know that it was not serious. But he saw Chen Jiao crying, and said in confusion, "Why are you crying?" Chen Jiao rolled his eyes at him, picked up Hongdo and walked inside. Joey was so sad. He admitted that it was his fault. But the injury was obviously not serious. So why cry? At night, Joey couldn't sleep. So he pulled Chen Jiao up and asked her, "If I was injured, would you cry?" Chapter 354 Love. Li Fu looked at Zhang Zuzhu's injury, and was also very angry. Joey is really... He is grown up and vain. Like a little kid. There are so many things at the end of the year. I think he is too idle. Zhang Zuzhu said, "Okay. It's not a bone injury. It's just a bruise. It's not like you haven't been injured before." Li Fu said, "It's different. Your injury is an unexpected disaster." He took the medicinal wine and rubbed the wound for Zhang Zuzhu. That was so angry. He is really interesting. It's okay to be jealous of people. He also eats the jealousy of dogs. He has no future. He still wants Qinjiao to obey him. He can dream. Zhou Yi's head is still useful in the affairs of the government. But in family affairs, his head is useless. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't stop laughing when she heard Li Fu talking. Don't criticize him, Zhang Zhuzhu said. He himself wasn't much better at that time. So there was no need to laugh at someone who was only 50 steps away from you. Li Fu choked up. And after a while he said, No. I still can't compare with him. He must be much better than the prince. Oh, how do you say that? Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu didn't answer, but asked, We have been married for several years. You should understand me. Think about it yourself. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless after hearing this, and patted Li Fu on the arm, and then said, But I don't understand the prince. I only understand you. What's the use of this? Li Fu was very happy to hear this. Zhang Zhuzhu only understood him. What a nice thing to say. Li Fu, I only understand you, not others. Zhang Zhuzhu, okay. Tell me now. Don't play dumb with me. Li Fu then said, It's very simple. I love you. But the prince didn't love Qinjiao enough. Or he hadn't realized his true feelings. Sometimes, not only others can't understand you, you can't see your own heart clearly. Zhou Yi was young and arrogant. He was jealous not only because Qinjiao didn't give him what he wanted, but he didn't even know what he wanted. Is it trust and obedience? No. He wanted love. He wanted Qinjiao's wholehearted love. If he just obeyed, he would not be jealous and would not be so angry. But love can never be forced. There must be the right time, the right person, and the right method. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu seriously. She also liked this sentence and these 3 words. She smiled and said, Ah, this is already very simple. Li Fu put his forehead against Zhang Zhuzhu's forehead. Fortunately, I have been studying with the teacher since I was young, and I have learned to be humble and respectful. Li Fu was very glad that she was not an arrogant person. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled happily. She opened her arms and hugged Li Fu without saying anything. In the middle of the night, Qinjiao was shaken awake by her husband with misty eyes. She said, What did you say? Zhou Yi, if I get hurt, will you cry? Qinjiao thought, Why on earth should I suffer this torture? She asked, Zhou Yi, do you know what time it is now? It's almost midnight. Zhou Yi replied, You call my name? Qinjiao lifted the quilt and sat up, angrily saying, Can't I call? I will. Zhou Yi hugged her and the two rolled into the quilt together. You can call. Call more. I like to hear it. Qinjiao was so angry that she cried. What sin did she do that she couldn't sleep in the middle of the night? After she really cried, Zhou Yi was at a loss and wiped her tears in a hurry. Qinjiao was really sleepy. Hongo was jumping up and down, which was her lively time. Qinjiao played with him for most of the day and was really tired and sleepy. And her husband had to wake her up at midnight and ask some boring questions. Qinjiao cried and said, You like me to cry? Then I will cry for you to see. Zhou Yi immediately said, I don't like it. Don't cry. I just asked casually. Qinjiao, I have never seen anyone wake up people at midnight to ask questions. Unless it's a matter of losing their heads. Zhou Yi hugged him and felt guilty. He gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind, and said something that he himself found incredible. I was wrong. Qinjiao, who was crying, stopped crying for a moment. Is there something wrong with her ears? Zhou Yi, don't cry. Go to sleep. After he said this, he closed his eyes and stopped talking. But Qinjiao didn't want to sleep. She was silent for a while, stretched out her hand, and poked Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi didn't say anything. Qinjiao said, Your Highness, if you are dissatisfied with me, you should tell me earlier so that I can change it. If you don't tell me, I won't know. Her voice was still choked with sobs. Your Highness, why did you bully the puppy? How did its favorite bowl break? Zhou Yi's face turned red quietly, and he didn't want to say anything. Well, he admitted that Zhou Yi broke the puppy's bowl. He didn't do it on purpose. He just heard Qinjiao say that the dog was very well behaved when eating. Zhou Yi passed by and took a look. When he stood up, his sword fell and smashed the bowl. Zhou Yi said, I gave it a new one as compensation. Qinjiao laughed softly. He spoke up. Zhou Yi continued, I'm not dissatisfied with you. Qinjiao, then tell me what you want. Don't be jealous. Zhou Yi quickly replied, I'm not jealous. How do you know I'm jealous? Qin Jiao, well, I didn't notice it in the first place. Zhou Yi's mind was calculating, thinking that Li Fu was really unreliable. What kind of friend is this? He told his wife everything. And now his wife knows it too. Zhou Yi, I'm not jealous of my third sister-in-law. Don't listen to her. Qin Jiao had closed his eyes and was ready to sleep. But he opened them again after hearing this and said, You are jealous of Sister Juju. How can you bear this? No one could sleep now. Zhou Yi, you don't know? Qin Jiao, of course I don't know. Why would I ask you if I knew? Zhang Zuzu didn't say this. At this moment, Zhou Yi really felt frustrated. He had fought many battles and rarely lost. But now, he was defeated miserably. And his opponent was a woman. Zhou Yi, what did she say to you today? Qin Jiao said, She told us to speak if we have anything to say. And not to have any misunderstandings or ignore the problem. Zhou Yi. It was him. He was judging others by his own meanness. It was his fault. He thought Zhang Juju would tell Qin Jiao about this as a joke. But she didn't. She hoped that there would be no problems between them. Zhou Yi let out a sigh and said, I am guilty of hurting my third sister-in-law today. Let's see if there are any medicines for treating bruises in the palace tomorrow and send more. If there are any ginseng and deer antlers, give her more tonic. Qin Jiao liked Zhang Juju so much that he immediately said, Yes, I said I would send it today. But she refused. I will see it tomorrow. The injury was on Juju. And the pain was in Qin Jiao's heart. Zhou Yi's mood was very complicated. Go to sleep. Zhou Yi said. Qin Jiao, we haven't talked about business yet. Zhou Yi hugged him tightly. I haven't thought it through yet. Let's talk about it after I think it through. After a while, Qin Jiao said angrily, Are you going to sleep? Zhou Yi, anyway. You're up. Call me Zhou Yi. Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao didn't get up until noon the next day. Chapter 355 Smart People. At the end of the year, Li Fu and Zhang Juju were so busy that they didn't even have time to take care of their children. Zhang Zuzu had less things to do. And Li Fu was busy until New Year's Eve. Much busier than his father Li Qi and his second brother Li Fu. Fortunately, the two were brothers from the same mother. Otherwise Zhang Zuzu would have rolled up her sleeves and started a fight at home. Some people did say sour words in front of Zhou Rui, saying that Li Fu had a better future than his second brother, and Zhang Zuzu was more powerful. And even the crown princess was taught by her. So the couple had a bright future in the future. Some people also said this in front of Zhao Ping. But Zhao Ping didn't have much intention of fighting with others. She only wanted Li Fu not to spend his time drinking and partying outside, and her 3 children to be safe and sound. When someone said in front of her how powerful the third brother and his wife were, Zhao Ping thought that the Li family would be prosperous and wealthy for the next 30 or 50 years thanks to them. This could not stir up any trouble. Zhou Rui was different. She managed the Li family from top to bottom, and was the head of the Li family. Everything else was fine. But Zhou Rui was still in a bad mood when she saw Zhang Juju's reputation surpass hers. She admitted that Zhang Juju brought more good luck to the Li family. But, when she heard someone say that Zhang Zuzu had such a background, but took this step, and Zhou Rui was not as good as her, Zhou Rui really couldn't laugh. Even if she could suppress her desire to compare, the gossip of others would make her feel bad. Zhou Rui was taking inventory of the things in the warehouse, and saw someone moving things in. Zhang Juju was telling people to be careful. Zhou Rui said, What is this? Zhang Juju, it's medicinal herbs. Said by the Eastern Palace. Zhou Rui also heard that she fell in the palace. But this was too exaggerated. And said, So many? Zhang Juju was helpless. I told them I didn't want it. But they insisted on sending it. And so many. The medicine jars can't be used up. She really didn't need these medicinal herbs. Some of them were more expensive and needed to be properly preserved, which was very troublesome. Zhou Rui smiled and said, It seems that you are close to the crown princess. And it seems that it is not false at all. Zhang Zuzu said, In fact, I was the first to take a fancy to him. Qin Jiao knew her for many days before he knew the prince. Zhou Rui wanted to say something, but she endured it. It's not that she has a good temper. It's that she can't afford to offend. The rules of the family have only been slightly changed in the past 2 years, and they are still the ones left by Zhang Juju. It's not that Zhou Rui doesn't want to change them, but these rules are very practical. Nothing that shouldn't have happened in the family in the past 2 years. If she changes them, she will have more trouble. Let's not talk about the family affairs first. Zhang Zhuzhu is not only a female member of the Li family. She has real power, and can directly intervene in the affairs of the Charity Bureau. Ordinary officials in Beijing are not as good as her. Zhou Rui sighed and said, "Who decides people's fate?" Zhang Zhuzhu thought she was talking about Chen Jiao, and was also very emotional, saying, "Who can say it for sure? Chen Jiao was given food by God. There are few women in the world who have a face like her." Zhang Zhuzhu joked, "What worries the second sister-in-law? Why do you talk about something as illusory as fate? Our family should have everything except the liver and gall of the dragon and the gall of the phoenix now. Several positions in the cabinet are vacated, and various parties are about to compete for them. Li Qi is one of the popular candidates. After the new year, there is a cabinet minister in the family, and ordinary things can be accomplished." Zhou Rui couldn't say that she was eating sour grapes. She shook her head and said, "No worries. I'm just like you said. The Li family has a bright future. My worries are only about the children." Even if there was something, Zhou Rui didn't plan to tell Zhang Zhuzhu. She was originally lower than Zhang Zhuzhu. Now if she bothered her to do things, the favor she owed would be even greater. Zhou Rui would not do that. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Then the second sister-in-law should be more relieved. With mother around, our children will have a promising future. Among the 3 sons of the Li family, only the eldest son is weaker. The second and third sons are fine." Zhou Rui nodded and said yes. Looking at the arranged medicinal materials, she thought, Forget it. Forget it. Such a sister-in-law is still her own family after all. She respects her and loves the 2 children. It's one thing for her to feel unfair in her heart. But if she really does something, it's called the disaster started by Xiao Chong. It harms her own family and benefits others. It is hateful to gossip about others. But if you really do something you shouldn't do because of it, it would be your own stupidity. Zhou Rui has always been a smart person. It's okay to fail occasionally, but it will never happen again and again. Zhang Zhuzhu packed up the herbs and went out. She didn't care what Zhou Rui was thinking or doing. There are 6 children in this generation of the Li family, and the new year is also particularly lively and festive. Now when you go to worship your ancestors, you don't have to worry about any right or wrong. Now, Li Qi has the final say in the Li family, and the direct branch doesn't dare to say anything that shouldn't be said. This year, the national treasury is finally a little more abundant than last year. This is another year when the emperor officially ascends the throne to manage state affairs. The palace will also hold a palace banquet to celebrate it. This is the first time that Chen Jiao has been a daughter-in-law for someone else. She is so tired that she can't open her eyes every day. Zhou Yi is distressed, but he can't do anything. It's all rules. The 2 of them have no time to talk about obedience, trust, and jealousy. On the day of the palace banquet, Chen Jiao also had to deal with the ladies of the family. She was nervous, but she had to put on airs. She met Zhang Zhuzhu and said, "Last year, when I was selecting a concubine for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I had no name or surname. Who would have thought that an unknown person like me could fly up to the branch? There must be many people who are dissatisfied, just waiting for her to make a mistake today, to make a good joke, and to prove that the Crown Prince is blind." Zhang Zhuzhu saw that she was nervous and said, "You have to bow your head even if you don't accept it. You should think like this. You can find a chance to take revenge on those who offend you." Chen Jiao said they are not qualified to enter the palace. There was even a hint of pity in this statement. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her. "The closer you are to the red, the redder you are." Chen Jiao was puzzled. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You can see the shadow of Zhou Yi in your demeanor and tone. To be honest, it's just a little arrogant. But this arrogance is not disgusting." Chen Jiao was surprised. "Really? I've been married for less than a month." Zhang Zhuzhu thought, people's habits are formed unconsciously in 10 days and half a month. This also shows that Chen Jiao is living well in the East Palace. Otherwise she should show anxiety and panic. "The prince treats you well," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Chen Jiao thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Well, he is good, but he doesn't like to talk. I don't know what he wants." "What an interesting thing. Zhou Yi doesn't know what he wants," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "You will know after a while." Chen Jiao thought, it is true that time will reveal a person's true character. At this time, Madame Pan Ho came with her 2 daughters. She didn't like the crown princess no matter how she looked at her. She wished that her own daughters were standing there. Chapter 356, A Difficult Sutra. Qin Jiao saw it. Of course. She had dealt with Madame Pan before, and knew that she had bad intentions. But Qin Jiao was not worried. Qin Jiao had thought that Zhou Yi favored the Pan family. But it was obviously not the case. Zhou Yi had a mediocre attitude towards the Pan family and the two cousins, and did not seem to be close. She was married and followed her husband, and she would have the same attitude as Zhou Yi, and she would not make mistakes. So when Madame Pan came over, Qin Jiao just smiled and said, "Aunt and two sisters are here." Madame Pan was indeed very dissatisfied. She was the prince's aunt, and how close the nephew and uncle were. Was there any need to say? She was so unfriendly that people would think that there was some rift between the Eastern Palace and the Pan family. The crown princess is indeed young. I just told you last time that you should learn the rules of the palace well. It seems that you are still not doing your best. Mrs. Pan's words were not polite at all. Ordinary people would be angry after hearing this. But Qin Jiao was different. Since she showed her unusual appearance, she had heard all kinds of vicious words. Mrs. Pan's words were simply not painful to Qin Jiao's ears. She said calmly, "When you meet the crown prince later, talk to him and change the maids around me. If you are still not satisfied next time, my aunt will come to the Eastern Palace to teach me the crown prince, and I will never refuse." Mrs. Pan didn't know what to say. At this time, her eldest daughter came out to smooth things over, saying, "It was just a joke. Mother, let's go talk to Aunt." Mrs. Pan didn't want to leave, but her eldest daughter kept winking at her, and used some force to drag her away. Mrs. Pan said dissatisfiedly, "You girl, I took your place, and you still called me cousin. Dragging me away. What are you doing?" Miss Pan frowned. "Mother, don't say this anymore. My sister and I have already decided on our marriage. If people hear this, they will laugh at me." Miss Pan naturally imagined that she would marry into the Zhou family like her two aunts and enjoy wealth and glory in the future. But the prince didn't like her, and even spread the bad effects of close-kin marriage everywhere. If she insisted, it would be so ugly. If it really got too ugly, the two aunts would be fine. But the prince obviously favored Qin. If the prince sided with her instead of the Pan family, it would be even more ugly. Madame Pan glanced at her eldest daughter, then at her youngest daughter, and couldn't help scolding, "You two useless things." The two Pan sisters looked at each other, and neither of them spoke. Madame Pan always favored her sons. When the Pan sisters were young, they spent more time with their two aunts, and were not close to their mother. Fortunately, they were not close. Otherwise, after listening to her instigation, the two sisters would not know how to make trouble for Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao saw that the person had left and said, "I lost my mother when I was young. But in my impression, my mother was also thinking about me wholeheartedly. These two sisters do have a mother, but she is not much better than me. The matter has been settled. Mrs. Pan has offended her, the crown princess, and she has been disgusted with the Pan family and her two cousins. Is this a good thing?" Zhang Zuzu said, "You don't have to pay attention to her. I have seen these two girls from the Pan family many times beside the imperial concubine. You just need to be polite to them." Little Pan was not very polite to this sister-in-law. The two nieces were very concerned. They were given the title of county princess and arranged marriages. It was obvious that they loved her. Qin Jiao nodded. "Anyway, there are a lot of wealth in the East Palace. They will get married next year. I will prepare more dowries for them." Princess Haiyang watched her mother-in-law and sister-in-law leave, and then came to find Qin Jiao and Zhang Zhuzhu. Last time Zhou Lanxu took her daughter to Daxiangguo Temple to stay for a few days. It was not just because of the fortune-teller. She had a conflict with her mother-in-law and hid outside. Zhou Lanxu is still having a headache now. "Alas, my life is miserable. My poor daughter is miserable," Zhou Lanxu said. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Look at the beads on your neck. Don't be miserable for now." Zhou Lanxu wore a string of pearls around her neck, each of which was round and beautiful, shining brightly. A person who wears a house in the prosperous area of the capital around her neck. She said that she had a miserable life? Qin Jiao laughed when he heard it. Zhou Lanxu glanced at her and said, "You are too vulgar. Besides, this is where I suffer." Before the marriage was settled, Madame Pan came to Zhou Lanxu, and her words implied that she wanted to share some of her family property as a dowry for her two daughters. Zhou Lanxu was not short of money, and was willing to give two sisters-in-law 2,000 taels of dowry, and some jewelry and fabrics to each of them. This was really not a small amount. 2,000 taels. Many people can't earn money in their lifetime. This is very generous. But Madame Pan was unhappy, thinking that the money was not enough, and that each person had to give 6,660 taels to make a lucky number. Zhou Lanshu was indeed rich, not to mention 26,000 taels. She could also take out 260,000 taels. But is this something a daughter-in-law should worry about? Which daughter-in-law needs to be responsible for the marriage of her sister-in-law? Why doesn't she go and grab it? Zhou Lanshu said speechlessly, they are married. Not unsaleable. When they have children and happy events in the future, I will give some subsidies for the sake of the children. How can you bully people like this? Will the palace treat these two girls unfairly? She left in anger and asked Pan Jingping to persuade his mother. Pan Jingping did try to persuade her, but Madame Pan got really angry and said her son's heart had turned bad, which made Pan Jingping quite angry. Fortunately, my two sisters-in-law were still smart and didn't make trouble together. Otherwise, I really don't want to go back. Zhang Juju felt that the Pan family really only saw Madame Pan as a good mother and didn't consider anything else. She had offended her son, daughter-in-law and two daughters, and she was still complacent. Such elders are really painful. Zhang Juju said, then you don't have to worry too much. The people have been pushed over, and you don't need to win them over. Zhou Lanshu sighed and said, it's you who stole my things. I used to like your mother-in-law. If you want to be her daughter-in-law, it will be less troublesome. She could have told her past as a joke a long time ago. Zhang Juju also laughed. That's not your turn. It's mine. You have to think like this. Life is not always smooth. The difficulties now are to sharpen you. When you overcome these difficulties, you will find that these are nothing. Zhou Lanshu, oh, yes. There will be bigger troubles waiting for me by then. Her daughter has grown up, and she will have to talk about marriage by then, which is a big trouble. Zhou Lanshu couldn't help but sigh, thinking to herself, what's the point of this? It's really not easy to live. Qin Jiao said, you still have to live after all? The three sighed at the same time. Chapter 357, You Must Be Virtuous and Generous. There were many ladies around Xiao Pan, and now they all surrounded her and talked about their grandchildren. They were already at this age, and their sons were either busy or didn't like to be close to their mothers, so their minds were naturally on their sons. Madame Pan asked one of the ladies, just now I heard you say that there are several grandchildren in the mansion. Did I hear it wrong? 9. You heard it right. And I didn't say it wrong, the woman said proudly. Madame Pan praised, your family is really blessed with many children. She raised her voice, deliberately wanting Xiao Pan to hear it. A single daughter-in-law cannot give birth to so many grandchildren. There must be 5 or 6 concubines who can give birth. The meaning of these words is also very simple. That is to tell Xiao Pan, if you want so many grandchildren, you must marry more wives and concubines for the prince. One with the surname Qin is not enough. Xiao Pan naturally understood what they meant. She was dissatisfied with Qin Jiao some time ago because of the words of these women. They had quarreled about this last time, and it was not very good. She would not fall into the same pit twice. These people may not have any good intentions for her. They just saw that there was still a place in the East Palace, and they were anxious to let their own girls come in to take one. So they tried so hard to stir up the relationship between Xiao Pan and Qin Jiao. My daughter-in-law has always been virtuous and generous, and she is the most tolerant. Having such a good daughter-in-law has also brought many descendants to my family. I am not proud of it. But you should let your daughter-in-law learn well. Otherwise, how many descendants can the family have? The woman was very proud, and her eyes were secretly on Xiao Pan. Xiao Pan said nothing. At this time, Zhang Juju came to pay her respects and happened to hear this. She knew this family, and had seen the daughter-in-law of this family. She is indeed generous and tolerant, with a heart of a bodhisattva, and never makes things difficult for concubines, and illegitimate children. The reason is also very simple. This daughter-in-law has been a Buddhist since she was a child, and she has no interest in matters between men and women. She doesn't care who her husband wants to have children with, or how many children he wants. This is not virtuous and generous at all. If there is any emotion, people will be jealous and resentful. Without emotion, there will be no love or hate. If she treats her husband as a stranger, if he wants to take a concubine, then take it. And if he wants to take a concubine, then take it. And if he wants to take a concubine, then take it. And if he wants to take a concubine, then take it. Because it is not the wife who pays for it, but the man's family who raises it. When Zhang Zhuzu greeted Xiao Pan, the woman saw Zhang Zhuzu and immediately said, "The third daughter-in-law of the Li family. You must listen to my words." They did not necessarily want Li Fu to take anyone as a concubine, but they just couldn't stand Li Fu's love for Zhang Zhuzu alone. All men have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Why can't you? How can you be different? Zhang Zhuzu smiled and said, "I have been raising pigs for my family since I was young. When I was 8 or 9 years old, I was greedy and wanted to raise 5 or 6 pigs. As a result, at the end of the year, these pigs were very thin and weak and could not eat enough. Later, when I was older, I only raised 2. They were fat and strong. My family could not finish them all, and I could sell them for some money. How can people want everything?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Zhang Zhuzu with a strange expression. This was too straightforward. She almost pointed at her and said, "What's the use of your dozen grandchildren? You can't teach any of them well." Little Pan almost laughed out loud. In fact, she agreed with this statement very much. She only gave birth to 1 son, who is the current prince. The careful education of this child exhausted the efforts of her sisters. A dozen children is really no different from raising pigs. Xiao Pan also has high hopes for the eldest son of the prince. As for the second son and the concubine's son, they have to step back. There is no way. There can only be one heir. If there are too many qualified people, they will fight for it. If it gets out of control, it will not be a good thing. Besides, Zhou Yi has clearly stated that his children will be born from the same mother in the future. Xiao Pan is now counting on Chen Jiao's belly. What do you mean by this? The woman came back to her senses and pointed at Zhang Zhuzu. My grandson will naturally be carefully taught, and no one else needs to worry. Zhang Zhuzu still smiled. I am just talking about my childhood. I was young and ignorant at that time. Now I tell it to win the elder's smiles and treat it as a joke. Why bother to be so serious? Xiao Pan looked at her and knew that she was an elder. She told her a joke. Humph. She was afraid that someone would whisper in her ear and help Chen Jiao. Xiao Pan said a few words and asked everyone around her to disperse. She called Zhang Zhuzu over and said, "You used to pretend to be weak, but now you don't pretend at all." Zhang Zhuzu laughed and said, "Your Majesty knew what I looked like from the beginning. Whether I pretended or not, it was all for outsiders to see. And it also hooked people." She was talking about the time when the prince went to war. Xiao Pan listened and her expression softened. I don't like to listen to their nonsense. But if I don't listen, they will bother my sister. I might as well listen. Xiao Pan said. Zhang Zhuzu poured her tea, held it over and said, "The queen is kind and soft-hearted, and she only wants the good of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Some of her words are indeed difficult to distinguish. If you accidentally listen to the words with selfish intentions, it will cause discord in the family, which is terrible. Xiao Pan said, "I also see your selfishness." She also came for Chen Jiao. Zhang Zhuzu smiled. "I have selfish intentions, but it is also for the harmony of the family. Doesn't the queen know me? Chen Jiao is a legitimate crown princess, and her selfish intentions are also public-spirited." Xiao Pan also laughed a few times. "It is said that you and the child fell down when you went to the East Palace some time ago?" Zhang Zhuzu said, "I fell down and there were some marks on my arm, but it was healed the next day. His Royal Highness and the Crown Princess treated me as their porcelain and sent a lot of medicine. Li Fu also watched me closely. Xiao Pan, just accept it if it's given to you. I've heard it all. Daolong, that boy, is not stable even after getting married. He throws things around. He should compensate you and your son. How old is he? Throwing things around in the snow is not right." After Zhang Zhuzu and Xiao Pan finished talking, they turned around and winked at Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao looked at her and was deeply moved. She thought, Sister Zhuzu defended her in front of her mother-in-law and sent away the woman who was gossiping beside her. Zhou Yi wanted to know why she liked Zhang Zhuzu more. Isn't the answer simple? It's all in the open. Who can not like such a person? Zhou Yi can't compare. Zhou Lanshu looked at her and was very envious. He said, "It would be great if my mother-in-law was so easy to persuade. This is definitely impossible." Jingzhou Prefecture was an advocate of opposing marriage between close relatives, which completely cut off Mrs. Pan's thoughts. She must have hated Zhang Zhuzu to death. Even if Zhang Zhuzu could say something flowery, Mrs. Pan would only roll her eyes. Chapter 358. You must not make elixirs. There was no accident at the palace banquet. When Li Fu was talking to the emperor, the mirror he carried with him fell at the emperor's feet. The eunuch picked it up, and the emperor asked for the mirror and found that the mirror reflected people very clearly. Why do you carry a mirror? The emperor asked casually and looked at himself again. Before Li Fu could think of how to explain, everyone heard the emperor sighing and saying, Why do I look like I'm 60? He has been back to Beijing for more than 2 years. Why does he look like he has been back for 20 years? He is only in his 40s. Why is he so old? The emperor looked in the mirror and asked deeply, Li Fu, Your Majesty, you are in your prime. The emperor was a little upset and said, You don't know. When I came back, there was no white hair here. But now the hair on my temples is all white. All white. Li Fu winked at Zhou Yi and asked him to go over and persuade him. Zhou Yi said, Father just has a few white hairs. Just ask the eunuchs to pull them out. You stand with me. We are still like brothers. Zhou Yi drank some wine and got drunk. After hearing this, the emperor turned his head and looked at his tall and strong son with black hair, and suddenly felt even more heartbroken. Li Fu wanted to shut the prince's mouth. The emperor recalled that he had been busy until late at night with endless state affairs and endless memorials to read this year. He still remembered Li Fu's wife. When she saw him for the first time, her eyes lit up. Yes, the emperor also knew that he was good-looking at that time. He was not disrespectful to his age. He knew what he was doing. The emperor now had white hair, dark circles under his eyes, red eyes, and was fat, like an ordinary middle-aged man. His stomach was not flat. His clothes were getting bigger and bigger. He was listless, and he had no time to ride, shoot, or practice martial arts. Thinking of all this, the emperor felt really bad. Li Fu was getting anxious. This was not good. He was about to slide to the edge of danger. If an emperor felt that he was old, what would he do? He would find someone to make an elixir. Li Fu's heart was pounding. If there is another emperor who makes elixirs, the country will be destroyed. They really can't afford it. He suddenly remembered something and said, Your Majesty, I have a way to make you radiant. The emperor came to his senses and frowned and said, Speak more quietly. Do you think I am deaf? Li Fu was about to apologize, and the emperor said, What can you do? Li Fu, Your Majesty, wait for me to write a memorial to you tomorrow. The emperor listened, put the mirror in his arms, and said that he would give it to you when he was radiant. Zhang Juju heard this absurd thing after returning home at night. Li Fu hugged his son and said, I am really afraid that Your Majesty will find someone to attack to make elixirs. Zhang Juju also complained, Middle-aged men. Which one is not fat? My father has lived a good life in the past 2 years, and has gained a lot of weight. He doesn't have to make elixirs for this. Li Fu said seriously, just in case. The Zhou family loves to make elixirs. And there can't be one more. Zhang Guju was speechless for a long time. What are you going to do? There is no scientific and technological means. If there is, you can do medical beauty and take some health products. But now there is nothing. Before the emperor ascended the throne, he lived a relatively leisurely life, and was indeed not very old. Zhang Juju remembered that when he first saw the emperor, he was a very stylish middle-aged man. But now he is unbearable. First, he was too busy. And second, he was old. The first one could be helped, but the second one was hopeless. Zhang Juju thought. The emperor actually didn't have a correct concept of life and death. How could this work? Now he was afraid of aging and had to make elixirs. So he had to continue to make elixirs in the future when he was afraid of death. Li Fu said, like when you gave birth. After Zhang Juju gave birth, her health was not as good as before. She had to rest for several months before she recovered. She had to control her diet and exercise. She was very young and recovered faster. Zhang Juju, but Your Majesty is not young anymore. Li Fu said, What's the use of the elixir? It's just comfort. I want to stop Your Majesty from going astray. Zhang Juju suddenly realized that just like the Taoist priests, who made elixirs painted cakes for the emperor, they could also paint cakes for the emperor. The couple had a tacit understanding. Li Fu gave his son to the maid, and they went to the study together to paint cakes for the emperor overnight. No, to customize a health plan for the emperor. Then, they would invite a long-lived imperial physician from the imperial hospital to see the emperor together, in order to prevent the return of religious forces. Li Fu took great pains. After seeing this plan, the emperor said, I am very busy. Where can I spare so much time? I can't drink alcohol and eat less meat. Is this okay? Li Fu said, Your Majesty. Are you willing to listen to my truth? The emperor's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he still signaled Li Fu to speak. Li Fu said, Your Majesty. Everyone will die. No matter how noble or humble their background is. They will grow old and die. And you are the same. The emperor has been on the throne for a year, and he has heard many compliments, which are better than what Zhang Luju said, and more to his liking. The emperor was praised very highly. The emperor actually noticed the changes in his body. When he asked the people around him, the queen and Xiao Pan would say that they were old too. Others would say that Your Majesty is still in his prime. And long live Your Majesty. He favored his concubines, and there was nothing unusual. But 2 concubines in the palace had miscarriages recently. The emperor knew in his heart that it was not the women who had problems, and the imperial doctors were trembling with fear. But it was his problem. Everything in the palace is good, except that the mirror is a little dim, and it can't reflect people's faces, let alone their hearts. The emperor's heart suddenly turned cold. You want me to accept my fate? The emperor said. Li Fu, Your Majesty. We can refuse other fates, but we have to accept life and death. Please accept it. Your Majesty. People can only fight for this limited life. When the time comes, no matter who you are, you have to die. The emperor couldn't help but lose interest. He took out the mirror and couldn't even bear to look at himself in the mirror. He said, What do you usually do with the mirror? Li Fu said, I hold it for my wife. She loves beauty. The emperor couldn't help but laugh. You are a loving couple. Li Fu did not speak. The emperor said, You are right. I have to accept this fate. Then Your Majesty. The emperor interrupted him. But if we continue to do this, I am afraid that my in-laws will have to move in before the imperial mausoleum is completed. I see that your plan was written by you and your wife together. We have to give it a try. It is better to die late than early. Li Fu also relaxed and said, Your Majesty. I have investigated overnight. Those who take elixirs have shorter lives. It is better to say that they are poisons than elixirs. They must not be touched. The emperor now knew why Li Fu was so anxious. He was afraid that he would be like the previous emperor, looking for Taoist priests to make elixirs, and not caring about state affairs. The emperor thought it was funny, but it made sense. Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. Li Fu said sincerely, You treat me like an elder. There are some things I must say. The elixir is really poisonous. Don't touch it. The emperor, well, don't worry if I don't eat that stuff. Li Fu was relieved. The emperor began his days of abstaining from desire, controlling his diet, practicing martial arts every day, and getting enough sleep. He brought his newly married son to take care of the important affairs of the court. Chapter 359 Li Fu's Good Eldest Son. Those who can become emperors naturally have extraordinary perseverance. In the blink of an eye, it was February. Zhang Zuzu brought her son to the palace to play with Qin Jiao. When they arrived, they found that the East Palace was in a mess. Before Zhang Zuzu asked, the maid beside Qin Jiao ran over happily. After seeing the courtesy, she said, Great news. The crown princess is pregnant. It was just diagnosed. Your Majesty, the queen, and the imperial concubine are all in there. You should hurry in too. After hearing this, Zhang Zuzu thought that young people are in good health. She took her son in, and sure enough, Xiao Pan was smiling, holding her daughter-in-law's hand and talking softly. The emperor and the empress were also full of joy when they saw Zhang Zuzu coming in with the child. Empress Pan immediately told her not to be polite. In 2 years, Daling's child will be as big as Hongdo. Hongdo smiled sweetly when she heard someone calling him. Zhang Zuzu's eyes fell on the emperor. Li Fu was worried that the emperor would find someone to make elixirs, but he had been worried for more than half a month. He not only persuaded him verbally, but also checked all the Taoist temples in the capital vigorously, causing the Taoists to complain. Li Fu was relieved after ensuring that there were no Taoists who were good at making elixirs. The emperor saw Zhang Zuzu looking at him, and was ready. As expected, Zhang Zuzu said, as soon as she opened her mouth, What kind of magic medicine did your majesty take? Why is it growing back? I have never seen it before. The emperor was beaming with joy. It seemed that his hard work in the past 2 months was not in vain. Today was also a double blessing. He had his first grandchild. If things continued like this, There was hope that 4 generations would live together. Zhang Zhuzhu was not talking nonsense here. The emperor had indeed regained his vigor in the past few years. At least the protruding belly was no longer visible. Little Pan said, "What kind of panacea?" Sanlang was so anxious that he almost set fire to the Taoist temple. "Who dares to mention the word elixir?" Queen Pan said, "It is better to have no such harmful things. I think this is a good thing. The previous emperor died from taking elixirs. How could they repeat the same mistake? Don't worry. I will never touch that thing." The emperor said this with great confidence, picked up Hongdo, and gently tossed him twice. "There's something to do ahead. I'll go first." Everyone saw the emperor off. Hongdo shouted a few random words. But only 2 words were clearest: "Dad, see you." He waved his hands vigorously after he finished speaking. The emperor turned around. What did he say? Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And said, "This child has recently learned to call mom and dad. I often accompany him. But he only calls me mom. And when he sees a tall man, he always calls dad. Hongdo is 1.5 years old. And he doesn't know that dad is a special name." Li Fu was very depressed about this. But Hongdo would follow Zhang Zhuzhu to call Li Fu by his full name, and was closest to him. Li Fu didn't know whether to be happy or cry. Everyone laughed when they heard it. And the emperor laughed the happiest. It seemed that he was indeed young. Old people would lie and talk nonsense. But what did a child who couldn't even speak clearly know? The emperor said very gently, "He is a good child." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "He is still a little fool. I'm sorry to make you laugh." The emperor left the East Palace contentedly, and hummed a northwest tune. Little Pan frowned from a distance and said, "Your Majesty is the same. You are a grandfather. But you still don't admit that you are old." In the past 2 months, the concubines in the palace were all worried. Especially those without children. They were all worried that something was wrong with the emperor. Now they should know that the emperor was just cultivating his character, which made them suffer. Queen Pan smiled. He was like this when he was young. And he didn't change when he got older. To some extent, it was a good thing. Qin Jiao's pregnancy was a great joy. But she was a little confused. She was still leaning on the bed in a daze, staring at her belly. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "The prince will be back soon. And the palace servants have already invited your father and sister-in-law to come over." Qin Jiao listened to her and suddenly came to his senses and said, "How did this happen? It's like a dream." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Are you a little scared?" Qin Jiao hesitated for a while, then nodded. She was indeed a little frightened and at a loss. She had only been married for a short time and had not yet gotten used to it. But now she was going to be a mother. Qin Jiao frowned and said, "I don't know what a mother is like." Qin Jiao's biological mother died early, and she was too unfamiliar with this identity. She didn't know what to do. Zhang Zhuzhu whispered, "Do you think the prince is filial and sensible?" Qin Jiao thought about it and nodded. "Zhou Yi is really good," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "Then you could be lazy. If you give birth to a son, the 2 queens will naturally teach the child well. If it is a daughter, then you just need to be a gentle and kind mother." Qin Jiao couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Is this possible?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's possible. Believe me." Qin Jiao saw that Hongdo was lively and cute, so he chose to believe. The 2 chatted for a while, and Zhou Yi rushed back from outside the palace. And Li Fu came with him. The imperial examination was about to start, and Zhou Yi was in charge of this matter. Today, Li Fu, and he went outside the palace to check the examination room. The eunuch who delivered the message only said that the crown princess was dizzy, but he didn't know why. Zhang Zhuzhu saw Zhou Yi coming, so she got up and went outside. Zhou Yi was anxious and asked anxiously, "I was fine when I left this morning. Where is the imperial physician? What's wrong with you?" He saw Qin Jiao leaning on the bed, with a worried look on his face. And he couldn't help but worry more. Qin Jiao said, "I'm fine." "Didn't they tell you?" "What are you talking about? How can you feel dizzy if you are fine?" Zhou Yi said anxiously. Seeing that he was so worried about him, Qin Jiao said, "My father and my brother and sister will be here soon." Zhou Yi's face turned pale. He thought to himself, could it be that he had a terminal illness? It is said that beauty is envied by heaven and beauty has a short life. Zhou Yi felt cold all over and could hardly stand. He held Qin Jiao's hand, and Qin Jiao found that his hand was not as warm as usual. When he looked up at him, his eyes were red. Qin Jiao was also scared. "Your Highness, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Zhou said, It's okay. It's okay. I will ask people to visit the world's miracle doctors. You will be fine. Although Chen Jiao was not as gentle and obedient as he imagined, and occasionally got angry with him and rolled her eyes. But this was his wife. And Zhou, he could not give up on her easily. Men don't cry easily. But Zhou just felt uncomfortable. Chen Jiao couldn't help but say, I'm just pregnant. Even if I'm pregnant with the eldest grandson of the Zhou family. There's no need to make such a fuss. Zhou. What? Chen Jiao looked at him. And Zhou seemed even more shocked. You're pregnant? Seeing him like this, Chen Jiao said, We are husband and wife. I've been married to you for almost 3 months. And of course I'm pregnant. Why does it seem like her child came out of nowhere? Chen Jiao couldn't help but shout, Why? Do you still dislike my child? Zhou finally regained his consciousness from the confusion. You are pregnant. I will be a father. Zhou was ecstatic. Hugged Chen Jiao and laughed. Outside, Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu looked at each other. The Pan sisters couldn't help but say that their son was not stable at all. Chapter 360 70 points and 80 points. Little Pan said, You are not steady at all. Look at Sanlang. Sanlang is more steady. Li Fu was very modest. I just looked steady at that time. He loved Zhang Juju very much. So he naturally had great expectations for their children. He was very happy at that time. Zhang Juju thought about her pregnancy and said, Speaking of it, there are so many people in the family. But it was Sanlang who first saw that I was pregnant with Hongdo. I didn't know it myself. When she said this, Queen Pan was a little surprised. Sanlang can also see this? Except for the doctor. Most experienced women may be able to see it. Li Fu is a man. And he can even see this. I am afraid there is no other man like him in the world. Mrs. Pan sighed beside him. What a pity. I was born late. If I was born 20 years later, I would have tied Sanlang to my own family. What a good husband. Li Fu explained. This is also a common thing. We are together every day. And I know her habits. She doesn't like sweets. But she wanted to eat them every day during those days. And she had to get up at night to eat. I think that's the case. He just saw the change in habits. People who don't pay attention to these habits will naturally not notice it. Mrs. Pan was more moved by what she heard. And said to Zhang Juju, You must have done good deeds in the previous 9 lives. So you have such a good husband in this life. Hold on tightly. Don't let others get it cheap. Zhang Zuzu laughed non-stop. Chen Jiao rested for a long time, and was no longer dizzy. Zhou couldn't wait to tell his joy. The couple came out hand in hand, and heard what Xiao Pan said. Zhou helped Chen Jiao out and said, I am also a good husband. Xiao Pan glanced at her son and said, You are far from it. Zhou was not convinced. So Xiao Pan told her what happened just now. Zhou, I admit defeat. And he was convinced. Zhou also had some ideas about what Chen Jiao liked and disliked. But they were not particularly clear. Chen Jiao's changes during these times, thinking carefully, seemed nothing. Chen Jiao didn't care about this little thing. It was too embarrassing to expect the prince to find out what she herself hadn't discovered. Not to mention that she had never had such high expectations for Zhou. The Pan sister specifically instructed the palace servants to serve the prince and his wife well. And then they left. Zhang Juzu and Li Fu did not leave. Chen Jiao kept them. And she had something to ask Zhang Luju. The weather was good today. And the sun was warm in the morning. So several people went outside to talk. Chen Jiao asked about things during pregnancy. And Zhang Juju explained them to her one by one. And then left. When Li Fu and Zhang Juju went back, they ran into the Chen family, who hurried into the palace. Zhang Juju said to Li Fu, When I first came, I met your majesty. And it was very effective. Li Fu smiled and said, Your majesty must believe what you said. Zhang Juju also laughed when she heard this. She could praise you for your good temper with her eyes closed. But when it comes to your appearance, Zhang Juju is more realistic. Zhang Juju pointed at Hongdo, who was running in front, and said, What I said is nothing. You gave birth to a good son. And what he said is the most effective. Li Fu was a little upset when he heard this. Did he call your majesty dad? Zhang Juju nodded. Li Fu was even more worried. He knows that there is only one mother. But he doesn't know how to change to dad. How could the emperor not be happy? Being called a generation younger and decades younger by a child who was 1.5 years old and couldn't lie. He would be unhappy. Li Fu, Hongdo. This little fool. Zhang Juju, You are not allowed to talk about him. You are so busy, leaving early and returning late. And you can't even see the child. Hongdo is still so young. He will know when he grows up. Li Fu hurriedly said, I am too busy. I won't talk about him. Zhang Zuzu was about to nod. Li Fu sighed again and said, Now you are really closer to Hongdo. My beauty has not faded, but my love has faded. Zhang Zuzu hit him and joked, Bah! You can compare with my son. Li Fu, yes. I am too high. Don't even talk about comparison. You can't say it. After joking, Zhang Zuzu said again, The imperial examination is also a big deal. It can't be delayed. You are busy and it's right. If someone takes advantage of it, it will be fatal. You can't have it all. Li Fu is busy outside, so naturally he can't take care of the family. I will teach the children well, Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu naturally understood. Thank you for your hard work. Hongdo turned around and ran over again. Li Fu stepped forward and picked up her son. Hongdo laughed loudly. Qin Jiao felt sleepy early that day. Zhou Yi thought that this was actually a more obvious change. She had been sleeping longer and longer recently. Before, she thought it was spring sleepiness. But now it seems that it is not the case. Zhou Yi suddenly said to Qin Jiao, I am not as good as others. Am I? He really couldn't see anything. Qin Jiao said, If your highness says so, then I am not as good as Sister Zhu Zhu. I have never seen your highness's thoughts. Zhou Yi touched his nose. No. People are different. No need to compare. Qin Jiao glanced at him, meaning that you also know this truth. Zhou Yi didn't know what to say. Qin Jiao said first, Today I see that they all hope that I give birth to a son. What if I give birth to a daughter? Zhou Yi immediately said, What's wrong with a daughter? A daughter is also our first child. The most noble. When she was born, I asked my father to make her a princess. And the fiefdom must be the richest, so that she will have no worries about food and drink for the rest of her life. And she will be rich and prosperous. Qin Jiao, your highness is really not in a hurry to have a son? Zhou Yi, no hurry. I like daughters too. Like you. Qin Jiao felt very comforted after hearing this. There are many people in the world who despise their daughters. She said, Your highness is already very good, and he will definitely be a good father in the future. Then I have to learn from those who have experience. He said, and then asked, Then I am just a good father, not a good husband. Qin Jiao was stunned for a moment after hearing this. And then he came to his senses and quickly said, Yes. Both. Zhou Yi, you are lying. This is too perfunctory. Qin Jiao coughed and said very seriously, I heard that in the girls' school in Jingzhou Prefecture, the teachers will give the girls a score for their homework. And the full score is 100. If I use this to score your highness, I will give you 80 points. Zhou Yi said, 80 points. So low. Qin Jiao comforted. Don't think 80 points is low. 80 points is very high. Many students often only get 60 points. Zhou Yi, then what do you think is wrong with me? He has very high requirements for himself. Qin Jiao smiled and shook her head. I am the wife of his highness. And I only got 70 points. So she didn't ask Zhou Yi to get 100 points. Zhou Yi thought, It's not like that. But Qin Jiao closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 361. Fight if you need to. In March, when the flowers are in full bloom, the imperial examination is scheduled for this time. There was a fierce conflict in the court over the position of chief examiner. Li Fu's qualifications were not in the conflict, but his father Li Qi was fighting. This must be fought. The civil officials in the court were a group of scattered sands because of the problems left over from the previous dynasty. When they met, they were easily involved in fighting, which reduced efficiency. If the chief examiner was allowed to fight between the two sides this time, it would be hard to say what would happen. And in the future, this group of talents would follow the examiner's footsteps and continue to fight. So neither faction could do it. Li Qi put all his efforts into it at this time, fought his way out of the siege, and became the chief examiner. There were two deputy chief examiners. One was the second son of Mr. Song, and the other was the prince. He was basically a figurehead. Despite the discussion in the court, the matter was still settled. It was rumored that Li Qi relied on his son Li Fu to get to the top, which was very unpleasant. Li Qi was very disdainful of this statement and said, Let alone my imperial examination results. Even if I relied on my son, it doesn't matter. They are just jealous that I have such a capable son. In the past, if the father took advantage of his son, Li Qi would definitely not be embarrassed. But now it is different. Li Qi is very fortunate to have Li Fu as his son. They are father and son. And it is impossible to tell them apart. If he can use his son's power to do what he wants. Li Qi is also very willing. Lin Weiying said, "You have really let it go now." Li Qi smiled and said, "Yes. I have become more and more shameless. I used to think that as long as I kept my duty, I didn't need to stand out. As long as I did things well, others would see that I had been making wedding clothes for others all those years. After that experience, Li Qi would never do that again. You have to fight to gain a foothold in the officialdom." Lin Weiying reminded, "You have to fight. We should also know what to do and what not to do." Li Qi said, "Don't worry. He still has political ideals. And the Li family is not short of money. He will not go wrong. There is no need. Spring may really be a good season for everything to revive." Zhang Jingjin finally got pregnant with her second child, which was also a great joy. Zhang Zuzhu went to see her. When she entered the house, Wu Guanyang and Zhang Jingjin were crying together. Zhang Yining was so angry that she cursed at the side. And the curse was very ugly. Zhang Zuzhu said, "What's the matter?" Zhang Yining said, "Do you know why it took so long for the eldest sister to get pregnant with the second child?" Zhang Zuzhu knew that Zhang Jingjin had a miscarriage before. She was in the capital at that time. Because it was a sad thing, and it was common for women to have miscarriages during pregnancy. She did not ask in detail. But she invited the best doctor for Zhang Jingjin, and used the best medicine. It was all because of the second son of the Lu family. At that time, they came back to fight for the family property. They quarreled with the eldest sister and pushed people. The eldest sister didn't know she was pregnant at that time. And the child was gone just like that. Zhang Yining said, "What kind of injustice is this?" Zhang Jingjin wiped her tears and said, "Okay. Don't add fuel to the fire. My pregnancy was not good to begin with. It doesn't matter if I get angry. The doctor also said that I can't keep the baby. Because of this, my father-in-law put several shops in my name. And people also scolded me." Zhang Yining muttered, "That's what you deserve. Isn't this enough injustice?" Zhang Jingjin pulled Zhang Zuzhu to sit down and said, "It's really my pregnancy that was not good. You also had a baby. If it was so easy to miscarry, we would have fallen on the bed and couldn't get up when we got pregnant." Zhang Zuzhu, "Why are you crying?" "Elder sister?" Zhang Jingjin, "I'm so happy. I think the child has come back to me again. This time I have to keep him." Wu Guanyan said, "We can keep him. We can definitely keep him. Don't worry. I will take care of you personally." Zhang Yining, "I will take care of my elder sister too." Wu Guanyan said, "You take care of your own family. He will take the imperial examination soon. I think he is not in good spirits. Studying is also a hard job. Especially after Duanzhe broke his leg. He also gave up for a while. And then picked up the book again. Although these days are very hard. Duanzhe is still flustered. He doesn't know if he can do it. And his legs are not very good. The pressure Duanzhe is under is not what others can imagine." Zhang Yining sighed. "It doesn't matter if he can't pass the exam. He studies until late at night every day. It's still cold at night. But he doesn't let the room get too warm. He says he will fall asleep when it's warm. I feel really uncomfortable." Zhang Zuzhu said, "I think my second brother-in-law should not stay at home all the time. There are many scholars in Beijing. It's good to go out and see more and make some friends. If the pressure is too great, people will have problems." Zhang Yining said in a hurry, "You are right. I will let him go out now." After that, she left. Zhang Jingjin said, "After she gets married, none of us is as important as the one in her family." After that, the mother and daughter laughed. That was how it was at that time. Others looked at Duanzhe, a lame and useless scholar. But Zhang Yining had never been like this. Duanzhe was dragged out of the study door. And he said, "Why are you getting stronger and stronger? Stop dragging me. I will fall down soon." "Zhang Yining, Zuzhu told me that you can go out and make more friends." Duanzhe hesitated. And Zhang Yining took out a bulging purse from her arms. "Don't worry. We have plenty of money, and are very generous." Duanzhe still has the temperament of a scholar. He lives in Yu's family. And his wife and children are taken care of by Yu's family. Although the elders are kind, and the sisters never say anything. And they are even more concerned about each other when they meet. He can't get over it. If he passes the exam, it's fine. If he doesn't, It's just eating and drinking for free. Duanze was embarrassed. Zhang Yining stuffed the purse into his hand. It's uncomfortable for you to stay at home. Go out. And when you pass the exam, we will quickly have a second child. Anyone can say that Zhang Yining took advantage of her parents' home. She was a married woman. But she brought her husband and son to her parents' home. Only Duanze could not do that. He and his son were the beneficiaries. Okay. I'll go out. Don't worry, Duanze said with a smile. Zhang Yining was relieved. That's right. I'll send someone to accompany you out. There are many people with physical disabilities for some reason. And there are always a few scholars. Duanze made friends with them, and also brought up a bloody case. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu came to deliver something that day, and Duanze told them about the case. Li Fu listened to the cause and effect and said, even if the official has been transferred, the case committed in office must be investigated. Just write a complaint and go to Jingzhou Prefecture. Duanze was so fierce for a reason. The scholar was murdered by his stepmother before the exam, and his face was burned by fire, so he could not take the imperial examination. Duanze was unlucky to break his leg, and his stepmother delayed his treatment. They were in the same boat. Duanze felt that he was luckier. He was not alone now, and he had many family members, especially his wife and children. Chapter 362, Not a Virtuous Person. When she was free, Zhang Zhuzhu asked about the case. We will send someone to investigate carefully. This is not a trivial matter, Li Fu said. The inter-house fight is a small matter, but it is not a small matter to cause injury to people. The local government should also handle this matter carefully and take it as a warning. As a result, the scholar had no place to complain. It can be seen that the local officials did something they should not do and were bribed. This is a big deal, Zhang Zhuzhu said. The emperor is far away, so such things are not surprising. Before Yao Qingxin went to Songyang County, Songyang County was not a stable place. There were many collusion between officials and businessmen. It was only because Yao Qingxin was young, courageous and upright at that time. If it were someone else, Songyang County would not be much better. Not everyone has political ideals. Some people not only have no ideals, but also have bad intentions, which is terrible. Li Fu said, corruption is something that cannot be completely fought and killed. Zhang Zhuzhu said, that cannot be left alone. You should think of more ways and summarize the experience of predecessors. Li Fu said, I know. I am thinking about it. This kind of thing has happened in the past. It exists now, and it will happen in the future. It is not something that Li Fu can do alone. Li Fu did not have 2 days of free time, and he was busy again. This cannot be blamed on him. It was all Zhou Yi's fault. Zhou Yi's reason for shirking responsibility is also very simple. The crown princess is pregnant. He is worried, and he wants to accompany the crown princess more. Li Fu was very dissatisfied with this. Zhou Yi was not alone this year. So was Li Fu. He also had a son and a daughter-in-law to accompany. Especially his son was very interested in learning recently. If he didn't accompany him often, he would really not recognize him as a father. The weather was getting warmer, and Zhang Zhuzhu was going to inspect their properties. She left earlier than Li Fu that day. When Li Fu went out, Hondo was looking for her mother all over the ground. She couldn't find her mother, so she cried anxiously and hugged Li Fu and refused to let go. Li Fu couldn't bear to see it. Thinking that there was no court meeting today, he would only discuss matters in the palace. So he took his son with him. He would also trouble the crown princess to take care of him when the time came. So a group of court officials, including the emperor, all knew that Li Fu couldn't bear to see her son crying at home. So she took him out. It was not a big deal to let the crown princess take care of the child. The two families had a good relationship, and Li Fu could just take the child with her when she left. Zhou Yi and Chen Jiao also thought it was good and had no objection. But an unexpected question came up. Someone asked, where did the child's mother go, and why didn't she take care of the child? A mother let her son cry at home, and let her busy husband take her son out. Is this reasonable? Is this what a woman should do? This is not right. This is too dereliction of duty and too wrong. Even Li Fu didn't react. Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly had a bad reputation. This Zhang, she is not a good wife and mother. It took 3 or 5 days for the news to spread. But no one danced in front of Zhang Zhuzhu, the real owner. On this day, Zhang Zhuzhu went out to attend a banquet. And finally someone couldn't help it and said, if you ask me, as a woman, We should take care of our husbands and children. I raised the children in my family very carefully, and never let the children's father worry about anything. It's also because I was born stupid and can't do anything else. I can only do this little thing well. This sudden malice made Zhang Juju a little confused. She recognized the woman who was speaking as the daughter-in-law of the Su family. That is, Su Mingzhou's cousin. It was not surprising that the Su family disliked her. After all, the prince was able to see the princess because of Zhang Juju's help. Su Mingzhou lost the good job of the princess for no reason. And the Su family lost the ladder to heaven. The Su family could not resent the Zhou family. So the resentment fell on Zhang Juju's head. But why did Zhang Juju tolerate her? Su Mingzhou was not favored by Zhou Yi. It was Su Mingzhou's fault. And it was also the Su family's fault. If the Su family had the ability, they would make it impossible for the prince to refuse them. If it didn't work, they would go to Zhou's family to make trouble and bully Zhang Juju. A woman! What kind of ability is that? Zhang Juju would not tolerate anyone talking behind her back. She was surprised and said, "Is raising a child just a small matter? The Su family doesn't care about the child's future and let stupid people teach their offspring. Is that true?" Zhang Juju retorted without leaving any room for negotiation. Grandma Su Wu didn't expect Zhang Juju to scold her according to her own words. And her eyes widened for a moment. Zhang Juju finished speaking and just looked at her directly. Grandma Su Wu was a little anxious and said, "I'm not like some people who actually leave their children at home and go out to have fun, and trouble their husbands to take care of the children." Zhang Juju smiled and said, "So that's what you were talking about." She had only heard a little about this, but she didn't expect that the news would spread more widely than she thought. Zhang Juju laughed and said, "The Su family has many children, so I guess 5th Grandma Su must have many children. Sanlang and I are different. He doesn't have concubines. We only have this one child. And he is like our sweetheart. I want to be a good mother. And Sanlang wants to be a good father. You and your wife can't take care of 5th Grandma's children. But we are competing to take care of him. You naturally don't understand." These words are so heartbreaking. Although Li Fu was ridiculed by some men, which woman doesn't want a husband like Li Fu? He has a bright future, is willing to take care of children, and doesn't have concubines. Zhang Juju's words were really enough to attract hatred. How could Grandma Su Wu admit defeat? Who doesn't want many offspring and branches? Don't blame people for saying you are jealous and unvirtuous. Grandma Su Wu thought that if her son married such a daughter-in-law in the future, she would let him divorce her even if she risked her life. Mrs. Li was really generous. She could tolerate such a daughter-in-law. Zhang Juju was calm and said in a resounding voice, "You can say it. I am jealous. So what? I have said before that if Li Fu married me, she would never have any concubines in this life. I am greedy and want to monopolize my own husband. I will never allow others to share." Grandma Su Wu couldn't bear it. So she covered her eyes and blocked her ears to avoid hearing my reputation every time and crying in jealousy in the quilt at night. Not to mention the husband. Even the food and toys that one likes. People may not be willing to share, let alone a living husband. Women also have possessiveness. It's just that due to the social environment, women's desires are eliminated. Grandma Su Wu was so angry that she couldn't speak, and pointed at Zhang Zuju with her eyes wide open. Her hands were shaking a little, and she said angrily, Our Su family will never marry into the Li family in the future. Su's daughter is virtuous and kind, and no family in the capital would want to marry her. But it will be impossible for the Li family in the future." Zhang Juju said, "Okay. I remember this. Please be a witness." Everyone looked at each other. How could the quarrel between women escalate to two families? At this time, the elders of both families were also called over. Chapter 363 Zhang Juju can't do it. In fact, as a mother-in-law, Lin Weiying was a little dissatisfied with Zhang Juju for letting her son take care of the child in his spare time. After all, he is a man, and his career is the most important. But Lin Weiying knew how much Li Fu loved Hongdou. Most fathers would not be too close to their children. But Li Fu was not. Li Fu attached great importance to his son. As the saying goes, it is better to hold grandchildren than sons. At that time, Li Qi could not take care of his son and loved his grandchildren more. Li Fu was not like that at all. Whenever he was free, he would try his best to accompany Hongdou. Lin Weiying saw that he was really happy, so it was hard to say anything. You can't say that Li Fu, as a father, Can't love his son too much. How ridiculous. Moreover, Zhang Zhu, the daughter-in-law, is also extraordinary. Without mentioning the past, it is said that the prince met the princess through her. This matter alone is of great significance to the Li family. Compared with this, everything else is a trivial matter. No matter how dissatisfied Lin Winging is, she tells herself that no one is perfect. Zhang Zhu has enough advantages and abilities. For other problems, just turn a blind eye. Being too serious will hurt the feelings of the family. Therefore, Lin Winging does not take the recent gossip outside to heart. When Lin Winging came, Zhang Luzhu stood beside her and took her arm. Mother, the Su family is noble and refuses to marry into our family. Lin Winging whispered, look at you. When do you go out without quarreling with others? Zhang Zhu, Mom. It was others who said that to me first. I never take the initiative to cause trouble. As for this incident, it was not because of Li Fu that the child was born. There are so many businesses in the family. If she doesn't take care of it, who will? She has instructed the maid to send the child to Zhou Rui to play with his brothers. And Zhou Rui will take good care of him. What's wrong with crying? What kind of child doesn't cry and make trouble? Li Fu felt sorry for the child and didn't want him to cry. So he took him out. Zhang Zhu was also very aggrieved. Why didn't she love her own son? No one in the world loved Hongdou more than her. But she couldn't just revolve around Hongdou. Li Fu has something to do. And so does she. Otherwise, all those properties would be abandoned and thrown away in vain. What will the child eat and drink when he grows up? If he gets married, dowry and betrothal gifts must be prepared? A bunch of idle people who have nothing to do. Not only gossip about her, but also come to her to squeeze her. Don't look at Grandma Su Wu's righteous words. Her own child must have been raised by a wet nurse and a maid. Lin Wanying said, you are still wronged. I am wronged? Mother, didn't I raise Hongdou well? Zhang Zhu said. Do I have to abandon myself when I become a mother? Zhang Zhu can't do it. To be fair, it is indeed very good, and Lin Wanying can't find any faults. Besides, there are very few mothers who don't love their children. She patted Zhang Zhu's hand. I know you feel wronged. They are just talking nonsense. Mrs. Su glanced at her daughter-in-law and decided to keep the peace. The Li family is in the limelight. Li Qisai got the job of chief examiner, and Li Fu also helped the East Palace. The Su family did not lose any benefits this time. Before, Su Mingzhou lost the position of crown princess, and now he kneels in the family temple every day to apologize to his ancestors. This daughter-in-law is also stupid, and she actually offended Zhang at this time. Zhang used to pretend to be weak, but she was very scheming. Everyone talked about her in private, but she ran to say it in front of others. Isn't this courting death? After being scolded by her mother-in-law, Grandma Su Wu dared not act rashly again. Mrs. Su smiled and said to Lin Wanying, it's just a quarrel between children. I don't think it's a big deal. They called both of us here. These young people just can't keep their temper. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Zhu again and said, this child is really different. You have such a daughter-in-law. This blessing is not something that every one of us has. There is always a sense of yin and yang when these words come out. Because of her background, Zhang Zhu has been gossiped about a lot. And Lin Wanying has also been ridiculed for letting such a woman marry her most proud son. Lin Wanying has long passed that hurdle and said with a smile, yes. At least the Su family is indeed not blessed enough. Mrs. Su should go back and teach the younger generations in the family well, so that they know what it means to say that disaster comes from the mouth. Mrs. Su was not embarrassed and said, yes, our Su family is full of honest scholars who don't seek personal gain. Studying is hard, and naturally we don't have much luck. The Li family is very good at seeking personal gain. They attached themselves to the emperor early, and were deeply involved with the Eastern Palace. How many of them would have such luck? Lin Wanying naturally heard it clearly and said, the late emperor loved to take elixirs at that time. I don't know how many people who advised him suffered. The Li family also escaped death. The Su family studied honestly and saved their lives. Not only the Li family, but also those who lost their official positions, and their lives should learn from this. At that time, many loyal ministers suffered and their lives and futures were lost. A great family like the Su family, adhering to the attitude of keeping themselves safe, remained unmoved in the capital, and did not even get involved in the struggle with the relatives. If the Su family were really honest and loyal, how could they survive until now? Impossible. It is indeed not glorious for the Li family to rely on the emperor, a traitor, and gain power. But everyone has a bag of shameful things. And they still want to put on rouge and whitewash their faces. Why do they have to dig it out and make people look bad? Let's cover each other up and bear it for a while. And it will pass. Mrs. Su did want to keep things quiet, but she did not intend to be humble. Those words were still to step on the Li family, show her duty as a scholar, and flatter herself. As a result, Lin Weining was not a soft persimmon, and he tore off their fig leaf. Now the two families are really going to be enemies. There were low laughter sounds around, and Mrs. Su gritted her teeth and left with the younger generation. Zhang Zhuzhu, mother is still powerful. Unlike me, who can only throw a tantrum. Lin Weining, save your nice words. Save them to coax Samlang. The Su family politely said it was a small matter, and she endured it. As a result, this family, who is righteous and wears the mask of scholars for a long time, really forgot their own bad things, which is really ridiculous. In the evening, Li Fu came back, and before Zhang Zhuzhu said anything, he said first, "It's really my fault. I was stubborn before, and didn't believe you. I am really a kind father, and I have implicated you." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "You've said it all. I can't question you anymore." Li Fu was more serious this time. "I haven't been with Hongdo for a long time. I couldn't bear to see him crying while hugging my legs that day. My heart was broken. I carried him out on impulse. He really loves his son. Zhang Zhuzhu, not only you. I can't let him go either. When Hongdo grows up and knows how much we love him, he will learn to threaten us with his crying." Li Fu couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 364 Sanlang's Regret. At night, the two of them gently coaxed the child to sleep. Li Fu looked at the sleeping Hongdo. "Speaking of which, the source of my love for Hongdo is still here with you." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Me? Li Fu, of course. I love you very much. Hongdo is your child who you desperately gave birth to. When I think of him as your child who you carried for 10 months and gave birth to, I can't help but love him." The child came out of the mother's belly. After 10 months of pregnancy, the mother's love for the child is natural. The father and the child are blood related. And because of the blood relationship, there is love. More love comes from long-term companionship, and the father's love for the child's biological mother. I don't know how others feel, but Li Fu is indeed like this. His love for Zhuzhu and Hongdo is closely linked. Zhang Zhuzhu was moved when she heard this and said, "I like this reason very much." Li Fu lowered his head and kissed his son on the head. Zhang Zhuzhu continued, "Then I won't blame you." Li Fu knew it was a joke, and Zhuzhu had never really been angry with him because of the gossip of outsiders. He said, "Then punish me to carry you back today." Li Fu turned around and bent down. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's back and was carried out of Hongdo's room by him, through the short corridor, and returned to their bedroom. The maid saw it and laughed secretly. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu were completely indifferent and let people watch them openly. The imperial examination went very smoothly, and Zhang Zhuzhu even went to see her second brother-in-law off. Xiaobao sighed. "There are so many scholars in the world, but only 300 or 400 people pass the imperial examination. I am afraid I can't squeeze in." Zhang Dachuan heard this and disagreed, saying, "You are studying in the best academy in the capital, and your family has worked hard to support you. The ancestors of the Zhang family are watching you in the underworld. You must pass the exam and get a good result." Xiaobao's head was buzzing when he heard this, and he looked at Zhang Zhuzhu for help. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that Zhang Dachuan was still muttering, so she just winked at her brother and asked him to hold back. After returning home, Xiaobao finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, what can I do?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Why are you worried? Just study hard. You are the only one in the family. I will not break off relations with you if you fail the exam. Don't worry." "Xiaobao, sister, this is how you comfort me. How can you comfort someone like this?" Zhang Zhuzhu spread her hands and said, "What else? This is also a fact. It doesn't matter if we break off relations. You have a pretty face. I will marry you a rich wife, and you won't have to worry about food and drink." Zhang Zhuzhu joked. It's true that someone really promised Xiaobao to marry his daughter to Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu refused sternly every time. Xiaobao was at a loss for words. "Sister, please forgive me. Can't he support himself? He still wants to marry the woman he likes." Zhang Zhuzhu teased her brother for a while, and then said seriously, you try your best to study first. If it really doesn't work out, then find another way out. You know who has the final say in our family. Although Zhang Dachuan is the father of the family. To be honest, the person who is in charge of the Zhang family now is either him or Zhang Zhuzhu. Xiaobao heard this and said curiously, third sister. The eldest sister and the second sister all told me to study hard and support them in the future. Only you don't think so. If Xiaobao had a future, Zhang Jingjin and Zhang Yining would have legitimate brothers from their mother's side to protect them. This kind of thing is indeed common now. Zhang Zhuzhu would not be like this. The greatest hope of a person is ultimately placed on himself. Zhang Dachuan was restless at home, and came to urge his son to go back to the academy, and not stay at home for too long. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, Dad, if you really want our Zhang family to change, I have 2 ways. Zhang Dachuan was curious, what are the ways? Tell me quickly. Zhang Zhuzhu, the first one is simple. That is, you go to the academy by yourself, and I will find the best teacher. At your age, you still have time to study hard for 10 years. Zhang Dachuan almost rolled his eyes at his daughter. Zhang Zhuzhu was not satisfied. The second one will be a little harder. You can have another one with my mother. What if it is a son? It is not too late to teach him now. Zhang Dachuan realized that Zhang Zhuzhu was teasing him. His face turned red, and he scolded, You unfilial daughter. You have nothing to do but tease your father. Zhang Zhuzhu had already laughed triumphantly, and stood up and ran out. I am telling the truth. She left a voice, which made Zhang Dachuan angry, and scolded her again. After this, everyone was anxiously waiting for the results. But they did not dare to relax because there was still the palace examination. Duanzhe was so worried that he couldn't sleep at home. And Zhang Yining was so worried that she fell ill, and couldn't speak because of her swollen throat. Duanzhe urged his wife to take medicine. And now she felt relieved. Someone was worried about him. The whole family didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Duanzhe was on the list. And after passing the palace examination, he would be appointed as an official. On the day of the announcement of the results, Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu also went with their son. Zhang Zhuzhu said, It's so crowded. And you still go out. The two looked from a high place, and the streets were crowded with people, which was really scary. Li Fu's expression was very emotional, and he said, If you had seen me when I was 15 or 16 years old, you would definitely not like me. Zhang Zhuzhu, why do you say that? I was very arrogant at that time, and I thought that one day my name would be on the top of the gold list. Li Fu recalled his past self. When you saw me in Zhongjia village, I was really embarrassed. He said this, but Zhang Zhuzhu could hear his regret. The late emperor was incompetent and corrupt in his later years. If the crown prince or other princes at that time had 1/3 of the ability of the current emperor, the knowledgeable court officials would have tried their best to let him sit on the throne. Li Fu would also be one of them. Needless to say, the crown prince was a complete fool, and the other princes also fought to the death with their respective mothers' families, and none of them knew what the emperor's responsibility was. They just wanted the power, but they didn't know how heavy the burden was. Later, Li Qi couldn't help but speak. The Li family suffered an unexpected change, and was forced to leave the capital. Li Fu was really embarrassed at that time. He was struggling and hesitating. To be a traitor, you have to make up your mind. The Li family can also waiting for someone to win in the fight, and then return to the capital without participating in more. Everything he experienced in Zhongjia village made Li Fu finally make up his mind. He regretted that he was not born in a stable court. His official position was not in line with tradition, and was not legitimate enough. He would definitely be criticized in the future. His pride made him feel regretful. But it doesn't matter now. Li Fu looked at his wife and children beside him. Although he was born at the wrong time, he was the right person. Zhang Zhuzhu held Li Fu's hand and said with a smile, I have seen Shuiwen. He is not as good as you. Shuiwen was the first place in the palace examination, this year's top scholar, and one of the group of scholars who were arrested by Jingzhou Prefecture for making trouble before. Li Fu looked at the crowd below, of course. Chapter 365 Jealousy and Hypocrisy. Li Fu didn't want to go out. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Then I'll go and see if there's anyone good-looking. The East Palace is hosting a banquet for the new Jinshi today. Li Fu should go. But he doesn't really want to go. Li Fu, no. I've seen them all. You go. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't I go and see them all last time? Dad is the chief examiner, and will host another banquet in a few days. You have to hide and not go out. Li Fu stepped forward and hugged Zhang Zuzu in his arms. Of course, I wouldn't do that in front of others. But I just don't want to see them being so high-spirited. Li Fu's regret could be put aside. But it wasn't impossible for him to watch such a scene calmly. But he just felt uncomfortable. People are not plants. He is not jealous. He can try to forget. But there is no need to suffer this. Zhang Zuzu nodded. Li Fu said, "It can be seen that I am not a generous person. Are you disappointed?" He will not show any in front of others, including his father, brothers and elders. In front of them, he is only stable, without other emotions, such as regret, jealousy, regret, etc. Li Fu never shows it. Even if he shows it, the elders may not understand, and will be considered as ignorant of the general situation. Showing true emotions will only make you look stupid. But Li Fu knows that Zhang Zuzu will never do so. It doesn't matter. We are not saints. Zhang Zuzu patted his back. If you really don't want to go, don't go. Stay at home to take care of the children. I will go. Zhang Zuzu understood and accepted all his emotions. And she thought it was normal for people to have such emotions. Li Fu didn't really want Zhang Zuzu to go over, and held her hand tightly. Zhang Zuzu joked, "Don't worry. I won't look at anyone this time. I'll only play with my friends." Li Fu, who else have you looked at before? Don't pursue the past. Zhang Zuzu kissed Li Fu quickly. Don't give Hondo anything too sweet. Give him more water. I'm leaving. Li Fu didn't stop her, and carried Hondo to the door. Hondo was accompanied by her father, and although she was reluctant to leave her mother, she didn't cry, and took the initiative to wave goodbye to Zhang Zuzu. Li Fu said, "If someone asks me about this, what will you say?" Zhang Zuzu had already boarded the carriage, and she lifted the curtain and said, "The prince is devoted to taking care of his wife and children, and entrusted all the heavy burdens to you. And you are exhausted. What do you think of this excuse?" The attendants looked at each other in surprise when they heard the couple arranging people at the gate, especially the current prince. The Li family was driven out of the capital once. Will it happen again? Li Fu nodded. Okay. Let's say it. This is absolutely true. It was originally Zhou Yi's business. But because Chen Jia was pregnant, it was entrusted to Li Fu. Li Fu didn't have much complaints. He was like this when Zhang Zuzu was pregnant. But he had to say what he should say. The couple said goodbye, and Zhang Zuzu went to the East Palace. Li Fu held Hondo in her arms, thinking about what good things to do with her son at home. Chen Jia was very sorry that he didn't see Hondo, and Zhou Yi asked about Li Fu. Zhang Zuzu said, "He is tired, taking care of the children at home. If you are a little more careful, you will think, why is he tired?" But Zhou Yi didn't. Zhou Yi said bluntly, "I am also tired recently. I don't know what's going on. Are we really a little old and not as healthy as before?" Zhou Yi was very confused. It shouldn't be like this. They are at the best age. Chen Jia pushed Zhou Yi from the side and said, "You invited guests over. Don't stay here too long. Go over quickly." Zhou Yi responded and said to Zhang Zuzu, "Please, sister-in-law, take care of her more." Chen Jiao, "Okay. Okay. Hurry up." The last sentence was somewhat disgusting. Zhou Yi didn't dare to say anything more, and then left. After the people left, Chen Jiao also breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the maids around her and ordered, "You all go outside and stay away." The maids were naturally worried, especially the maid sent by the imperial concubine, who was about to teach the crown princess. Chen Jiao raised his voice, "Go out. Is there anyone here who is trying to murder me? Otherwise, go to ask the queen mother." After she said this, the maids and maids didn't dare to refute and hurried out. Zhang Zuzu said, "It's really different from before. The way she teaches people a lesson is very improved." Chen Jiao said to Zhang Zuzu, "They are all too annoying." Since she got pregnant, the relationship between the two mothers has overwhelmed her like a tsunami. Of course, Chen Jiao knows that they care about the child. Zhou Yi is the same. Chen Jiao has been going to bed early recently. When she wakes up earlier at night, she will find that her pillowmate is staring at her and serving her tea and water. Zhou Yi also has to spare some time to accompany her during the day, which is very appropriate. Such treatment is naturally very good. But Chen Jiao still shakes his head and sighs, I seem to live for this child. Even her father, who always loved her, asked about the child's condition first when they met, and didn't care about her daughter. Qin Jiao was very unhappy. But she had no place to vent. She was the child's mother, and she should care about the child more than anyone else. But Qin Jiao knew that she had no specific concept of the child in her belly, nor any deep feelings. She was more afraid. My impression of mothers is that they are all very kind, Qin Jiao said. My mother is very kind, and I see that my sister is very patient with Hongdo. I am afraid that I was not born to be a good mother. Zhang Zuzhu did not interrupt and listened to her patiently. Anything else? Zhang Wuzhu asked her. Anything else that bothers you? Qin Jiao did not answer, but said, I am so hypocritical. Maya came to see me and said that her family was poor before. Her mother had given birth to 8 children, and she had to work in the fields when she was pregnant, and she had no time to sit for the confinement. I am now living a life that only gods can have. It can be seen that she is really in pain and conflicted, and she is at a loss. Have you told Zhou Yi about your feelings? Zhang Zuzhu asked her. Qin Jiao, I didn't tell anyone. No one would listen to her if she told them, and she would be laughed at instead. So what else could she say? Everyone only cares about her belly, and no one cares about what she thinks. She hadn't figured out how to be a crown princess, but she wanted her mother. She had never had such troubles in the past 10 years. Fortunately, she still had someone to turn to. Qin Jiao first held Zhang Zhuzhu's hand, then stepped forward and leaned directly into Zhang Zhuzhu's arms. Sister, save me quickly. I'm so tired. Zhang Zhuzhu also hugged her for a while, then took her hand and walked out the door. The sun was very good today, and it was warm on people. Zhang Zhuzhu sat down directly on the steps at the door, and Qin Jiao sat down next to Zhang Zhuzhu without hesitation. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Is there really no one who cares about you? Chapter 366 I am not a tool. When Qin Jiao heard this question, he wanted to say that it was really not the case. Everyone was concerned about the child, and she was just a tool for giving birth. But Zhang Zhuzhu spoke gently and her expression was very gentle, and Qin Jiao gradually calmed down. Some people did regard her as a tool for the Zhou family to give birth. But was there really no one who cared about her? Yes, of course. Needless to say, Zhang Zhuzhu. They often met, and Zhang Zhuzhu was very good at comforting people. In addition to Zhang Zhuzhu, there were also her father and husband. Many people were not good at expressing their love, and their words would even deepen conflicts and cause misunderstandings. Qin Shirlang was the former, and Zhou Yi was the latter. The mother-in-law's excessive concern for the child will not destroy Qin Jiao's psychology, because Qin Jiao does not need to ask for care from them. But the father and husband are different. They are the closest people to Qin Jiao. Even if she is not pregnant, Qin Jiao needs to get care and protection from them, let alone after pregnancy. Maybe some people can be completely independent in the world, but most people need the care of their relatives. That kind of clear, strong, very straightforward care and preference. Ambiguous care sometimes makes people doubt and lose confidence. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu are like this. Li Fu dares to express his inner thoughts because Zhang Zhuzhu has a very clear preference for him. He will not be ridiculed if he speaks it out, but will only be recognized. Qin Jiao's problem lies with the people around her and also with herself. Qin Jiao said, under my pillow, there is a peace amulet that my father and Zhou Yi personally went to Daxiangwo Temple to ask for, and it was asked for just me. Even the emperor, empress, and imperial concubine did not have this treatment. Qin Jiao asked them and confirmed that the peace amulet was just for her. At that time, Qin Shirlang said that she was jealous of her own child. Zhang Zhuzhu, Qin Shirlang is supposed to not go in and out of the East Palace frequently, but I heard that the prince often invites him to visit you. Right? Zhou Yi must have asked Qin Shirlang, his father-in-law, to take care of Qin Jiao. If this matter gets out, nosy people will definitely gossip about it. Zhou Yi still did it. Qin Jiao nodded, and she gradually calmed down. They not only care about the child, but also about me. Qin Jiao muttered to herself, and this was also said to herself. Then, there was Qin Jiao's own problem. She has always lacked self-confidence. Now that she is pregnant, she has no confidence in being a mother. This is not surprising. No woman is born to be a mother. This thing must be learned. Zhang Zhuzhu said, if you want to talk about hypocrisy, I am more hypocritical than you. When I was pregnant, Li Fu took care of me personally. Qin Jia was stunned. And Zhang Zhuzhu continued, why can't you be hypocritical? Just be hypocritical with the child's father. If he has a conscience, he will obey you in everything. If he has no conscience, forget it. You have seen through him early, and you will only care about the child in the future. Qin Jiao, but he is the prince. Zhang Zhuzhu, aren't there enough people outside who praise him as the prince? Hurry up and show him the energy you used to spit on him. There are already enough people who are submissive to him. Qin Jiao hesitated. Is it really okay? Zhang Zhuzhu, it may not work in another 10 or 8 years. But it will definitely work now. If you hesitate any longer, it will be too late. Puppies can only live for more than 10 years. But people can't. Qin Jiao was really too tired to be pregnant. And she forgot about her puppy. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that people's hearts are easy to change. So she should do everything she wants to do before they change. Qin Jiao never expected that she would get such an answer. She was waiting for Zhang Zhuzhu to have a perfect and reasonable explanation, so that she would give up her hypocrisy and become a good mother. Obviously, she didn't wait, and got a completely different explanation. Zhou Yi was talking to this year's Jinshi, and Xuewen came forward to greet him and asked, Your Highness, isn't Brother Li here? Because Li Fu is the son of this year's chief examiner Li Qi. This year's Jinshi, regardless of age, all call Li Fu Brother Xian. And those who are over 40 years old also do the same. The reason why Li Fu didn't want to come, in addition to being annoying, is probably because he doesn't want so many brothers. Zhou Yi said, he didn't come today. He is sick and recuperating at home. The Jinshi heard this, and were very worried. Oh? Brother Xian is sick? I saw him fine the day before yesterday. How come he is sick? What's wrong? Have you caught a cold? I've had a cough these past 2 days. Although it's warm during the day in the capital, it's still cold at night. Everyone was talking about it. So Zhou Yi had to tell the truth. I don't have a cold. But I've been too busy lately, and I'm exhausted. It's well known that Li Fu was entrusted with an important task. The emperor was planning to let him rotate through all the government offices in the court this year as a training. Since he was so important, and was also concerned about the imperial examination, it didn't seem strange that he got sick. The East Palace was really lively for most of the day. Zhou Yi was a prince. But he was open-minded and enlightened. And he had achievements and real power. He was the only candidate for the throne. So naturally someone was willing to serve him. They are not in high positions now. And even few of them can stay in the capital. Most of them will go to other places to serve. But it doesn't matter. In 10 or 20 years, those who are capable among them will gradually grow up. A new generation replaces the old one. Sooner or later, he will cultivate forces that are loyal to him. And there is no need to try every means to maintain balance in the current court. This is a good start. Zhou Yi is in a good mood today. And Qin Jiao can see it clearly. She sat up, with a very serious attitude. Zhou Yi said, What's wrong? Qin Jiao said, I thought about it carefully today. Recently, I always troubled your highness to accompany me and serve me tea and water at night. Although I am pregnant, your highness is the father. How can he take care of a child who has not yet been born and does not know whether it is a boy or a girl? I am planning to live separately from your highness until the child is born. Zhou Yi was very surprised when he heard this. Zhang Zhuzhu would definitely not teach her this. Zhang Zhuzhu herself was served by Li Fu. Zhou Yi said, Who gossiped with you? Huh? Qin Jia was pregnant, and more people wanted him to take concubines. And the palace had dealt with 2 recently. Qin Jia suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She thought, This man, her husband, he is not just for the child. Qin Jiao did not speak. Zhou Yi immediately became anxious. Which gossiper is talking nonsense in front of you? I am your man. I take care of you. That is a matter of course. Who asked you to separate from me? Qin Jiao then held Zhou Yi's hand and said, Your Highness, are you taking care of me or the child? Zhou Yi, I'll take care of you too. What's wrong with him taking care of his wife and child? Qin Jiao, then, am I more important? Or is the child more important? Your Highness, who do you think is more important? She finally asked the question. Qin Jiao was not jealous of the child. She just needed to make sure that she was not valued because of the child. And she was not a tool for giving birth to a child. Zhou Yi could actually sense her uneasiness. So he pushed aside many things and tried his best to stay with his young wife. But this was obviously not enough. Qin Jia was shaking and afraid. Zhou Yi's heart was gripped. He took a deep breath. His voice was gentler than usual. You are the most important. Without you, how can there be this child? Qin Jiao smiled with tears in his eyes, completely relying on Zhou Yi's doubt. Zhou Yi thought, how can he get his wife's support and trust? It's useless for them to have a child. She thought, maybe she should take bigger steps forward. 20 years of calling the wind and rain. You can give it a try. Chapter 367. A sudden vacation. The news of Li Fu's illness spread like wildfire, and the Li family sat together to discuss where the news came from. Lin Weining was most dissatisfied. Her son was healthy and safe, with a bright future. He was about to take up a post in the Ministry of Personnel. He was sick. What was wrong with him? Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu looked at each other secretly. How did he get sick? He was just pretending. The key point was that someone was sending a letter to visit him. This news was spread by the East Palace. It couldn't be said that the prince was talking nonsense. So Li Fu had to stay in bed. Even the emperor sent someone to say that the affairs of the court should be put aside, and it didn't matter. Let Li Fu take good care of his illness. In the warm spring season, Li Fu got a half-month sick leave. It was boring to stay in bed every day during the free vacation. So Li Fu discussed with Zhang Zhuzhu that they could go to the farm outside the city to recuperate. So the family of 3 left Beijing leisurely to see Li Fu's favorite peach blossoms. Zhang Zhuzhu had no interest in flowers and plants, but Li Fu could cultivate her son's interest. Li Fu held Hongdou and read poems. Hongdou leaned on his father's arms very obediently, holding a peach branch in his hand, babbling with his little mouth, as if he was in harmony with Li Fu. Li Fu's injured heart was completely comforted by his obedient baby son. When he sat next to Zhang Zhuzhu to rest, he praised his baby son's mother and said, how did Zhuzhu raise such a well-behaved and sensible son? Such a skill is really rare in the world. Zhang Zhuzhu was very cooperative and said, it's mainly because the son's father is very good. Like father. Like son. Then the couple laughed together. Hongdou looked at her parents and laughed too. Holidays are beautiful and short. Li Fu would not allow himself to be sick all the time. Zhang Zhuzhu and Hongdou were with him. If such a good life lasted too long, he might not want to leave. So the couple used the excuse that Li Fu had recovered from his illness to invite many friends to come and play, and then ended such a relaxing and happy day. Princess Heong and Yao Yusen both came early, and were talking to Zhang Zhuzhu about the recent events in the capital. Su Mingzhou is going to become a monk? Zhang Zhuzhu was shocked. Even if she couldn't marry the prince, there were still many people lining up to marry the daughter of the Su family. Why did Su Mingzhou do this? Zhou Lanxu said, I don't know. Anyway, she didn't agree to the marriage proposed by the Su family. She lived in the nunnery, and refused to go home. She was forcibly tied back. The Su family lost face this time. Yao Yusen glanced at Zhang Zhuzhu. You are more familiar with the matter of becoming a monk. Zhang Zhuzhu said, don't. I am not pure. That's all in the past. Isn't Li Fu here? Yang Ruifang said, I heard that Su Mingzhou was deeply in love with the prince. If the princess didn't marry her, she would have to become a monk. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that the rumor was unbelievable. Su Mingzhou was obviously not such a person. Not to mention the prince. Even if a god came, Su Mingzhou would not become a monk for him. Zhang Zhuzhu herself did not accept those messy means. But she did not deny Su Mingzhou's strength. Who wants to become a monk? The discussion of several people was interrupted, and they turned around and widened their eyes. Zhang Zhuzhu was very surprised. How did Qin Jiao come? The palace watched her very closely. But Qin Jiao could actually leave the palace. Yang Ruifang was the most impatient and said, isn't the crown princess pregnant? How can she go out? Qin Jiao's condition was much better than before. He said, I was depressed in the palace and felt uncomfortable. I begged His Highness a few words, and he took me. But the carriage was moving very slowly. I came at this time, and I have to go back early later. Zhang Zhuzhu said, then please sit down quickly. I have something to tell you. Qin Jiao sat down immediately. She was also quite curious about what happened just now. After all, Qin Jiao himself had thought about becoming a monk. For Zhou Yi, it was not as simple as asking for a few words. Qin Jiao knew that Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu were going to host a banquet, so she didn't say anything at first. But last night, she tossed and turned and didn't let Zhou Yi sleep. She said that Qin Jiao's family was not big, and she had never seen what a whole peach blossom forest looked like. And she wanted to know. Zhou Yi had seen it. So he told his wife. But he was not good at using adjectives. So Chen Jiao didn't feel like he was there. Zhou said that he could go to see her next year. Chen Jiao covered her belly and said tearfully that she was nothing. The child was the most important. She could not see the peach blossoms, and could not sleep for 2 days. But she could bear it. If the child was bumped on the road, it would be her fault. Zhou felt that these words were sarcastic. But Chen Jiao cried and leaned on his arms. If he said something, it would be too conscienceless. Chen Jiao cried for a long time, and said that it was okay to go out while pregnant. Her aunt's mother went to work while pregnant, and gave birth to 8 children. Zhou completely understood this time. Chen Jiao wanted to go out. But she was unwilling to say it clearly, and was beating around the bush here. Zhou didn't want to agree. Ever since Chen Jiao got pregnant, he became suspicious, and wanted to go to the temple to worship. In the past, he felt that he had made outstanding military achievements. But now he felt that he had committed too many sins. In the current environment, many people are easily influenced by religion. They are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of bringing trouble to their families. Even the Prince Zhou is no exception. So Chen Jiao had a peace charm under his pillow. But he didn't ask for that thing for himself. Seeing that Zhou was unmoved, Chen Jiao looked up at him. Just looking. Without saying anything. She knew her own advantages very well. She was beautiful. And she moved people's hearts without words. Zhou finally compromised and said, "Tomorrow. Take a carriage to go there. Only half a day. And go back early." Chen Jiao seemed stunned. And said for a while, "Your Highness, I don't want to go. But since you have arranged it, I can't refuse." Zhou gritted his teeth and cursed the little woman in his heart for being more disobedient and disrespectful. But Zhou had no choice. He said, "Yes. I want to take you." Chen Jiao finally smiled this time. Lying beside Zhou peacefully, no longer making trouble, and soon fell asleep. Today's schedule was arranged. Li Fu didn't think it was a big deal. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to give birth, and Li Fu secretly took her out to take a boat. She also secretly brought back food that was not allowed at home for Zhang Zhuzhu to eat. Hongda was also born smoothly, and grew up to be a child running around. Seeing Zhou like this, Li Fu said, "There is no need to go too far. It is also important for pregnant women to feel better." Zhou sighed and said, "I know that the imperial physician said that she can walk around. But I am just worried." He was worried about another thing. He asked Li Fu, "Am I treating her too well? This is going to be a burden on him." Li Fu heard, "I just heard about the Su family. If your Highness feels that you are too good, you can take the Su family daughter into the East Palace." Zhou, "That won't work." Zhou believed that if Su Mingzhou went to the East Palace, she could deal with Chen Jiao and the child in her belly quietly with one hand, and no one could find fault with her. Zhou didn't want such a woman. Li Fu, in that case, what else can I say? Chen Jiao was able to ride on Zhou's head because Zhou was willing to do so, and it was useless for others to say anything. Chapter 368, intermittently wanting to fall in love. Because Chen Jiao asked. The story of Su Mingzhou was brought up again. Chen Jiao didn't believe that she was deeply in love. Because he was a victim. It was fate that made others try so hard to get something. But it fell into her hands. It was not for anything else. But because of her appearance. Seeing her depressed look, several people were a little worried. Zhou Lanshu persuaded her, "You are pregnant. Whether it is a boy or a girl, you will be your support in the future. No one can compete with you. As a woman, you are helpless like this. Father, husband, child, as long as you can rely on one of the three, it is enough." Yang Ruifang also said at this time, "That's right. Look at me. I got married earlier than you. And I'm not pregnant yet. My mother-in-law forces me to drink some messy soup medicine every day. We quarrel at home every day. Yesterday, I smashed the white jade pichio that my father-in-law put on the shelf. Everyone heard it, and really admired Yang Ruifang. She was too tolerant. She quarreled with her mother-in-law at home yesterday. But she could go out today as if nothing had happened." Zhou Lanshu heard it and sighed, "Alas. My family is not much better. It's true that every family has its own problems. It's better to be a girl with her parents. It's really hard to be a daughter-in-law." Everyone looked at Yao Yusen, who was drinking tea. "What are you looking at me for?" Yang Ruifang said, "Sister Yao, your family really doesn't urge you?" Yao Yusen is old at this age. There are few people in the world who haven't married yet. Not to mention the capital. Yao Yusen said, no. My brother and sister-in-law got married last year. They are so focused on their little niece that they don't think about it. Besides, she has simply dragged it to this age. Now, how many good people can find a good man? They are either widowers or have problems and have not married. The parents of the Yao family are soft-hearted people. They don't want Yao Yusen to suffer that. Even if she stays with them for a lifetime. What's the harm? It's enough for the family to be harmonious. Yang Ruifang felt so envious that she wanted to cry. She was married to the young prince. A playboy. By her family. Although the two of them could play together, their relationship was not very close. There was also a mother-in-law who was a bit arrogant. Life was somewhat difficult. Yao Yusen looked at them and said, You envy me. And I envy you too. Everyone in the family was in pairs. And she was alone. Sometimes she still felt lonely. Zhou Lanchu heard it and said, Then I will find you a marriage. And I will find you a good one. Yao Yusen quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Forget it. Forget it. Although everyone around her, including her bachelor brother, was married, Yao Yusen was really lonely sometimes. But she didn't want to find one. She had several shops and made a lot of money. She was free every day. She didn't want to give up this kind of life for the time being. She wanted to find a man only intermittently. Zhou Lanchu snorted. What envy? You are really good at coaxing people. Everyone laughed. Qin Jiao rested for a while. And several people went to see the peach blossoms together. Zhou Yi was worried and came to find someone soon. So Qin Jiao had to go with him. Zhou Yi said, I was alone when I came to see it the last few times. But now I am the same as them. Qin Jiao heard the tone of his voice, which seemed to be a little proud. Qin Jiao thought, what is there to be proud of? It's just getting married. Who doesn't get married when they reach the age? Zhou Yi continued, You are prettier than all of them. The prettiest here. Prettier than these flowers. This was a coaxing remark. But Zhou Yi said it stiffly. And after he finished, he turned his head away. Embarrassed, Qin Jiao thought he was funny and said, Your Highness, if you can't say these words, then don't say them. Why force yourself? Zhou Yi was silent. He just felt more and more embarrassed in front of Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao said, To coax people with nice words, you have to feel that these words are true in your heart. Zhou Yi turned around and said, This is true. His wife is the most beautiful. This is not even an exaggeration. This is the truth. Qin Jiao, yes. The truth doesn't sound true. It was as if someone was holding a knife to his neck. And he said it so awkwardly. Zhou Yi was helpless after hearing this. Qin Jiao was really fearless now. And stepped on his head. But Zhou Yi couldn't do anything. Qin Jiao was a woman with small arms and legs. And she was pregnant with his child. What could he do? Zhou Yi thought. When he fell in love with Qin Jiao, he was about to go out to fight. He left Beijing for several months. And when he came back, Qin Jiao had already become familiar with Zhang Zhuzhu. It was too late for everything. Zhou Yi asked, Are you happy after reading this? Li Fu just said that pregnant women should also be in a good mood. So Zhou Yi had to ask. Qin Jiao smiled, I'm happy. Thank you for taking me out. Zhou Yi saw her smile. And there was nothing much to say. After the baby was born, it should be in time to make Qin Jiao obedient. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu talked about becoming a nun. How could the Su family be willing to let their daughter, who was taught so harshly, become a nun? Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu, of course they don't allow it. The Su family wants her to marry into the general's mansion. That is, the Song family. Zhang Zhuzhu, the legitimate sons of the Song family are all married. Zhang Zhuzhu still remembers that the 3 daughters-in-law of the Song family all have rich families. If there is no legitimate son, there is still a concubine son. Li Fu said. A girl who has been taught so hard should be used to her full potential. Su Mingzhou was rejected by the Eastern Palace. She was a woman, and it had some bad influence on her. Zhang Zhuzhu frowned when she heard it. No wonder she became a nun. Li Fu, you should have seen my aunt's daughter. My aunt is not close to her. But my aunt asked her teacher to find a way for her marriage. She married a man from an ordinary family who passed the imperial examination. Not only his daughter, Song Zhang's son is still serving as a local official in another place, and has not been transferred back. The Su family wanted to let him return to Beijing. But the Song family tried every way to stop him. There is a reason why Song Zhang and the Su family are in such a mess. Zhang Zhuzhu said, What's wrong with the prince? Li Fu knew what she was asking and said, "What can he do?" He is confused by the situation. These few words can summarize the current situation. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing after hearing this. It's fine if he is confused by the situation. But he doesn't listen to others' advice, and thinks he is right. Li Fu shook his head. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's their family affairs. We just need to watch the excitement." Li Fu said, "There are many things to see." Everyone gathered for a day. Chen Jiao and Zhou Yi left earlier, and the rest of the people went back later. The leisurely days of Li Fu, Zhang Zhuzhu, and Hongdou, their family of 3, also came to an end. The next day, when Li Fu got up early to go out, Hongdou hugged his legs and refused to let go. With tears in his big eyes, "Daddy, hold me." He wanted to go with Li Fu. Li Fu really had no choice but to kiss his son and put him into Zhang Zhuzhu's quilt. Zhang Zhuzhu held her son down, and only then was Li Fu able to go out. Chapter 369, Leaving the Capital. Li Fu is leaving the capital. Zhang Zhuzhu was very surprised to hear the news. Then rumors began to spread outside that Li Fu had said something he shouldn't have said in the palace, offended the emperor, and was now being banished from the capital. The news was ambiguous, and outsiders believed it. But Zhang Zhuzhu didn't believe it. "What important matter must you do?" Zhang Zhuzhu said. "And you still bring up these gossips." Li Fu said, "The emperor's heart is unpredictable, and being with the emperor is like being with the tiger. I can't really annoy his majesty and be driven out of the capital." Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Am I a fool?" Zhang Zhuzhu knew the emperor's attitude towards Li Fu very well, and now she couldn't be annoyed no matter what. Li Fu said, "I can't fool you. Do you still remember the land investigation?" Zhang Zhuzhu naturally remembered. "What did we find out?" The national treasury was in deficit every year, and there was no surplus grain. There was so much land in the world, but there were still many people who couldn't fill their stomachs. Whose granary did the grain end up in? This matter must be resolved. Li Fu said. The official sent to the Mianjiang area to investigate the land. Some time ago, drowned in the river with their boats and more than a dozen guards, and their bodies were not found. That area was the place with the highest grain production, and was very important. If such a thing happened, and it was not investigated, it would cause a disaster. Zhang Zhuzhu was a little nervous after hearing this, but she did not show panic. If Li Fu wanted to investigate, he would naturally bring more people with him to ensure safety. If an ordinary official was killed, he might be able to suppress it by finding connections in the court. If Li Fu got into trouble there, the people who dared to murder him would not be able to save their entire clan. No one would take such a risk. What a pity. More than a dozen lives, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu's expression was also very serious, and he said, "Yes. The things hidden behind these more than a dozen lives must be turned out. Court officials cannot die in such an unclear way." Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while, and said, "What about me? Do you need me to go with you? The business cannot be delayed. But the case is not easy to investigate. If it takes a year or two, wouldn't the couple have to be separated for so long?" Li Fu also hesitated, and said after a while, "The child is still young. Not to mention that this matter is dangerous." He didn't want Zhang Zhuzhu and the child to accompany him to take risks. Zhang Zhuzhu thought about it, and it made sense. It didn't matter to her. But they couldn't leave the child behind. One of them had to accompany the child. The fact that Li Fu offended the emperor was still just some rumors, and there was no definite news. Uncertain news made people more suspicious, and there was a lot of gossip. Zhang Zhuzhu also showed her acting skills. When she went to the outside world, she seemed to be timid, and she had less contact with the palace. Everyone saw it, and gradually believed that this matter was true. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, "Why do you have to do this? Once you are sent to Mianzhou, you will know what you are going to do." Li Fu kept it a secret. "You will know when the time comes." After a few days, the imperial decree came down. Li Fu was sent to the remote Xuzhou, and the one who went to Mianzhou was the new champion Xuewen. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu. "When did you change your family?" "Li Fu, Xuewen and I are about the same age, so it is easy to use someone else as a substitute. The matter has been settled, and Li Fu will leave the capital. The Li family is no longer happy as before. First, Li Fu was demoted, and second, he was going to investigate such a serious case, which might be dangerous." Zhang Zhuzhu was not in a good mood either. This trip might take some time, and they might not be able to meet again at this time next year. They had tasted the pain of separation once. When Zhang Zuzu entered the palace, Queen Pan comforted her. Sanlang is at the age of doing great things, so put aside the love affairs for now. Queen Pan found that young people these days are particularly distracted by love affairs. But they were not like this at that time. Little Pan smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will ask someone to watch him. And even if he goes to the local area, he will not be allowed to do anything wrong." Zhang Zuzu was amused by this. "Then I'll trouble you. Queen, don't go back and give me a sister." Little Pan thought that she was very narrow-minded. These girls just think too much of men. As long as the power of the family is in your hands, you don't care how many sisters he has. To be cruel, if you have more, your body will collapse sooner, and your son can inherit the family business sooner. These silly children. Love is more important than money and power. Lin Winging was very worried about her son, and stopped Li Fu to ask, "No one else can go for this matter, so only you can go?" Li Fu said, "Mother, others can go, but it's best for me to go." Li Fu attached great importance to the land investigation. Anyone who went might be murdered or bribed, and Mianzhou was still a mess. Li Fu went there in person. He could guarantee his own safety, and at the same time, he was sure that he would not be tempted by money. He wanted to investigate this matter. Li Qi said, "Okay. If Sanlang wants to go, let him go. He has such a heart for the country and the people. And he is also the confidant of your majesty. At this time, he should stand up. A real man has ambitions in all directions." Lin Wanying said, "Look at what you said. I just asked. And you didn't really want to stop the child. Am I the mother who will hold the child back later?" Li Qi hurriedly said, "No. You are not." "I know." Lin Wanying then retracted his gaze, and Li Qi was embarrassed, thinking that he had recently presided over the spring examination and personally promoted a group of people. He was indeed too proud and brought this pride back home. You have to be more restrained. Li Pu and Li Zhu, the two older brothers, also had some concerns about Li Fu, and the two sisters-in-law were concerned about Zhang Zuzu. Zhou Ri said, "You two have to separate again." Zhang Zuzu, "It doesn't matter if you separate. My son, I'm afraid that he won't remember that he is a father after some time, and will think that he jumped out of the cracks of the stone. Seeing that she can still tell jokes, it makes the family feel much more relieved." The Zhang family didn't know the inside story, and thought that Li Fu really provoked the palace to hate her. So they came to comfort Li Fu. The second brother-in-law Duanzhe failed to stay in the capital, and didn't want to rely on his family's relationship. Recently, he also had to go to the local office. He could guess some of the inside story, but he didn't say it. Wu Guinyang took Zhang Zuzu's hand and said, "Why don't you go with Sanlang?" "Zhang Zuzu, I have another son," Wu Guinyang said. "Hong Do is grown up now. You can leave him at home. Your mother-in-law will take good care of the child for you. I will visit him often. It's better for you to go with Sanlang otherwise. You will enjoy the good life in the capital while he will suffer. You won't share the joys and sorrows. This is not the most important thing," Wu Guinyang said. "Good child. You should trust your mother. You still need to watch your man." Zhang Zuzu thought that her mother was really improving, which was gratifying. "How about this? When he arrives and settles down, it won't be too late for me to go there," Zhang Zuzu said. She said this, and Wu Guinyang was relieved. Chapter 370 Speechless. In a blink of an eye, it was the day to leave Beijing. Li Fu left very early, and Zhang Zuzu carried Hongdo, who was still asleep, to see him off. The family looked at each other in silence. Li Fu became the new champion Shuiwen. The people around him were all transferred from the imperial army. They were strictly trained and would not make mistakes. However, he did not bring many people with him, and more people were still hiding in the dark. Zhang Zuzu spoke first, "Come back early." Li Fu nodded, and Hongdo opened his eyes at this time and stretched out his hand for Li Fu to hold him. Li Fu hesitated and did not want to hold his son. If he held him, he might not be able to let him go. But Hongdo looked at Li Fu eagerly. "Hug." Li Fu held him in his arms, and Hongdo held his father, and refused to let go. It was dark, and Hongdo was in a familiar embrace. He should have fallen asleep, but he opened his eyes wide, and refused to sleep. Li Fu held his son, and looked at Zhang Zuzu reluctantly. Zhang Zuzu looked very calm, as if she was not reluctant to leave him. But Li Fu knew it was not the case. Zhang Zuzu had been unable to sleep last night, And when she finally fell asleep, she had to stay close to him. The guards urged. It was time to leave. Li Fu suddenly asked, "Are you afraid?" Zhang Zuzu was puzzled. And Li Fu said, "Mianzhou has disasters, but also good scenery. I can protect you, if you are not afraid." Of course, Zhang Zuzu was not afraid. She looked at Li Fu. "What did you say?" Li Fu seemed to have made up her mind and said, "You and the child. Accompany me." Zhang Zuzu understood it thoroughly this time. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay." So there was a mother and son in the team leaving Beijing, because Xue Wen had not yet married. This mother and son were Xue Wen's favorite concubine and son. By dawn, the matter was done. The emperor knew about this matter, and Li Qi also knew about it. He hurried to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, San Lang, he is confused. How could this be possible?" Zhang Zuzu was a thoughtful person. It was fine if she followed him. But the two of them actually took the child away. The emperor was also speechless. He was silent for a long time, then waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Just go. I have arranged so many people for him, and there is no problem in ensuring the safety of his family." Li Qi almost jumped up and said, "Your Majesty, safety is certain, but Hongdou is still so young. How can she withstand such a long journey? That is his precious grandson." The emperor, "It is too late to catch him now." Li Qing, "Calm down. It is too late to jump up now. Zhang Zuzu and the child have already sat on the boat heading south. She regretted it a little at this time. Will it be exposed? Xue Wen is the new champion, and many people should know about his affairs. Li Fu, it's okay." He said to others that he was alone. But he's not young anymore, so it's not strange to have someone around him. There are indeed many people who proposed to Xue Wen, but Xue Wen always refused. No one knows why. If he has concubines and children, it makes sense. Zhang Zuzu, okay. You think of a comprehensive solution. Sure enough, people can't do things on impulse. There will be endless troubles. But he couldn't get off the boat. Hongdou was running around happily, so he could only act out the whole play. Xue Wen was born in a mediocre family, and his parents died early, so he didn't have many relatives, which was why he borrowed his identity. Zhang Zhuzu could be a former maid of the Xue family, who took care of Xue Wen's parents. It can be said that being taken as a concubine is a reward. The boat went south. Zhou Yi and Chen Jiao also knew about this matter. Zhou Yi was about to say that he didn't care about the general situation, but Chen Jiao said first, "This is too much. Why did he suddenly take Sister Zhuzu and Hongdou away?" Zhou Yi had to swallow his words. Chen Jiao thought that Li Fu didn't know the general situation, but Zhou Yi thought the opposite. What should we do if the couple disagrees? Zhou Yi still had the same attitude. He would wait until the child was born. How could he argue with a pregnant woman? A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Lin Weining was also very anxious at home. He scolded Li Fu first, and then said, "Hongdou is so young. The couple can't be separated. Leave Hongdou at home for me. Hongdou is still so young, and she is going to such a dangerous place. What if the child is regarded as a weakness and someone threatens them with the child? What can they do?" Wu Guiyan was beside her, and she regretted very much. If she had known, she would not have told her daughter those messy things. But it is useless to say anything now. It is still far away from their destination. Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu don't need to pretend to be too real for the time being. But Zhang Zhuzu has to get used to Li Fu becoming Xu Wen first. Xue Wen, who was rushing to Xuzhou, also received the news soon after. There were many people around him, including a servant from the Li family. Xue Wen felt speechless. He asked the servant of the Li family, "What is going on in your family?" The servant raised his neck. "Our third master and third madam are a loving couple. You will know when you get married." Xue Wen snorted. He wanted to get married, but he was poor. He had offended Prime Minister Fan before, although he was not held accountable. He wanted to stay in the capital and have another good marriage. That was not easy, Xue Wen thought. The couple ruined his reputation outside. When he came back, he would at least let them arrange a lady for him. Otherwise, he would lose too much. Mianzhou is nearly a month's journey from the capital, and everyone's mentality has been adjusted along the way. The couple became the master and the concubine, and Zhang Zuzu also changed her previous state. She smiled gently, lowered her eyebrows and looked pleasing. When she spoke, she would talk about how the concubine was, and how Shui Lang was. Fortunately, Hongdo can't speak yet, so she won't be exposed. After a long journey, Li Fu was left with only 2 maids. Shui Wen was a newly crowned champion, and although he was excluded and didn't stay in the capital, he came to the wealthy Mianzhou. And he didn't want to be the magistrate of a county in Mianzhou, but to serve in the Mianzhou prefecture. His official position was not low. He was the Mianzhou Tongpan. This actually showed that the court didn't trust Mianzhou, and appointed a young man who had just passed the exam and whose background was also surnamed Li. The Mianzhou prefect didn't have much defense against this young man. He just thought that the court had no one to use, and he was desperate to seek help. What's the point of sending such a young man here? Even if he wasn't beaten to death, what problems could a young man find out? Number 1 scholar? What's the use of being a number 1 scholar? Without experience, you can't even figure out the way. Shui Wen had a reputation for being wild, so Li Fu also put on a proud attitude. He had an outstanding appearance, and he had grown a beard along the way. His eyebrows and sideburns were not trimmed, and he looked quite wild. The prefect of Mianzhou led a group of officials to welcome the young man politely. Li Fu looked at the delicacies on the table and said coldly, "Your Majesty's imperial meal is not as good as this." The teacher said that Mianzhou is rich, and it is true. His words are a bit interesting. Li Qi said that Mianzhou was rich, and he also stuffed his students here. Could it be that he had some thoughts? But Li Qi's son, who was most favored by the new emperor, was exiled, and he still had such ambitions. Everyone just heard the young man say, "Have you heard of being exiled to Shuzhou? The roads in Shuzhou are not easy to travel, but the people are not poor." Then why did Li Sang go to Shuzhou? Someone asked. Shui Wen. He dipped his finger in water and wrote the word D on the table, and circled it. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 371. The traitor is actually my bedmate. The room immediately became quiet. You can hear a pin drop in the silence. What does this new champion mean? An imperial official died in Mianzhou, although it seems that this person encountered a storm while on a boat and died justifiably. What happened behind the scenes? Anyone with a little bit of brains knows it. The Mianzhou government has already done things perfectly to ensure that the people sent by the emperor cannot find any flaws. The court now investigates a case. Isn't it important to have solid evidence? Then they will destroy all the evidence. Prefect Zhao stroked his neatly trimmed beard. He didn't know what this young man meant. A Tongji named Qian beside him asked, "Zhuang Yuan, has the land in Shuzhou reached the point where we have to investigate?" Shui Wen. Put the teacup on the table. Where exactly is it that we have to investigate? I'm sure you all know it, so you don't need to ask me. The one that has to be investigated is obviously Mianzhou. But the emperor's most trusted confidant was sent to Shuzhou? Is this a diversion? Could there be some powerful person who has come to Mianzhou and is preparing to start investigating privately? Xiao Shifu was startled, and Qian Tongji and others looked at each other. Shui Wen scanned their eyes, arrogant and contemptuous, as if looking at a group of idiots, which made Xiao Shifu very dissatisfied. "Speak up, Mr. Number 1, Qian Tongji urged. Shui Wen said, "The emperor is a military man with great ambitions. He has been on the throne for only a year." Looking around, the court is full of newcomers. Now that the capital has been rectified, it is time to go to the local areas. Even if you don't move, you will still have to pay a price. You are so bold that you want to murder the court officials. Tell me, who can afford such a thing? He pointed out everything in front of everyone. Don't talk nonsense. We eat the emperor's salary and are loyal to the emperor. When have we ever done such evil things? That's right, Mr. Number 1. How can you slander me? Bring out the evidence. They had long wanted to hide the evidence. Even if the King of Heaven came, he could not get the so-called evidence. The disaster was caused by the storm. What does it have to do with them? Shui Wen smiled. Who do you think the evidence was delivered to? And who stopped it? You have been in Mianzhou for a long time, enjoying all the glory and wealth. Have your heads been replaced by water? If you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. You should pour out the water in your heads and wake up. Li Fu is usually gentle, but he deliberately makes such an arrogant gesture when he scolds others for having water in their heads. It doesn't seem out of place at all. Awakening the dreamer with a word, Zhao Shifu said, "Yes. Yes. Is it really what they think? They have been away from the capital for too long, and their eyes and ears are cut off. Are the news they get all false?" Shui Wen, frowning impatiently, Haven't you heard that I was once in the Jingzhou prefecture prison? And now I am out intact. And even the top scorer in the imperial examination. Think about why. Shui Wen. Throwing out all his family background. Zhao Shifu finally said his guess. It was the father and son of the Li family. Li San blocked the news delivered to the emperor. Li Qi was the chief examiner of the spring examination. What do they want to do? Li Fu made the emperor mistakenly believe that the case in Xuzhou was more serious, and even risked his life, and went to Xuzhou in person to divert the court's attention and temporarily cover up the bloody case in Mianzhou. Li Qi pushed Shui Wen to the front and asked him to go to Mianzhou as the spokesperson of the Li family. Shui Wen clapped his hands and said, "It's rare that you finally see clearly. How about saving your Mianzhou? How do you plan to repay this favor?" The situation now seems clear. The father and son of the Li family obeyed the emperor on the surface, but secretly prevented the investigation and even wanted to get a share of the richest Mianzhou. It seems that wealth and glory are indeed touching and make people bow down. But Zhao Shifu felt that the matter seemed to be too much to his liking. How could it be such a coincidence that the father and son of the Li family took a fancy to Mianzhou instead of somewhere else? Shui Wen, seeing them like this, he said calmly, "If you have nothing to do, ask more about the things in the capital. Don't think you can be the local emperor of Mianzhou." He poured a glass of wine, drank it all, threw it on the table, and walked out. After Shui Wen left, Zhao Shifu and his party fell into deep confusion. Xian Tongji hesitated for a long time and said, "If this is true, the father and son of the Li family are too presumptuous. They even dare to manipulate the imperial examination?" Another Tongji named by next to him was even bolder and said, "Imperial examination fraud will be exposed every few years. This is not surprising. Besides, if we kill all the officials sent by the court, we will be less courageous. These two people hold the same official position and work under Prefect Zhao, but they don't get along with each other." Prefect Zhao slapped the table and said, "Keep your voice down. Who killed someone? Did you kill him?" Co-Prefect Bai shook his head quickly, and Co-Prefect Qian also said, No one here has killed anyone." Prefect Zhao cursed him in a low voice, and then he became worried again. It's hard to say whether the father and son of the Li family have evidence in their hands. If they do, they will be trapped in the hands of the father and son. Even if they don't, they are the emperor's confidants, and they fabricated evidence and sent it to the emperor. So the people in Mianzhou can't say anything. What is Prefect Zhao suspicious of? He suspects that this little champion is pretending to be here, using the father and son of the Li family as a gun. And his real purpose is to find out the current situation in Mianzhou. Kill him. He is the new champion. There are so many eyes watching here. If he dies, everyone will be finished. If he is kept, he is afraid that he will really find out something. Zhao Qi feels that a lot of his beard will fall off when he wakes up tomorrow. The key issue now is whether the father and son of the Li family have mixed up, and whether they are planning to do something shameful behind the emperor's back. If they have this intention, then it is really good for everyone to unite and deceive the superiors and the subordinates. At this moment, Zhao Keqin only hates that it is not Li Fu who came. If it was Li Fu, they would definitely try every means to coerce and lure Li Fu to pull him down. It's a pity that only a champion came. While the group of people were worrying behind closed doors, Li Fu had already been lying on the bed to rest. Hongdo had just arrived at the new place and was not very used to it. He crawled around on the bed and sat on his father's face without warning. Li Fu slapped him on the butt twice. "Little ancestor, be quiet." Hongdo did not cry after being hit, but laughed and jumped into Zhang Zhuzhu's arms again. Zhang Zhuzhu hugged him and asked Li Fu, "Isn't this too obvious? Can people believe it?" At the beginning, it was open. At least it seemed that everything was revealed. But it was hard to say whether the other party could fall into this trap. "I don't know either." Li Fu pinched his son's chubby little butt again. "If they really don't fall into the trap, I will kill them all." "Zhang Zhuzhu, where is the evidence?" "Li Fu, make up a few account books for me. If I say it is true, no one dares to say it is false." Zhang Zhuzhu heard. "The traitor is actually the one who sleeps beside me." Chapter 372 Concubine Wu. Although Li Fu's approach sounds ridiculous, it is feasible if you think about it carefully. There is no clean person in the Mianzhou government. Looking at their extravagance, plus the murder of court officials, they must be guilty of losing their heads. At that time, They will say that they are resisting stubbornly and intend to kill Li Fu as well. Li Fu had to resist and kill people, which is reasonable. As for the false accounts, if there are people who can be trusted, any 10 or 8 books can be made. If there is really no one who can be trusted, Zhang Zhuzu can also be used. Li Fu is the emperor's confidant. If he really wants to conceal the truth and do something that cannot be seen by others, he actually has some convenient conditions. So tonight at the banquet, Shuiwen said that the father and son of the Li family wanted to get benefits in Nianzhou, which was also credible. Nianzhou is vast and close to the Mian River. The grain production is huge. The grain in Nianzhou can feed half of the country's population. Nianzhou's silk is also a royal tribute and is the favorite of dignitaries. Not to mention that the water transportation here is convenient and there are many merchant ships coming and going. Tea, salt, and any of them can make huge profits. The father and son of the Li family are also mortals. As long as they are human, they will be moved by money and interests and will be drowned by selfish desires. They rely on the fact that the emperor came from the north and don't know how rich Mianzhou is. They want to seize Mianzhou's money, which is reasonable. Zhang Zhuzu said, in this case, wouldn't it be more convenient for Li Fu to come over? Li Fu said, although it is convenient. The father and son of the Li family are choosing between Nianzhou and Xuzhou. They can only keep one of them. Nianzhou is richer and more dangerous. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Things in Xuzhou are simpler, with less profit and less risk. If he wants to keep Mianzhou, he doesn't want to get a share, but to control them. Zhang Zhuzu laughed. What a big ambition. Zhao Shifu and others are probably still wondering whether the Li family can cooperate, but they don't know that even if the deception is true, Li Fu wants control rather than cooperation. Li Fu, the Li family once suffered a great change and almost completely lost the opportunity to gain a foothold in the capital. Now that we have seized the opportunity, we must naturally find a way to seize more and ensure that what happened before will not happen again. Zhang Zhuzu looked at him seriously and said, it seems that you have the ability to be a great trader. Li Fu, great traders look loyal, and great loyalty looks traitors. Who can tell the difference? Li Fu is deeply trusted by the emperor and the prince, so he has the opportunity to seize power. Even if he doesn't, others will doubt him. If he does, people will say, look, there are no loyal ministers in this world. They are all ambitious evil people who want to fight for power. Now he doesn't look like an evil person, but it just hasn't reached that stage yet. Holding power. The final destination is to seek benefits for oneself and the family. Zhang Zhuzu put her hand on Li Fu's cheek and said, I can tell. I know what you want. Li Fu laughed after hearing this. It's enough for you to know. Hongdo also imitated her mother, covering Li Fu's face with her little hands, babbling words that her parents couldn't understand. Li Fu stuffed her son into the quilt and held him down, saying to Zhang Zhuzu, go to sleep. Someone will come to you tomorrow. He brought his favorite concubine and son here, which is such an obvious weakness. Someone will definitely find Zhang Zhuzu and the child here and ask some questions. Zhang Zhuzu said calmly, don't worry. I know what to do. They had already arranged everything on the way. Li Fu thought that although it was too hasty to take his wife and children to the south, he did not regret it now. With them by his side, Li Fu could calm down. Zhang Zhuzu and Hongdo lived in a house near the government office. There was no shortage of servants at home, so they hired a few maids from outside to cook and sweep. Zhang Zhuzu took her son for a stroll in the yard. It's not to mention that the weather here gets hot earlier. At this time, Hongdo stumbled and fell to the ground. The maid who was sweeping the floor saw it, and quickly threw down the broom and helped Hongdo up. Hongdo was held by a stranger, but she was not afraid at all and smiled sweetly at him. The mother-in-law felt soft-hearted and said, Grandma gave birth to a good child, and the little boy looks like a person in a painting. Zhang Zhuzu picked up Hongdo and thanked her. Then she sighed helplessly and said, I am not a grandmother. I just had a little luck to have this child. My surname is Wu. When the master marries grandma, I will be lucky enough to get the position of concubine. It will be a great luck. The mother-in-law didn't agree with this and said, This is not to boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige. The little boy is the eldest son in the family. No one can surpass him. You are his biological mother. You have to fight for it. Mrs. Wu. After hearing this, she couldn't help but get excited. The mother-in-law said, You are from the capital. I heard that there is a Li family. A wealthy family. A family of officials. Their third son is very famous. And his wife is from the countryside. You are so young and beautiful. You have children. And you have seen the world in the capital. You should learn from others. Mrs. Wu. Surprised, you have also heard of Zhang? The mother-in-law laughed. Who hasn't heard of her? She was born in a mediocre family. But she climbed up such a powerful branch. And the branch pushed her even higher. There is no one else in the house except her. And she even says to others that she is henpecked. How many people are envious of her, and their eyes are bleeding. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that this was interesting. Mianzhou was so far away from the capital. But the reputation of the couple could still be spread. Now Li Fu's reputation of being henpecked could no longer be explained. Mrs. Wu. At this time, she showed a proud look and said, You are talking about that one. I have seen her. She is very powerful. I heard that even the crown princess. When she said this, she suddenly stopped, showing a bit of embarrassment, and slapped herself lightly on the mouth. The mother-in-law knew the situation and said, Grandma, don't be like this. I am an old thing with blurred eyes and hearing. How can I hear clearly? Mrs. Wu, holding her son. She did not refute the mother-in-law's address to her this time, but said, I am a person who talks too much. In the past, the master and the mistress were old, and I talked with them to relieve boredom. Now that they are gone, if I talk more, it will be annoying. The old woman didn't think that she could get the question clear the first time. Wu was cautious, but she was young and just a prostitute, with no one to teach her. As long as she was patient, she would be able to find out something useful. Shuewen. Here, as the Tompan of Mianzhou, he went in and out of the government office with a very calm attitude, and looked arrogant and fearless. Prefect Zhao was anxious to find out what was happening in the capital, but there was no accurate information for him to judge for a while, and the two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Chapter 373. It's outrageous. The cleaning lady Wangpa heard an important news from Wu that the candidates for the crown princess were all recommended by Li Fu's daughter-in-law Zhang. Crown Princess Qin's family background was ordinary, but she was very beautiful. She treated Zhang as her own sister and valued her very much, asking about everything. As a vassal of her husband, their behavior would be considered an extension of their husband and family's behavior. Just like Su Mingzhou subconsciously thought that Qinjiao was a pawn that the Li family wanted to send to the East Palace. Zhao Shifu and others asked about the crown princess again. And then, they immediately determined the ambitions of the Li family father and son. They actually interfered with the selection of the crown princess. The good relationship between Crown Princess Qin and Zhang means that the relationship between the Eastern Palace and the Li family is very close. Whatever the Li family wants to do, they can get it easily through Qin, and let the beautiful Qin whisper in the crown prince's ear. When Qin gives birth to the grandson, the Li family can just marry the daughter of the family to the grandson. And then, the Li family will become a foreign relative. Now there is the Pan family in front, and the Li family will not be suspected. When the crown prince ascends the throne in the future, the grandson will be firmly controlled by the Li family. If another royal male with blood relationship with the Li family is born, then the Li family can hold the emperor hostage to control the princes. This is a long-term, complicated conspiracy. Prefect Zhao knows what the Li family wants to do. Their ambition is not just for the small territory of Mianzhou, but for the country. The emperor, the prince, and the Pan family all came from the military, and they probably don't know much about conspiracies and tricks. And their minds are simple. So they were calculated by Li Fu, who is well-read and scheming. The great traders are like loyal people, which refers to the Li family. That is, Li Fu. Those people in the court are also confused by the authorities, and they are not as clear as him. A local official. Humph. The Li family wants the benefits of Mianzhou, and it just so happens that they are tired of staying in Mianzhou. Let's see what promises the Li family can make for this. The two sides were deadlocked for 7 or 8 days. That day, Zhao Shifu held a banquet to invite Shuewen. When he met them, he asked them if they had thought it through. Zhao Shifu smiled and said, Clear. It couldn't be clearer. Shuewen, looking at his strange expression, he thought that they should be too clear. It was just right to listen to their opinions. Zhao Shifu said first, Mianzhou is rich, and many people want to get in but can't. The two masters of the Li family are powerful. I wonder if we can get a share of it. Shuewen. The expression was still calm. Have you forgotten who holds your life? Now you can only bow your heads. And you don't have the opportunity to speak. Prefect Zhao disagreed and said, Young man, don't be so angry. Listen to me. Shuewen was curious about what he could say. Prefect Zhao stood up and clapped his hands, like Shuewen did at the beginning. Then several beautiful women came in one after another, smiling and talking. And each of them had a beautiful woman next to him. Shuewen pushed the woman who came up to him away ruthlessly. Let's talk about business. Prefect Zhao, this is Zhao's sincerity. The champion is really unkind. Shuewen drank a glass of wine. I heard that Prefect Zhao had a son in his old age. He has a boy of 14 or 15 years old. He looks like his mother, and has a face like a beautiful girl. This is sincerity. The room was quiet for a moment. Prefect Zhao was always a patient man. Hearing this, he almost pointed at Shuewen and cursed. What a shameless thing. On his territory. You dare to think about his precious son. No wonder he only has a concubine who gave birth to a son. It must be to continue the bloodline. That's it. Bai Tongji, who was standing next to him, stepped forward to make peace and said, It's just a joke. It's just a joke. The prefect should not be so petty with this young man. Shuewen smiled and said, Which one do you want to talk about first? Whether it's business or sincerity? Prefect Zhao saw that he was still laughing, and he wanted to smash the chair on his head. He thought that his youngest son still admired this champion from the capital, and he would send him and his mother to live in the farm tomorrow, far away from the city. Prefect Zhao said, Then let's talk business. Shuewen nodded. Please go ahead. Prefect Zhao sneered. The Li family is probably thinking about more than just Mianzhou and Xuzhou. Why do you say that? Prefect Zhao continued. Although Xuzhou has a lot of grain, it has to cross mountains and ridges to transport grain. But Xuzhou is indeed a good place, with high mountains and long rivers. Raising an army there has been a disaster for decades, and there are many precedents for this. Li Fu thought, if you have this ability, you will definitely make a lot of money by telling stories. It would be a pity to be an official. He understood why this man was so confident. He thought the Li family wanted to sow the seeds of rebellion. Li Fu recalled the story he had made up. What he said was very simple. The Li family wanted money. The Li family wanted Mianzhou's money. A lot of money. But in the eyes of Prefect Zhao, the Li family was already plotting rebellion. No wonder he was so confident, thinking that he had the handle on the Li family. Shuewen pretended not to understand. I don't understand a word of what the governor said. Prefect Zhao patted Shuewen on the shoulder with his fat hand and said, I told you that you are still young. Such a long-term plan requires 30 or 40 years of planning. You can't understand it. Zhao is useless. He was caught with a handle. He is willing to give up the money in Mianzhou. He just wants us to be used by the Li family. I'm afraid it won't work. Shuewen's brows furrowed even deeper, as if he really didn't understand. Prefect Zhao didn't make things difficult for him, and walked away with the pretty girl in his arms. Zhang Uju spit out a mouthful of water with a puff sound, and then started to cough violently, with tears coming out. Li Fu, be careful. Even Hongdo wouldn't be choked like this. Zhang Zuzu was shocked and said, How could I not be scared? Shuewen is a young man who just wants to learn from the eldest brother of the Yao family. When he returns to Beijing with achievements, he wants to marry a woman from a high-class family. You say he is a homosexual. Are you immoral or not? Li Fu didn't say anything. Immoral? That's a little bit. But his innocence is also very important. If he didn't say so, the girl would have pounced on him. He smells a perfume powder all over his body, and Hongdo sneezes when she smells it. She can only sleep next door tonight. Zhang Zhuzhu continued, And what's the matter with this Zhao Zhifu? How could he think that our family is going to rebel? Normal people would never think so. At most, they think he just wants to be greedy for money. But he is crazy to think of treason. Li Fu thought that Zhao Zhifu was too dramatic at that time. But now that he has calmed down, Li Fu also thinks that this guess is too easy. Zhang Zhuzu frowned. What is going on in Mianzhou? Li Fu immediately went to get paper and pen. I will write a letter and send it back to the capital as soon as possible. His Majesty is not in the right position, but he can rule the world. Is there anyone who wants to imitate him? This matter must be investigated. Zhang Zhuzhu said, It's better that we think too much. Chapter 374, Many Evil Deeds. Let's not talk about where the Prefect Zhao got his guess from. In addition to dealing with official affairs, Li Fu also had to entertain the local clans in Mianzhou. Mianzhou's current situation cannot be separated from their participation. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu's officials were checking accounts at home, which were copied from the Mianzhou government. Zhang Zuzhu's eyes hurt, and she said to the accompanying Ministry of Revenue official, "I have to suffer this punishment. She came here to work as a laborer." The young official smiled and said, "We didn't expect that you would come with your young master." Zhang Zuzhu thought, love-mindedness is not good. And when love-mindedness is impulsive, it is even more fatal. Zhang Zhu regretted it. She had agreed not to come. What was she thinking at that time? And Li Fu. The result of two impulsive love brains without anyone to stop them is that they are sighing at the account book now. Near noon, several carriages came outside the house of the new Mianzhou Tongpan. Zhang Zuzhu was not the owner of the house, but her son was. So Zhang Zuzhu carried her son to watch the fun. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who said to everyone very politely, "Tongpan Shui has just arrived in Mianzhou. I think the mansion has not bought anything and is short of manpower, so I sent it here today." Zhang Zuzhu looked over and saw that in addition to the things in the carriage, there were more than a dozen male and female servants, among whom there were several particularly good-looking ones. The most handsome and slender one was a young man, who looked about 15 or 16 years old. Although he was a man, he had a charming and attractive feeling. Zhang Zuzhu frowned as she watched. And now it was good. Li Fu was talking nonsense outside. And now it was good. People sent him directly to the door. It was his own fault. Let's see how he will deal with it when he comes back. At this time, two young women came to Zhang Zuzhu. One of them smiled and stretched out her hand to hug Hongdo, saying, "We too are specially sent by the master to take care of the young man." Zhang Zuzhu hugged her son tightly and said, "My son. I will naturally take care of him." The other woman showed a look of disapproval and said, "This is the young man of the Shui family. But he was born from the belly of a slave like you. When the wife comes into the house in the future, she will be the young man's real mother. Don't forget your identity just because you have given birth to him." Zhang Zuzhu herself would not give Hongdo to them, and showed an anxious look, saying, "This is my son." "What wife? What are you talking about? Shui Lang will not marry a wife." The woman showed a contemptuous smile. "You have no say in this matter." Zhang Zuzhu looked panicked, thinking that these big families in Mianzhou were really willing to take risks. Shui Wen. They had an eldest son, and they told the public that he was a short-sleeved boy. As a result, they not only sent a man over, but also married their daughter. This is really a huge investment. Zhang Zuzhu held her son and retreated. The guards could not really let these people of unknown origin take Hongdo away, so they helped to stop them, saying that if there was anything, they would wait until Shui Tongpan came back. Those people left behind several carts of belongings, and so many people before leaving. These people and belongings were exactly what Li Fu had sent today to deal with the joint efforts of several big families. When he came back, he was covered in the smell of wine and powder. But he was not drunk. It was already late, and the lights in the house were on. Li Fu pushed open the door, but no familiar people were waiting for him. There was a pair of teenagers about 15 or 16 years old in the room. A boy and a girl. The boy was the best looking of those Zhang Zuzhu had seen during the day, and the girl was also the most beautiful. The two people were sitting on the bed in thin clothes. When they saw Li Fu coming in, they stood up and walked towards him. "My dear, you are back." The young man was like a light and beautiful bird, and was about to throw himself into Li Fu's arms. Li Fu's heart trembled, but he calmed down. "Go out," he ordered. This was the gift given to him by several families in Mianzhou. No wonder they looked like that at the end of the banquet. The girl was more delicate, and the boy showed a sad look and was about to speak. "Drag them out," Li Fu ordered. At this time, two guards came in from outside, and took the two people out without any courtesy. When the inner courtyard was completely quiet, Zhang Zuzhu came in and said, "Do you like this generous gift?" Li Fu was speechless for a long time. If I had known, I would not have talked nonsense outside. For these wealthy families in Mianzhou, Shui Wen's problem was really nothing. And he was not the only one who had such a preference. Zhang Zuzhu sighed. The two just now are a pair of twins, adopted by the Du family since childhood, carefully educated for more than 10 years. And now they are sent to you. Her expression was a little serious, and Li Fu's face was not much better after hearing this. There are two big families that can speak in Mianzhou now, namely Feng and Du, and there is no need to mention the other small ones for the time being. The one who sent these beautiful men and women today is the steward of the Du family. The two who came to suppress Zhang Uju and take Hongdo away are from the Feng family. In this way, we can imagine how the officialdom of Mianzhou has fallen. Beauty and money. Which one is not touching? And the Feng family is even willing to marry their daughter to Shui Wen. This person who has an eldest son, but still likes men. Li Fu said, they are probably used to such means. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, we have to uproot them all. Those teenage boys and girls are so neatly born. They must have been specially selected. For no reason. How can the Du family have such good-looking children, and raise them since childhood? Some of them were bought from the children's parents. And as for the others, it goes without saying that the Du family must have participated in large-scale human trafficking. They use the boys and girls they have raised to bribe. What kind of thing is this? Zhang Zhuzhu said, I think what you said is very true. Why are you still investigating? Send people over and kill them all. Li Fu held her hand. And Zhang Zhuzhu took a few deep breaths to suppress her anger. The couple sat quietly for a while. And Li Fu asked, is Hongdo asleep? Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, yes. I run faster recently. I fell down in the afternoon and got a small cut on my hand. Li Fu asked, did he cry? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. He raised his hand and ran far to me. And then he started crying. Li Fu couldn't help laughing when he heard it. The couple felt a little better when they mentioned their children. Only people without conscience will abandon their children. The Du family's methods have forced countless children to leave their parents and become fish on the chopping board. Raised carelessly. And used as a means of bribery. It is not easy for them to survive in the end. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's shoulder. We have to find out. Li Fu, we will find out. Because of the people from Feng and Du's families. The house became visibly lively. Of course, the house became a sieve. Li Fu drank 2 bowls of porridge in the morning. And before noon, the whole Mianzhou would know about it. This situation did not last long. Chapter 375, The Plan of Alienation. The door of Shui's house was closed that day. And Shui Wen did not report to the prefectural government office. Dozens of people in the house were crowded in this small courtyard. Hongdo was in Li Fu's arms. And Zhang Zhuzhu stood beside Li Fu. Everyone heard Shui Wen say, since you have been sent here by the master, you will be members of the Shui family in the future. The affairs of this courtyard will be managed by my eldest son's biological mother. Wu. You should have a balance between what you can say and what you cannot say. After saying this, Shui Wen took his eldest son and left, leaving Wu behind. Then Wu first dealt with one of the 2 women from the Feng family and asked someone to drag her out and beat her up. Then, a few people who were responsible for delivering the message were also beaten. As for the dozen or so beautiful boys and girls, Mrs. Wu said, my husband's birthday is coming soon. You all go to the side courtyard to copy Buddhist scriptures for 4 hours every day. After that, she asked the guards to escort them away, regardless of what they shouted. This time, no one could know how many bowls of porridge Li Fu drank. But the big things would still be spread out, which was inevitable. After a few days, Shui Wen went out, and the people of the Du family saw him and asked about the beautiful boys and girls. Shui Wen said, what is the priority? I have my own judgment in my heart. He hadn't finished the serious things he had to do, so how could he have other thoughts? Du's eldest son smiled and said, the champion is too boring. Shui Wen, with a cold expression, he said, Mianzhou is indeed rich, but not as prosperous as the capital. I advise you to put away those useless means, and think about how the lives on Mianjiang River will end. When he said this, Du's eldest son could no longer laugh. They have sent him people and money, and the Feng family is even willing to marry a girl to him. This Shui is still not satisfied and wants to threaten them with that matter. He is really tactless. He is just a small champion. Even if he has the support of the Li family, he will die quietly in Mianzhou if he is really angry. Shui Wen, seeing the malice hidden in his eyes, but not afraid at all, he left calmly. Zhao Zifu closed the door and thought for 2 days, and felt more and more that his guess about the Li family was correct. If this is the case, the Li family must have the money and food of Mianzhou. Zhao Zifu has been an official for many years, and has always believed that those who know the current affairs are heroes. So when Shui Wen went to see him again, Zhao Zifu's attitude had changed. Shui Wen, I was quite satisfied with this and said, you also know that if the matter of Mianzhou is done, the reputation of the Li family will be better, and it will have more say in the morning court. Mianzhou still needs a massive cleanup. Prefect Zhao, what the top scholar means is, Shui Wen said, the Feng and Du families have been rampant in Mianzhou for a long time. So it's not surprising that they have the courage to murder court officials. Now they have taken the initiative to bribe me, which is evidence of their guilty conscience. The Feng and Du families have close relations with the prefectural government. Prefect Zhao was a little worried and said, if they are taken to the capital for interrogation, won't we be dragged into the water? Shui Wen smiled calmly and said, in the past 2 years, the court has been weak, and local officials have been suppressed by the big families. It is also a common thing. The prefect has tried his best to protect the people of Mianzhou, but he is willing but unable. They dare to kill even the officials sent by the court. Over the years, the prefect has endured humiliation and went deep into the enemy camp to collect evidence of Feng and Du's rampant behavior in Mianzhou, and handed it over to Shui. When Shui arrested the 2 families, he encountered resistance and killed them on the spot. As for the evidence that is unfavorable to the prefect, just leave some of it, and the Li family will defend the prefect at that time. In simple terms, it is to push the Feng and Du families out as scapegoats for the Mianzhou incident. After hearing this, Prefect Zhao stroked his beard and said, it is also because of my sharp eyes. Otherwise it would be hard to say who is pushed out now. Merchants such as Feng and Du, and the prefectural government can push one of them as a scapegoat. Prefect Zhao felt that Shui Wen originally intended to weigh between the two, but he was sharp and saw through the Li family's plot, which made Shui Wen abandon Feng and Du and choose himself. Prefect Zhao sighed. This prefecture is the parent official, but I was transferred to Mianzhou 8 years ago. How can I be a match for the local big family? How could the people who were transferred here 8 years ago not have a background? It was just that the court had been purged, and Zhao Zifu had no one to rely on in the court. So it was so easy for Shui Wen to win him over in the name of the Li family. The matter was settled quickly. The accompanying imperial army used the Tiger Talisman to mobilize people from the local area, and the next day, they searched the Feng and Du families. The action was so fast that it was unexpected. Zhang Zhuzhu said, haven't they bribed the local garrison? Li Fu, the army has been purged a long time ago. The throne of the current emperor was taken back alive by relying on the military power in his hands. The first thing he did after ascending the throne was to take back the military power in various places. This matter was secretly carried out by the generals in the northwest, and few people in the court knew about it. It is easy to arrest the people of Feng and Du families, but it is difficult to get evidence. However, Li Fu first frightened the prefect Zhao and got some evidence from him. Otherwise, he would not be in a hurry to arrest people now. Evidence is still very important. Li Fu got the account book here. These 2 families alone occupied a quarter of the vast farmland in Mianzhou. Even because of the unrest in the past 2 years, the land is still expanding. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the local emperors of Mianzhou. That's fine. The most terrifying thing is that Li Fu and others looked at the account book over and over again, but it didn't match. Every year, a large amount of grain disappeared from Mianzhou. He went to ask the people in the prefectural government, but these people were also in the dark. The Feng and Du families cried out for injustice in prison every day, and no results were obtained for the time being. Zhang Zhuzhu checked the accounts every day, seeing the accumulated money of the 2 families. A blister appeared on her mouth. She couldn't open her mouth too wide when she spoke. It would be fine if she had a blister. Hongdo was just curious and delayed his age. In the morning, he poked his mother's mouth, which hurt Zhang Zhuzhu so much that she wanted to beat her son. Fortunately, this was her own son. Zhang Zhuzhu slapped his hand twice. Hongdo raised his hand to complain to his father, feeling very wronged. Li Fu saw her like this and joked, why don't we just follow the wishes of Zhao Zifu? Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at Li Fu, Zhao Zifu's wishes. I can. At this point, the couple looked at each other at the same time and said in unison, rebellion. Obviously, during his years in Mianzhou, Magistrate Zhao knew some inside information, but he just didn't want to say it. The benefits he gained in Mianzhou were too great. So great that he could repeatedly conceal such a major case as treason. Li Fu went to investigate overnight and interrogated the leaders of the Feng and Du families, and finally got some clues. Chapter 376 Unexpected Treason. Money makes the world go round. This is absolutely true. Li Fu looked at Prefect Zhao coldly and said, more than a decade before Feng and Du, the largest family in Mianzhou was surnamed Jin. Prefect Zhao was puzzled by his look and said, I was transferred to Mianzhou 8 years ago. How could I know about things that happened 10 years ago? Prefect Zhao, listen to me in detail. Li Fu's voice seemed calm. But in fact, he was already boiling with anger. He said, more than 10 years ago, the late emperor was not completely insane. And the Jin family's business was still within the tolerance of the court. The Feng and Du families saw the Jin family growing bigger and bigger. And they became anxious. Zhang Zhuzhu played with her son in the yard. The dozen boys and girls no longer had to be locked up to copy Buddhist scriptures. Zhang Zhuzhu allowed them to walk around and play in the yard. At this time, the brother and sister came towards Zhang Luozhu. And Hongdo looked at them curiously. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the elder sister who was in the lead and asked, How old are you this year? The girl said, My brother and I are both 15 years old. Zhang Zhuzhu said, You two were born in October. So you should not be 15. Her brother was a little confused and pulled his sister's sleeve. More than 10 years ago, the eldest grandmother of the Jin family gave birth to a pair of twins. When the two children were almost 3 years old, the eldest grandmother of the Jin family took them out to play. As a result, the mother and her two children were kidnapped together. The Jin family was in chaos. When Mr. Jin saw his daughter-in-law's severed finger, he became heartbroken and died on the spot. The eldest uncle of the Jin family heard about this outside and hurried back when his boat sank into the Mianjiang River, and he died. The Jin family was in chaos in an instant. The huge family business was quickly divided up by relatives and enemies. In just a few months, the Jin family disappeared in Mianzhou. Among the 3 kidnapped mothers and their 2 children, Grandma Jin had her fingers chopped off and died of rotting wounds. The remaining twin brother and sister are missing. Zhang Zhuzhu recounted the events of the year and looked at the 2 siblings. It's a coincidence that your nickname is Jin Zhu, and your brother's name hasn't been given yet. He has a weak fate and was often sick when he was a child. Jin Zhu read her name twice and cried bitterly while holding her brother. The ignorant boy also came to his senses and said, I heard the Du family talk about the Jin family. Sister, are we the twins of the Jin family? What is this thinking? They kidnapped other people's children, broke up their families, and raised them to be like this, squeezing out their last value. Li Fu said to Zhao Zhifu, the Jin family was destroyed, not by kidnapping the mother and son, but because the Jin family refused to smuggle grain to foreigners. When he said this, Zhao Zhifu was shocked and said, How dare they do this? The Jin family is not a good man. They have done smuggling. But the Jin family has a bottom line. They refused to smuggle grain to foreigners. But the Feng and Du families did not. As long as the Jin family fell, they could dominate Mianzhou. They agreed to smuggle grain to foreigners. A large amount of grain that disappeared in Mianzhou in recent years was sent to foreigners by these 2 families. This kind of thing is no different from treason. Not only that, a few hundred miles south by water, there is a Fuyang County king, who also secretly smuggled grain from Mianzhou merchants. The treason mentioned by Prefect Zhao should be this matter. When Li Fu went to interrogate Du Daolong, the other party mixed up the facts and thought that smuggling grain to foreigners was treason, and that the Prince of Fuyang was from the old Zhou family, and trading grain with him was not treason. Neither of these 2 things was a trivial matter to him, and both of them were very serious to him. At this time, Prefect Zhao wiped the sweat from his head and said, President Shui, you know, the matter of the Jin family should have been managed by my predecessor, who died in office. I think this should also be a means of foreigners. Their smuggling of grain really has nothing to do with me. I really don't know about this matter. Prefect Zhao was almost going crazy. He had been here for 8 years, and he knew that these 2 families were close to the Prince of Fuyang, but he got a lot of benefits from it. So he naturally turned a blind eye. He thought the court would not be able to find out. Let's not talk about this matter now. The Li family can also protect him. But he let the Feng and Du families smuggle grain with foreign tribes under his nose. How can the Li family protect him? The emperor came back from the northwest. The war 2 years ago was particularly tragic. Even the prince almost lost his life. As a result, at that time, the food of the Hu people was transported from Mianzhou under his control. Prefect Zhao was in a state of confusion. He just wanted to find a rope and hang himself on the spot to avoid physical pain. The Li family really might not be able to protect him. Li Fu didn't expect it either. He closed his eyes and was also boiling with anger. The Prince of Fuyang is surnamed Zhou. He is ambitious and buys grain from Mianzhou to store. It doesn't matter. The one surnamed Zhou who doesn't return to the capital in the fiefdom is ambitious to do something. It doesn't matter. The soldiers under the emperor's command can defeat them without any problem. Mianzhou has been smuggling grain to foreigners for more than 10 years. No one in the Mianzhou government can find out. The former Mianzhou prefect probably died because of this. Li Fu is no longer in the mood to play a trick with them. These people, it would not be unfair to skin them alive. Prefect Zhao was sweating profusely. And he said anxiously, Zhuang Yuanlang, doesn't the Li family want Mianzhou? Now the opportunity has come. I have been operating in Mianzhou for many years. You must find a way to let the Li family keep me. Li Fu did not speak. Prefect Zhao suddenly said loudly, I have collected and written down the deeds of the Li family. If you cannot protect me, the memorial will be sent to the palace. He talked about this matter as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. The Li family is plotting rebellion. He said it over and over again. Li Fu ignored his words and left. Mianzhou, a place thousands of miles away from the border, was actually invaded by the enemy. Although the local officials in Mianzhou were useless, the court was also extremely useless. There were too many loopholes left by the previous emperor. Now they want to repair these loopholes and implement new policies. It is simply impossible. When Prefect Zhao saw Li Fu leaving, he was about to chase him. But the guards around Li Fu were quicker and caught him. Everyone in the Mianzhou government office was caught. In short, the sparrows on the branches, the swallows under the eaves, and the goldfish in the pond in the Mianzhou government office could all be sentenced to 3 to 5 years. The Jin siblings were kidnapped by the Du family. And the rest of the young people of this age were also trafficked. And some even had good family conditions. There are fewer good-looking children born in poor families. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at them and couldn't help sighing. Hongdou also sighed like her mother. Zhang Wuzhu kissed her son, hoping that her precious son would have a smooth life. Chapter 377 People should restrain their desires. When Li Fu came back, Hongdou ran over, hugged his father's legs, and smiled sweetly at him. Zhang Zhuzhu stood behind. You're back. Li Fu nodded. He was obviously very tired, but he still picked up his son. Hongdou leaned in his father's arms, babbling something incomprehensible. Zhang Zhuzhu had already eaten with her son and sat next to him. Although Hongdou was full, he still stared at his father's bowl and chopsticks. He suddenly imitated Li Fu, pretending that he had chopsticks in his hand, stretched them to the table, then took them back, opened his mouth, gestured, and then smacked his mouth, pretending that he had eaten something. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu looked at their son at the same time, watching his little movements. The couple looked at each other and laughed at the same time. After discovering that her parents were laughing, Hongdou was laughed at and felt very embarrassed. She also smiled and then shyly buried her little face in her mother's arms. Li Fu smiled and said, Are you not full? When Hongdou heard this, she immediately turned her head, showing one eye, and secretly glanced at her father. The puppy was shaking his little tail. Li Fu almost laughed out loud. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I'm full. I ate 4 or 5 meatballs at night. I can't eat anymore. The expectation in his beautiful big eyes and chubby little face disappeared immediately. But he didn't cry. He just leaned obediently in his mother's arms, which made people feel distressed. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't bear to see him like this. But to be honest, her son's weight had reached the standard, and it was not good for him to eat too much. She called the maid in and asked her to take Hongdou out to play. Otherwise Hongdou's saliva would flow out in a while. Hongdou was at the age of playing, and ran outside with the maid. After dinner, the couple sat in the corridor and talked. Li Fu said, How did Mianzhou get to this point? Zhang Zhuzhu said, The court is useless. What a simple question. There were many problems when the previous emperor was in power. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he was busy with party struggles and stabilizing the capital, and had no time to take care of the prefectures. So that Mianzhou, a grain-producing area, fell into chaos for decades. The previous prefect of Mianzhou died in an unclear manner. The current prefect Zhao was arranged by the previous emperor. His former superiors had no idea what kind of collusion with foreign tribes, and transferred such a fool here, allowing the problems in Mianzhou to become more serious. It is too late to investigate now. After the death of the previous emperor, a group of officials died in the chaos in the capital. After the new emperor returned to the capital, another group was killed. The culprit of this matter is probably 3 feet high on the grave. There is another reason. After the war in the north ended, The Feng and Du families did not have much contact with foreign tribes. They should want to hide this relationship. The grain that disappeared in the past few years was hidden, and not all sent out. Therefore, it is also possible to explain why the court did not find this problem. You can say that these officials are irresponsible. But there is no doubt that the court is useless. As a court official, Li Fu was pointed out the problem so directly, which was quite heartbreaking. He and his colleagues have done a lot of things. The emperor himself is almost exhausted. Zhang Juju said, I said it is useless. Not only because of the problem of ability and manpower, but also because of the hidden dangers brought about by the new emperor's improper access to power. All court officials are selected from hundreds of miles away. After experience, they can actually take on things. Take Xiao Shifu for example. This person has studied hard for more than 10 years, and is a talent selected by the imperial examination. How big of a problem can he have? Actually, there is none. He was even smart. He saw the problem in Mianzhou, and the intention of his superiors. So he turned a blind eye, and even allowed the prince of Fuyang to trade large quantities of grain with the Mianzhou clan. Why did Zhao Qi dare to do this, and even suspect the father and son of the Li family? It's very simple. A big part of the reason is that the emperor's throne was not legitimate. The emperor's throne was snatched from his nephews. No matter how much whitewashing is done, or how beautiful the words are, everyone will believe in the incorrectness of the emperor's throne. You can grab the throne. So why can't others? Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of the same species? Is the Zhou family particularly noble? Perhaps the emperor has been recognized in the capital. But in the more distant states, the court still lacks majesty, and is not enough to deter these officials left over from the previous dynasty. They have lost their awe of the court and naturally become unbridled. People's hearts are bad, and it is impossible to require all officials to be fair and honest. The court should not require this, but should use reasonable and effective means to balance. This is exactly the problem of Mianzhou, or all the current problems are similar to this. The court did not come directly to beat and kill people, but had to work hard to find sufficient evidence before taking action. This is to rebuild the local awe of the court, and it is also a warning to the officials of the previous dynasty. This requires effective means and a long time, which is the most difficult part of the Mianzhou problem. Li Fu has to deal with not only the wealthy families with no bottom line and the extremely corrupt Mianzhou officials, but also rebuild a high-rise building belonging to the court on this dilapidated land to win the hearts of the people and win respect. Zhang Juju said, looked at Li Fu and asked, can you do it? Yes. Li Fu replied. This is his duty, and what he must do. Zhang Juju patted her husband's shoulder and said with a smile, Hongdo, and I believe in you. Destruction is easy, but reconstruction is more difficult. The matter of Mianzhou has just begun. Li Fu held Zhang Juju's hand and said, thank you. Zhang Juju, you're welcome. The two smiled at each other. People always fail to see many things clearly, and are easily tempted. Like Li Fu, he was furious at the incompetence of officials in Mianzhou, and the greed and boldness of the noble families. But Zhang Zuzu blamed the problem on the court itself. She seemed to be always sober, and the most tempting money and power in the world could not shake Zhang Zuzu. In this regard, Li Fu admitted that he was not as good as her, and he should be alert. Zhang Zuzu saw him staring at her and said, what's on my face? Li Fu said, if you become an official one day, what can shake you? Zhang Zuzu is not as unmoved as Li Fu thought. She is also arrogant. Zhang Zuzu has many problems. It's just that she can't say it out loud. Just like the problem of the court. In her eyes, it is a system problem. She can't tell Li Fu that the feudal society kills people. You can't do this. Destroy it. If someone told her that if you kill people, set fires, and do all kinds of bad things, you can go back to your former home, then she might really be shaken. She is not shaken, but no one can provide her with what she really wants. Zhang Juju looked at Li Fu and said with a smile, if someone gave me 10 or 8 handsome young men like San Lang, then I would really be shaken. Li Fu's face froze, and he said to his wife seriously and gently, people should learn to restrain their desires and realize that some things are just illusions. Right? Zhang Zuzu laughed. Chapter 378, Who is more worthy of reliance? The Mianzhou government office was in chaos. Li Fu temporarily served as the highest leader of Mianzhou Prefecture, and was so busy that he wished he could ride on a wind-hot wheel to do things. Some of the officials who accompanied him before were dissatisfied that Zhang Zuzhu, a woman, could participate in political affairs. But now they have shut up. Zhang Zuzhu is very capable. If she helps with some things, everyone will not be exhausted to death in Yanzhou. It doesn't matter whether it is Li Fu or Shui Wen. Everyone in Yanzhou gradually knows that the person who came is the emperor's confidant and the prince's brother, Li Fu. So Zhang Zuzhu received a lot of posts. There are many families in Yanzhou. After the Feng and Du families fell, there are many families eager to take over. Naturally, they have to take advantage of this opportunity to prepare to become the next big family in Yanzhou. Zhang Zuzhu was not in a hurry to see them. In addition to helping to check the accounts, the most important thing on her hands was to comfort the children raised by the Du family. Zhang Zuzhu said that she would investigate the matter to the end. She even asked people to interrogate the people of the Du family, and compiled a list to interrogate all the men and women sent out by the Du family in recent years. Some people were lucky enough to survive. When they were sent out, they were treated as consumables. So some people had already returned to heaven after experiencing torture. The Jin siblings did not receive the favor of God in the last disaster. But they were lucky this time. Jin Jur and her brother changed their beautiful clothes and jewelry, and washed off their makeup. Hongdo liked Jin's younger brother very much, and pulled him to squat on the ground to look at insects. Jin Jur stood beside Zhang Zuzhu and said, "You know, my brother and I learned some shameful things in the Du family. Even if we get compensation and go to live with relatives, I'm afraid there will be no good results. We want to follow you to the capital. I will serve you all my life. I won't marry. Let my brother go to school and marry, and have children in the future. It will be considered an explanation to our ancestors." Zhang Zuzhu said, "It's okay to take you to the capital, but you don't have to talk about serving me first." Jin Jur's eyes were full of tears when she heard this. And she said, "Do you think I am not worthy of serving you? She is a lowly body. She is not clean." Zhang Zuzhu looked at her and said, "You really can't be by my side." Jin Jur's eyes went dark. These words were really cruel. Zhang Zuzhu continued, "I hurried to the south and didn't bring anyone with me. I needed 3 people. One was to help me manage my property. The other 2 were very good at boxing and kicking to protect me." She stood up, wiped Jin Jur's tears with a handkerchief, and asked her, "What can you do?" Jin Jur was silent. She only knew how to please men, but she didn't know how to manage things. And she was powerless. "I will take you all back to the capital and make arrangements for you," Zhang Zuzhu said gently. "You are very good at making tea. You combed my hair beautifully. The clothes you picked were also very beautiful. And you can play the piano. Which is all good." The Du family really only treated these beautiful men and women as objects or domesticated like cats and dogs. Those who were 15 or 16 years old were already the age to marry. But these people were very ignorant. Just like Jin Jur's younger brother. He didn't even think of seeking revenge and resentment after hearing about the Jin family. And he was very happy to play with Hongdo every day. This will take time and energy to correct. The Yanzhou government can give them financial compensation and find their families for them. But they obviously don't have the ability to protect themselves. Zhang Zuzhu thought about it, and decided to take them back to the capital, and teach them seriously. Others who were sent out and brought back have suffered greater hardships, and are relatively mature in mind. So they have more choices. Zhang Zuzhu asked Li Fu to arrange household registration for them, and change their names. Some women gave birth to children in the families they were sent to, and lived relatively well. They were willing to live like that. Zhang Zuzhu also respected their choices and promised that they could seek help from the government in the future. This matter took nearly a month. On this day, 2 girls ran to Zhang Zuzhu with timid expressions. Zhang Zuzhu asked them to sit down. And Jin Jur said, "Why do you come to see the 3rd grandmother if you don't learn to read?" One girl said bravely, "Reading and learning to read is too hard. We can't learn it." Zhang Zuzhu looked at them. And another girl suddenly stood up, knelt in front of Zhang Zuzhu, and said, "Grandma, you and Li Langjun are our lifesavers. We are really stupid and can't do anything else. We want to be the maids of Langjun." Zhang Zuzhu closed her eyes, feeling mixed emotions. The girl was afraid that Zhang Zuzhu would be angry. So she continued, "3rd grandma, we will definitely listen to you. And we won't do things that we shouldn't do. It doesn't matter if we don't have children." Zhang Zuzhu didn't say anything. And Mr. Jin Jur got angry and scolded. "You are dreaming. Don't you look at what you look like? Zhang Zhuzhu interrupted Jin Zhuer and said, "Don't argue." Jin Zhuer said, "You saved them. But they have such thoughts." The two girls lowered their heads and dared not speak. And the timid one shed tears. Zhang Zhuzhu calmed down. Two beautiful girls came to compete for her husband. So of course she was angry. But in addition to anger, Zhang Zhuzhu was more helpless and heartbroken. They were all young girls of the right age. But their lives were ruined by others. This is what is more heartbreaking. Zhang Zhuzhu asked the kneeling girl to stand up and asked, "Do you like Li Fu? Or do you think that studying is too hard and want to be his concubine to seek a stable future?" Neither of them dared to speak. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that it should be both. There was nothing she could do about Li Fu. She continued, "If you want to be Li Fu's concubine, you may not be able to do it. You have been here for a long time and should know his identity. The officials in the capital even want to send their concubines to Li Fu as concubines." The girl's eyes almost popped out when she heard it. "There are many people who are better off and prettier than you," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "My mother-in-law has a good family background and many rules." Finally, she pointed at herself. "I am the daughter-in-law of the Li family, who is married in a formal way. Hongdo is the eldest son of Li Fu. I have a close relationship with the ladies in the palace. The crown princess calls me sister." This was a bit threatening, and the two girls couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Zhuzhu stood up. "In fact, I don't understand why you think Li Fu is your support. You know my background. But now, even Li Fu has to listen to me. Compared with Li Fu, am I not more worthy of your support?" It was still Zhang Zhuzhu who was good at making promises. "You are prettier and younger than me. I treat you like my own sisters. You should study hard and learn some skills. There is also money to be compensated by the court. Why bother hanging yourself on a tree now? The capital is a good place." Zhang Zhuzhu touched the heads of the two girls. The eyes of the two girls lit up. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Go. Come to me when you have thought it through." The two girls also knew that they were not doing the right thing. So they ran away in shame. Chapter 379 Hongdo is a good host. After they left, Jin Zhuer said, "You have such a good temper that you can tolerate such an ungrateful person." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "They are just miserable girls. I don't like to fight with girls." She wanted to suppress the other party in matters that raised women's moral standards. But the fate of these girls had long fallen into the vortex. They thought that their only way out was to find the protection of men. They can't be blamed for this. Fate has never given them any preferential treatment. They don't know that there are many and long roads in this world. The Du family only gave them one way. That is, to serve others with beauty. If they can survive in the family they are sent to, it is best to remember the grace of the Du family and repay the Du family when the time comes. Jin Zhuer stood there in a daze. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Send a letter to Madame Huang and prepare a valuable gift. Ask her to ask Sun to dress up as a maid and come over. Say that Sun is the oldest and knows more about the past. We need her testimony." Sun was sent out by the Du family. She stayed in the Huang family for a few years and gave birth to a pair of children. Madame Huang is a respectable woman. Sun's life is not bad, so she wants to stay in the Huang family. Jin Zhuer heard this and said, "You asked Sun to come over. Not for the testimony, right?" Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "No. Sun is the most respectable among those people. They want to be concubines. Let Sun talk to them. Concubines are just nice words. The mistress is more tolerant and kind, and can tolerate them. Those with bad tempers can beat or kill a man with just one word if they are not satisfied. If there is no offspring, when the man dies, not only the mistress, but even the clan members can sell him out. It is not uncommon for concubines to be favored. But this situation is relatively rare. Many women are destined to be eaten alive." Zhang Zhuzhu wanted Sun to come over. And she also sent an invitation to Mrs. Huang. And she also had to prepare a generous gift and let Sun pretend to be a maid to show respect to Mrs. Huang. Mrs. Huang came the next day. She was a woman in her 40s. And you could tell from her face that she had a good temper. Zhang Zhuzhu went outside to welcome the person in, and said with a smile, "Thank you for troubling me. It's so hot, and I have to ask you to come again. Please forgive me." Mrs. Huang said with a smile, "What's the big deal? It's a great thing for the court to investigate the case. In the past, Nianzhou City was in a mess. Now it's like this. I don't know how many years I have been looking forward to it." The Huang family received Zhang Zhuzhu's invitation and generous gifts, and they were very proud. Although she was looking for Aunt Sun, Zhang Zhuzhu prepared generous gifts and took the initiative to ask someone to dress up as a maid. Mrs. Huang was very proud and naturally came happily. Zhang Zhuzhu greeted her and invited her to have tea, and then called Sun over. Sun was able to make a living under the care of Mrs. Huang, and she was also a smart person. After hearing what Zhang Zhuzhu said, she immediately understood. She smiled bitterly and said, "These silly girls. What's the good of being someone's concubine? It's also my fate that I have two miserable children. I really can't bear to leave them. Otherwise, I would have left the Huang family long ago." Zhang Zhuzhu held her hand, speaking of which, it's really the court that is sorry for you, allowing such a thing to happen in Minzhou, and suffering you and your children. Sun shook her head. The Du family was not so rampant in the early days. She was not abducted and sold, and her family was also very poor. After coming to the Huang family, she had a good life. Parents selling their children is also illegal, but now it is not pursued much. The most important thing is that she has a son. My son has been blessed by the master and the lady, and now he can read and write. I have this support, so I don't worry, Sun said with a smile. Zhang Zhuzhu took her to meet the 20 or 30 girls. 2 girls went to see Zhang Zhuzhu and said that they wanted to be concubines, but they came back safely and told them what Zhang Zhuzhu said. Zhang Zhuzhu has been trying hard to make promises to these girls these days, and she has put in a lot of effort. She must let them understand that it is better to rely on themselves than on men. Sun was knowledgeable and took off 2 silver hairpins on her head and messed up her clothes before going in. They still remembered Sun and knew that she had gone to the Huang family as a concubine when she was giving her testimony in the government office. Sun was dressed up brightly. Zhang Zhuzhu did not go in. Sun said, "My master specifically told you to see me that day. You must not lose the dignity of the Huang family. Those were new clothes made for my son when he was 1 month old. Now he is wearing them, and they are not suitable." The girls heard this and looked at her appearance, and they could not help but feel scared. Sun spoke softly about her experience in the Huang family. She was favored at times, so she gave birth to 2 children. But there were always women younger than her in the mansion, and Master Huang was often out to have new things. Mrs. Huang was a vegetarian and a Buddhist, and she was kind-hearted, but she didn't have to do anything. People who flattered the powerful and looked down on the weak would naturally cause a lot of suffering to the 3 of them. Sun sighed, "I am lucky." Someone who was sent to the Feng family had his face scratched and was sold to a lowly place in a few days. She also specifically described how miserable people were. She lowered her voice and said, "The 3rd grandmother is kind-hearted. Now she treats you like her own sisters. She will naturally find a good marriage for you in the future. Don't have such bad thoughts. Not to mention suffering for a lifetime. Your own children won't be able to call you mother. Your children are not your children. They have to call their stepmother mother." If the son passed the imperial examination and became an official, and one day he became a high-ranking official, it was the stepmother who could be granted the imperial decree, not the biological mother. Sun covered her face and cried, "My son asked me that day why he couldn't go to school like his stepbrother and take care of the family affairs in the future. How should I tell him?" What Sun was most worried about was the last incident. She even felt ashamed of her own children. At this point, the room suddenly became quiet. The girl who went to ask Zhang Zhuzhu that day said, "It can be seen that the 3rd grandmother is really kind. She didn't let us be concubines. All for our own good. I am so stupid. I have violated her intentions like this." She cried after she said that. Zhang Zhuzhu heard the crying, ordered someone to take good care of Sun, and left. Hongdo didn't know when he ran into the main room. Mrs. Huang was teasing him. When she saw Zhang Zhuzhu, she said, "The young man is really good. Seeing that you are not here, he is busy coming out to entertain me." Zhang Zhuzhu picked up her son and smiled. Did he neglect the guests? Mrs. Huang smiled. No. He is really a good host. Hongdo leaned on his mother's arms and smiled at them again. He was really likable. Zhang Zhuzhu asked someone to take Hongdo away and talk to Mrs. Huang again. Mrs. Huang was also impressed by Zhang Zhuzhu. She spoke without leaking a single word, and she didn't make people feel that she was being treated lightly. Zhang Zhuzhu then took the initiative to mention the business affairs in Minzhou, and Mrs. Huang immediately became energetic. Chapter 380: How to Repay Tuition Fees. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that she could open a shop to sell cakes. She had just painted cakes for those young girls the day before yesterday. and today she painted a cake for Mrs. Huang. But Zhang Zuzhu was a person who only painted cakes without making promises. All good results were promised in advance. But people who heard her often ignored the premise and only paid attention to the sweet fruit. So if this cake cannot be eaten, it cannot be blamed on Zhang Zuzhu. After all, the person who paints cakes only paints cakes. This cake still needs to be mixed with flour, burned with firewood, and baked in the pot to be a real cake. After Sun finished talking to the girls, she came back. Mrs. Huang said something similar to Zhang Zuzhu and was about to leave. She had to talk to her husband and son and tell them to seize this opportunity. It was her turn to taste how Mrs. Du had been so powerful in Mianzhou City and force Sun to her husband. After leaving the house, Mrs. Huang took Sun's hand and said with a smile, "I am a miserable person. I only have Dalang as my son, and he has no brothers to help him. Recently, Lulang has been praised by the master. He is really a smart and lovable child." When Sun heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Mrs. Huang continued, "Although they are both the biological sons of the master and will have a share of the family business in the future, if Lulang becomes my legitimate son and Dalang's biological brother, he will have the help of my family in the future, and I will personally find him a good marriage. Compared with the current future, which one is better?" Sun's heart ached like a needle, but she knew what was the best choice. She was trembling a little, but still forced a smile, showing gratitude, and even wanted to kneel on the ground. She was alone and helpless, and her son would not get anything in the future if he followed her. But if he was raised by the eldest wife, the legitimate mother, it would be completely different. Her son must have a better future, even if she lost the opportunity to raise her son. Mrs. Huang personally helped her up and said with a smile, "I know you are also a hard-working person. As women, we do everything for our children. Don't worry. If he has a promising future, he will naturally take you and his sister into consideration." Sun thanked with tears in her eyes. She didn't know whether she was happier or sadder. Mrs. Huang thought that although Sun was wronged, she had done her utmost to treat them. If Sun was sensible, she should thank her mother for raising a bastard born by a concubine of unknown origin. Zhang Zuzhu didn't know about this. It was an internal matter of the Huang family. The atmosphere at home was very serious these 2 days, and the spirit of learning was very strong. Li Fu was quite interested in this and said, "What method did you use?" Zhang Zuzhu said, "The hermit has his own tricks. You don't need to know." "Li Fu, you are afraid that I will steal your skills and learn your good method." Zhang Zuzhu nodded, "Yes. If you want to learn, you have to pay some tuition fees. How can you just get it for nothing like this?" Li Fu went forward and hugged her. "We are husband and wife. We are inseparable." Zhang Zuzhu disagreed with this. "We have our own feelings. But husband and wife must also settle accounts." Speaking of settling accounts, Zhang Zuzhu has a lot to say. "I brought my son with me just to send you out of the city. But you dragged his mother and son into the carriage and ran away. It was a great pleasure when she came. But when she returned, she didn't know what kind of storm was waiting for her. It was difficult for her parents-in-law to teach her a lesson directly. So there must be a tactful lesson. In addition, her parents and sister didn't know how to scold her." Zhang Zuzhu was worried when she thought about it. Li Fu hugged her tighter and said, "I can't bear to leave you and the child." Separation is the last thing Li Fu wants to endure. Now it seems that his choice is correct. Mianzhou is in chaos. The new people sent by the court will take some time to come. He has to delay until July to go back. And it will be August by then. He will be separated from Zhang Zuzhu for nearly half a year. Half a year is too long. Hongdo will be almost 2 years old by then. I'm afraid she won't remember him as her biological father after not seeing him for half a year. Don't worry. When I go back, I will confess to the elders and say that I insisted on bringing you here. When you came to see me off, you didn't bring any maids, clothes or jewelry," Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzhu immediately said, "It was you who instigated me to come here. I came here with nothing. I don't know how much hardship we have suffered along the way. It was a hard journey." Li Fu comforted her. "When the officials sent by the court take office, I will take you and Hongdo to play everywhere. When we go back, we will also take the slowest boat. Sail during the day, stop at night to rest, and not rush. Okay?" Their family is going to travel. In the capital, they have been to any place with a little scenery. And it's boring. It's better to be fresh. Zhang Zuzhu's mood improved a little, and said, But aren't you in a hurry to go back and explain the whole thing to His Majesty? Li Fu waved his hand. Don't worry. Tell the accompanying officials to go back first. I will write everything clearly from beginning to end. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. That's what you said. But if you do this, you will be scolded when you go back. Li Fu's responsibility on his shoulders is not light. He is traveling outside, which is not doing his job. Li Fu has thought it through and said, I am still young. This court situation will not be settled for 30 to 50 years. I am anxious. But I have to live a good life. In addition to being an official of the court, he is also Zhang Zhuzhu's husband and Hongdo's father. His selfishness is on his wife and children, and he wants to spend more time with them. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's arms. Yes. One less of you is not a big deal. Do it as you say. Li Fu said. You still can't do without me. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing when she heard it. Complacency. Li Fu, confidence. The two chatted for a long time, and then went to play with Hongdo for a while. When they went to bed, Li Fu asked about the things he asked when he just got home. Zhang Zhuzhu said, the tuition fee has not been paid yet. Li Fu sighed. I have nothing in my hands and nothing in my body. I can only pay with my body. Is it okay? Zhang Zhuzhu suppressed him without changing her expression. You will know whether it works or not after you try it. Li Fu wanted to ask something at night, but he couldn't ask it. Zhang Zhuzhu had fallen asleep. Li Fu thought that although he would face a storm when he returned, it was worth it. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu hosted a banquet at home. They were all merchants from Mianzhou, big and small, because they brought their children. These families also brought their children of similar age. Li Fu held Hongdo and said, today we have to see who can stand up. It's really unacceptable to be so scattered. Zhang Zhuzhu said, we can make plans, but it's best not to get involved in the affairs of Mianzhou Prefecture. We must leave cleanly to save trouble for the successor officials. It would be very ugly if Li Fu's identity was used by merchants to oppress others. Li Fu agreed. That's what should be done. Chapter 381. Plotting cakes and taking advantage of others. Mrs. Huang brought Sun here today. A little boy of 5 or 6 years old, with a chubby face and clean clothes. He looked very well taken care of, but a little shy. Then Zhang Luzhu heard her say that she had raised Sun by her side and would treat him as her own son. Zhang Zhuzhu's face showed no sign of anything. She only praised the child and said that Mrs. Huang was kind-hearted. When Zhang Zhuzhu went to meet other people, Jean Zhuer was afraid and said, how could Aunt Sun bear to do that? That was the child she gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. How sad a mother must be to let someone else raise her own son. Zhang Zhuzhu said, do you think she has a choice? A mother is always willing to sacrifice for her children. It doesn't matter if the children leave her, as long as the children live well. Besides, Mrs. Huang will definitely treat the child well for Zhang Zhuzhu's sake. Between mother-child love and better material in future, Sun will definitely choose the latter. Jean Zhuer sighed and said, alas. If Aunt Sun is willing, she can go with us. Zhang Zhuzhu said, she can't bear to leave the children. And she is used to it. Sun is used to such a life and doesn't want to start over. She can't bear to leave her 2 children. Jean Zhuer can't help but feel fortunate that they met Zhang Zhuzhu. It's really their good luck. Otherwise, which of them can escape such a fate? Zhang Zhuzhu went to meet the women of other families. They were all very good at dealing with people, and were more eloquent than the other. First they praised Hongdo, then Zhang Zhuzhu, and then praised Li Fu's achievements from beginning to end, saying a lot of good things. They saw that Zhang Zhuzhu was young and always wanted to get some promises from her. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhuzhu was very tight-lipped. When she mentioned the outside world, she laughed and said, I am a woman, and I am so confused just taking care of the children. How can I know what's going on? Everyone thought you were talking nonsense. The young men and women brought from the Du family, those dozens of girls, were under the care of Zhang Luzhu. They all wanted to know what Zhang Zhuzhu was doing keeping these people. Could it be that they wanted to follow the example of the Du family, take it to the capital, and then send it out? It was just this guess. They didn't dare to say it out loud. Now Mianzhou is under the control of Li Fu. If they make others unhappy and implicate their own family, it would be too fatal. Zhang Zhuzhu dealt with them for a long time and found that all of them were rich. Even if they were living under the Feng and Du families, they meant that they were richer than each other, and the gifts they sent today were comparable. Mianzhou's money, spent in Mianzhou, That is the best. Zhang Zuzu changed her mind and simply picked up her old business, pretending to say, when your majesty was in the palace, I met the current queen and concubine. The two ladies are the most kind. I always remember their instructions. Now there is something. I don't know if I should talk about it. Everyone thought that you have come to this point. And if you are not allowed to speak, how can it work? What is wrong with saying this? The two ladies are role models for women in our world. Their advice should be said. Everyone agreed. Zhang Zuzu smiled and said, at that time, the capital city was in chaos for a long time, and was in a mess. It was just like the current Nianzhou city, which was in ruins. The two ladies went to the charity bureau in person, and saw that the children were not well dressed, and had no food. They took out their own money to subsidize them. And the noble ladies in the capital followed suit. Hearing this, everyone felt very complicated. Zhang Zuzu said with a smile, don't worry. I don't ask you to do anything. But today we have received so many generous gifts. My husband and I feel ashamed to accept them. After thinking about it, we got it from Nianzhou and use it in Nianzhou. For me and you. It is a good thing to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. This is a bit interesting. When used in Nianzhou, it means that they don't take a penny. If they don't accept your benefits, how can you ask them to pay you back? After Zhang Zuzu finished speaking, she made an excuse that her son couldn't leave her and went to see Hongdo. Mrs. Huang was familiar with Zhang Zuzu. She followed quietly and said with some embarrassment, Third Grandma. What do you mean? Zhang Zuzu saw her coming and said, my husband and I will return to Beijing sooner or later. Nianzhou's affairs are only temporarily managed. The officials said by the court will come in a while. Who do you think has the final say in Nianzhou? Zhang Zuzu not only made empty promises, but also learned to fly empty promises. It is unknown who will succeed to Nianzhou. She continued, the capital is where we should stay. We are now interfering in Nianzhou's affairs. When we leave, if the Nianzhou prefect has other intentions, what can we do about it? Mrs. Huang suddenly realized that this was indeed true. Then, what can we do about it? She thought she had someone to cling to. But in the end she couldn't. Zhang Zuzu comforted her. The affairs of the charity bureau are managed by the Empress. When I go back, I will tell the Empress about this matter. The Empress will definitely reward me. I am nothing. But the Empress's face is important. Mrs. Huang was indeed comforted. As the two were talking, the maid came to invite Zhang Zuzu, saying that Jean Zhuer and a few girls had quarreled with the guests who came today, and the lady felt that her daughter was wronged and wanted an explanation. Mrs. Huang thought to herself, who is this stupid person? They are already praising Zhang, and they are still asking for explanations. They are really confused. Zhang Zuzu had to go and take a look. She thought that it was common for little girls to quarrel. They would not meet in the future. They should just let it go after the quarrel. Why should they be so persistent? Those little girls have been studying hard recently, so they should not do anything too extreme. When Zhang Zuzu came over, Jean Zhuer and other girls ran behind her. A middle-aged woman was coaxing her daughter. When she saw Zhang Zuzu, she immediately complained, saying, Third Grandma, you keep these little vixens, but why do you let them out and let them scratch people everywhere? This was a bit harsh. Jean Zhuer and the other girls were very angry when they heard it. Zhang Zuzu signaled them to keep quiet and said, How did you scratch me? Tell me. The middle-aged woman immediately signaled her daughter to speak out. She was also a girl of 15 or 16. She thought she had someone to back her up. She said, I was playing with my friends here, and they came out to scold me. Zhang Zuzu looked at Jean Zhuer and the others. Is that so? A girl who ran to find Zhang Zuzu that day was named Huanyan. She said, No. This place is close to the front yard. She said she saw Li Langjun on the street a few days ago. She saw him from a distance and thought he was good-looking. She wanted to go to the front yard to see him again. We just stopped her, but didn't scold her. Huanyan had already turned over a new leaf. After what happened to Sun that day, she was determined to reform herself. When she heard someone was going to see Li Fu, she immediately came out to stop the person. The middle-aged woman was about to say if Huanyan was talking nonsense, but she saw that the girl had lowered her head and pinched her handkerchief. Now it was clear at a glance. Zhang Zuzu thought that she had seen it, and the woman's words were harsh and too much. The girl showed a domineering look, pointing at Zhang Zuzu and said, I have inquired about it. You are just a country woman. Don't pretend here. Huanyan rushed over and slapped the girl twice on the face. Zhang Zhuzhu was stunned and hurriedly asked someone to separate them. Chapter 382. It'll be okay next time. The middle-aged woman saw her daughter being beaten and was about to hit her. But Huanyan had practiced dancing at the Du family and dodged very flexibly. The woman shouted at Zhang Zhuzhu, "This is how you treat guests." Huanyan slapped the woman again. She actually called them vixens, which was too much. It would be fine if she scolded them. But she even dared to scold Zhang Zhuzhu. They now treat Zhang Zhuzhu as their own sister. So how could they tolerate such insults? Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Stop it." Huanyan looked back at Zhang Zhuzhu aggrievedly. And the middle-aged woman also hugged her daughter, cursing, "If we don't deal with these little vixens, I don't think we can do any business," the woman said angrily. Zhang Zhuzhu frowned. And Mrs. Huang explained, "This is the second wife of the Hu family. Her husband's family has the largest fleet in Ningzhou. They can't do without them for transportation every year." Zhang Zhuzhu remembered that she knew the Hu family, the second wife of who was not in Ningzhou during this period. She went back to her hometown to visit relatives. Huanyan was scared at this time and said, I will go to apologize." She was young, and she was impulsive when she hit someone. She was afraid of causing any bad consequences. Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at Huanyan and said, "Ginger, take them to rest." Seeing them hesitate, Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Go down." Mrs. Huer got anxious when she saw this and said, "It's not over yet." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Don't worry. Your daughter wants to see my husband. I'll ask someone to go and invite her now." And that's why the matter started. Mrs. Huer never thought she would be like this. And the girl from the Hu family blushed even more. Zhang Zhuzhu said calmly, "You two, mother and daughter. One wants to see my husband, and the other scolded the victim in the Du family case. I can't keep such guests. I'll send them away after seeing them." Mrs. Huangde couldn't help but worry. The Hu family has ancestral craftsmanship, and several generations have been shipbuilding, and they have a large fleet, which is something other families can't do. She hesitated whether to say a few nice words to let the Hu family remember her kindness. But Zhang Zhuzhu obviously valued those girls very much. If she said it and made her unhappy, it would be even worse. Zhang Zhuzhu said to let Li Fu come. It was not a joke. The front and back yards were so small. And Li Fu came quickly. The second master of the Hu family also came. He was embarrassed and his face was red all the way to his neck. He didn't have time to say more. He hurriedly bowed and said a few words to Li Fu, and then ran away with his wife and daughter. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that the people left quickly, and said to Li Fu regretfully, "I haven't apologized yet, and they are leaving now." Li Fu patted her hand lightly. "They can't leave Ningzhou again. Can it be counted if I leave today?" Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything. After seeing off the guests in the afternoon, Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, "You are causing trouble again." Li Fu felt wronged and said, "It's really not my fault. It's the same for others who come here. How important is Li Fu's appearance? What's important is his identity." The girl from the Hu family even found out about Zhang Zhuzhu's affairs. But she was so contemptuous, which shows that she has bad intentions. Jin Zhuer and Huanyan wanted to see Zhang Zhuzhu, but Li Fu was too lazy to see them. So he asked someone to tell them, they did a good job today, and they are worthy of the painstaking efforts of the third grandma. Each of them will be rewarded with 500 yuan. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Now you have money?" Li Fu said helplessly, "On credit." "On credit? You pay first, and I'll pay you back when I have money." Zhang Zhuzhu was amused. There won't be any mistakes in the Hu family. She became serious again. "Li Fu, no. Don't worry." After Li Fu said that, Zhang Zhuzhu didn't ask any more questions. Jin Zhuer and Huanyu were praised and rewarded, and they were dumbfounded. "I thought I was going to be beaten." "Nonsense. Sister won't," Huanyan said. "They have changed their way of calling Zhang Zhuzhu's sister in private. And when they see Hongdo, they even coax Hongdo to call them aunt." Jin Zhuer said, "This is a reward from the husband. And he said we did a good job. Then if there are such cases in the future, we can still fight." The girls ran away happily, looking quite youthful. Zhang Zhuzhu heard such laughter from afar, and felt relieved. It seemed that she should leave Ningzhou earlier to avoid people talking about their backgrounds. It was not good to hear too much. Zhang Zhuzhu concentrated on the affairs of the charity bureau. As she said, she gave away all the things she got. and wrote a letter back to the capital to ask them to transfer people to manage it. Li Fu would also assist when he was free. During this period of time, the new Mianzhou prefect, Tom Pan, and other important officials sent by the court finally arrived. Li Fu quickly handed over the things in his hands without any delay. The new Mianzhou prefect was also very efficient and took over all matters. He was worried that Li Fu would take something when he saw the prosperity of this place. But Li Fu did not do so. His wife Zhang also persuaded the merchants in Mianzhou to donate a sum of money, except for the money used for the charity bureau. The rest was handed over to the Mianzhou government office without leaving a penny. The Mianzhou prefect was very moved and said to his subordinates, "No wonder your majesty must let Li Sanlang handle the affairs of Mianzhou. No one else has such a broad mind." He was tempted by the accounts of Mianzhou, but he tried to restrain himself. With the supervision of the court, he would not and dared not act. But during the period without supervision, Li Fu did not have the slightest thought of seeking personal gain. When he came, he immediately handed over the power without any greed. How could the emperor not value such a person? Li Fu ran from the Mianzhou government office before noon. At noon, he went to the restaurant with his wife and son to have a good meal. In the afternoon, he went to the largest temple in Mianzhou. He stayed in the temple at night and did not go back. Some people wanted to find him for a meal, but they didn't know where he was. Zhang Zuzu laughed and said, "You are like a refugee. Li Fu, if it's longer, I will be dazzled by the money in Mianzhou. It's better to run away early." Zhang Zuzu said, "You are just afraid that people will ask you to drink." Li Fu really didn't want to drink that wine. Hongdo could say more words. When Li Fu drank, he shouted stinky, and didn't let Li Fu hug him. Li Fu didn't want to be disliked by his son. Zhang Zuzu said, "It's all for our son." Li Fu smiled and said, "You can live longer if you drink less. I am also doing this for you." Seeing that he has eaten vegetarian food today, it is because he has too many social events recently, and has eaten meat and wine. He has not had time to move. If he stays up so late, he will get fat. The team returning to Beijing was divided into two groups. Li Fu, Zhang Zuzu, and Hongdo went alone. Before leaving, Jin Zhuer and the others were reluctant to leave and wanted to go with Zhang Zuzu. Li Fu held Hongdo and seemed very helpless. "Your sister and I will take Hongdo with us and walk slower." Zhang Zuzu thought that it was not like this when she came here. She said, "Yes. Don't worry. I have arranged everything. Someone will take care of you when you arrive in Beijing." A group of girls wiped their tears with handkerchiefs. Zhang Zuzu said again, "Don't forget to study. I have to take the exam when I go back." Huan Yun and the sisters looked at each other and walked slower, which was also good. Chapter 383. Let's make a bet. Li Fu and Zhang Zuzu were walking up the mountain. Li Fu was holding her son in front, and Zhang Zuzu was walking behind breathlessly. She had to stop and rest from time to time. Li Fu stood there waiting for her without urging her. They passed by this place. Li Fu heard that there was a temple dedicated to the local mountain god on this mountain. It was very famous. It was also said that the people inside were reincarnated gods or something. Li Fu frowned when he heard this, and decided to go up the mountain to take a look. His intention to demolish the temple was obvious. Zhang Zuzu understood this. The rumors outside were so superstitious that ordinary people might be deceived. If someone could make elixirs again, it would be a disaster. Li Fu could tolerate everything else. But when he mentioned the temple, he thought of alchemy. And when he thought of alchemy, he would go crazy. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a killer of gods and Buddhas. Zhang Zuzu thought about it, and suddenly laughed. Li Fu was also a little out of breath and looked back at her. "What are you laughing at?" "Zhang Zuzu, people say that you don't show your emotions." This is indeed the case. Except in front of Zhang Zuzu and his son. Li Fu is calm and steady most of the time. Li Fu also laughed. "Do you want me to be like that in front of my family?" Zhang Zuzu shook her head. "No. It's fine now. The mountain road is not easy to walk. And Li Fu is still holding Hongdo, so she can't free her hands." When Zhang Zuzu walked up to her, Li Fu gestured for her to hold her close. So for the rest of the way, Li Fu held his son in his arms, and Zhang Zuzu pulled his clothes. The family of three walked and stopped, and finally went up the mountain. Zhang Zuzu said, "I think this small temple is fine." "Li Fu, why do you say that? Swindlers are always in crowded places. Look at this mountain road, which is so difficult to walk. How many people can go up?" Zhang Zuzu said. Swindlers always look for crowded places to gain benefits. Li Fu did not agree with this, saying, swindlers and deceived people also pay attention to fate. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed after hearing this. This is interesting. Li Fu explained, there was a Taoist temple in the south of the capital before. It was very small. There were 3 pure ones inside, and it could only accommodate 2 people. This Taoist temple could not be entered directly. It had to be led by an acquaintance. When entering the door, 10 taels of silver had to be paid. Zhang Zhuzhu was surprised. Is that so? Then this Taoist temple doesn't need to deceive many people. Li Fu nodded, yes. They don't deceive those who are reluctant to spend money or have no money. They only deceive those who are stupid and have a lot of money. When he was arrested, the master of the Taoist temple had already bought 2 large houses with 3 entrances in the busiest streets and alleys in the capital, leaving them for his 2 sons. In the end, I went to find those who were deceived. They still didn't believe that they were deceived. They insisted that Jingzhou Prefecture framed good people and didn't want the money returned. They made a fuss for a long time. Why do you think this happened? The bullied people got their money back. Isn't it a great thing for everyone to celebrate? At that time, Zhang Zhuzhu was in confinement, and Li Fu didn't tell her about this matter. Zhang Zhuzhu said, they should all be people with some family background, and they all think they are smart. To admit that the Taoist temple is a scam is to admit their own stupidity. People's psychology is like this. At this point, they will even suggest to themselves to make their determination more firm. Everyone is drunk, but I am the only one who is sober. The whole world is turbid, but I am the only one who is clear. That Taoist temple is probably similar to pyramid selling. Li Fu smiled and said, I guess you know it very well. Zhang Zhuzhu was stunned for a moment, then stared at Li Fu and said, what do you mean? Explain it clearly. Zhang Zhuzhu was like this when she was doing business at that time. She only made money from rich people. Zhang Zhuzhu said confidently, we are willing to fight and fight. And besides, what I made is not delicious. Who ate a piece of red bean cake and couldn't forget it? Even his son called it red bean? She didn't force the sale, but her promotional methods were more powerful, adding extra intangible value to simple snacks. And some people need these values. Just like jade. You can't eat it. You can only look at it. It's just a beautiful stone. But it's very expensive. The Book of Songs said that a gentleman is like jade, which is also the value people add to jade. And the essence is the same. Li Fu hurriedly admitted his mistake and said, it's just that there are some similarities. Look at this difficult mountain road. If you climb up with difficulty, it's very similar to finding an acquaintance and paying 10 taels of silver. This is actually raising the threshold and screening first. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. When they arrived at the gate of the Taoist temple, Li Fu became interested. Let's make a bet. Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to give up, but then she thought, what if she lost? Li Fu was interested. She just cooperated. Zhang Zhuzhu, okay. Then I bet that this is a legitimate Taoist temple. Li Fu, then I'm the opposite of you. Zhang Zhuzhu stretched out her hand and made a pinky promise with Li Fu. And Hongdou also stretched out her little hand to join in the fun. The 3 of them entered the temple at once. The statues of gods enshrined in the temple are all covered with gold foil. And the incense burning in front also exudes a refreshing smell, which is not cheap. Zhang Zhuzhu's heart trembled. But when she looked at other things, they were all relatively old and simple. Maybe this temple just respected the gods in a special way. Li Fu did not show any smugness. The 2 of them burned incense first, and then Zhang Zhuzhu sat down to drink tea and rest. Li Fu walked around the temple and showed the gold necklace on Hongdou's neck. It was a gold necklace made by a master craftsman in the palace. It was dazzling, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was worth a lot. However, this did not seem to attract the attention of others. Hongdou saw a few 5- or 6-year-old children shouting loudly for their brother, and the children laughed and said, he calls us brothers. Several children ran over together, greeted Li Fu first, and got Li Fu's permission before taking Hongdou to play. Zhang Zhuzhu rested for a while, and when she heard her son's laughter from afar, she came over to see how Li Fu's fishing plan was going. Apparently, the fish hadn't taken the bait yet. Zhang Zhuzhu came over to look at the child, and Li Fu took the initiative to find the manager of the small temple. About 3/4 of an hour later, Li Fu returned to Zhang Zhuzhu, and there was an old man with gray hair and beard beside him, but his figure was still upright. Zhang Zhuzhu was puzzled, And Li Fu showed a helpless expression and said, "This is Mr. Xie, who taught me to read." Zhang Zhuzu's eyes widened, but she stood up to greet the old man, and then turned back to call Hongdo over. There is a saying that there is no coincidence in the world, and there are such coincidences in the world. Mr. Xie, whose full name is Xie Lu, is very educated, but not very good at being an official, always offending people. He has been away from the capital for 20 years. Li Fu only saw him when he was 3 or 4 years old, which is a long time ago. But why does Li Fu still remember him? This is simple. The old man's hair is not white as it is now. He was almost white at that time, and looked older than his peers. Li Fu was still young at that time. While he was sleeping, he took him to dye someone's hair. He was severely punished, so he was deeply impressed. After a few words, Li Fu had a vague impression. When he asked the other party's name, he recognized him. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and thought, winking at Li Fu. But she was the winner. Chapter 384, Homesickness. A few years ago, Mr. Xie's first wife passed away. He was very sad and moved to the mountains to live alone. After that, when someone was in danger in the mountains, he would help. Over time, there were rumors that he was an old immortal, and people came to see him specially. Mr. Xie gradually recovered from his pain and simply built a temple here to worship the local mountain god. Regarding the rumors outside, he said, "If someone donates money, I will put it away. If there are really poor people who come to the mountain to ask, I will ask my family to investigate. If it is true, I will give some money or other help. Anyway, do good deeds without leaving a name." Over time, this reputation came into being. The mountain god statue with gold foil was sent by a local rich man. This man had many wives and concubines, but all of them were daughters. He came to pray once and happened to get a son, who was also the legitimate son of his first wife. The incense was sent by another rich family. This family came here because of the reputation. It was windy that day, and they did not go back. As a result, their house caught fire that night, and only one room was burned. But they believed that it was the mountain god who helped them avoid disaster. Some people even left their children here. Some families without children would adopt children here because they were sent by the mountain god and did not dare to treat them harshly. It is said that a tree grows into a shade after planting it unintentionally. Xie Lu's eyes were a little blurry, but he still remembered Li Fu and smiled. "I knew you were a man of accomplishment back then." Li Fu said, "Sir, you are too kind." Xie Lu smiled and asked Hongdo to come to him and look at him. Today, they met an old friend, so the family of 3 stayed with him. Although it was summer, it was still very cold on the mountain at night. Li Fu and Mr. Xie chatted until late at night before returning to rest. Zhang Zhuzu smiled when she saw him. "Are you going to admit defeat?" Li Fu lay beside his wife and children and said with emotion, "I admit defeat." Who would have thought that he thought it was a temple to collect money? But it turned out to be the place where the old man lived in seclusion. And it just happened to become a temple. It was unexpected. But that's how things are. No one can predict what will happen next. Li Fu said, "I'm willing to accept the loss." "What does Zuzu want?" "Zhang Zhuzu, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it when I think about it." "She doesn't want anything now." Li Fu hugged her and said, "We should live and die together." Mr. Xie and his first wife are really in love, and it's still hard to let it go when he talks about it now. Listening to it, Li Fu thought of Zhang Zhuzu and himself. They will also love each other for a lifetime, and hope that God will have eyes, and don't let them be separated for too long. Zhang Zhuzu gently patted Li Fu's back. After meeting old friends and playing here for 2 days, the family set out on their way home again. Although they were talking about sightseeing, they couldn't really stay outside for too long. Before August 15th, they arrived in the capital. Zhang Zhuzu sat in the carriage and said to Li Fu, "I'm afraid of home. What should I do?" Zhang Zhuzu was afraid, and Li Fu was not much better than her. The couple looked at each other, held each other's hands, and prepared to welcome the coming storm. Only Hongdo didn't understand anything. She leaned on Li Fu's shoulder for a while, and leaned on Zhang Zhuzu's arms for a while, holding their hands and having fun. Li Qi paced back and forth and said, "Didn't you say you would arrive today? Why haven't you made any progress yet?" Lin Weining said, "Be more stable. You are so old. Hurry up and sit down." Li Qi said worriedly, "How can I not be anxious? That's my precious grandson. I haven't seen him for several months. I don't know if they will take care of him. At this point, Lin Weining was also anxious. Li Qi asked again, have the in-laws come? It happened that Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan also came. The elders hadn't seen Hongdo for several months, and were very resentful of Hongdo's parents. The main thing was that they didn't say a word, and suddenly took Hongdo to the south. What kind of thing is this? The couple returned to the Li family trembling with fear, and saw a crowd of people at the door. Li Fu's 2 brothers and sisters-in-law, as well as nephews and nieces. Zhang Juju's sister, brother-in-law and brother. As soon as the 2 got off the carriage, they were surrounded. The second brother of the Li family said first, the fugitive is back? Zhou Ri reached out to hug Hongdo, turned back and glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Zhu was about to apologize, but Zhou Ri said, wait until I take Hongdo away. Our Hongdo is a hostage, who was taken away. After she finished speaking, everyone laughed. Zhang Juju said shamelessly, I am also a hostage. Zhang Jingjin said, You are an accomplice. There was another round of laughter, and Zhang Zuju and Li Fu were surrounded and walked home. Hongdo's little head could no longer remember that these were his relatives. But Zhou Ri hugged him. Zhang Jingjin hugged him, and he let them hug him. Zhang Jingjin was already showing her pregnancy, and after just holding the baby for a while, her elder brother-in-law wanted to take it. But Hongdo was very reluctant, so Zhang Juju held him back. Zhang Jingjin said at this time, look at what a good thing you have done. Zhang Zuju smiled awkwardly. When they meet the elders, that will be a big scene. Lin Weining was the first to reach out and hold Hongdo, and glared at Li Fu. Wu Guiyang also went over, and the 2 of them took turns holding Hongdo for a long time. Li Qi was anxious and coughed beside him. Lin Weining said, you can't hold the child if you cough. Li Qi, you are almost done. Show it to your in-laws. Lin Weining had no choice but to let Wu Guiyang take the child to Zhang Dachuan. When Zhang Dachuan wanted to hold Hongdo, she started to whine and struggled to find her parents. Li Qi couldn't do it either, because Hongdo didn't want a man to hold her. Zhang Dachuan was so angry that he turned around and said to Zhang Juju, look at what you have done. The child doesn't recognize us anymore. Zhang Zuju comforted, it's okay. Dad, wait a minute. She will recognize us in 2 days. Wu Guiyang slapped her arm twice. Don't talk back. Her mother didn't work anymore, but her hands were still very strong, and she slapped Zhang Luju so hard that she grimaced. Li Fu was not much better over there. Li Qi and Lin Weining stared at their youngest son. This was their 3rd son. He was smart since childhood, and when he grew up, he was calm and determined, and he never did anything to disappoint them. Li Qi said to his son, Sam Lang, do you know what you are doing? Almost no one in the court knew that it was Li Fu who went to Mianzhou. They all thought he was going to Xuzhou, which shows that Mianzhou was a big case. Not to mention the hardship of the journey. Even if you get there, it is dangerous. It would be fine if he took Zhang Juju with him, as the couple were inseparable. But it would be a bit too foolish to take Hongdo with him. Can he really not leave his wife and children? Fortunately, this matter did not spread. Otherwise, who knows what gossip would spread. Li Fu said, Father and Mother, please forgive me. I was impulsive. Although he said so, Li Fu did not think he was wrong. Although the Mianzhou case was serious, it was not dangerous. He was with the Imperial Guards. Needless to say, Zhang Juju helped him a lot there. As for Hongdo, he was in good health. The second sister's son also traveled a long way when he was a child. Besides, it was the most inappropriate thing for such a young child to leave his parents. Lin Weining, can this be explained by your impulse? Li Qi slapped the table. This is not it. Li Fu thought about it carefully. It was indeed impulsive. There was no other reason. Li Qi wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Weining. There were so many people. If they had anything to say, they had to say it behind closed doors. Li Fu was already a father, so it was not good to embarrass him. Chapter 385. The next one is better. Zhang Dachuan coaxed him for a long time, and finally took his grandson into his arms. Wu Guiyang said distressfully, it's so hot. Look at how the child is sunburned. When he left, he was white and tender, but now he looks like he was covered with soot. He needs to be well protected this year, so that he can be white again. Zhang Juju looked carefully and said, no. I think he is the same. Is he really that dark? Zhang Jingjin said, you look at him every day, so you don't think so. At first glance, the child looks much darker. Zhang Zuzu said, "It doesn't matter. His father and I are both white. And he will be white again in the future." Wu Guiyang glared at Zhang Zuzu again. "You said it lightly. Good child. Look at how well they take care of her." Wu Guiyang was about to find fault and settle accounts with her daughter. But when she looked at Hongdo, she seemed fine except that she was a little dark. She has grown taller and has weight, and is still lively and active. She can talk more and calls people one by one, and is very well behaved. The couple seems to take good care of the child. Zhang Zuzu saw that her mother suddenly stopped talking. "What's wrong?" "I'm not right. Wu Guiyang, I won't talk to you anymore. Come on. Hongdo, drink some water. Are your lips dry and chapped? Look at your mother. She doesn't know how to take care of you." Zhang Zuzu thought to herself. "You are just nitpicking. Hongdo has grown well. Who doesn't have chapped lips? How can you find fault like this?" Although Wu Guiyang could not find fault, she still scolded Zhang Zuzu from head to toe, and finally concluded that Zhang Zuzu was not stable, and had not made any progress as a mother. Zhang Zuzu ignored her mother's words. She had a great time on the way, and did not take her mother's words to heart. The two families were very lively for half a day. The elders wanted to take Hongdo to their side, but Hongdo could not leave her parents at all. She hugged Li Fu's neck, and refused to let go. They could only give up with regret. Zhang Zuzu lifted her sleeves and said, "My mother's hands are very strong. She slapped me hard. Look at my arm. Forget it. It's not red anymore." Li Fu smiled and blew on her arm, saying, "I'm sorry for getting you into trouble." Zhang Zuzu lay on the bed and said, "It's okay. I'm willing to do it if you implicate me." Although he left Beijing rashly, and left a lot of messes to clean up, it didn't matter. There were not many opportunities to leave Beijing and go out, and they were caught by the three of them. Hongdo was already feeling sleepy, so Zhang Zuzu wrapped him in a small quilt, and Hongdo soon fell asleep. Li Fu and Zhang Zuzu were tired from traveling, so they went to bed early. The next day, they got up early again. Li Fu went to the palace to see the emperor, and Zhang Zuzu went to see the queen and the imperial concubine first, and then went to find Qinjiao. Zhang Zuzu had to take Hongdo with her. The child had been away from Beijing for several months, and didn't know anyone around him. It would take some time to get familiar with him. When Zhang Zuzu went there, Qinjiao happened to meet her outside the queen's palace. Her belly was not small, and she looked plump, but she was in good spirits, and she didn't look like she had suffered any grievances. Qinjiao saw Zhang Zuzu and showed some displeasure at first, saying, "Sister, you haven't come back yet, but you sent a bunch of sisters back first. I guess you forgot all of us sisters in the capital." Zhang Zuzu took her hand and laughed, saying, "How can they be my sisters? They are our sisters." Zhang Zuzu didn't ask anyone else to arrange for those girls to come back, but Qinjiao, who was bothered. You can imagine how Qinjiao felt. She deliberately asked, "Which one do you like the most?" Zhang Zuzu was calm and answered calmly, "Look at what you said. I have always been very loyal. My favorite sister will of course always be the next one." Qinjiao was stunned at first, and then she said faintly, "I have experienced the taste of losing love before the beauty fades." Zhang Zuzu said, "Does the prince know that you said this?" Qinjiao blinked. "I don't care about him." Rather than quarreling, Zhang Zuzu felt that she was just being coquettish, so she simply didn't ask any more questions. Hongdo looked at Qinjiao's belly at this time and said, "Brother." Qinjiao touched Hongdo's little head. "Isn't it a sister? It would be better to give birth to a little sister." Hongdo insisted, "Brother, play." Zhang Zuzu said, "He thinks about playing every day. Don't listen to him. The prince's first child, whether it is a boy or a girl, still makes some difference. Mainly because they are afraid that too much speculation will be spread out, which is not good for Qinjiao." Qinjiao said, "Sister, you are still being distant with me. Hongdo is here. You can say whatever you want. As for whether it is a boy or a girl, Qinjiao has heard too many rumors recently. She also has a distant aunt who took the opportunity to find her and said that she had found the great immortal and drank the great immortal's talisman water, which guaranteed to give birth to a boy." Qinjiao sent someone to the Yao family overnight and told Song Lingxin about this. Within 2 days, the great immortal had been imprisoned in the prison of Jingzhou Prefecture. He was a liar. Zhang Zuzu couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Very good. Very good. Just as it should be. The two talked and entered the palace together. Little Pan looked at them and said, "Oh, little Hondo has become a little black charcoal." Zhang Zuzu greeted them first. Then said worriedly, "Empress, is it really that black? I didn't think so." "Why do you say so?" Empress Pan said, "For a boy. It doesn't matter if he is a little darker. As long as he is safe and healthy. It's fine." Zhang Zuzu, "That's very good. He has grown a lot taller." Little Pan teased Hondo for a while, and then looked at Qinjiao's belly. It was hard to tell whether it was a boy or a girl. It would be best if she could give birth to a boy. It doesn't matter if it's a girl. The emperor is in his 20s, and just gave birth to a prince with her. It doesn't matter if the age difference between father and son is big. Qinjiao is weak in temperament, and Xiao Pan will not say anything when she is pregnant. Zhang Zuzu told them about the Mianzhou incident and said, "It's a coincidence that the person who arranged Xiao Zhifu to Mianzhou was imprisoned and sentenced to death when your majesty just returned to Beijing. I'm afraid it won't be clear if we investigate here," Xiao Pan said. "It's still the disaster left by the previous emperor." Zhang Zuzu was about to nod, and Queen Pan said, "It's true that the disaster of the previous dynasty is true. But there are also reasons why the court can't investigate it now." Zhang Zuzu agreed with this. Xiao Pan sighed, "What can we do? Your Majesty and Daoang have worked hard enough. We can only take it slowly. This is not something that can be done overnight." After a while, Zhang Zuzu and Qinjiao returned to the East Palace together. Qinjiao said on the way, "Su Mingzhou has shaved his head and become a monk." Zhang Zuzu, "Really?" Qinjiao nodded, "Really." Her hair was shaved, and Master Jingchen of Xinghua Temple accepted her as a disciple and wanted to teach her as a successor. Zhang Zuzu was very curious about what happened. Qinjiao said, "The Su family came to me at that time and said they wanted to send her to the East Palace. She didn't want to be a concubine, but a concubine would be fine. But Su Mingzhou came to me and said she wanted to become a monk. She was exposed." Chapter 386, Who is the Chess Piece? Su Mingzhou's affair caused a great uproar in Beijing. The Su family was once again ridiculed. The last time was because of Song Zhang. Song Zhang had been at odds with the Su family since she was young, and finally moved out of the Su family with her husband. After her husband died, she left the house without hesitation and cut off contact with the Su family. Song Zhang wrote many mourning poems, as if she was deeply affectionate to her dead husband, and even became famous for it. Song Zhang's idea was very simple. The mourning poems in the past were all written by men. None of them were deeply in love with their wives, but they were praised for it. She just did what men often do. To others, it was a deeply affectionate elegy, but to the Su family, it was a complete humiliation. Song Zhang even threatened that when she was about to die, she would go to the deep mountains and old forests, and she would never enter the Su family's tomb or be buried with the Su family. Women could not leave their names, but she wanted to let people 1,000 years later know that she, Song Zhang, existed in the world. What is the Su family? The Su family will only perish. Even if someone mentions it, it is because of Song Zhang. But the Su family can't do anything about Song Zhang, and they have to bear this breath. Now the most outstanding daughter of the Su family. She even shaved her head and became a nun. If Song Zhang had problems alone, it could be said that she was unruly. And even her own daughter was forced to become a nun, which would make people think that the Su family also had problems. Chen Jiao continued, "She apologized to me, saying that she was confused at that time and thought she could become a chess player. A woman like me who only has good looks is destined to serve men with her beauty. Isn't that the use of beauty?" Su Mingzhou had this attitude at that time, and her arrogance was too obvious. Zhang Zuzu said, "You are not." "She is." Qin Jiao suffered a lot of grievances because of her appearance, but her father has always protected her. And Qin Jiao's softness and kindness all come from this. Maybe her father was not considerate, but such love would never be false, and would never be mixed with utilitarianism. If you want to become a stepping stone for others just because of your beauty and gentle and kind temperament, then this world is too terrible. Zhang Zuzu said, "If it weren't for me, the prince wouldn't know you. If he wanted you to be his concubine at that time, I would have tried my best to stop him." But Zhou Yi liked Qin Jiao, and married her with 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals. Zhang Zuzu really had no good way. Qin Jiao smiled, "I know." Su Mingzhou was the pawn of the Su family. After losing the opportunity to enter the East Palace, The Su family immediately arranged a more suitable family for her. The Su family discussed again and again how to marry her off to get the greatest benefit. They didn't shy away at all. Just like Su Mingzhou said in front of Chen Jiao that she was a beautiful vessel. Su Mingzhou's talent and ability surpassed those of her brothers. But in front of the cold facts, she had no chance to struggle. At that moment, she realized that she was just a container of the Su family. Her thoughts were not important. And the future of the Su family was the most important. Su Mingzhou was willing to marry the prince. But she looked down on those men who were not as good as herself. After repeated rejections, Su Mingzhou was locked up in the Su family's ancestral hall. The tablets here all have names for men. And women take their husband's surnames. All of which are Su Mao. And the same is true in the family tree. No woman can leave her name in the family tree. They gave birth to one man after another. But they could not leave the slightest trace. If she could marry the prince and give birth to a son, Su Mingzhou could become the queen and the empress dowager. And she could get the overwhelming power she had always dreamed of. But what would she get if she married someone else? She would be oppressed by her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law, and would have to submit to her husband helplessly. She would become a consumable of her husband and children, become a member of the Su family, and lose her name forever. She would become an ordinary woman, struggling for her husband and children. Su Mingzhou had seen with his own eyes how his mother toiled for her brothers, who were not very smart. Su Mingzhou did not want to, and could not accept it. Her decision to become a nun was not a threat to her family and parents. But she had lost the opportunity to win power. In this world, she had nothing more to want. As for how she left the Su family, and how she made Master Jingchen accept her, that was her own ability. And others did not know. Qin Jiao touched her belly and said, "It's good to be a monk. So I don't have to suffer like this." Qin Jiao seldom thought of her mother before, and her heart was filled with her father more. But as her belly grew bigger day by day, Qin Jiao knew how much her mother had suffered for her. It was common for her to vomit after eating and eat again after vomiting. Her body became heavier and heavier, and she could no longer sleep through the night. Every day when she looked in the mirror, she felt that she was not as beautiful as before, and even had nightmares. There were more beautiful women around Zhou Yi, and she could only cry while holding her child. Qin Jiao began to doubt whether she could be a good mother. This doubt tortured her and made her more haggard. It's not that Zhou Yi doesn't care about her, but this concern is not enough to offset her pain. She wants to talk to someone, but she is afraid that someone will say that you have married the prince, and you should bear any pain. What's the big deal about having a child? Which woman is not like this? I haven't seen other women dying. Zhang Zhuzhu was a little worried after hearing this. She held Qin Jiao's hand. This is a normal feeling. The prince should share your burden. He treats me well. Qin Jiao frowned and said, I have everything. It was because Zhou Yi treated her well that Qin Jiao was more painful. She felt at a loss. She was very irritable, and didn't know what she wanted. Zhang Zhuzhu said, then wait a minute. He will ask Li Fu. Qin Jiao, I don't even know what I want. Zhang Zhuzhu comforted her. This is normal. Pregnancy is painful. I am willing to give birth to Hongdou, and endure such pain, because Li Fu and I love each other, and the child is what we both want. Otherwise, why would she endure such pain? Zhang Zhuzhu was not confused at that time. She had thought it through clearly. If she was unhappy, she would take it out on Li Fu. That was what Li Fu deserved. But Qin Jiao was not like that. She did not have a deep affection for the prince. Nor was she as eager to use the child to gain power as Su Mingzhou was. She was not even ready to be a mother. Moreover, I don't know how many people's eyes are on her belly. The child in her belly is the prince's first child. Whether it is a boy or a girl, it is very noble. Just now, the two of them are walking on the road, and there are 20 to 30 people following them in front and behind, all to ensure the safety of Qin Jiao and the child. Qin Jiao bears such a great pressure, and her pain is superimposed, and she can't explain it clearly. Zhou Yi's blind kindness to her may not necessarily eliminate her pain. The child in Qin Jiao's belly moved, and her expression became gentle, saying, I am willing to suffer this pain for the child. She loves her child very much. Zhang Zhuzhu, not for the child, but for yourself. Chapter 387 Children are a continuation, not an extension. For myself? Qin Jiao was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Zhuzhu said, parents need children, so they bring them into the world. Children do not beg their parents to come. The grace of giving birth and the love of raising children are indeed touching. But all children are passively chosen. As parents, we should teach them benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, and wisdom. But we should not use grace to bind children and require them to repay. My sister's words are the opposite of what they told me, Qin Jiao said. They all told Qin Jiao that with this child, they can do this and that, especially after giving birth to a son. She, as a mother, can completely own him and do whatever she wants. My thoughts are indeed different, but they have their own reasons. Zhang Luzhu stretched out her hand. Women are trapped in the inner house. And children are not just children, but also their extended hands and feet. They regard children as their own clones. When children have achievements, it is as if they own them. As for what the children think, parents don't really care much. Generation after generation, they have been like this. Qin Jiao was very interested in this statement. But sister, you are not like this. You think Hongdo is your child. And also a free person. Right? She looked at Hongdo, who was running and jumping around, and looked very lively. Zhang Zhuzu, yes. That's what I think. Hongdo is Hongdo. I am me. We are mother and son. I love him. And I don't ask for anything in return. Nor do I place my own expectations on him. My expectations are only placed on myself. The children will have their own expectations in the future. Qin Jiao said, I'm afraid that this child, born in my belly, will not have such freedom. Even if she is pregnant with a daughter now, she will give birth to a son in the future. A son born in the Zhou family will definitely be placed with high hopes. Zhang Zuzu said, as a mother, just try your best to give him what you can give. The child still has a father. And this is not your responsibility alone. Qin Jiao looked up. It was mid-August. Autumn was gradually approaching, and the weather was not very hot. Qin Jiao had endured the hot summer in this palace. She remembered something and said to Qin Jiao, Miss Su became a nun. Many people said that it was her mother who did not teach her well and forced her to kneel in the ancestral hall. But when Miss Su was well, it was because the Su family had a good family tradition and never mentioned her mother. How interesting. If a daughter is well, it is a family inheritance. If a daughter is not well, it is the mother's fault. Zhang Zhuzu heard this and said, it can be seen that it is difficult for women to live. It is better not to take many things to heart. The two slowly returned to the East Palace and talked about other gossips. I haven't left the capital yet, Qin Jiao said. I want to go out and take a look too. Zhang Zhuzu, when things get better in the future, maybe I can go south to take a look. Qin Jiao thought, that's too far. My father quarrels with the court officials every day. Because of the Mianzhou incident, he has been suffering for a long time. My father came to me and said that he had originally allocated a sum of money to repair the imperial mausoleum, but later he asked for it back. I don't know when the court will be rich again. The court is so poor, let alone going south. The emperor wanted to go to escape the summer heat this year, but it rained and the summer palace collapsed. There is no money to repair it. Qin Jiao lowered his voice. I went to see my mother once, and my father said that if he was short of money again, he would dig up the imperial mausoleums of the previous emperors. Zhang Zhuzu almost laughed out loud. Don't tell me. This really seems like something your majesty would do. Qin Jiao said, not only that. The prince also agrees. Both of them were scolded by the queen mother. What if my son is like this when I give birth to him? Zhang Zhuzu is not superstitious at all, and said, dig it up. It's better to dig it up earlier. Qin Jiao's sister. Why are you like this? You still go to the temple to worship Buddha. This is too disrespectful to ancestors. Zhang Zhuzu comforted her. If you don't dig it up now, the country will be destroyed in another 100 or 200 years. And others will dig it up too. Right? Think about it. It's just a pile of dust when you die. Why bother? Qin Jiao was amused by this. Near noon, Zhou Yi and Li Fu came. Hongdo was playing in the yard. When he saw his father, he ran over. He was running very fast now. If he fell, he would get up by himself. Li Fu was about to catch his son. Zhou Yi quickly stepped forward. When Hongdo rushed over, he stretched out his two hands, passed through his armpits, and picked up Hongdo. Hongdo was stunned. He was lifted up in a daze, and looked at this unfamiliar uncle stupidly. Zhou Yi held Hongdo and said, your parents are really unreliable. You will stay with your uncle in the future. Zhou Yi also felt that the couple was outrageous. They ran away with their children without saying a word. This was not what a steady person should do. That's why the news didn't get out. Otherwise the whole capital would know how unreliable Li Fu is. Li Fu, don't slander me in front of my son. We have a good family. Joey got even angrier when he heard this. He couldn't help but said sarcastically, yes. You are quite straightforward. Unlike me, I don't know if I can leave the capital in this life. Li Fu, can you blame me for this? It's not me who let the rain wash away the summer resort. This means that the Zhou family is poor. Joey didn't know what to say. This is the world of their old Zhou family. And they can't blame the Li family. Qin Jiao and Zhang Zhuzhu heard the noise, and came out together. Joey saw Qin Jiao, and asked without saying anything, are you hungry? What do you want to eat later? Qin Jiao saw him holding Hongdo and said, I'm not hungry. What does Hongdo like to eat? Zhang Zhuzhu, eat everything. Not picky. This child is easy to raise. Hongdo struggled in Zhou Yi's arms when he heard his mother's voice. But Zhou Yi held him tightly. Hongdo was so anxious that he pushed his face with his hands. Zhou Yi coaxed, call uncle. Call uncle to let you go. Hongdo didn't call. So Qin Jiao said, Your Highness. Let go quickly, and let the child go. Zhou Yi was glanced at by Qin Jiao. So he could only let go and said, Alas. This child used to like me. Now, I am not allowed to hold my child. But it doesn't matter, Zhou Yi said proudly. In another 3 or 2 months, I will have my own child. I will hold him every day. Qin Jiao snorted. How can you have the time? Busy as hell. Zhou Yi's eyes were full of hope. He said to Li Fu, This is my first child. I believe that you understand my feelings. You are my right-hand man. Please bear with me when the time comes. Li Fu is back. So of course, he will use him as much as possible. Li Fu said to Zhang Zhuzhu, How about I seek a transfer to a place near the sea after I've been to Mianzhou? Zhang Zhuzhu seemed to be thinking about something. Qin Jiao immediately took Zhang Zhuzhu's arm and said, Sister, please don't abandon me. I really can't stand having 20 or 30 more sisters. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yi's face became subtle, while Zhang Zhuzhu and her husband burst into laughter. Zhou Yi, the child should just be named Zhang. Why Zhou? Chapter 388 I will believe it. At noon, the meals in the East Palace were not rich. Qin Jiao was in advanced stage, and Zhou Yi also knew that the child would be difficult to give birth if he grew up. So he also accompanied Qin Jiao to eat light food. There was only a bowl of meat soup in front of Hongdo, who was eating by himself with a spoon. Some of the bib on his body fell off, and there was a lot of paste around his mouth. But he could eat by himself. Qin Jiao was surprised. Hongdo is so amazing. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu didn't say anything. Hongdo was proud when she heard someone praising her. Awesome. Dao is awesome. Qin Jiao laughed non-stop. How did you teach this? I will teach like this in the future. Zhou Yi didn't agree very much, saying, The child is so young. What's the big deal about letting the nanny feed him? Qin Jiao ignored him, and pulled Zhang Zhuzhu to ask for details. Li Fu signaled Zhou Yi not to talk too much. Qin Jiao was the child's biological mother, and it was her right to decide how to educate her. It was already afternoon when they left the palace. Qin Jiao reluctantly sent Zhang Zhuzhu away. Zhou Yi helped her walk back slowly. And halfway through Zhou Yi suddenly said, The person you have in your heart is back. It seems that I will fall out of favor again. Qin Jiao was stunned. Zhou Yi was talking about Zhang Zhuzhu. She knew. Qin Jiao sighed, Alas. I am just an inconspicuous one among dozens of sisters. I have long fallen out of favor. This was of course a joke. They are friends. And friendship is also very important. Qin Jiao said, I told my sister about my troubles. But she didn't help me much. Zhou Yi frowned and heard her continue. She said you would ask yourself. Right? Zhou Yi felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. He did ask. Qin Jiao said, Your Highness treats me very well. I know. Zhou Yi, not enough. If it was good enough, why couldn't Qin Jiao be as carefree as she was before she got married? She had to endure physical pain because of her pregnancy. And at the same time, this child who was placed with high hopes also brought her more pressure. Zhou Yi used to think that he could protect her from wind and rain and withstand all problems. Therefore, he always hoped that Qin Jiao would obey her. But this was not the case. Zhou Yi could not replace the physical pain. And Zhou Yi had no better way to comfort her except to relieve the pressure brought by the rumors. When Qin Jiao was suffering, Zhou Yi felt his powerlessness deeply. Some things cannot be solved by money and power. Zhou Yi did not mention anything about obedience or not. He was a very reasonable person. If he could not provide complete protection, he would not make excessive demands. Qin Jiao smiled and said, "How else do you want to treat me, Your Highness?" In fact, it was enough. She knew very well that she could rely on others for some things. But she was destined to bear the depression in her heart by herself. She was indeed weak. But she was not unable to withstand the wind and rain. What she got from Zhou was enough. Zhou lay down next to her. "I don't know," Qin Jiao said, "Your Highness. Just hug me." Zhou heard this and hugged her in his arms. "Your Highness did not take a concubine when I was pregnant. I am very grateful." Zhou was not happy to hear this. Li Fu asked him to reflect on it, saying that Qin Jiao did not rely on him because of his own reasons. But he couldn't figure out. Wasn't he giving enough? Why did Qin Jiao always say that it was enough? If it was really enough, she shouldn't be so unhappy. Zhou tried hard to reflect on it. He couldn't help it. "You really don't want anything? I can give you anything. Anything." Qin Jiao opened his eyes. "Your Highness, don't make promises casually. I will believe it. It is true." He was sure. He always kept his word. But Qin Jiao shook his head. "Some things can't be given to me if Your Highness is willing." "Your Highness, don't worry. I'm not greedy." After that, she stopped talking. Zhou was depressed. But he didn't dare to ask more. Just got closer to his wife. Qin Jiao knew what he wanted. And she said she was not greedy. That was a lie. Zhou treated her very well. But how long can the love between husband and wife last? If you get more now, you will be more painful when you lose it later. Therefore, the only thing Qin Jiao never asks for from Zhou is love. That illusory and real thing. She has experience. When she knew Zhang Zhuzu for a while, she felt that she was the only sister. And she was so proud. Then she found out that she was not. There were many sisters. And she was the latecomer. Now she has to help Zhang Zhuzu arrange more new sisters. And she has to listen to Zhang Zhuzu saying that the next one is better. This feeling is very complicated. But they are all women. So it is good that it does not involve too complicated feelings. And she and Zhang Zhuzu are very close. Think about it. This can make people jealous and compare. Not to mention the more complicated love between men and women. Zhou promised to protect her and treat her well. And he has done it. Qin Jiao must never let herself become ugly because of jealousy. Zhang Zhuzu meant that she could strive for more. But Qin Jiao felt that she was timid, and what she got now was enough. People say that it is terrible to not get what you want. But isn't it more terrible to lose it after getting it? It doesn't matter if you get it, and then lose it. But if you see it transferred to someone else in the future. Qin Jiao feels that she can't bear it. She must be like the queen. Stay calm and rational. This was her own decision. The previous annoyance was that she wanted it but didn't dare to have it. And she was entangled in it. But now she doesn't want it anymore. Zhou didn't know his wife's decision yet. And was seriously reflecting on himself to see where he was not doing well enough. Zhang Zhuzu returned home and said to Li Fu, "I don't know how long this young couple will be entangled." Li Fu said, "They are different." Zhang Zhuzu thought about it and said, "You were very decisive at that time." Li Fu came to his senses at that time and wanted to marry her. But Zhang Zhuzu was hesitant. Zhou married the person before he reacted. This process should be called marriage first and love later. In the end, the two got married and had children. But they didn't love each other completely. It's useless for others to say anything. This Su Mingzhou has some skills. He became a monk when he said he wanted to. Zhang Zhuzu sighed. Li Fu heard it and said, "Are you envious?" Zhang Zhuzu, "A little bit." Li Fu said, "Monks and nuns need to be tested once a year. Have you forgotten? If she fails the test, she will return to secular life. This is the test hosted by Jingzhou Prefecture. Except for those who have been waiting in the temple for decades. The rest will be tested. If they fail the test, they will be ordered to return to secular life. This can prevent the proliferation of fake monks and nuns. Because some people become monks to avoid taxes. And even those who have committed serious crimes become monks to avoid being investigated by the government." Zhang Zhuzu was speechless for a long time. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, it will not be long before the new year. Su Mingzhou is probably reciting scriptures at this moment. I don't know if she regrets becoming a monk. Chapter 389 Hongdo's Temper. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, life returned to normal. Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu both left Beijing and had a lot of messy things on their hands. So the couple was very busy. That day, The couple came back very late. They thought Hongdo was asleep and planned to go and see her quietly. As a result, when they opened the door, Hongdo jumped up from the bed and turned his head to look at them. His little mouth was pouting high and his eyes were a little red. Zhang Zuzu was surprised and said, "You are not asleep yet?" Li Fu walked forward and reached out to hug him. Hongdo rolled back and kicked Li Fu's hand with his little feet, not wanting him to hug her. Zhang Zuzu also went over, but Hongdo turned around and faced away from them. This is unhappy and needs to be coaxed. The couple sat on the bed. Although Hongdo turned away, he couldn't help it. He turned his head quietly and looked at his parents, who he hadn't seen for 3 or 2 days. He couldn't tell the number of days. They didn't accompany him. And Hongdo was angry. Zhang Zuzu winked at Li Fu and said, "I have a good thing here. Sanlang, do you want to see it?" Li Fu felt sorry for his son and cooperated with her and said, "What good thing? Let me see it." Zhang Zuzu said, "Does anyone want to see it? If no one wants to see it, I will put it away." The next moment, Hongdo turned around and said, "Do, take a look." Zhang Zuzu pretended to hold something, and Hongdo looked around blankly. There was nothing here. Zhang Zuzu, this thing. The little fool can't see. Only the smart one can see it. Sanlang and I can see it. Can Hongdo see it? Hongdo was a little confused. He could still tell which one was better, the smart one or the little fool. Hongdo was stunned for a while and said, "I can see it." He didn't want to be a little fool. He was also smart. Li Fu watched Zhang Zuzu bullying her son, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Zuzu coaxed gently, "Can you really see it? Good children don't lie." Hongdo, who was still more than 20 days away from turning 2, was entangled again after hearing this. After a while, he said, "No, no, stupid doe." As he said this, tears rolled in his eyes, like a pitiful puppy. Li Fu couldn't bear it any longer, so she picked up her son and said, "No, you little fool. Your mother is lying. She has nothing in her hand." Hongdo turned around and glared at her mother. Zhang Wuzu sang. Eyes are as big as bells. She always sang something with strange tunes and lyrics, and Li Fu was used to it. Hongdo felt more and more wronged. His mother was lying. Zhang Zuzu reached out and hugged him into her arms, kissing him fiercely. Hongdo struggled and shouted, "My mother is bad. Then do you still like me?" Zhang Zuzu asked. Hongdo stopped struggling and whispered that she liked me. Zhang Zuzu kissed her son fiercely again. Li Fu watched from the side and felt that Hongdo was like a kitten with its neck bitten, unable to struggle. Li Fu rescued her son and said to Zhang Zuzu, "Eat something first." Zhang Zuzu was indeed hungry, so the couple took Hongdo to have a midnight snack. Hongdo started to complain, sometimes asking Zhang Zuzu to hold him, sometimes asking Li Fu to hold him. After several rounds of tossing and turning, she finally tilted her head and fell asleep in Li Fu's arms. Zhang Zuzu put down her chopsticks, touched her son's face lovingly, and said, "I have to take him out. He goes out early and comes back late every day. No wonder he insisted on waiting until we came back today." They would go to see their son sooner or later. But Hongdo was asleep at that time and didn't know his parents had come. He only knew that he couldn't see his favorite parents every day. Hongdo had 2 months of good days with his parents every day. He subconsciously felt that his parents should be with him forever. He got angry after not seeing them for 2 days. But what can be done? Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu have their own things to do. They can't always accompany the child. It is impossible for them to leave everything in their hands. That night, Hongdo slept between his parents. Li Fu went out early in the morning, but Zhang Zuzu waited until the child woke up and stayed. Hongdo opened his eyes and saw his mother next to him. He immediately rolled into Zhang Zuzu's arms, rubbing against her and calling her mother, like a little spoiled child. Zhang Zuzu pinched his face, and they played for a while. When Hongdo wanted to ride on Zhang Zuzu immediately sat up to refuse, saying, "Wait until your father comes back. Then you can ride on him to play." Zhang Zuzu couldn't bear the weight of such a meatball. Hongdo could only give up with regret. When eating, he acted like a spoiled child and refused to eat by himself, asking Zhang Zuzu to feed him. After being sternly rejected, he took a spoon to eat the egg custard by himself. Zhang Zuzu looked at him and thought that when a child is spoiled, he forgets the height of the world and wants everything. Hongdo found that his mother was looking at him. And he also looked up and smiled sweetly at her. And generously shared the messy egg custard in the small bowl with Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu said that he was full. But he was still unhappy. Zhang Zhuzhu took a bite with her own spoon and said, "Thank you, Hongdo. You should have a bite of mine too." Zhang Zhuzhu picked up a piece of food for him with chopsticks. The meal was finished harmoniously. Hongdo finally asked, "Dad ate?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "He ate. Don't worry." After the meal, Hongdo stared at him closely again, fearing that Zhang Zhuzhu would disappear if she missed him. Luckily, he didn't. Zhang Zhuzhu prepared to take him out with her. Zhou Rui and Zhao Ping were gossiping together. Several children were playing. When they saw Zhang Zhuzhu taking Hongdo with them, Zhao Ping said, "Are you going to take Hongdo with you?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Yes. I was unhappy last night and didn't sleep." Children are prone to sleepiness. But Hongdo happened to sleep for a long time yesterday afternoon, so she could hold on at night. Otherwise she would have fallen asleep long ago. Zhou Rui smiled. "Hongdo is so angry. Come to Aunt's place and play with your brother. We won't go out." "Okay." The two brothers also came over and wanted to take Hongdo away. Hongdo hugged Zhang Zhuzhu's legs tightly, buried his head, and refused to move. He wanted to play. But he wanted to be with his mother more. Zhou Rui said, "You two are too spoiling your child. You spoil him so much that he can't be separated from his parents. This is a boy. How can this be allowed? Zhang Zhuzhu, he is the only one. And he is so young. What else can we do if we don't spoil him?" She touched her son's little head lovingly. Zhang Zhuzhu had infinite tenderness and patience for her son. Hongdo was also very tolerant of her as a mother. She would lie to him from time to time. And Hongdo would not be angry, and would still like her the most. Zhou Rui said she couldn't understand. But she would not say this in front of the child. Zhao Ping also laughed. If Sanlang was not too busy, I think he would want to take Hongdo away with him. Zhang Zhuzhu, that's right. When I left in the morning, Hongdo was still not awake. I kissed him for a long time before leaving. Zhou Rui and Zhao Ping both laughed. The two sisters-in-law knew what Li Fu was like in the capital at the beginning. They didn't expect that he would become a completely different person after becoming a father. How many fathers would be so close to their sons? Chapter 390 The Confrontation Between Parents. Li Fu finally had a day to rest. The couple discussed and planned to stay at home in the morning, take their son out in the afternoon, and come back after dinner outside in the evening. But this plan did not work in the morning. Lin Weining and Li Qi called the three of them over with a very serious attitude. After they went over, Lin Weining asked the maid to take Hongdo out first. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu looked at each other. And Li Fu said, "Father, Mother, is there anything you want to say?" Li Qi stroked his beard. "There is indeed something. It is about Li Jian." He was talking about Hongdo's name. Li Qi did not like this name. He did not like the name Hongdo, which was a bit sentimental. Li Fu didn't quite understand what they were going to say. So she waited. Li Qi frowned and said solemnly, "You two really have no experience in raising children. They only have this one son. Where can they accumulate experience?" Li Fu also became serious and asked, "Then what does father mean?" They couldn't agree to take Hongdo away to raise her. Li Fu didn't think that he and Zhuzhu had done anything wrong to give the child to their parents to raise. Lin Weining and Li Qi didn't mean that. The grandchildren in the family were all raised by their own parents. Only in Li Yuan. Lin Weining had thought about it. But in the end, he didn't do it. Lin Weining said, "You two are too fond of Hongdo. He is a boy. We don't dote on girls like this. I'm afraid you are too spoiled. This child will not be a good person in the future." She said it very directly. And Zhang Zhuzhu was not happy. "Mother, did you misunderstand? We didn't spoil him." Zhang Zhu retorted. "He will be 2 years old in 10 days. He will take the initiative to greet the elders. He will get up by himself when he falls. He knows to wash his hands before eating. He can use a spoon by himself and is learning to use chopsticks. I don't understand where he is spoiled." Li Fu saw that Zhang Zhuzhu was a little anxious and held her hand. Zhang Zhuzhu thought carefully and was sure that she had not done that. As a mother, Zhang Zhuzhu didn't think there was anything wrong with her son. Li Fu also said, "Father, Mother, you must have misunderstood. Hongdo is well-behaved and sensible. When I took him to the Heong princess's place before, a maid fell down in the mansion, and other children were laughing and making noises nearby. Hongdo went up to help the maid up. and even picked up fruits on the ground and gave them back. I have never heard of any child being so spoiled as to be so spoiled. Li Fu also believed that his son was good. Lin Weining and Li Qi were refuted by them one after another, and they were not used to it for a while. Li Qi said, "It's not about this. It's about you two. You two are always busy with the child. I heard that he didn't sleep that day and waited for you to come back. And he was angry. Which is outrageous. Hongdo is indeed very sensible. But it is wrong to lose her temper with her parents. At least in the eyes of Lin Weining and Li Qi." Zhang Wuzhu almost did not hesitate, raised the teacup and slapped it hard on the table, making a loud noise. Li Fu was startled, while Lin Weining and Li Qi both changed their faces. It was just a few words, but she was so angry. How could there be such a daughter-in-law? Zhang Zhuzhu immediately stood up, saluted them, and said, "Father and mother must have been angry just now." "Right." Lin Weining frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I know what father and mother mean. You two think that children should obey their parents, even if Hongdo is as young as she is. Right? This is natural. Filial piety means filial piety and obedience. Children should know this from childhood, and adults should also teach them this way." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I don't think so. Whether you are a parent or a child, no matter what age or status, as a human being, you have normal emotions. Hongdo is very young and needs our company. As parents, Li Fu and I neglected him because of our busy schedule. He was sad and upset. This is inevitable. Just like what I did just now. You two must be angry and dissatisfied. Hongdo is just angry. This is a normal cause and effect. Not spoiled. This is different. In Zhang Zhuzhu's view, anger is a normal emotional expression. But in the eyes of the elders, if a child is dissatisfied with his parents and angry, it is a big matter of filial piety." Lin Weining disagreed, and Li Qi was the same. When he is angry, you have to coax him and go along with him. If this is not spoiling, what is it? Li Qi said. "Li Fu, if he is angry because he can't hit people or do bad things, we go along with him. This is spoiling. He just needs his parents to accompany him now, and we should go along with him. Hongdo is only 2 years old. Which 2-year-old child can face the absence of his parents for several consecutive days calmly? He is a child, not a piece of wood." Zhang Zhuzhu took the opportunity to say, "That's right. He is 2 years old. When he is 12 or 20 years old, we want to accompany him. But he won't want us. The child grows up very fast. Now he only has eyes for the two of us. But that won't be the case in the future," Li Fu said. The two of them talked back and forth, leaving Lin Weining and Li Qi on the other side helpless. Lin Weining was already very unhappy, and said in a bad tone, "Why are other children not like this? When you were a few years old, Yu Gur and Sun Gur were not like this now. This is indeed true." But Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu have something to say about this. Li Fu, other children have been raised by wet nurses and nannies since they were young. They are not close to their parents because there are others to be close to. It is the nature of children to be close to the people they like. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded beside her. Li Fu paused and said, "I remember when I was 4 or 5 years old. My eldest brother was closest to his wet nurse. When my eldest brother was 15 or 16 years old, the wet nurse suddenly died of illness. My eldest brother sold his favorite painting, paid for the wet nurse's funeral, and comforted her family." Lin Weining obviously didn't remember such a distant thing. Li Fu remembered it clearly. "I remember this because mother said that you felt that my eldest brother was not close enough to you and father." Lin Weining's heart was shocked, and she didn't remember this even more. In fact, not only Li Fu, but the 3 sons of the Li family were not very close to their parents. Not only the Li family, but also any family with some background rarely has parents raising their children by themselves. It's not that they don't love their children, but they really don't have to endure such hardships. Another point is that many people are not very old when they are called parents. Just like Lin Weining and Li Qi. When they had their eldest son, they were also very young. Their family taught them to manage household affairs and read and write. But no one taught them how to be parents. In other words, no one knows what good parents are like. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu just do their best to educate and accompany their children in the way they think is right. Lin Weining drank a sip of tea and said coldly, "My 3 sons are promising. If you don't listen to me, I have nothing to say." After that, she walked away. Li Qi glared at Li Fu. You have your own opinions. We can't control you. Then he left too. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu looked at each other. Chapter 391 How to Treat Children. The two went out, and Li Fu picked up Hongdo. Zhang Zuzu said, I think my mother must be angry. Did I hit the table too hard? Even if it was her parents-in-law. Zhang Zuzu didn't want them to say bad things about her son. She admitted that she was impulsive. Li Fu didn't really agree with her behavior. After all, she was in front of the elders. Even if she wanted to explain the reason, she didn't have to do so. But who is Zhang Zuzu? When she was unhappy in the Zhang family, she would challenge her parents in person. Zhang Zuzu said, we have grown up to this point. And we have all come from children. Do you know what I was most afraid of before? Li Fu, you are still afraid. Zhang Zuzu, of course I am. What little girl doesn't like to dress up? But the elders think that I don't dress up well. I am unhappy, but there is nothing I can do. I can only not dress up. I am obedient, but I am a little unhappy on the surface. They still scold me and say that I am showing my face to whom. Being unhappy and being disobedient are two different things. They don't understand this. Being obedient means forcing a child to do something he doesn't like. Then he is unhappy. This is a normal emotion. If a person can happily do something he doesn't like, then this person is probably crazy. Hongdo couldn't wait for his parents to come home. He was unhappy. But he was already very good. He didn't cry or shout to find someone. Isn't this good enough? What else can a 2-year-old child do to be considered good? When a child is in a bad mood, you need to comfort him. But most people want to make an unhappy child smile. Zhang Zuzu herself has experienced such grievances, and she feels heartbroken when she talks about them now. Li Fu couldn't help but recall her childhood when she heard her say that. He didn't love reading since he was born. He was smart. But to make a child obedient, you still have to use thundering means. Li Fu has also suffered such grievances. Even if he has obeyed, as long as he shows an unhappy look, he will still be scolded and considered immature. If Zhang Zuzu hadn't said it, he would have always thought that he was ignorant at that time and should be taught a lesson. He hid his emotions in front of his parents because of this. He couldn't express his grievances. If he did, he would be hypocritical and ignorant. So he had to be calm and pretend to be calm no matter what happened. Isn't it really like this? Being obedient is enough. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Zhang Zuzu said. For example, now you are unhappy in the government office, and you come back and scold the Minister of Revenue in front of me every day to vent your anger. You can only hold it back during the day. How can a child have emotions towards his parents? Feel wrong? Angry and unhappy? This is unfilial. I don't accept this. Li Fu said. Why do you think this is the case? Zhang Zuzu said. If you regard children as extensions of yourself, just like a limb separated from yourself, you will treat them like a limb. But children have thoughts, not real limbs. Li Fu looked at his son and said, I don't think of Hongdo like this. Zhang Zuzu said, I'm not saying that you can't discipline children. If they do something wrong, like pulling out the flowers you worked so hard to plant last time, they should be taught a lesson. They should be taught a lesson even if they cry and feel wronged. They should know that it is wrong and should not be done. It is necessary to know when to teach and when to comfort. You can't just teach, nor can you just comfort. Teaching will only push the child further and further away. Just like Li Fu, who doesn't show his emotions in front of his parents. Zhang Zuzu doesn't think this is profound. A person hides his emotions in front of his parents and never expresses normal desires. Doesn't this mean something? Others think it's nothing. Li Fu has a promising future. And Lin Weining, the mother, has contributed a lot. But Zhang Zuzu doesn't want such a mother-son relationship. It's even worse to just comfort, because that will really teach a little bastard and a little playboy. And the couple doesn't plan to do that. This conversation didn't delay anything, and the family of 3 still went out to play. Lin Weining was going to take a nap, but she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Li Qi was disturbed by her and said, They are just 2 children. Why do you have to get angry with them? Lin Weining said, Not only Daoang, but the 3 of them are not close to me. I didn't comfort them when they cried. Li Qi held his wife's hand and said, It's the same for me. They didn't comfort the crying children. That was a sign of the children's ignorance. They should be taught and scolded to let them know their mistakes, and never dare to do it again next time. They treated their children like this, and they grew up like this. Lin Weining was a girl, and she got a little more comfort from her mother, Mrs. Lin, who disciplined her brothers like this. Lin Weining's two brothers both became successful scholars. Li Qi was also strictly disciplined by his mother. His father passed away very early. When Li Qi was studying, his mother was with him. Whenever he slacked off, his mother would scold him, which made Li Qi feel guilty and afraid to disappoint them. Li Qi was strict with his sons, but he never used this method. Li Qi felt that this was not good, and he did not need his children to feel guilty. Lin Weining said, "I complained before, but I forgot it myself." She was always proud of the 3 children she raised. Although Li Fu disappointed her when he was a teenager, it didn't matter. She had 2 other outstanding sons. Li Zhu and Li Fu never let her down. She said, "I think I am very tolerant compared to others." Li Fu refused to marry the girl from the Lin family and insisted on marrying Xiao Ping. And Lin Weining agreed. Li Zhu's marriage was a good match, and she was not dissatisfied. Li Fu liked unruly women like Zhang Zhuzhu, so she agreed. If it were other women in the capital, they would often beat and scold their children if they did not do what they wanted. As for marriage, they had no chance to choose by themselves. Only their parents' orders. Just like Su Mingzhou. She was unwilling to marry someone she did not want to marry, and the Su family would not give her a chance at all. So she could only make a fuss and become a nun. Li Qi said, "I think it's tolerant enough. Just take Zhang Zhuzhu's behavior today." She dared to slam the table while talking. If it were someone else's family, the divorce letter should have been written by now. It's more than tolerant. It's tolerant to the extreme. Lin Weining said, "Hongdou is our grandson. Do we have any bad intentions? Why do we have to argue with us like this?" Li Qi nodded. They said one sentence, and the couple had 10 sentences waiting. Zhang Zhuzhu is eloquent and eloquent. Now even their own son has learned it. It's true that those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. The more Lin Weining thought about it, the angrier she got. She was really not decent as a mother-in-law. Li Qi consoled her. We two really can't control them. What Zhang Zhuzhu was busy with was the business of Queen Pan and the imperial concubine sisters. Not to mention Li Fu, who went to the northwest and almost single-handedly made the Li family return to the capital as a winner. Li Qi had to rely on his son to get to where he is today. As parents and parents-in-law, they were the first to reach this point. Chapter 392 Mother's Preference. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu took their son out to play for most of the day. When they were having dinner at night, Hongdou couldn't open his eyes. He was still chewing a big bone with meat on it. Li Fu saw that he had fallen asleep, so he wanted to take the bone away. As a result, as soon as Li Fu started, Hongdou's eyes opened immediately, and he groaned, "Again! Again!" Li Fu could only stuff the meat into his hand again, and Hongdou continued to chew it for 2 more bites. As you can imagine, the above operation was repeated again. The child wanted to eat and sleep at the same time. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Forget it. Let's just do it. I'll bring him some food back later." Li Fu could only sit down, and the 2 of them started eating first. After eating for a while, Zhang Zhuzhu's eyes fell on her son. "I think Hongdou is very well behaved. I think about it, and don't know what's wrong with my son. Am I too partial to him?" Zhang Ozu frowned. As a mother, Zhang Zhuzhu loves him very much, and it's natural to be partial to him. As soon as she sat down, she thought of what her parents-in-law said today, that she was too spoiled to her son, saying that Hongdou was angry with his parents and had to be coaxed, which was immature. Zhang Zhuzhu was very depressed. She felt that her son was the best in the world, and there was nothing wrong with her education method. Why did she say that her son was immature? Speaking of this, Li Fu was not in a good mood either. As a father who takes care of his son personally whenever he is free, Li Fu also thinks that his son is very good and has no major problems. Saying that he is not good and is immature is just nitpicking. We cannot stop a child from having a temper just because he is young. Li Fu said, "Maybe we, as parents, only see the good. Let's go back and ask other people." Zhang Zhuzhu felt that it was useless to ask and said, "Who will tell the truth in front of us?" Li Fu pondered for a while. Yes. Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself. Who is so tactless? The next day, Zhang Zhuzhu took Hongdou to play with Qin Jiao in the East Palace. Li Fu and Zhou Yi were both in the government office. After they were done, Li Fu asked him, "What do you think is wrong with my son?" Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment and said, Hongdo. What's wrong with Hongdo? Just tell the truth. Some people say that my son is too spoiled. And we can't see it, Li Fu said. If he really has bad habits, tell the truth, so that we can change it as soon as possible, so as not to lead the child astray and regret it later. Shou-yi threw away the things in his hand and said, You said that? I can't think of it for a while. Hongdo is very likable. Like his brothers. They shout and cry every day. And Shou-yi has to avoid them when he sees them. Hongdo is not very good at speaking. But he is lively and loves to run around and play. He rarely cries. And even if he cries, Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu will comfort or teach him in time as long as they are there. And Hongdo will listen to them. Speaking of spoiled, Shou-yi recalled an incident and said, A few days ago, your son was playing outside and cut his finger. He ran back and found his sister-in-law first. Then he cried a few times and asked his sister-in-law to comfort him. This was told by Chen Jiao and Shou-yi. And Chen Jiao found it very interesting. Li Fu smiled. He likes to act like a spoiled child. Can this be considered spoiled? Shou-yi said, Boys like to act like a spoiled child. Isn't this too much spoiling? Li Fu didn't quite agree. He won't be 2 years old until a few days later. At 2 years old, he can't even speak clearly. Are we going to let him have the quality of perseverance now? Boys haven't even reached their most naughty time yet. Shou-yi, that's true. He's only 2 years old. He doesn't know anything except eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. Li Fu was really worried. Like Zhang Zhuzhu. He really hoped that his child could grow up safely and smoothly. And they would teach him well. It would be great if the child could become a great man. If he didn't have talent, they wouldn't force it. But what can we do if what they think is the right teaching is really wrong? Is it really wrong for a little boy to act like a spoiled child? Li Fu couldn't get the right answer. Shou-yi looked at him and said, You are not worried about the mess of the Ministry of Revenue. It's just a child. Why are you so worried? Li Fu turned his head and said, Your Highness is also about to become a father. I think you will understand my feelings soon. Shou-yi scratched his head and said, I see that my father has never been worried about my brothers. Even his eldest son. The emperor didn't worry much. Li Fu thought that of course it was different. The emperor was still busy worrying about his hair and worrying about baldness every day. How could he have time to care about his sons? He didn't like the mothers of those children and didn't have deep feelings for those children. It was Shou-yi who was going to inherit the family business. So he paid a little more attention. Li Fu asked him, Have you thought about how to teach the child? Shou-yi was at a loss. Obviously, Shou-yi hadn't thought about it. Li Fu said, If it's a girl, Your Highness can pamper her more. If it's a boy, then he is not just Your Highness's child. The whole court will have to keep an eye on this child. That is definitely not something a child can bear. Your Highness must be prepared to protect him. Shou-yi was most concerned about the child's mother. And this was the first time this issue was brought up. Li Fu said, Parents should share the responsibility. Shou-yi heard this and decided to go back and talk to Chen Jiao about this matter. If even Li Fu could not handle it, then it must be very difficult. Hongdo had just eaten a piece of melon and was wiping her face with a handkerchief. After wiping, she ran to Chen Jiao and looked at her belly curiously. Chen Jiao pinched his face and said, Hongdo, play with your brothers and sisters in the future. Okay? Hongdo nodded obediently. Okay. Chen Jiao asked him many questions in a gentle voice. He could answer what he had eaten. But he either shook his head or said something that no one could understand for other questions. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu had the same worries. But she didn't plan to ask Chen Jiao. When Chen Jiao first met Zhang Zhuzhu, he played with Hongdo. He liked this child very much and must have thought that Hongdo was the most well-behaved and sensible. After lunch, Hongdo felt sleepy and went to sleep. Chen Jiao saw that she was worried and said, What's bothering you? Sister? This is rare. Zhang Zhuzhu always looks confident. Zhang Zhuzhu roughly told her about what happened yesterday. Chen Jiao really disagreed and said, Hongdo is so sensible. Don't say that she is not spoiled. Even if she is really spoiled, what does it matter? Teaching by example is more useful than anything else. You two are so powerful. Hongdo will be able to learn from you in the future. Chen Jiao looked at Hongdo, and it was all a filter. However, Zhang Zhuzhu was very happy to hear such words, and smiled, with you liking him so much. My worries are unnecessary. Chen Jiao is the crown princess. They are destined to be on the same rope. And it is difficult for Hongdo to fail. Qin Jiao disagreed with this and said, even if I am not there, it will be the same. If people like Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu can raise a playboy. Qin Jiao does not believe it. Zhang Zhuzhu's opportunity to be comforted is too rare. So Qin Jiao quickly comforted her. Chapter 393 The Crown Princess Has No Conscience. Sure enough, Qin Jiao and Zhou Yi also discussed the matter of the child. Qin Jiao said, my father is kind and my mother passed away earlier. But my father said that my mother is more strict with me. You are the kind father, and I will be the strict mother. Qin Jiao thought so. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu did not have such a division. But Qin Jiao thought carefully that she did not have the ability to understand the child's emotions at any time like Zhang Zhuzhu. So she planned to be more traditional. This method is not impossible. Zhou Yi was confused. You said it the other way around. Right? Can Qin Jiao really be strict like this? And can I be kind? Qin Jiao said, I didn't say the opposite. The child came out of my belly. I have a closer connection with him. Even if I scold him, he will not be shy with me. His biological mother. Your Highness is different. You have to love the child more so that the child can be close to you. Qin Jiao knew that she was a soft-hearted person. It was because of her soft-heartedness that she had to be a strict mother. Otherwise she would not be able to help but spoil her child. Zhou Yi didn't agree with this statement in his heart. But he saw that Qin Jiao was very interested. So he didn't disturb him. This is how they fight. There are all kinds of preparations before the battle. But in fact none of them are used. It is very common to change the plan before the battle. Zhou Yi said, okay. I'll listen to you. Qin Jiao smiled and leaned into Zhou Yi's arms. Thank you. Your Highness. It was nothing. But Zhou Yi frowned when he heard this thank you. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu have a close relationship. Zhou Yi has seen them thanking each other. Qin Jiao, on the other hand, learned to say thank you, but didn't learn to be intimate. Don't think he is blind. He can see clearly that Qin Jiao's recent sitting, lying and behavior are all learned from the queen. When others thank her, it means they are truly affectionate. When she thanked him, it was really polite. Zhou Yi saw that she had a difficult pregnancy, felt sorry for her, and didn't want to argue with her. Qin Jiao, on the other hand, has no conscience at all. He is just polite, and doesn't really care about him. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, so as not to speak too loudly and scare both mother and child. Zhou Yi said, no thanks. It should be so. Qin Jiao smiled at him again. Zhou Yi had no way to deal with it. Should he ask Qin Jiao why he didn't love me? That would be too embarrassing for him. It was as if he was begging someone. He didn't. That was the concern he deserved. To let the crown princess realize her mistakes. Let's talk about it after the child is born. It's too late to talk about it now. Qin Jiao saw that he looked strange and said, what's wrong with your Highness? Zhou Yi coughed and said, even people as sensible as the Li family couple have to worry about their children. I'm afraid we can't escape it either. The couple reached a consensus on this matter. Qin Jiao held her belly, thought for a while, and said, I was very well behaved when I was a child. How about your Highness? Zhou Yi thought about the way he climbed up the roof and teased cats and dogs when he was a child, and said, I am also okay. Qin Jiao, really? I'll ask my mother and the others. Zhou Yi was sweating a little, but he thought, he is a boy. It is normal for him to be naughty. Qin Jiao knew that he must be talking nonsense, but she was kind enough not to expose it. Zhou Yi said, what did you look like when you were a child? If you give birth to a daughter, it would be best if she looks like her. Forget about giving birth to a son. It would be better if a son looks like Qin Jiao. Look better. And when you get into trouble in the future, you can look at his face and be less angry. Qin Jiao said, I don't remember. It seems that there is a portrait. My father kept it at home. Zhou Yi heard it and said, it should be sent as a dowry. What's the point of a dowry? Zhou Yi planned to take time to go to his father-in-law's house to get the painting back. On this day, the young prince of Zhouling and Yang Ruifang were entertaining guests outside. They were going to the fiefdom. The prince of Changsha and his wife did not go. So they went. Yang Ruifang shook her fan and said, I have not been able to get pregnant. My mother-in-law asked me to take medicine every day. I said let his son take it. I am in good health and don't need it. Now they are fighting again. My father-in-law has a headache, so he simply went to the palace. In the end, the two of us went to the fiefdom, and they stayed in the capital. The relationship between Yang Ruifang and Zhou Ling was good, and they could play together. But no matter how good it was, They couldn't stand the mother-in-law's interference. Yang Ruifang couldn't stand being wronged. And she had a fight with her mother-in-law every now and then. Although Zhou Ling was a playboy, he was not bad. He was caught between his wife and his mother, and there was nothing he could do. In the summer, Zhou Ling sent his wife back to the Yang family and lived in the government office. Only then did he stop for a while. Yang Ruifang was happy, but the elders of the two families felt that this was not going to work, so they were ready to sit down and discuss it. As a result, the princess of Changsha County opened her mouth and wanted to take a concubine for her son, saying that Yang Ruifang couldn't have children. The Yang family was not a pushover. Their daughter was fine. So why couldn't she have children? It was all because of the cruelty of the princess of Changsha County, the mother-in-law, who forced the couple to be unable to be together. Could Yang Ruifang get pregnant alone? This is really not going to work. It's better to separate. Yang Ruifang was confused. She always said that I snatched her son away. But I was snatched back from the Yang family by them. I didn't beg them to be in the prince's mansion. At worst, I will be like Su Mingzhou and become a monk. I won't be angry with her. The princess of Changsha County doted on Zhou Ling very much. Zhou Ling didn't go astray because he had his father, and he was a soft-hearted person. This life can't go on like this. If it goes on like this, the whole family can't stand it. And I still have a child. It's not good to see the adults fighting every day. Yang Ruifang took Zhang Zhuzhu's hand. Originally, it was said that my parents-in-law would go to the fiefdom. But my mother-in-law didn't want to go. So Zhou Ling said that we should go together. It happened that we had never left the capital. So we just went out to take a look. I will come back after I have a child in a few years. Zhang Zhuzhu was reluctant to let her go and said, "Then you should write to us when you go there." Yang Ruifang was always full of energy and was very likable. Yang Ruifang giggled and said, "Sister, you have so many new sisters. Are you still thinking about my letters?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "If you write more letters, I will naturally think about you." Yang Ruifang pretended to sigh. "It's all up to me, right?" Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Yang Ruifang said, "I went to play with them. There was a girl among them who said that she remembered that her family seemed to be there. I plan to take her there and help her find her family. Whether I can find them or not, I will take good care of her." Zhang Zhuzhu sighed when she heard this. It's really hard. The two places are so far apart. Who said it wasn't? Yang Ruifang said. Zhou Ling and I will go there and take care of this matter. The trafficking of women and children is rampant. But we still need to increase our efforts to stop it. At the end of August, Zhou Ling and Yang Ruifang left the capital. The tears of the princess of Changsha County were like the water of the Mianjiang River bursting through the dam. She was sick for many days, and the imperial physicians in the palace went to her many times before she recovered. It is said that when the imperial physician came, he said that the crown princess was pregnant with a healthy fetus. The princess felt that she could not die without seeing her grandson, and her health soon recovered. Chapter 394 The Couple's Persistence. After sending the young couple away, Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, "If the children get married in the future, I will definitely not care so much." Li Fu agreed. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. It is really unnecessary for a mother-in-law to suppress her daughter-in-law and even make a fuss to this extent. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "If Hongdou reaches the age of marriage, then we will be old." "It doesn't matter," Li Fu said. "Then by then, I will be a high-ranking official in the court, and you can walk sideways." Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while. Yes. Although the youth is gone, there is still power. Right. Li Fu nodded. Maybe you won't think that Taoist temples are bad at that time. And you will also find someone to make elixirs to keep you young forever. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu was very determined. No. Eating that thing will definitely kill you early. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Although she is determined now, when she is really old and facing the threat of death, she may seek all possible ways to save her life. Before she said this, Hongdou had already run over and squeezed between her parents, asking them to hold her hands one by one. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu had to bend down. Hongdou didn't do it to let them hold his hands. At this time, he would curl up his legs and hang between the two of them like a swing, swinging a few times, and then laugh happily. The couple played this game with him for a while. Zhang Zhuzhu got tired first, so Li Fu carried Hongdou and let him sit on her shoulders. The family of three walked forward like this. After returning home, they entered the house like this again. Lin Weining saw it from a distance and said to Madame Yang, I said that they were too doting on the child. But they refused to listen. If it were the other two daughters-in-law, Madame Yang would have to agree with Lin Weining and let her teach her daughter-in-law a lesson to let her know what is right. But Zhang Zhu, the daughter-in-law, cannot be treated like this, because she and Li Fu always stand together. If she is punished, Li Fu will definitely be unhappy. Zhang Zhu is not a submissive person. People in the capital say that although the Changsha County princess is wrong as a mother-in-law, it is also true that Yang Ruifang is disrespectful as a daughter-in-law. But Zhang Zhu still associates with Yang Ruifang. She doesn't think it's wrong to teach her children that way. But you insist that it's wrong and punish her. I'm afraid there will be no peace in this family. Nani Yang said, Madam, it doesn't matter if the young master is occasionally spoiled. San Lang and the master are both loyal ministers of His Majesty. When our young masters and girls grow up, it will be more than 10 years later. By then, I don't know how prosperous our Li family will be. If there is no mistake at that time, how scary it is. Nani Yang and Lin Weining have been together since childhood and have read several books together. She knows what to say at this time. Take the Jingwang mansion for example. The Jingwang and his wife were able to teach a daughter like the Princess of Heian. Could it be that their eldest son was born a playboy? It was not taught by his parents. After hearing this, Lin Weining really thought deeply. Although this persuasion was useful, it was not enough to calm Lin Weining's dissatisfaction. That day, the Lin family sent some small toys to several children. Nani Yang went to deliver them one by one. According to the children's age, Hongdo was naturally the last one. Nani Yang bowed to Zhang Zhu and said, Third grandma is the most open-minded person in our family. I have served the Li family for decades and watched 3 young men grow up. Today, I dare to persuade you with my old face. Zhang Zhu personally helped her sit down beside him and said, Ah, I know what you are going to say. Madame Yang smiled and said, I guess you know what's going on. Zhang Zhu, of course. Li Fu and I both know that a harmonious family is the root of everything. Besides, mother and father are doing it for our own good. If my husband and I are not in harmony with our parents, Hongdo will think that this is a good thing. It's just a matter of the children. We have different ideas after all. If we talk about it rashly, we will inevitably quarrel. Zhang Zhu also knew Lin Weining's temper. That day, as a daughter-in-law, she offended the majesty of her mother-in-law. To put it in a big way, this is called disrespectful and disobedient. Zhang Zhu was very helpless. She usually controlled her temper. But when it came to her own son, her baby, she would not allow anyone to say anything bad about her son for no reason. Hongdo was born and raised by her after 10 months of pregnancy. She still felt that Hongdo was not ignorant. He just liked to act like a spoiled child. But was it really that important? Just because he was a boy, he had to be disciplined from a young age without crying or making a fuss. Zhang Zhu's words were very clear. She was not going to give in on this matter. She still wanted to raise her child in her own way. Nani Yang was very helpless after hearing this and said, Third madam, aren't you afraid that the young man will disobey you in the future? Zhang Zhu said, I'm used to disobeying my parents. This really makes the conversation go on. Nani Yang stood up to say goodbye. But still persuaded, you should discuss it with San Lang. It's not good to keep the stalemate like this. Zhang Zhu, don't worry. Nani, we will find a way. Zhang Zhu sighed as she watched her son running around the yard. Before this child grows up, they don't know how many disputes they will face in this family. But now, the couple has to take a step back. I also hope that the parents-in-law are willing to take a step back and not insist on using their ideas to educate his children. But reconciliation requires time. It just so happens that Hongdo's birthday is coming soon, so there is no need to invite guests. But relatives can be invited. Li Fu said, I will ask my grandmother to come and stay for a few days. Zhang Zhu, why? Li Fu, now that my grandmother is here, my mother will have to take care of her, so she won't have much time to care about other things. Li Fu and Zhang Zhu had the same insistence on Hongdo. He was strictly disciplined since he was a child. He admitted that his current situation was inseparable from his parents' strict discipline. But Li Fu hoped that his son could live in a gentler way, even if he had to endure the hardship of studying. He wanted his son to be as lively as he is now, and he didn't have to erase his childish nature in order to become a great man. Before Hongdo's birthday, Li Fu and Zhang Zhu went to the Lin family in person. Mrs. Lin was actually reluctant to stay at her daughter's house for a long time. Lin Weining and Li Qi had asked her, but the old lady felt that it seemed that her son was not filial and had to rely on her daughter. Zhang Zhuzu said, "Just go. When people hear it, they will definitely say that all the children you gave birth to are good, and they are vying to honor you." Li Fu first persuaded her uncle and aunt. At this time, her aunt also said, "Mother, don't worry. We are a family. Don't worry. We will take you back in a few days. If you want to stay, you can stay. We have not agreed yet." Mrs. Lin smiled and agreed when she heard what her eldest daughter-in-law said. When Lin Weining heard that his mother was coming to stay for a while, he didn't care about anything and hurried to prepare to go. Zhang Zhuzu thought that Li Fu, the biological child, had a way. Chapter 395. Don't worry about your children and grandchildren. Hongdo received many gifts on his birthday as usual, but he was not very interested in these things. He preferred to play with his brothers and sisters at home. Old Lady Lin also saw the subtle conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in this family. She had only one sentence for her daughter. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. The old lady took her daughter's hand. Think carefully. Are you worried about Hongdo's future? Or are you unhappy because his parents don't follow you? There is no need to think too much. Lin Weining did not hide it in front of his mother and said, "I care about the future of the child, and the future of the Li family. I am angry because of the couple. Zhang Zhuzu is unruly. That's all." Lin Weining has seen it before. It was Li Fu's attitude towards her own son that disappointed Lin Weining. He didn't consider the dignity of his biological mother at all. He didn't side with her at all in the matter of Hongdo and Zhang Zhuzu's attitude. Mrs. Lin drank a sip of tea, patted her daughter's hand, and said, "If you ask me, you two are doing well. Why do you have to pick on them? I think Hongdo is healthy and lively, and very polite. Much better than the grandchildren in your second brother's family. The little boy likes to act like a spoiled child. So what? Lin Weining is also a grandmother, and it's really embarrassing to be criticized by her biological mother," she said. "Sanling is my proud son. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is both civil and military. His son, not to say that he is the same as him. Can't be too different." Lin Weining still has high hopes for the children in the family, especially the child of Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzu. Mrs. Lin shook her head and said, "You are also confused because you have lived too well." Thinking about it now, Lin Weining regretted it a little. Why did they have to make trouble when everything was fine? Now that the family is in disharmony, it is not the result she wants. Mrs. Lin gestured for her to drink tea, and Lin Weining whispered, "Even if I am wrong, the couple is not very respectful. After all, she is a mother." Mrs. Lin smiled and said, "You are a girl. When you were a child, your grandmother and my mother-in-law didn't like you. She thought I could give birth to another son. But you were born as a girl, and she was very critical of you." Lin Weining was very curious when she heard this and said, "I didn't know about this." Her grandmother was not close to her, but she was not very bad. "What do you know?" Mrs. Lin said. "She found a fortune teller, and the fortune teller saw that she didn't like you and said bad things about you. I was so angry that I asked your uncle to put the fortune teller in jail, and I had a big fight with your father. After a big fight, she stopped doing anything to you." This was the first time that Lin Weining heard about this past event. When she was older, the old lady had passed away. Old Madame Lin respected the dead and never mentioned it. Zhuzu is also a mother. She only has one son, Hongdo, who is her lifeblood. You said that her son is not good in front of her. What are you thinking? Or maybe old Madame Lin said that her daughter's life was too smooth and she didn't think before she spoke. She was not like this before. Old Madame Lin hadn't finished her words. Or maybe you think you have a better background than others. You have the ability, and you can teach your children well, right? As expected of a biological mother. She felt her daughter's pulse clearly. Lin Weining could only sigh. She admitted that they were the ones who did it wrong first. "Mother taught me right," she said. "I'm really sorry. I've been a grandmother for so many years, and I still need you to protect me and answer my questions. I feel guilty." Old Madame Lin patted her arm in a reproachful manner and pulled her closer. "What's the big deal? I only have you as my daughter. Even if you are 70 or 80 years old, you are still my sweetheart. No matter what, I will help you." As a mother, she will always be thinking about her children until she dies. Besides, she is in good health and clear-headed now. When Lin Weining heard this, she almost cried. Mrs. Lin immediately laughed at her for being short-sighted, which made her feel even worse. As for the attitude of her son, Li Fu, Mrs. Lin also advised her daughter to relax. He specially invited me to stay for a few days just for you. At least he has such a thought. Your two brothers can't even do this. The mother always cares about her son. But the son has his own wife, children and future. Lin Weining was still a little unhappy. But what could he do about his own son? Zhang Zhuzhu could quarrel with the elders for Hongdou. And Lin Weining could also be considerate of her son. Zhang Zhuzhu came over with Hongdou at this time and said with a smile, "Grandma, Mother, this child should drink water." Hongdou walked towards the two elders and saluted in a formal manner. Her little face was flushed. She pointed at the teacup first, then at her mouth, and made a drinking gesture. "Drink." The old lady liked it and fed him water herself. Hongdou thanked her very seriously and then ran out to play happily. Zhang Zhuzhu sat down next to Lin Weining and said, "I saw that Mother made a big golden lock for Hongdou. It's so beautiful." Lin Weining, "All the children at home have one." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I have to thank Mother for spending money on it." Lin Weining, "It's all for the children. What else can I think about?" Zhang Zhuzhu also understood this truth. She just smiled and looked like a good daughter-in-law. There was no sign of her slamming the table the day before yesterday. At this point, the matter was over. But Lin Weining was still waiting for Zhang Zhuzhu to say something. But Zhang Zhuzhu didn't plan to say anything today. Their ideas were obviously different, and neither could convince the other. If they had to say it, they would have to quarrel. But Lin Weining was curious, and she took the initiative to ask, "What are your plans for Hongdou?" Zhang Zhuzhu didn't expect her to ask, and said, "Since Mother asked, I will tell the truth. Li Fu and I have only one plan for him, which is to hope that he will be safe and smooth." Lin Weining frowned. "San Lang is so outstanding. And you also have some skills. If he is not outstanding, how can he inherit your hard work?" Zhang Zhuzhu replied, "He is still young now. As long as he is happy, we will make sure he learns to read and write when he grows up, when he is old enough to understand. If he wants to inherit our hard work, it will not be too late. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want to inherit." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "We don't have much to inherit. Wealth and power are always here. We don't have to be proud of being chosen by them temporarily. We have to survive when they leave. San Lang has taken on the expectations of you and your father. He is very grateful for your upbringing and teaching. But we don't intend to let Hongdou bear this hardship. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu will teach their son skills and try their best to give him the best things. By then, Hongdou will have things he wants to do and people he wants to spend his life with. Hongdou will have his own destiny, and he doesn't have to bear the heavy expectations from his family." Lin Weining fell silent, and Mrs. Lin was surprised at Zhang Zhuzhu's open-mindedness. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled at them, got up and went out. Chapter 396, If the Child is Not as Expected. When Zhang Zhuzhu came out, Li Fu was already waiting for her. Li Fu stretched out his hand to Zhang Zhuzhu, and Zhang Zhuzhu handed her hand to him. And Li Fu held it. "I'm afraid my mother and I have different ideas," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "Li Fu, it doesn't matter. We are Hongdou's parents. Maybe Lin Weining is indeed dissatisfied, but they still have to teach their children in their own way." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "One day, we will also quarrel with Hongdou in this way. Li Fu can also foresee that day. But so what? Children cannot rely on their parents all their lives. And parents should not regard their children as puppets. They will eventually go their separate ways. As a couple, Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu can accompany each other for a longer time and understand each other. They are only responsible for educating their children well and giving them better conditions. The opportunity to choose is in the hands of the children themselves." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "What if Hongdou lies at home and does nothing in the future? What will you do?" Li Fu said, "Our children will not be like this." He was very confident when he said this. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "If. I say if. Li Fu, if so, I have to take care of him. Send him to the Imperial Army for training. And if it doesn't work, send him to the Northwest. Then let me make it clear first. If he is not smart or doesn't want to be an official, and likes other serious things, this is not called lying at home and doing nothing," Zhang Zhuzhu reminded. "Okay," Li Fu said. "Not everyone wants to be an official. My elder brother is also good in the painting academy. Li Fu insisted on being an official because he had political ideals. He wanted to join the cabinet. One day, he wanted to be the chief minister of the cabinet and realize his political goal of clarifying the world. If the child was forced to become an official, he would definitely rely on his father to get by, which is not good. Li Fu hoped that his son would have ambitions, and they didn't have to be too lofty. As long as they had ambitions. The two reached a consensus on this issue. Zhang Juju nodded. What if he commits crimes? Li Fu asked back. If so, what would you do? Zhang Juju shook her head. I don't know. I definitely think my son won't do that. If I say I will punish him without mercy, I'm afraid I can't do it. He's her own son. She's afraid that she will be selfish and won't do anything to sacrifice her own son for the sake of justice. Li Fu is the same. He didn't answer because of this. Then let's educate him well, and don't let him grow up crooked. What do you think? Zhang Zuzu agreed. The mother-in-law's worries are really unnecessary. They are parents. They love their children. But they don't plan to teach their children to be dandy. The family conflict of the Li family has finally come to an end. Mrs. Lin has lived in the Li family for quite a while, with her children and grandchildren around her every day, and her own daughter by her side. Zhou Ri and Zhang Juju walked in the corridor and said, You two are really capable. Zhang Juju lowered her voice and said, There is no other way. In order to invite the grandmother to come, we gave big gifts to the two uncles and aunts. The conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law must be resolved, and the conflict between mother and son cannot be dragged on. Anyway, the family must be harmonious, living under the same roof. If there is a rift, everyone will feel awkward. Zhou Ri smiled and said, How big can the gift be? You two can't afford any gift. And you still say this in front of me. I don't believe it. The two of them are rich as hell. There are still rewards from the palace. In this family, they are the ones who are not short of money. Zhang Zuzu said, Look how jealous you are. I can smell the vinegar. Sooner's birthday is coming, and we are not here. The gifts can be prepared. Zhou Ri thought for a moment and said, Juju, work harder and make more money. The dowry and betrothal gifts for your nephews and nieces are all counting on you. Zhang Juju laughed non-stop after hearing this. Although Zhou Ri was still jealous, she felt happy after saying this. Lin Weining was supporting Mrs. Lin in front. The old lady said, Erlang's wife is a picky and competitive person. I am afraid that you will have a hard time as a mother-in-law. Lin Weining smiled. The second son's wife is willing, but she can't beat her. If there is a real fight in this family, Zhang Juju will definitely win in the end. Fortunately, she has a good temperament and is generous. When Zhou Ri plotted against her, she fought back openly, and the two of them tacitly stopped fighting each other. This is still good. Old Lady Lin, the family is harmonious. The children are sensible. You don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Let's not talk about other things. Just talk about the Lin family. The two wives always have some conflicts on weekdays. The grandchildren's daughter-in-law and sister-in-law always have a fight every now and then. All for trivial matters. Old Lady Lin sometimes has to be dragged out to apologize to them, which annoys the old lady. Lin Weining said helplessly, Mother is right. I know I was wrong. She is now like a demon suppressed by the Buddha, and dare not say anything. At this moment, she silently thanked her mother-in-law who died early because of overwork. Thank her for giving birth to such a good son like Li Qi and passing away early, so that she could manage the Li family without any constraints. Such a good mother-in-law. I hope she has been born a good child. In mid-October, Zhang Juju moved into the East Palace. Qin Jiao's family did not have a decent female elder, and Qin Jiao did not trust her reliable. She was uneasy about giving birth, so she asked Zhang Juju to accompany her so that she could ease her anxiety. Zhang Juju moved in with Hongdou. Both husbands complained about this. Li Fu accused Zhou Yi, saying, Your Highness is also a smart man. Now that the first child is about to be born, why hasn't the crown princess been completely assured of you, so that when giving birth, you have to seek comfort from her sister? Is it reasonable to leave him alone at home? Zhou Yi was also dissatisfied, facing Li Fu's accusation. He tried to refute. You and the third sister-in-law have delayed for more than 3 years. How long has it been for me? Everything should be done slowly. Time will tell. Li Fu snorted. Then your highness should work hard and send your heart out as soon as possible. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. He should not ask Li Fu for advice. It was useless to ask for advice for so long. It would be better to ask the third sister-in-law. Not only Chen Jiao likes her, but Yang Ruifang, who has gone to the fiefdom, also misses her. There are also these people in the capital. 10 hands can't tell. Zhou Yi made up his mind at this moment. Didn't he know about this before? Why did he remember to ask Zhang Zhuzhu now? Of course, it was because Zhang Zhuzhu was a woman. He couldn't bring himself to do that. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know about this. She stayed in the East Palace for 2 days. On the 3rd day, when she was taking a walk after dinner, Chen Jiao felt his stomach drop. Chen Jiao stopped immediately and held Zhang Zhuzhu's arm tightly. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately felt something was wrong and turned around to support her. Chen Jiao said tremblingly, "My stomach? My stomach." Chapter 397, which couple has not wanted to strangle each other to death? The East Palace was bustling inside and outside. Chen Jiao did have signs of giving birth. Although she had been mentally prepared for the past 2 days, and Zhang Zhuzhu had told her the details. But Chen Jiao was still extremely frightened. She pinched Zhang Zhuzhu's hand so hard that it left marks, and her whole body trembled involuntarily. She was too scared. Zhang Zhuzhu was afraid that she would use too much force. So she pulled her hand free and covered her hand with both hands. She asked softly, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Fearing that the child would grow too fast. She had been eating very light food recently. And even Zhou Yi, who was eating with her, had lost a few pounds of weight. Chen Jiao's voice was still trembling. I want to eat pig's trotters. Stewed soft, boneless, sauce-colored. Zhang Zhuzhu turned around and told someone to go outside the palace to buy them. The maid hesitated. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Go and tell the prince." The maid saw that she was going to lose her temper. So she ran away. Chen Jiao said weakly, "I also want to eat cakes. The sweetest. Especially sweet." Zhang Zhuzhu immediately sent another maid out. Chen Jiao said a lot more. And finally stopped trembling. When Zhou Yi rushed back, he was stopped by the maid and asked if the princess could eat those things. Zhou Yi was stunned for a while. Then said, Go quickly. Buy more." The maid took the order and hurried away. She couldn't eat it normally. But now she was about to give birth. Not to mention wanting to eat some pig's trotter snacks. Even if she wanted to eat dragon liver and phoenix skull, Zhou Yi could find a way. He rushed in and saw Chen Jiao's face was pale and sweating. But she was about to get out of bed. "Zhou Yi, why don't you lie down? She still wants to get up after this?" Zhang Zhuzhu said to Zhou Yi, "Move more. The birth will be faster. Your Highness, you come to support her." Zhou Yi was already a little confused. And he listened to Zhang Zhuzhu's words, went forward to support Chen Jiao, and let her walk forward. Zhou Yi walked and talked. "Does it hurt? What should I do? Will taking medicine help?" But there was no other way except to endure it. Until the child was born. The pain would not disappear. Nor would it be transferred. After Chen Jiao left for a while, Queen Pan and the imperial concubine came over. Little Pan was an experienced person. And Queen Pan had seen her sister give birth. Both of them were relatively calm. And they called the nanny over to ask for a while. Zhou Yi also heard the nanny talking, saying that it might take until the early morning. Zhou Yi knew that childbirth was slow. But when it came to his wife, he felt that it was particularly slow. Chen Jiao had gained some weight recently. And compared to the tall and strong Zhou Yi next to him, he still looked thin and small. Zhou Yi helped her wipe the sweat off her face. But he didn't know what to say. Chen Jiao was not in the mood to talk to anyone. He leaned against Zhou Yi silently, closed his eyes, and took a short rest. The nanny was indeed experienced. Chen Jiao had endured the whole day and ate what she had not eaten for several months. But he was still in labor pain. Chen Jiao was numb from the pain and his tears had dried up. Zhang Zhuzhu was with Chen Jiao at this time. And Zhou Yi was driven to have dinner with his father-in-law, Qin Shilang. Qin Shilang loved his eldest daughter the most. Since entering the East Palace, he has not eaten a drop of water. Chen Jiao really couldn't bear his father like this. So he asked Zhou Yi to take care of his father. After a while of pain, Chen Jiao gritted his teeth and said with his dying breath, "I don't want to live anymore." Zhang Zhuzhu understood her feelings very well. But the nanny next to her said something more. "My lady crown princess. Don't you?" Zhang Zhuzhu interrupted her loudly. "I didn't want to live at that time. I even suspected that my brain was broken. Why did I have to give birth to that child? I must be crazy to get married." When giving birth, it was not just as simple as wanting to die. I just wanted to be a piece of wood. A dead person. Anyway, I didn't want to be a living person. It was too painful. Really too painful. Zhang Zhuzu continued, at that time. I thought, why do I have to give birth to children? Why do women have to suffer this? Everyone should not give birth and die together. What is there in this world worth worrying about? I suffer myself and give birth to a child to continue suffering. I want to kill everyone. It is no exaggeration to say that this is what she thought at the time. She was in so much pain that she doubted her life and even wanted to destroy the world. There is no such thing as a strong mother. Of course, she has always been strong. And it has nothing to do with being a mother or not. Qin Jiao agreed with this very much. She pushed Zhang Zhuzu forward a little and tried to force a smile. Yes. I also want to kill people. I want to kill Zhou Yi the most. She didn't know what sin she had done in her previous life. She was reincarnated as a woman in this life. She was so beautiful that Zhou Yi took a fancy to her and wanted to give birth to his child. What kind of punishment is this? Su Mingzhou became a monk, which was absolutely wise. Qin Jiao wanted to switch with her. She would become a nun and let Su Mingzhou become the crown princess. Really? Zhang Zhuzu said gently, it's okay. Which couple doesn't want to strangle each other when they are together? Especially Qin Jiao was suffering from the pain of childbirth. At this moment, she wanted to break her husband's neck to relieve her resentment. Qin Jiao's pain became more and more intense. But he still laughed when he heard this. Zhang Zhuzu, we are fine. It's just a moment. Some people. It's every day. Qin Jiao was in pain again at this time. With tears and smiles. How true this is. The midwife came over and saw that it was almost time. So she prepared to give birth. Zhang Zhuzu was watching by the side. And Zhou Yi was outside. At the time of high. When Qin Jiao's thoughts of murdering her husband reached the peak. She finally gave birth. Qin Jiao let out a breath. And Zhang Zhuzu was relieved. A boy. Zhou Yi's eldest son. The eldest grandson of the Zhou family. When the umbilical cord was cut, he cried loudly. Qin Jiao nodded. She was numb. She didn't want to know whether it was a boy or a girl. Zhang Zhuzu shook her. Don't sleep yet. The placenta. The placenta hasn't come out yet. There are only 2 words about giving birth, suffering. Qin Jiao worked hard for a long time. And finally he could rest. Zhang Zhuzu stared at the maids until everything was over, and she was sure that Qin Jiao was safe. And then she went out to see the child when Zhou Yi came in to see him. Queen Pan and Xiao Pan became grandmothers, and were looking at the child carefully. The child's grandfather, Chen Shirlang, couldn't stop crying. Xiao Pan sighed. This child is too thin. Just over 5 pounds. Queen Pan, it's okay. When you gave birth to Daoang, the child was too big and had a difficult birth. You suffered a lot. And it was also your fault. Qin Jiao also suffered a lot. But the child was light. So Qin Jiao didn't have a difficult birth. Xiao Pan said, Sister, you are too polite to say that. That's our child. Queen Pan smiled. Zhang Zhuzu came over to look at the child. And Xiao Pan said, who do you think he looks like? He looks like a little monkey. How can you tell? Zhang Zhuzu remained calm. I think he looks like your majesty. You can tell at a glance that he is your majesty's grandson. Queen Pan was speechless for a long time. Xiao Pan held the child. I will take him to his mother to see. Qin Jiao was not asleep yet. She saw the child she had given birth to with great effort. And then she fell asleep. Chapter 398 I am here. It is a great joy that the crown princess gave birth to the eldest grandson. If nothing unexpected happens, this eldest grandson will be the next heir to the throne. However, it is hard to say whether he can sit on that position. Who knows how many sons the crown prince will have in the future? Qin Jiao was in so much pain yesterday that she wanted to kill someone. Today, she recovered a little and looked at her son lying next to her curiously. Zhou Yi saw that she didn't eat and said, why are you staring at him all the time? Qin Jiao said, this child actually came out of my belly. She felt that she and the child were like strangers, not familiar with each other. Zhou Yi smiled and said, don't worry. There are so many eyes staring at you. You gave birth to your child yesterday. Qin Jiao frowned. And Zhou Yi urged her to eat quickly. Qin Jiao asked, Your Highness, have you ever held him? Zhou Yi, I dare not. He is too small. Qin Jiao said, I dare not either. He is so soft. And his head is falling down. She meant that when the child was held up, his head could not stand up. Zhou Yi didn't know what to say for a moment after hearing this. He said that the child's head was falling down, which was not good. The new parents looked at each other. After dinner, Joey looked at his son again, but still did not hold him in his hands. He told people to take good care of Qin Jiao, and then went out. Qin Jiao responded twice without looking at the prince. When Zhang Zhuzhu came over, Qin Jiao was trying to pick up her son, but she was afraid of hurting the child. So she was too cautious and couldn't do it for a while. When she saw Zhang Zhuzhu, she looked at her for help. Zhang Zhuzhu asked her to sit on the bed and said, "Then sit down. I'll put him in your arms. You just need to hold him for a while. If you hold him for too long, your waist will hurt." Qin Jiao also knew something about confinement, and said, "Holding a child will cause backache. Isn't it said that if you catch a cold during confinement, you will have a headache and backache?" Zhang Zhuzhu, I don't know if you catch a cold or not, but you need to use force on your waist when holding a child, and you will have backache if you hold it for too long. Qin Jiao nodded. Zhang Zhuzhu put the child in her arms. Qin Jiao held her own child for the first time. She looked at him and said, "It's really ugly." Zhang Zhuzhu, I dare not say that. I just said yesterday that he looks like your majesty. Qin Jiao was surprised. How can you tell? Zhang Zhuzhu said calmly, "It doesn't matter if you can't tell. I said so. This is the emperor's first grandson. Now it's very lively outside. The palace people are carrying the things given by the emperor." Zhang Zhuzhu took a look. There are a lot of things. Very much. Qin Jiao couldn't help laughing. That's right. It's best if it looks like your majesty. In this Zhou family, the emperor is the most important. Everyone else has to step out of the way. The child started crying, and was taken to the wet nurse by the nanny. Qin Jiao told Zhang Zhuzhu about her doubts. She lowered her voice and said, "Although I gave birth to him, I didn't feel that I had a mother-son relationship immediately." She was even a little confused. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Give birth and raise. Give birth and raise. And after giving birth, you still have to raise. Only by raising him all the time can the relationship be deep." "I understand. I will raise him well," Qin Jiao said. Just like Zhang Zhuzhu raised Hongdo, Qin Jiao also wanted to be a good mother. Zhang Zhuzhu stayed in the palace for another 2 days. Her son was taken back by Li Fu first. Li Fu kept urging her, saying that the child missed his mother, and asked Zhang Zhuzhu to go back quickly. Zhang Zhuzhu had to prepare to go home. Zhou wanted Zhang Zhuzhu to accompany Qin Jiao more. He heard that other women wanted their mothers to be around during the confinement period. But his mother-in-law died early, and Zhang Zhuzhu, who was not related by blood, was the closest to him. Qin Jiao did not let Zhang Zhuzhu stay for long. Zhou said, "I'm afraid no one will accompany you. Your Highness, stay with me, and we will take care of the child together," Qin Jiao said with a smile. Zhou softened his heart and held his wife's hand after hearing this. Although she still did not obey, they had a child. Zhang Zhuzhu lived in the palace for many days, and naturally brought a lot of things when she went back. Li Fu looked at those and said, "Can these vulgar things bite you?" Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "Look at how angry he is. I haven't been there for a few days." Li Fu hugged her and said, "1 day without seeing you feels like 3 years. How can I bear it if I haven't seen you for several years?" Zhang Zhuzhu also laughed. Okay, I'm wrong. I should have come back earlier. How could they not see each other for so long? They even met twice in their spare time." Li Fu said, "That's right. Zhou is so old, but he can't even take care of his own wife. He still relies on you. That's too unreasonable." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "He is definitely not as good as you." Zhou was indeed not very good at taking care of people. It took him 2 days to hold his son by himself. Li Fu had learned it very early. Li Fu was also very confident about this. Not to mention the prince. There were few people like him in the world. This was also Zhang Zhuzhu's credit. These things were Zhang Zhuzhu's clear requirements for him. Other women would never ask their husbands to do this. And Li Fu did not have this idea before. But he thought it was not bad. Under these requirements, Li Fu became a qualified father. Zhang Zhuzhu talked about business. Let's not talk about the prince first. Although the princess' temper is stronger than before, it is still not enough. Now that she has a child, she has to stand up better than before. Qin Jiao was gentle and weak, and being placed in that position was actually embarrassing for her. But now that things have come to this, life has to go on, and children have to be raised, and she will change even more. Li Fu said, What are you worried about? Zhang Zhuzhu said, we are tied tightly to the East Palace, and there is almost no possibility of separation. We prosper together and suffer together. If it was just tied to the East Palace, it would be fine. Zhou Yi's position as the prince is stable, and he is in good health. He should not have any accidents in the middle of the process, and can ascend the throne smoothly. But Zhang Zuzhu and Qin Jiao are as close as sisters. Now that Qin Jiao has given birth to her eldest son, it is really hard to predict what the fate of this child will be in the future. If the prince likes a woman more and loves a son more in the future, the fight for the throne will probably be very cruel. Qin Jiao was seen by the prince because of me. I can't distance myself from her because of the worry about future troubles. Zhang Zuzhu said. Li Fu understood what she meant. Don't worry. I'm here. Li Fu patted her shoulder. Qin Jiao and her son do have an unpredictable future. But at least now, it seems that they will not be easily abandoned by Zhou Yi. The current prince will not do such a thing. It is still unknown what will happen in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. It will be more than 10 or 20 years later. We will see then. Zhang Zhuzhu would go to the East Palace from time to time to see Qin Jiao. And Qin Jiao gradually learned to take care of her son and felt like a mother. When the little grandson was full-month old, Queen Pan and her sister personally organized the child's full-month wine. And the whole palace celebrated. Chapter 399 The Crown Princess is Virtuous. Qin Jiao had a headache. Soon after she married into the East Palace, she became pregnant and began to live a secluded life. Qin Jiao really didn't like the current bustle. Zhang Zhuzhu said, this is not called bustle. This is called noise. Qin Jiao said, that's right. If I were with people I know, I would definitely be happy. Just like when they played polo together before. Qin Jiao liked that kind of bustle. Zhang Zhuzhu said, we still have to deal with it. Qin Jiao also knew the importance of making friends with the ladies. So he forced a smile and went out to meet people. The little grandson was carried to the emperor by the palace servants and shown to the court officials. Queen Pan was urging the palace maid to bring the little grandson back. The palace maid smiled and said, Your Majesty, it has only been a short while. Don't worry. Queen Pan frowned. It has only been a short while. It should have been a long time. Little Pan, who was beside her, covered her mouth and laughed. She, the eldest sister, has always been steady since the Pan family's accident, and has never been anxious. Even when Daoan was carried back horizontally, she still calmly presided over all affairs. Little Pan knew that her sister did not love Daoan. She just hid all her emotions, stayed calm, and did more important things. Now with this grandson, Queen Pan is much more cheerful than before, and laughs more and more. Little Pan smiled, but tears were in her eyes. She knew that she was going to marry her brother-in-law, and she was ridiculed by many people. But Little Pan never regretted it, and she was not afraid of being laughed at. She couldn't bear to see her sister lonely. Fortunately, she gave birth to Daoan, and now Qin gave birth to this more lovable little grandson. For this child, Little Pan looked at Qin Jiao more favorably. She took Queen Pan's arm and said, It's really just a short while. Sister also has times when she is anxious. Queen Pan smiled embarrassedly. I like that child. The Pan sisters are dignified. But Zhou Yi looks more like his father. Tall and heroic. And has a good appearance. Qin Jiao is a beautiful woman. And the child born by these two people can already see how good-looking he is after just 1 month. When Xiao Pan heard this, she laughed again. See, she knew from the beginning that everything she did was worth it. There were many ladies who came to the full moon banquet today. And Qin Jiao got congratulations from many ladies after he came over for a while. Qin Jiao smiled and responded to all of them. Dealing with them, Princess Haong said to Zhang Zhuzhu, I think the crown princess is really different from usual. Zhang Zhuzhu, everyone is. Zhou Lanshu married into the Pan family, gave birth to a daughter, and her temperament was not the same as before. She and Pan Jingping were okay. But when a big family lived together, there were always some messy things. And when you see more things, your mentality will be different. The change of living environment has a great impact on people. Zhou Lanshu said, I think you are still the same as before. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, Are you talking about my appearance? Zhou Lanshu rolled his eyes at her. Look at your lack of ability. You always talk about your appearance. What will you do when you are old? Zhang Zhuzhu said, What can I do? Look in the mirror less. What else can I do? I can only think of it as out of sight and out of mind. Zhou Lanshu could only say that he admired it. The surroundings suddenly became quiet for a moment, and the two looked up and looked at Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao said in a gentle tone, "The position of your highness's concubine has indeed been vacant for a long time. If your wife has a daughter of the right age, you might as well send her over to take a look." When she said this, her voice was gentle and her attitude was sincere, without showing any jealousy. In this way, no one would gossip about her. Ever since Qin Jiao became pregnant, the matter of Zhou Yi marrying a concubine has been constantly mentioned. Qin Jiao was actually prepared for this. She went from being irritated at the beginning to accepting it calmly now. However, Zhou Yi did not seem to be very interested in this matter. Before, a palace maid in the East Palace took advantage of her pregnancy and tried every means to seduce Zhou Yi. All the results were the same. Driven away, Qin Jiao did not think that she was so capable that she won the heart of the prince. She felt that the time had not come yet. And to be honest, 1 month after she gave birth to the child, there was no woman in the capital who looked better than her. Zhou Yi didn't like them, probably because he thought they were not pretty enough. The crown princess is indeed dignified and generous. Some women praise them. That's right. As women, we should also consider this for the sake of our husband's family. Women should be like this: dignified, virtuous, generous, and tolerant. Zhang Zhuzu, who was standing next to her, was immediately caught in the crossfire. Sure enough, many women looked at her. Zhang Zhuzu was very rude. "Look at what I'm doing." She was obviously singing a different tune from the crown princess. And immediately some women planned to seize this opportunity. And it would be best if the crown princess was so virtuous. Otherwise, Zhang Zhuzu would be too proud. And the crown princess might be influenced by her, and not tolerate the crown prince's concubine. "The third grandma is right here. Why don't you let us see her? She has done nothing wrong. So why are you afraid of people saying anything?" A woman came out and said. Zhang Zhuzu had publicly stated many times that she would not allow Li Fu to take a concubine. What she said was actually nothing. The important thing was that Li Fu was willing to listen. Compared with her own family, how could they feel better when they met Zhang Zhuzu outside? Zhang Zhuzu smiled. "What's wrong? Whether Li Fu takes a concubine or not is our family affair. It's not the turn of outsiders to say anything. The crown princess is good-tempered and allows you to covet her husband here. I don't have such a good temper. They don't really care about the prince's offspring. They just can't stand the princess's wife living too well. Even if you are the princess. So what? We are all women. And we are all burdened with the shackles of virtuous and dignified. If you don't carry it at this time, it will make you look out of place and not a good woman. This is just jealous of others' success. Qin Jiao is the princess, and she needs to establish a dignified image in front of others. But Zhang Zhuzu doesn't need it. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by coveting? It has always been a rule for the prince to marry 2 concubines. There is only one princess in the East Palace. How can a little grandson be enough? Concubines are also very important. The prince's biological mother, Xiao Pan, was once your majesty's concubine. Zhang Zhuzu ignored her words and said, "It seems that you have a daughter who can't get married. How unpleasant it is to say this." But Zhang Zhuzu dared to say it. "My daughter will never have trouble getting married. No worries. No worries. You said at the full moon banquet of the emperor's eldest grandson that the prince should marry a concubine. You are really good at choosing a date." Zhang Zhuzu sneered. These people are obviously bullying Qin Jiao because he has no family background. So they dare to say such things. The woman could not argue with Zhang Zhuzu, so she could only retreat. Chapter 400. Can I beat you? Qin Jiao returned to Zhang Zhuzu and said with a smile, "Thank you, sister." Zhang Zhuzu, "It doesn't matter. There are some things you can't say. It doesn't matter if I say it. Qin Jiao needs a good reputation. But Zhang Zhuzu doesn't need it. This is not the first time she has said these words publicly. Qin Jiao is really grateful to her. As the crown princess, she cannot show bad taste in front of others. Whenever someone mentions the matter of taking a concubine, Qin Jiao always has a gentle attitude like today. "That woman is a relative of the He family," she said. Qin Jiao probably knows all the women from the aristocratic families. As soon as some people open their mouths, they know what their purpose is. Su Mingzhou became a monk, and the Su family still had a daughter of marriageable age. But there was no one as smart as him. Now they planned to avoid Qin Jiao's edge. Even if they waited for the prince to ascend the throne and become the emperor, they would still have time to send their daughters to the palace. But there are always people who can't wait and hope to get more power as soon as possible through marriage. Zhang Zhuzhu had no choice but to comfort her. You can just deal with this kind of thing casually. Don't take it to heart. If Qin Jiao behaved badly in public, it would not only be gossiped about, but the censor would hear about it and report it. Qin Jiao smiled. This kind of thing is not the first time. I won't take it to heart. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't believe this. People have a desire for exclusivity and jealousy. Even if Qin Jiao does not have a deep desire for the prince. It is also very disgusting for someone to take a seat on your bed. Zhang Zhuzhu did not say much. Qin Jiao did not have the opportunity to choose many things. She could only accept them. Zhang Zhuzhu could make requests openly. And Qin Jiao had to maintain the image of a virtuous woman on the surface. Zhang Zhuzhu whispered in her ear, if you are really unhappy, go back and beat the prince up. Just to vent your anger. Qin Jiao nodded with a smile. The palace servant brought the little grandson back. And Qin Jiao went to see his child. The palace servant next to him was about to retell the previous scene, saying how much the emperor liked this grandson. He was indeed not in a hurry to have a grandson. But now that he has one, the emperor is really happy. This is the continuation of their Zhou family. The full moon banquet for the eldest grandson was very lively. And the palace sent him rewards like water. Zhou Yi washed off the smell of alcohol on his body before going to see the child. Qin Jiao was also looking at the sleeping child. She saw Zhou Yi walked in carefully, and quickly retracted her gaze without saying a word. Zhou Yi walked over, looked at the child for a while, and said, I think my son looks like you. They all say he looks like his father. Like me? I don't think so. Qin Jiao was a little happy when he heard this, and said, Your Highness, please coax me. It's obvious that you can't tell who he looks like. At least Qin Jiao couldn't tell. Zhou Yi, if I say it looks like you. It looks like you. This was very overbearing. As if he would settle accounts with his son if he didn't look like Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao couldn't help laughing. Of course. She also hoped that her child would look more like her. It was time to rest at night. And Qin Jiao urged the prince to lie down in another room. Qin Jiao was indeed very confident about her appearance. But childbirth had destroyed her body. She still had fat piled up on her abdomen. And there were lines on her belly, which would not disappear and would remain on her body forever. This is the price of being a mother. Qin Jiao didn't think her husband would want to see such a body. Such fear has always been in her heart. Zhou Yi was unwilling. He could say that it was inconvenient to stay in confinement before. But now why did he have to sleep on that cold bed? He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Qin Jiao knew he was pretending. And she said, I'm afraid I can't serve. Zhou Yi suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Qin Jiao. His eyes were quite fierce. Qin Jiao was startled. And then he saw helplessness and disappointment in those eyes. Qin Jiao almost didn't dare to look at him. Zhou Yi said, You have no conscience. He wanted to say this a long time ago. You hate me so much that you refuse to sleep in the same bed with me even after having a son. And you have to drive me away? Qin Jiao said with a stiff face, I didn't. I was not feeling well. Zhou Yi sat up and stared at her fiercely. What's wrong with you? Ask the imperial physician to come and take a look. Qin Jiao certainly didn't feel unwell. She had been eating and drinking well for the past month. And she didn't take care of the child herself. So she rested well. She gritted her teeth and said, I have a backache. And it's useless for the imperial physician to see me. Zhou Yi said, Your backache doesn't stop me from sleeping next to you. The bed is so big. There is no room for him. I think you can't tolerate me and hate me in your heart. When Zhou Yi said this, he really felt a little sad. He even doubted himself. He knew that when he married Qin Jiao, she didn't have much interest in him. He was the one who was attracted by her beauty and forced her. But they have been married for so long. Zhou Yi dare not say that he obeys her in every way. But he obeys her 90% of the time. Is he so disgusting? Zhou Yi sighed, looking lonely. Even a little bit wanting to cry. He didn't know what to do. If she really hates him so much, then shouldn't she force it from the beginning? Zhou Yi stood up, looked at his wife, and said, Since you hate it so much, then I will listen to you. It's late at night. Have a good rest. Qin Jiao heard his words, and tears flowed first. Zhou Yi, he hasn't cried yet. Why are you crying? Qin Jiao choked and shook his head. Zhou Yi wiped her tears. Look, our son is already a month old. And we are both parents. You just have to make do with me, and tolerate me for decades. Look at my father. He was full of vigor and vitality when he returned to Beijing. He has been the emperor for a short time. But he is in a mess. I will be the same when the time comes. I will definitely be ahead of you. You will be the Empress Dowager, calling the wind and rain. And you will be rich and prosperous. You can't have such a good thing if you find another man. Qin Jiao was still crying. After hearing this, she really didn't know what to say. After a long while, she said, Your Highness, you said it the other way around. You should put up with me. Zhou, how can you say that? She hesitated and lifted her clothes. Zhou, it's so cold. I look so ugly. Qin Jiao said. I really look so ugly. Your Highness, someone told me today to find 2 concubines for you and quickly have children. I hate the person who said that. They want to take away her husband and her son's father. Qin Jiao hates them. Zhou sees the resentment and disgust on Qin Jiao's face. She is beautiful, but the resentment makes her beauty less attractive. However, this is also very real. Zhou wraps her in a quilt. Unexpectedly, he is not angry. You are jealous, he said firmly. Qin Jiao wraps herself tightly in the quilt and looks at Zhou. Zhou, I am angry today. My sister told me to beat you to vent my anger. I have become ugly. Do you still want to? Zhou suddenly feels alive. I wish for it, he said. Qin Jiao bites his arm hard. She can't do it. She still can't do it like the queen. Zhou screams in pain. All right. You really bite.